In this world, English is a forbidden spell. Someone merely uttered the word snow, and the sky began to rain universities. Someone spoke the word thunder. The clear sky suddenly turned into a raging storm. Thunder and lightning crackled. All because English is the divine language here. Just speak in English, and it will take immediate effect. However, what I didn't expect was that the entry test for the Red Sect would involve comprehending English from a painting. Yet in everyone's eyes, this was a celestial secret that would take 10 years of practice to understand. Soon, I was called upon by the examiner. As I stepped onto the stage, my appearance immediately caught the attention of a group of girls. Although they admired my looks, they did not expect much from my insight. When I understood the so-called divine language, I slowly began to absorb spiritual energy. Suddenly, I felt gusts of clear wind converging from all directions. Then, they all entered my body. This astonished the nearby examiner, Xiao Feng. How could someone recite the ancient divine language without being taught? Recite the ancient divine language. His face full of shock, he asked, "Have you learned the ancient divine language before?" I shook my head and indicated that it was very simple. Xiao Feng skeptically challenged, "Then say another sentence of the ancient divine language next. Try repeating it." Before I could respond, Xiao Feng had already uttered an ancient divine language. As soon as the words fell, he slowly rose from the ground. I was listening attentively from the side. It was indeed English. The young men and women below were excited to see Xiao Feng flying. Before they could react, I immediately uttered 2 words, controlling the wind. As my words fell, I felt my body lightly floating away from the ground. I always fantasized about flying, and now my dream has finally come true. Compared to my excitement, Xiao Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that I actually flew. Xiao Feng was both shocked and delighted. This child's comprehension is terrifying, almost like a demon. Truly a blessing for our Qihong sect. But soon, my body that had lifted off the ground fell back down. Why can't I fly anymore? Ha, you lack spiritual energy. You only absorbed a trace of it just now. At best, it can only allow you to control the wind and fly half a meter high. I nodded. Since it's related to spiritual energy, I need to absorb more spiritual energy. Immediately, I uttered a low shout and doubled my absorption of spiritual energy. This time, even Xiao Feng didn't understand. The originally calm surroundings suddenly became windy, with all the spiritual energy around me converging. And I only felt a pleasant sound coming from my bones, very comfortable. Xiao Feng's face showed a look of astonishment at such a speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Only seen on those old guys from the Red Sect and on the sect master. Still not enough, then loudly shouted for 3 times the absorption of spiritual energy. As soon as my words fell, the speed of the surrounding spiritual energy surged again. Every strand of spiritual energy became thicker. Impossible, this has already far exceeded the cultivation method of our Red Sect. Xiao Feng had long been shocked speechless on the side. I felt a large amount of spiritual energy pouring into my body, instantly. Feeling a powerful force gathering in my limbs, bones cracking. Like a bean bomb. At this moment, I feel like I could smash a stone with one punch. Just then, a figure descended from the midst of the red and brown. Clad in light blue gauze, with green hair scattered over the shoulders, giving a fairy-like feeling. I just felt that the person in front of me was so beautiful. I didn't expect that this test would attract the sect master of the Red Sect. The sect master directly asked, "How did you do it?" What's written on it is the most basic practice method. I modified it a bit. My modification shocked the sect master directly with just one sentence. It's simple. As soon as I said this, a disciple refused to go along with it. A long sword appeared in his hand. "If you can really recite the language of the ancient gods, then try this word again." Even the Scarlet Leader and Xiao Feng want to see how strong my comprehension is. There was no birth to prevent. I heard a faint laugh clearly. "Disassemble, ha ha ha." Wrong, the pronunciation is completely different. But the next second, the sword he condensed with spiritual energy directly disintegrated. No one heard what I just said clearly, only the Scarlet Leader felt a slight spiritual fluctuation in me. This is also what you have comprehended. Sort of, just reversing what I said in the language of the ancient gods. As soon as the words fell, I imitated and said condensed spear, and a long spear appeared in my hand. The leader has already been amazed by my comprehension at this point, indicating that he will let me into the sect immediately. He even said he would promote me to be an elder of the sect. Coincidentally, I also want to understand what this so-called language of the ancient gods is all about. So I agreed. Then, following the leader, we arrived at the main hall. As soon as we arrived, the leader introduced himself. "I am Luo Ziying, the leader of the Scarlet Sect." Of course, I had my reasons for doing this, because of what you just said in the language of the ancient gods. It directly matches the most powerful cultivation technique of our entire sect. So, I want you to pass on the cultivation method you just comprehended to the Hong sect. At this moment, I appeared magnanimous. After all, Luo Ziying directly appointed me as the sect elder. Then, I painstakingly explained the method of absorbing spiritual energy just now, word by word, tripling the absorption rate. But with just these simple 6 characters, Luo Ziying had to repeatedly try several times before barely memorizing them. After all, in the eyes of these people from another world, this was already considered extremely difficult to recite. As he slowly uttered the spell, tripling the absorption of spiritual energy, suddenly, a massive energy surged toward him from all directions. Sure enough, success. Excitement overflowed in my heart. Then he turned to me and said, "Your comprehension is truly monstrous, to be able to evolve higher-level spells from ordinary ones." I immediately declared that this was nothing. I could further strengthen the ancient language of the gods. What? You've also comprehended a higher level of the ancient language of the gods? I sneered inwardly. Let alone tripling, even quadrupling the absorption rate was easy for me. After saying that, I immediately added, quadrupled the absorption of spiritual energy. Luo Ziying immediately stopped me. The spiritual energy is too strong, you won't be able to bear it. But it was already too late. I could see a more majestic energy surging toward me. The next moment, I let out a heart-wrenching scream. I hadn't expected that an influx of spiritual energy would be so painful. However, I didn't stop. Instead, I gritted my teeth and managed to spit out 2 more words for absorption. As soon as the words fell, the massive spiritual energy was absorbed by the body. Beside him, Luo Ziying was already stunned with wide eyes. As the sect master of the Red Sect, his talent and comprehension are naturally outstanding. Compared to me, it's infuriating. Who exactly is this monster? Now that all the spiritual energy has been absorbed by me, I really want to know what realm I am in currently. Luo Ziying explained, right now, you haven't even reached the basic tempering body realm, but with your speed of absorbing spiritual energy, I'm sure you'll enter the tempering body realm within a month. Little do they know, my cultivation speed is beyond the understanding of this plane. But it doesn't matter, within the Red Sect, I still need to understand the so-called techniques and skills. Only by understanding these derived things can I better utilize my golden finger. So I and a disciple of mine came to the hall where techniques were displayed. Oh, isn't this Shirley who tempered his body for 3 years? Why is there someone next to him who hasn't even started tempering, a newcomer? Chang Yan's voice was full of sarcasm. Chang Yan is a new elder of the Red Sect, show some respect. Several disciples present burst into laughter upon hearing this. Shirley, are you stupid? His strength isn't even at the cracked body mirror level, do you think I can't see that? But before he could finish speaking, I gave a low shout. The next moment, the hammer fell. A massive stone hammer appeared in front of Chang Yan, slamming him fiercely into the ground. Ling Ling Chung transformed into mist, a martial skill only masters of the gasification mirror can perform. How could a rookie who hasn't even reached the fragile mirror level achieve this? Chang Yan's eyes were filled with fear. I calmly looked at them, knowing they had no idea this wasn't a martial skill but an ancient god's feather, albeit not very powerful now. Chang Yan reluctantly walked towards me, then unexpectedly bowed to me. I apologize for my disciple's ignorance of your esteemed presence. Please forgive us, elder. I nodded in acknowledgement, not bothering to argue with him, as I had important matters to attend to. I then picked up a manual and started reading. My actions immediately caught the attention of the surrounding disciples, who wondered who would study a manual like a book, pretending to be knowledgeable. In no time, I flipped through the entire manual, condensing all those words into one sentence. That sentence was about absorbing water elements. As I spoke, the surrounding water elemental energy gathered instantly. The ones who were mocking me earlier now looked at me in shock. How is this possible? He doesn't seem to have reached the body tempering stage yet, but his absorption speed is incredible. I naturally noticed the people around me, but I paid them no attention at all. Each person possesses different attributes. Only by cultivating different techniques can one's cultivation progress faster. Yet, one may not know which attribute suits them best. Immediately after, I picked up a technique called Bo's comprehensive collection of scriptures from the side, flipped through it, then uttered a few words. In an instant, a surge of fire attribute spiritual energy gathered within my body. The surrounding group of disciples all looked indifferent. This is fire attribute spiritual energy, right? But wasn't he just absorbing another attribute spiritual energy? Next, amidst everyone's shock, I rapidly absorbed spiritual energy of various different attributes, until I absorbed the thunder attribute's spiritual energy. Only then did I stop, because I found that some cultivators are born with 2 attributes. 2 attributes are stronger than one. Using wind to control thunder, using thunder to attract wind. Swift as the wind, fierce as thunder, as soon as the words fell, the surrounding spiritual energy began to change. I absorbed the thunder attribute's spiritual energy. Attracting wind attribute's spiritual energy, while the wind attribute's spiritual energy carried the thunder attribute's spiritual energy. In an instant, both types of attribute spiritual energies surged into my body. At the same time, I felt that there were some subtle changes in my body. Suddenly, a bottleneck was directly broken through. In an instant, more spiritual energy poured in, and I unexpectedly broke through to the fragile body realm. The onlooking disciples were almost moved to tears by my terrifying comprehension. In less than half a day, I directly stepped into the fragile body realm. No one could stop it at all. Even I was quite surprised, because Luo Ziying said it would take a month of training to reach the tempered body realm and become a true cultivator. Yet now, I only took half a day to step into the tempered body realm. I smiled faintly, quite satisfied with the speed of my cultivation. The conversion between the ancient language of the gods and techniques has indeed accelerated my cultivation speed significantly. However, I am also curious. Just after converting techniques into the language of the gods, it is at most comparable to a level 0 lower grade technique. Sure, Hongzong should also have disciples who comprehend the lower grade techniques of the threshold. But I have never seen such a fast cultivation speed. I am not sure either. Perhaps, this world simply cannot explain the charm of English. English is invincible. Now that I have a good understanding of the techniques, the next step should be the threshold. This is the foundation of battle. Therefore, I smoothly comprehended various attributes of spiritual energy. In an instant, spiritual energy of 7 attributes burst out from my body. But I am very puzzled. The attributes are all quite consistent, without distinguishing which is stronger or weaker. What kind of attribute am I after all? Could it be that because I am using English, these differences are all compensated for? However, since what I absorb is consistent, I don't need to worry about whether they suit me or not. In a crisis, I instantly devoured all the spiritual energy. In an instant, incredibly powerful spiritual energy continuously poured into my body. Following closely, I evolve once again. In an instant, all spiritual energy becomes purer, then in the next second, it combines into a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Suddenly, numerous colorful clouds appear in the sky. Everyone sees this phenomenon and shows expressions of astonishment. Certainly, some powerful figure has broken through the boundaries again. After finishing these tasks, I immediately set off for the testing point. Since I can't determine the suitable attributes myself, let's try the official methods. I walk straight towards the depths of the hall, but as soon as I reach the entrance, I am stopped by 2 disciples. This is the passage for the elders of the Red Sect. Disciples are not allowed. I smile and take out the elder's waist token. This is the elder. The 2 disciples are stunned, then quickly let me pass. They didn't think it was fake because no disciple would be foolish enough to use the elder's waist token to intrude. Only elders can enter. I nod and walk straight in. The 2 disciples look at each other in surprise. When did the Red Sect have such a young elder? I walk up to a door but stop in my tracks. How can someone whose cultivation hasn't even reached the body tempering stage become an elder of the Red Sect? One of the elders says. The other elders all raise doubts. After all, having just joined the sect and immediately being promoted to an elder, it's inevitable that some may feel dissatisfied. At this moment, the sect master Luo Ziying spoke first. Suchen not only can comprehend the language of ancient gods, but also can strengthen it. If you don't believe it, this sect guarantees that within half a month, Suchen will reach the tempered body realm. Hearing this, I finally walked into that door with peace of mind. Facing everyone's gaze, I was not the least bit timid, but walked with a smile towards the center of the hall. The next moment, the smile on Luo Ziying's face instantly turned into shock. Replacing Elder Zhu, your strength, how is this possible? Also shocked was Elder Chao Feng, within half a day, progressing from an ordinary person to mastering tempered body technique. How is this possible? Other elders were also shocked, eyes wide open in disbelief. Mastering tempered body technique in half a day, is he still human? This is simply monstrous. Luo Ziying also laughed unreservedly for the first time, giving me a thumbs up. Originally, I thought I would be suppressed by these elders for a while, but with my terrifying comprehension talent, I dispelled his worries in half a day. Luo Ziying was reassured. Since there were no objections, let's prepare to start the testing. Then he looked at me. This time please, Elder Su, demonstrate for everyone, making it easier for them to choose their cultivation path in the future. At this moment, Elder Chao Feng paused, then continued. It's worth mentioning that Elder Su Chen just arrived at the Red Flood sect. Reaching the tempered body realm in half a day, everyone can consider Elder Su Chen as a goal. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and started discussing. Although they had not practiced cultivation, they had heard about the realm of cultivation early on and understood how difficult it was to enter the body-tempering realm. But the person in front of them, who was of similar age, actually stepped into the body-tempering realm in just half a day. Then I slowly walked to the testing ground, where there was a black steel in the center. The discussions grew louder at this point. Can someone really achieve this? Have they been cultivating secretly all along? Today, I just happened to step into the body-tempering realm. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept it. How could a newcomer who had just entered the Crimson Sect, a newcomer with a fragile body, become an elder of the Crimson Sect? I paid no attention to these entertainments. After all, they had no idea how powerful English truly is. Then I gently placed my hand on the testing steel, instantly feeling a cold sensation spreading to my palm. After a moment, a red light radiated from the black steel. The red light represents a fire attribute physique. But immediately, a green light also bloomed. It's a dual attribute of wood and fire. A senior who had previously opposed me exclaimed in surprise. But as soon as he finished speaking, a blue light appeared. A water attribute physique. How is this possible? Water and fire don't mix. How could one person possess both water and fire attributes? And there's also a triple attribute physique of wood. The crowd showed expressions of disbelief. But immediately, someone said, one person has 2 attributes, 3 attributes. Those are all powerful treatments. But if one expends energy cultivating all attributes alone, the cultivation speed will be exceptionally slow. So having many attributes is not necessarily a good thing. Before everyone could finish being surprised, a burst of colorful light suddenly appeared on the testing steel, instantly illuminating the entire testing area. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, staring at the colorful light. What attribute is this after all? At this moment, Su Chen also withdrew his palm. Although he didn't know if there would be more light appearing later, it was already shocking enough at this moment, and there was no need to continue. 7 attributes? Full attribute constitution? How is that possible? Well, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. There are many elders here, who are considered knowledgeable. At this moment, they also saw that Su Chen's constitution was truly rare. If each attribute could be enhanced, then he would be absolutely invincible. But if it was not possible, these auras would only be a burden. Because at most, only 2 attributes could be cultivated, cultivating a third one might lead to insufficient strength. 7 attributes? Su Chen's mouth curved into a smile. For others, cultivating 7 attributes might be frustrating. Cultivating all 7 attributes would be impossible, and choosing 2 or 3 might lead to conflicts. Su Chen had no such worries. Cultivating all 7 attributes was the way to go. While others might not be able to, Su Chen had no such concerns. Isn't it said that each attribute only has 1 light? What does all these lights mean? Could it be multiple attributes? I heard the elders say before that on the Wenti continent, there seem to be strong individuals with 3 attributes. Then wouldn't someone with 7 attributes be invincible? At this moment, the disciples of the Qihong sect were also discussing. They had more knowledge than those who had just entered. Seeing Su Chen's performance, they were shocked, envious, and puzzled. All kinds of expressions were present. Elder Su Zhu will continue to preside over the testing conference. Elder Su Chen, come with me from the Qihong sect. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Ziying continued, Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, the 3 of you come with me too. Yes. The 3 elders nodded along with Su Chen. Then the 4 of them followed the sect master Luo Ziying out of the testing hall. On the other side, Luo Ziying sat in the first seat. Su Chen and the other 3 elders sat on either side. No one spoke. It seemed like they were all contemplating. After a pause, Sect Master Luo Ziying spoke. The test results of Elder Su Chen just now must have been witnessed by everyone. Do the elders have any opinions? After all, they were elders of the Qihong sect. Naturally they had some insights and understood what Luo Ziying meant. It is rare to see 7 attributes condensed in one person. Third Elder Jiang Yi furrowed his brows slightly. More than rare, there has never been a person with 7 attributes condensed in one body on the Wenti continent. Second Elder Chu Hongwei shook his head helplessly. The Grand Elder, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke. If 3 attributes are condensed in one body, it would be a blessing for our Qihong sect, but if it's 7 attributes, perhaps it might overshadow Elder Su Chen. After hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the other 2 elders and Luo Ziying also nodded. In their view, if it were 3 attributes, they would complement each other, and Su Chen would surely dominate the Wenti continent in the future. But now with 7 attributes, there were not only complementary parts but also conflicting ones. It would be very difficult to control. Elder Su Chen, how do you see it yourself? Luo Ziying looked at Su Chen and asked. Cultivate them all together. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. Wasn't it obvious? Of course, he would cultivate all of them, and be invincible in the future. Elder Su Chen, perhaps you are not aware of what these 7 attributes represent? There are parts that complement each other, which will help increase your strength, but there are also conflicting parts. If there is a slight mistake, it will result in the explosion and downfall of your body. Second Elder also kindly reminded. Before Su Chen arrived, he was very against Su Chen becoming an elder. But after seeing Su Chen's understanding and these powerful attributes, if Su Chen were to grow in the future, it would definitely be beneficial for the Qihong sect. As the second elder of the Qihong sect, no matter what the purpose was, he would hope that the Qihong sect would become stronger. So at this point, there was also concern about explaining the pros and cons to Su Chen. I understand. But Su Chen nodded. Mutual generation and restraint? This concept has always existed in his original world. Since there is restraint, there must be generation. As long as the balance point is grasped, it is enough. This is no joke. The third elder also frowned slightly. I think Elder Su Chen can try to cultivate 3 attributes, suppress the other attributes to the lowest. This is the safest. The great elder also spoke at this time. This is the safest approach. If it weren't for Su Chen's strong comprehension and high talent, he might not even let him cultivate 3 attributes. I agree with the great elder's view. The second elder nodded. This is the safest approach. I also agree. It is very difficult to achieve balance with 7 attributes, but with 3 attributes, relying on Elder Su Chen's talent, it should be simpler. The third elder nodded. Whether cultivating 3 attributes or 7 attributes, balance must be achieved. Otherwise, it can be harmful to the cultivator. Luo Ziyin did not speak, but looked at Su Chen. Although she also felt that cultivating 3 attributes together would definitely reach its peak, and in the future, the Red Rainbow sect could also rely on Su Chen to become a powerful sect in the Ask Heaven continent. But if cultivating all 7 attributes together, it might not lead to any achievements. Achieving balance with 7 attributes is not necessarily impossible. Su Chen smiled confidently. Arrogant, do you know how difficult it is to achieve balance with 7 attributes? The great elder was also angered at this point. Although Su Chen's comprehension and talent were extremely strong, such arrogance would surely lead him astray. Devour all attributes spiritual energy, Su Chen said in a low voice. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Luo Ziyin and the 3 elders' faces changed drastically. Then the surrounding spiritual energy crazily poured into Su Chen's body. This is a divine level technique? The third elder exclaimed in shock. It is an ancient divine language comparable to a divine level technique. The second elder spoke at this time. No, your body won't be able to withstand this. The great elder, being the grand elder of the Red Rainbow sect, not only had great strength but also had higher knowledge than the other elders. Although he was also shocked by Su Chen's power, he immediately stopped the influx of powerful spiritual energy. However, in the next moment, Su Chen's voice slowly sounded again, still in the ancient divine language, purify. At this moment, Luo Ziyin and the 3 elders felt that the spiritual energy condensed into Su Chen's body became extremely fine. They couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Luo Ziyin and the 3 elders of the Red Rainbow sect were all stunned, staring at Su Chen in front of them. They were most familiar with the ancient divine language, but the ancient divine language spoken by Su Chen was something they couldn't repeat. This was a crushing blow to their comprehension. He can actually absorb spiritual energy from all attributes at the same time. The third elder exclaimed in shock. In his perception, the spiritual energy entering Su Chen's body was of various attributes. Moreover, the huge spiritual energy entering his body seems to become very pure, without worrying about the large absorption causing body explosions or unstable foundations. The second elder also nodded slightly. This kind of cultivation method was unheard of. That is the effect of the second sentence of the ancient divine language, although, I don't know what it does, the great elder said. In the face of Su Chen's performance, he was not only shocked but also pleasantly surprised. This ancient divine language was comparable to a divine level technique. If he could comprehend it, he would break through the bottleneck that had trapped him for many years. At this moment, Luo Ziyin also smiled beautifully on her face. She also knew how powerful the ancient divine language, comparable to a divine level technique, was. And Su Chen's use of this ancient divine language seemed to absorb spiritual energy from all attributes. For Su Chen, he can cultivate all 7 attributes in his body simultaneously, which is something others cannot achieve. Phew! Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief after purifying the absorbed spiritual energy. You, Elder Su Chen, how did you manage to do it? The Grand Elder was now also full of admiration for Su Chen. Such a strong comprehension ability, not to mention a small crimson rainbow sect. Even in the entire Wenti continent, it would be rare. He knew that as long as Su Chen grew up, it would not be impossible for the Crimson Rainbow sect to dominate the Wenti continent. Yes, these ancient divine languages are comparable to divine-level techniques. Even the Crimson Rainbow sect doesn't have them, how could you? The second elder also curiously inquired. These were all things that the Crimson Rainbow sect did not possess. I don't know. Su Chen shook his head. Of course, he couldn't say that he had lived in a country full of ancient divine languages in his previous life. Don't know? The three elders also furrowed their brows. Are these ancient divine languages that Elder Su Chen comprehended on his own? Luoxian also spoke up at this time. Those ancient divine languages that are comparable to divine-level techniques, can they be comprehended? The third elder was skeptical. Those were divine-level techniques. Not to mention someone who had just entered the tempering body realm. Even a strong spiritual realm expert would not be able to comprehend them. As the second elder said, these ancient divine languages comparable to divine-level techniques, even our Crimson Rainbow sect doesn't have them. Does the third elder want to say that Su Chen learned them in the Water Cloud dynasty? Luoxian spoke lightly. Upon hearing Luoxian's words, the third elder fell silent. The Water Cloud dynasty was nothing more than a low-level dynasty. Even if it had ordinary-level techniques, there probably weren't many. If they possessed divine-level techniques, Yuxing would have turned the Water Cloud dynasty into a high-level dynasty long ago. It might even have become a super dynasty. There was no need to rely on the Crimson Rainbow sect. The sect master is right. With these ancient divine languages comparable to divine-level techniques, I believe that in a few days, Elder Su Chen will be able to surpass us all. In the future, the Crimson Rainbow sect will rely on Elder Su Chen. At this moment, the Grand Elder unexpectedly bowed to Su Chen and said, this caught Su Chen off guard. Wasn't there supposed to be hidden conflicts within the sect? Su Chen had prepared to deal with them. Why did their attitude suddenly change so much? Grand Elder is too kind. Su Chen is now also an elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect. If he achieves something in the future, he will not forget the sect's nurturing. It was just polite words, anyone could say them. Su Chen also politely returned the gesture. Thank you, Elder Su Chen. The Grand Elder nodded and thanked him. Thank you, Elder Su Chen. Thank you, Elder Su Chen. Seeing this, the second and third elders also thanked him in unison. They were also disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect back then, guided into the path of cultivation by the sect. Now that they had achieved this, they naturally would not forget the Crimson Rainbow sect. Seeing that the Crimson Rainbow sect had someone like Su Chen with such extraordinary talent, although they felt a bit jealous, they were also happy. Most importantly, the three elders had been at this level for many years. If Su Chen were to grow in the future, thinking back to today, a few words of guidance from him might help them make another breakthrough. Su Chen also clasped his hands at this moment. Although he didn't understand why the three elders had suddenly changed their attitude so quickly, it was better to let things go. Since the three most authoritative elders of the Crimson Rainbow sect were so polite to him, Su Chen's position as an elder in the sect was also secure. Next, he could focus on cultivating in peace. Since Elder Su Chen has made up his mind to cultivate all attributes, the Crimson Rainbow sect will fully cooperate with Elder Su Chen. Whatever Elder Su Chen needs, just ask. Seeing the three elders express their support, Luoxian nodded in satisfaction. She had sensed Su Chen's strength just now and had originally wanted to talk to him alone, informing him of the dangers involved. Upon second thought, it might be better to have the three elders come together, so that they can also experience the terrifying insight of Su Chen. It seems to be very effective now. Yes, I will give the order. The Grand Elder nodded. This matter not only concerns whether Su Chen can help him break through in the future, but also the future of the Crimson Rainbow sect. He naturally agreed with Luo Zi'in's approach. This matter was settled. In less than half an hour, an order was transmitted throughout the entire Crimson Rainbow sect. All members of the Crimson Rainbow sect, cooperate fully with Elder Su Chen, and open the door for any needs. This not only applies to the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect, but also to other elders and the high-level members of the sect. The meaning is that any needs Su Chen has in the Crimson Rainbow sect can be met. Elder Su Chen? Who is that? I don't know. I know, the newly appointed elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Oh, a newly appointed elder actually receives such support from the Crimson Rainbow sect. He must be quite powerful. Is he a chi refinement realm expert? No, I heard he is in the body tempering realm. Ah, some people knew Su Chen, some did not. But after this order came down in the Crimson Rainbow sect, the entire sect became acquainted with Su Chen. Some people also collected information about Su Chen from various sources. Soon, they were shocked. Su Chen, born in the Water Cloud Dynasty, a newly appointed elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect, with strength in the body-tempering realm. What was even more shocking was that this elder Su Chen in the body-tempering realm had never even practiced before today. A genius favored by the heavens, unparalleled insight, and other rumors spread throughout the entire Crimson Rainbow sect in no time. While the disciples and elders of the Crimson Rainbow sect were shocked, Su Chen had already arrived at a mountain peak in the Crimson Rainbow sect. The spiritual energy here should be suitable. Su Chen felt the spiritual energy of this place, quite suitable for cultivation. Although there was a small formation in the residence that could condense spiritual energy, Su Chen felt it was not sufficient. If he were to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth freely, the surrounding spiritual energy would also be absorbed. How could the cultivation of a technique comparable to a divine-level technique be so quiet? At that time, Su Chen did not dare to release his absorption directly. So at this moment, Su Chen found this place to feel the surrounding spiritual energy. Looking around, there was a forest in front and a lake behind. There was no one seen practicing here. Presumably, because there were formations in the Crimson Rainbow sect, they preferred to cultivate within the formations, because in that way, they could absorb more spiritual energy in the same amount of time. The spiritual energy gathered by the formations was more concentrated. Phew, finally I can cultivate without affecting others. Su Chen naturally worried that if he released the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it would affect others. After all, the ancient divine language comparable to a divine-level technique, when cultivated without restraint, was truly terrifying, and Su Chen was aware of this. Moreover, Su Chen did not discriminate against any type of spiritual energy. Devour all attributes of spiritual energy. Su Chen closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the ground, and uttered a low drink. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him, as if being attracted by something, rushed straight towards Su Chen. It gathered around Su Chen and finally poured into his body. Purify. At this moment, Su Chen also used purification to cleanse the spiritual energy in his body. This way, he did not need to refine it slowly, but could make the spiritual energy that poured into his body reach the purest level. The foundation is very important in the path of cultivation, as it determines the height a cultivator can reach. Su Chen was clear about this point. So the extremely pure spiritual energy after purification could be used to build the foundation. Only by laying a solid foundation can one reach greater heights in the future. Gradually, the spiritual energy within hundreds of feet began to flow towards Su Chen. Slowly, a spiritual energy tornado formed above Su Chen's head, reaching up to the sky and down to his head. If an ordinary person were infused with such powerful spiritual energy, they would probably explode and die, as their meridians would shatter due to the overwhelming spiritual energy. But Su Chen was different. He looked at the massive and overbearing spiritual energy. After purification, it transformed into extremely gentle and pure spiritual energy. Running through Su Chen's body for a week, it gathered in his dantian. In this way, Su Chen cultivated on this mountaintop for 7 days and nights. On the 7th day, Su Chen felt as if there was an additional shackle in his body. For some reason, it slowed down his absorption of spiritual energy significantly. Is this a bottleneck? Su Chen opened his eyes at this moment. The spiritual energy vortex above his head had also shrunk significantly, absorbed by Su Chen. However, it still existed. At this moment, Su Chen felt the first bottleneck in his life. The spiritual energy in his body had reached a saturation point. In other words, at this moment, Su Chen had reached the peak of the body-tempering realm. The body-tempering realm has no grades. As long as I break through this bottleneck, I can enter the essence refinement realm. Su Chen understood that as long as he broke through, he could enter the essence refinement realm. However, he had no experience on how to break through this bottleneck and was unsure of what to do for a while. If I follow what I read in novels before, as long as I have enough spiritual energy, I can directly break through the bottleneck. Su Chen recalled the novels he had read in his past life. Generally, when encountering a bottleneck, one needed powerful spiritual energy or chi to break through. Breaking through this bottleneck would allow one to enter the next realm. With this in mind, Su Chen looked up at the spiritual energy vortex in the sky. A smile appeared on his face. Maybe I can give it a try. Thinking this, Su Chen closed his eyes and formed a hand gesture he had seen in a cultivation book before. He had been using it during his cultivation. Then, a voice that seemed mysterious to others rang out. Breakthrough. Just 2 simple words. Instantly, the spiritual energy above Su Chen's head seemed to be triggered. It began to rapidly flow into his body. The spiritual energy flowed slowly in his body originally. However, with a large amount of spiritual energy pouring in, the relatively small meridians expanded. More spiritual energy flowed through these expanded meridians. This massive spiritual energy accelerated the originally slow flow. It works, Su Chen thought to himself. This unpurified spiritual energy was extremely massive. Although it was somewhat dangerous, if he could break through, entering the essence refinement realm would be great. It was worth the risk. The spiritual energy surged in Su Chen's body. The unpurified spiritual energy began to flow in and, guided by Su Chen, continuously impacted the invisible bottleneck. Time and time again, Su Chen could feel the bottleneck loosening. At a certain moment, when Su Chen guided the massive spiritual energy to strike the bottleneck, boom! An inaudible sound seemed to echo in Su Chen's mind. At this moment, the massive spiritual energy rushed into Su Chen's body like a flood breaking through barriers. Purify! At this moment, Su Chen didn't have time to be happy or excited. He quickly shouted. If these modeled spiritual energies were not purified and left in his body, it would pose a significant threat to his body. So, at this moment, Su Chen needed to purify them before they flowed into his dantian. After a while, those modeled spiritual energies were completely purified by Su Chen. After running through his body for a week without any issues, he poured them into his dantian. First level of the essence refinement realm. Only now did Su Chen have time to be happy. Half a day for body tempering, 7 days for essence refinement. If others knew, they would probably be speechless, because the fastest they could enter the body tempering realm would take half a year. To enter the essence refinement realm, it would take more than a year. Some people may never step into the realm of refining essence in their entire lives. It's not just about practicing, but also about achieving something. Some people, after practicing, only reach the realm of tempering the body. In the Qihong sect, there are also many disciples who spend their whole lives in the realm of tempering the body. Some choose to return to their original dynasty, where the realm of tempering the body may already be very powerful. Some stay in the Qihong sect as odd jobs, hoping to one day break through the bottleneck and enter the realm of refining essence. And like Su Chen, who only took 7 days to step into the realm of refining essence. Not to mention the Qihong sect, in the entire Wentiandalu, such individuals are rare. A gentle breeze blows, and the leaves rustle. At the top of the mountain peak, a young man sits on a rock. Is this the realm of refining essence? Su Chen feels the much more majestic aura in his body than before, and he is also somewhat excited. Although it is only the strength of the first rank in the realm of refining essence, it is many times stronger than the realm of tempering the body. Su Chen can feel that if he were to use the stone hammer attack at this moment, the power would definitely be enough to defeat a strong person of the 9th rank in the realm of refining essence. With an understanding of the strength of this world, Su Chen can also feel more clearly the gap between strengths. Only then did he realize how powerful the spiritual technique stone hammer he used before was. If I'm not mistaken, that should be comparable to a high-grade spiritual technique. Su Chen smiles at this moment. He did not expect that a casual English phrase would be so powerful. However, Su Chen also noticed some small details. If Su Chen had tried to shout "I am invincible" but couldn't, it seemed that something was stopping him. Now thinking about it, perhaps it's the laws or rules of this world. But it doesn't matter, with Su Chen's speed of cultivation, is it far from being invincible? This majestic aura cannot be wasted. Su Chen looks at the aura above his head and then continues to enter a state of cultivation. He spent 2 days absorbing the remaining aura. Then he withdrew from the state of cultivation. Stable at the first rank. Su Chen feels and can sense that the remaining aura has completely stabilized his realm at the first rank of the realm of refining essence. I need to find an opponent to test my strength. At this moment, Su Chen has a new idea. Relying solely on cultivation, although it can continuously improve strength, without practice, it is ultimately not the best strategy. So Su Chen wants to find an opponent to test the power of this realm of refining essence. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen walks straight towards the nearby forest. The aura here is rich, and if he guesses correctly, there must be fierce beasts born in this forest. As he walks on the forest path, the fragrance of the soil comes to his face. The land nurtured by aura is different. Su Chen takes a light breath. Every breath here can absorb a trace of aura. Su Chen searches for fierce beasts that he can fight on the forest path. What's this? At this moment, Su Chen sees a trace under his feet. Upon closer inspection, he smiles. It's really easy to find. Yes, under Su Chen's feet at this moment is a huge footprint. If his guess is correct, this should be left by some kind of giant beast. Thinking of this, Su Chen does not hesitate at all and follows the footprint directly. Roar! After a while, a tiger's roar comes. A tiger? Su Chen is stunned. It turns out that there are tigers in this strange world too. He walks forward to take a closer look. Sure enough, not far away, there is a creature that looks like a tiger. However, this tiger is different from the tigers Su Chen had seen in the zoo before. The appearance is similar, but the fur on its body is black, covered with blue stripes. It is nearly 2 meters tall, not to mention its length. This huge creature forms a contrast with Su Chen's height. This guy is really big, Su Chen also exclaims. And at this moment, he can also feel the strength of that tiger. Refining Essence Realm, 3rd grade. Su Chen felt a bit speechless. The realm of this tiger was actually slightly higher than his own. A tiger at the 3rd grade of the Refining Essence Realm could probably wipe out a lower-level dynasty. However, such a powerful existence could only be encountered in places with abundant spiritual energy. Even in a higher-level dynasty, it might not necessarily give birth to beasts at the Refining Essence Realm. But dealing with a tiger at the 3rd grade of the Refining Essence Realm shouldn't be a problem. Su Chen felt somewhat confident at this moment. After all, he could speak the language of the ancient gods, which had the advantage of being able to use spiritual techniques comparable to the spiritual level regardless of one's own level. Just like how Su Chen successfully used the spiritual level stone hammer even before stepping into the body tempering realm. Observing secretly for a while, Su Chen also noticed a problem. That tiger seems to have been staying in one place all along, and it's very vigilant. Su Chen observed the huge tiger, sometimes lying still in one place, sometimes standing up and walking around, its gaze alert to its surroundings. Su Chen felt curious. This tiger didn't seem very relaxed, but rather like it was guarding something. Could it be guarding some spiritual herbs or treasures? Su Chen thought of this possibility. Some powerful beasts like to guard things like spiritual herbs or treasures. Could this tiger in front of him also be guarding something? Su Chen carefully observed but didn't notice anything unusual. When I go back this time, I must find a book introducing spiritual herbs and treasures. Su Chen felt helpless. He had only been in this world for less than half a month and there was much knowledge he hadn't learned. He had thought that getting stronger was enough, but now Su Chen finally realized the disadvantage of being uneducated. If he didn't study well, he would miss out on any precious treasures in the future. Roar! At that moment, the tiger let out a low roar. Su Chen looked over and saw the tiger staring at him. Quite sharp, to notice me like this? Su Chen smiled. Although Su Chen hadn't deliberately concealed himself, there was still some distance between them. Yet, even so, the huge tiger still noticed him and stared in his direction. Ha! At this moment, Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He felt a change in the surrounding spiritual energy. The wind attribute spiritual energy has become significantly denser. Su Chen could now sense various attributes of spiritual energy. Roaring wind blades. A voice shouted from the tiger's mouth. Su Chen was stunned. Damn, has this tiger turned into a demon? In the next moment, countless wind blades flew directly from the tiger's body. However, Su Chen didn't panic. With a slight movement, he muttered, "Accelerate." His body instantly shot out, dodging the numerous wind blades. Is that all? Let me show you what a real spiritual technique is. Su Chen sneered. Then he looked at the tiger and shouted, "Roaring wind blades." The tiger spoke the language of this world, while Su Chen used the language of the ancient gods. In just an instant, countless wind blades flew directly towards the tiger. The power of these wind blades was many times stronger than those used by the tiger. Seeing this, the tiger prepared to dodge but was enveloped by the countless wind blades in an instant. Roar! A scream echoed through the forest. Su Chen watched as the tiger, cut into pieces by his roaring wind blades, let out a cry of pain. Is the power of this spiritual technique so strong? Su Chen couldn't determine the level of this spiritual technique. However, being able to cut a tiger at the 3rd grade of the Refining Essence Realm into pieces indicated that it was not weak. At this moment, Su Chen also felt somewhat fortunate that he had dodged the roaring wind blades just now. Otherwise, he might have turned into pieces by now. I wonder what this tiger was guarding here. Su Chen also walked towards the place where the tiger had stopped earlier. After looking around, he didn't see anything strange. Could it really just be resting here? Su Chen felt it was somewhat unscientific. Could the tiger really be full and just walking around because it couldn't sleep lying down? But it didn't seem like it. The appearance was quite strange. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen closed his eyes. He then sensed the spiritual energy around him. Having reached the essence refinement realm, Su Chen's sensitivity to spiritual energy was very accurate. With his eyes closed, the spiritual energy around him became clearer. Every tree, every flower, and every blade of grass became distinct. At that moment, Su Chen felt that there was a flower beside him that seemed different from the surroundings. This flower emitted a faint spiritual energy. In Su Chen's eyes, in the world of spiritual energy, it appeared even more enchanting. It's this one. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at a flower not far from him. Although Su Chen didn't recognize it, the spiritual energy emanating from this flower was very strong. So Su Chen understood clearly that this strange flower was what the tiger was guarding. As for the wonderful uses or value of this flower, Su Chen was not sure. A natural treasure, destined for someone, you guarding it here doesn't mean you own it. Su Chen looked at the scattered meat on the ground, shook his head, and said, if the tiger hadn't been guarding it, Su Chen might not have discovered this wonderful flower. This should be the so-called natural treasure, right? After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen decided to take the flower with him. He planned to return to the Crimson Rainbow sect later to find out what it was and its purpose. After dealing with the third-grade essence refinement realm tiger and obtaining a spiritual herb of unknown use, Su Chen continued to wander in the forest. However, by sunset, he had not encountered any other ferocious beasts. Helplessly, he had to leave the forest. It's been a long time since I went back to the Crimson Rainbow sect. I'll go back tomorrow. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen decided to return. After all, a balance between work and rest was important. Moreover, he was now considered an elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect, although his strength was not particularly strong at the moment. But getting stronger was just a matter of time. On the QNA continent, who could enter the first-grade essence refinement realm within half a month? Only Su Chen, a monster like him. The next day, Su Chen left the back mountain and returned to the Crimson Rainbow sect. Inside the sect, there were many disciples, but no one recognized Su Chen. After all, during the test, there were not many senior disciples present besides the newcomers. So not many people knew Su Chen. Su Chen didn't mind, he couldn't just shout at someone he caught. Why not pay respects to this elder? That would be too childish, right? After passing through the crowded square, Su Chen arrived at the ancient temple where the books were stored. Elder Su. After showing his elder badge, the two guards quickly saluted. Su Chen nodded and walked straight towards the main hall. After a brief look, he went to where some ordinary books were stored. Natural treasures. Su Chen checked and found a book about natural treasures. After confirming it was the right one, Su Chen borrowed it directly. Of course, he needed to register before taking it, but it wasn't troublesome. After borrowing the book titled Miscellaneous Records of Natural Treasures, Su Chen returned to his residence. Phew! Let's see if this flower really belongs to the natural treasures. Su Chen took out the flower and placed it next to the book. Then he started flipping through the pages, comparing them. Of course, Su Chen mainly noted down all the natural treasures recorded in the book. It was unknown if it was due to his cultivation. Su Chen now feels that his memory is very good, and he quickly remembers those natural treasures. However, even so, it took him 2 days to finish the entire book. Impermanence Fire Orchid? Su Chen held the flower in his hand and carefully examined it. After reading the miscellaneous discussions on natural treasures, Su Chen now has some understanding of some natural treasures in this world. The flower in his hand is called Impermanence Fire Orchid. It is not a very high-quality spirit grass. After refining and ingesting it, it has some benefits for strong practitioners. It can enhance the cultivation of strong practitioners, but I wonder how much it can increase. Su Chen is a bit eager to try at this moment. According to the book, the Impermanence Fire Orchid does have some effects, but the specific size of the effect depends on the individual. Some people only increase their cultivation a little after ingesting it, while others directly increase by 1 grade. How should this thing be refined? Su Chen is a bit puzzled. Although after refining, it can be ingested directly. But how to refine it is not mentioned in the book. It seems that there is still a lot to learn. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. If Su Chen didn't misunderstand, this refining process should be similar to alchemy. The essence inside the spirit grass needs to be refined out in order to be ingested directly. So Su Chen may need to learn alchemy. I wonder if there are any alchemy books in the Crimson Rainbow sect. Su Chen is also a bit helpless at this moment. He doesn't know if alchemy is taught in the Crimson Rainbow sect. If there is, he wouldn't mind finding a book to study. Refining? Su Chen holds the Impermanence Fire Orchid, his brow furrowed. But just as Su Chen was speaking, spiritual energy surged in his palm. A flame condensed, enveloping the Impermanence Fire Orchid in his palm. Watching the Impermanence Fire Orchid wither rapidly under the roasting flame in his palm, turning into powder, leaving behind a drop of liquid. Su Chen was stunned. What is going on? The next moment, he realized that when he was puzzled just now and mentioned refining, he seemed to have used English. Can this work too? Su Chen is a bit confused. If the ancient divine language can serve as a technique and activate spiritual skills, Su Chen thinks it's fine. But can it also be used for refining? Then this ancient divine language is simply invincible. Su Chen looked at the drop of red liquid in his palm. Is this the essence left after refining the Impermanence Fire Orchid? Since the ancient gods are so powerful, Su Chen no longer hesitates. At this moment, he is more interested in the drop of red liquid in his palm. Just this drop can increase the strength of a practitioner by 1 grade? Su Chen curiously pointed at the drop of red liquid. No feeling. Let's try it. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen directly swallowed the drop of red liquid. Boom! At the moment Su Chen swallowed it, his ears rang for a moment, and then he felt a soft and warm energy like a tide spreading in his body. This energy is many times more concentrated than spiritual energy, and it is not overbearing. As a practitioner, he can bear it just right. This thing seems to be very easy to absorb. It is pure energy without the need for purification. Su Chen thought to himself. This energy is very warm, and Su Chen even feels that his whole body is warm. It is very comfortable, making Su Chen feel a bit like soaking in a hot spring. If cultivation could be this comfortable, that would be great. This is Su Chen's idea. However, absorbing spiritual energy is not painful either, just not as comfortable. It seems that using spirit grass to enhance strength is the best way. Not only is it very pure, but it also has no side effects. Of course, not all spirit herbs can be used. Some are not suitable, and if used without being able to refine the massive energy, one may explode and die. However, this capricious fire orchid is very suitable for refining the essence realm, which is why Su Chen had such a comfortable experience. After cultivating for about an hour, Su Chen absorbed the refined spirit liquid from the capricious fire orchid cleanly. At this point, Su Chen's realm also decisively reached the second level of the essence realm. Is cultivation so simple? Su Chen laughed. But if others heard this, they would probably be infuriated, because none of them reached the essence realm in less than a year. Feeling the power within his body, Su Chen became even more fascinated with power. The current realm is still too low. I wonder if there are any spirit herbs nearby. Su Chen was also somewhat hopeful at this point. If there were plenty of spirit herbs, enhancing his strength would be much simpler. However, Su Chen was not clear about the growth and distribution of spirit herbs. Elder Su Chen, have you returned? At this moment, Su Chen heard a voice outside. It was none other than Shirley. Curious as to why he had come knocking so soon after his return, Su Chen went downstairs to check. I'm here, what's the matter? Su Chen walked out of his residence, looked at Shirley, and asked, Elder Su, I'm glad you're here. Shirley seemed excited when he saw Su Chen. It seemed like something important was going on. Su Chen just looked at Shirley and didn't ask further. Shirley spoke up, the sect leader has something to discuss with Elder Su and asked me to find you. The sect leader? Su Chen hadn't expected the sect leader to seek him out. Yes, after Elder Su returns, the sect leader must see you. Shirley nodded in response. Alright, I'll go now. Where is the sect leader at the moment? Although he wasn't sure what it was about, he felt obliged to go upon the sect leader's request. In the meeting hall, Shirley quickly replied. Su Chen nodded and headed straight to the meeting hall. Over the past few days, Su Chen had become familiar with the Red Rainbow sect. Before long, he arrived at the meeting hall. After being announced by a disciple, Su Chen entered. The sect leader, along with several elders, is here. Su Chen saw not only Luo Ziying but also several elders with significant authority in the meeting hall. Elder Su, we were just looking for your strength? Luo Ziying's words trailed off as she suddenly froze. She had just sensed Su Chen's strength. Essence realm? The Grand Elder was also shocked. At this moment, he could feel that Su Chen's strength was indeed in the essence realm. However, Su Chen had not made a move, so he didn't know which level of the realm he had reached. But it was indeed the true essence realm. Elder Su has a keen eye. Su Chen smiled. This was indirectly admitting that he had reached the essence realm. Elder Su has only been at the Red Rainbow sect for less than half a month, right? One of the elders, whose name Su Chen remembered as Lu Zhua, remarked. Half a month to reach the essence realm? Elder Su's comprehension is truly exceptional. Another elder shook her head helplessly. It was truly a case of comparison causing frustration. Back in her day, it took her about a year and 3 months to reach the essence realm and almost a year for the body refining realm, totaling nearly 2.5 years. Yet now, in just half a month, Su Chen had surpassed the body refining realm and entered the essence realm. The difference was like night and day. It seems that there should be no objections from the elders regarding this matter, right? Luo Ziying looked at the elders and said with a faint smile. Su Chen was still unsure about what they were discussing, but it seemed to involve him. No objections. Elder Su Chen can handle this responsibility. Yes, that's right. Several elders expressed their agreement. Su Chen was still curious about what they were talking about. Elder Su Chen, do you know about the newborn experience? Luo Ziying asked. I don't. Su Chen replied almost without hesitation. After all, he really didn't know. Luo Ziying. Ahem, every year new disciples enter the Crimson Rainbow sect, and the disciples from last year need to undergo a trial to test their achievements over the year. If they pass, they will continue to be cultivated, if not, most will be sent away. At this point, Elder San coughed and explained to Su Chen, "Is this also about me?" Su Chen thought that once he entered the Crimson Rainbow sect, he would be able to stay. Of course, if you want to stay, it's possible, but you need to contribute to the sect. Many of the guards and cleaning disciples are those who did not pass the trial. Elder San added. Then, what does this have to do with me? Do I have to participate too? Su Chen was taken aback, feeling like this matter had nothing to do with him. Could it be that he also needed to go on the trial with those disciples? Yes, the sect master hopes that Elder Su Chen will also go. Elder San nodded. Ha, such an embarrassing thing? Going on the trial with the disciples? Of course, Elder Su Chen will go as an accompanying elder. The sect master wants Elder Su Chen to familiarize himself with the surrounding terrain and the sect. Originally, we were worried that Elder Su Chen's strength was not enough, but today it seems that Elder Su Chen can go. This was the intention of sect master Luo Ziying, as reiterated by Elder San. Accompanying elder? So it's not going on the trial together? After being enlightened by several elders, Su Chen understood. Every year, new disciples enter the Crimson Rainbow sect, and it is time to evaluate the performance of the previous batch of disciples. Led by 2 elders and 10 disciples who have reached the essence refinement realm and strength, they will accompany the group of disciples who have just entered the body tempering realm on the trial. The trial route may be dangerous, but it can also ensure the safety of the disciples. If it is too dangerous, the accompanying elders and senior brothers and sisters will intervene. The performance during the trial is the main criterion. One can choose to withdraw midway, but if they do, they will not have the opportunity to continue practicing in the Crimson Rainbow sect. However, even if they do not pass the trial, they can choose to stay in the sect. As for disciples who have not entered the body tempering realm within a year, they can choose to stay in the sect like those who did not pass the trial. Within 3 years, if they can enter the body tempering realm, they can participate in the trial. Of course, the assessment criteria will be stricter. After all, they have had more time to practice than others. We were worried about your strength before, and the elders hesitated a bit, as the accompanying elders also need to protect the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect. But now it seems that your strength exceeds our expectations, so you can accompany them. Luo Ziying looked at Su Chen at this moment, her eyes full of envy. Her talent was also very strong, advancing from just starting to practice to entering the essence refinement realm within a year. But even with such talent, compared to Su Chen, she was nothing. Elder Su Chen, have you practiced any spiritual techniques now? The Grand Elder nodded and casually asked. I have practiced one called Roaring Wind Blade. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, as it seemed that he had only learned the Roaring Wind Blade of that tiger. He had looked at other spiritual techniques, but had not practiced them. Roaring Wind Blade? Is there such a spiritual technique in the Crimson Rainbow sect? Isn't that the innate spiritual technique of the Black Wind Tiger? Yes, it is indeed the spiritual technique of that monster. At this point, the elders discussed for a moment and remembered. However, they all frowned slightly. Elder Su Chen, are you talking about the innate spiritual technique Roaring Wind Blade of the monster Black Wind Tiger? One of the elders asked. Obviously, this was not a human spiritual technique. So you call them monsters? I didn't know what it was, but I encountered it in the back mountains, a third-grade essence refinement realm tiger. It attacked me with Roaring Wind Blade, and I learned it, using the same spiritual technique to cut it into pieces. So it's not called a beast, but a monster, and it has a name? Black Wind Tiger? It does sound somewhat familiar. What? You killed a third-grade essence refinement realm Black Wind Tiger? As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, he saw the shocked expressions on the faces of several elders. Let me test my strength. Turns out that guy was a bit too weak, and there were no other demonic beasts there. Su Chen nodded helplessly. Why are you all so shocked every time? Can't you be more normal? At this moment, the elders had nothing to say. Although the Black Wind Tiger was a third-grade demonic beast in the refining essence realm, its innate spiritual skills could rival those of a low-grade spiritual level. Su Chen directly avoided it and even used the demonic beast's skills to counterattack the demonic beast. Just how strong is Su Chen's comprehension? Then it's settled. This time, Elder Su Chen and Elder Fei Jing will lead the team together. Luo Ziying decided. Su Chen's displayed strength was very powerful, and this experience would be beneficial for him. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Elder Fei Jing also nodded. She was a female elder who appeared to be quite old and had the strength of a first-grade qi refining realm. In the Red Rainbow sect, her strength could rank in the top 10. It was estimated that she was worried that Su Chen might not be able to use his power well, which was why she was accompanying him. However, Su Chen didn't think much of it. He was just interested in this experience and asked, "When do we set off?" 1 month later, Luo Ziyin replied. 1 month? He could still grow a bit more. Su Chen thought to himself. After leaving the council chamber, Su Chen did not return to his residence but headed straight to the mountain forest in the Red Rainbow sect. With 1 month left, he wanted to cultivate further. According to what Su Chen had learned in the past 2 days, advancing in strength in the refining essence realm was very difficult. Some people took 2 years to progress from just starting cultivation to entering the refining essence realm, but they remained in that realm for a lifetime. Despite numerous attempts to break through to the Qi refining realm, they failed. Just like in the Red Rainbow sect, although there were many experts in the refining essence realm, there were only a few above the Qi refining realm. There were only the sect master and a few grand elders in the void returning realm. But your cultivation speed definitely can't compare to mine. Su Chen smiled slightly, found a rock, and sat down to start cultivating. Spiritual energy continuously gathered from all directions, condensed on Su Chen's body, and was then absorbed by him. Time spent cultivating always passed quickly. Soon, the month was up. On that day, Su Chen appeared in the Red Rainbow sect. "You finally showed up." As soon as Su Chen returned to his residence, a voice rang out. Su Chen looked over and saw a graceful figure, who was Luo Ziyin, sect master. Su Chen smiled when he saw her. He then said, "Since the sect master entrusted such an important matter to me, I naturally won't forget. Follow me." It was clear that Luo Ziyin had been waiting here for Su Chen to return. If Su Chen hadn't come back on time, she would probably have been disappointed. However, since Su Chen had returned on time, Luo Ziyin also understood that Su Chen did not disregard the Red Rainbow sect despite his exceptional comprehension talent. It was because of this that Luo Ziyin felt at ease leaving him in the Red Rainbow sect and even entrusted him with an important task. Su Chen nodded and followed behind Luo Ziyin. Soon, the two arrived at the square of the Red Rainbow sect. The square was already crowded with people. In the middle of the square, there was a group of people who, if Su Chen guessed correctly, were the disciples participating in this experience. The 10 people in front were the accompanying disciples. At the forefront were several figures, who were the elders of the Red Rainbow sect. The sect master has arrived. At this moment, the elders also saw Luo Ziyin and Su Chen. Although they were surprised as to why the two had come together, they didn't ask further. Sect master. Whether they were elders or disciples, they all saluted when they saw Luo Ziyin. Is everything arranged? Luo Ziyin nodded and asked. Everything is ready. The grand elder nodded. Then Luo Ziyin also stood on the stage and looked at the crowd below. Do you have confidence that this journey may not be smooth all the way? Her voice was soft but reached every disciple's ears. Yes. A resounding answer echoed through the sky. Every disciple seemed as if they were injected with chicken blood. Su Chen looked at the disciples below, most of them were filled with excitement. However, there were 3 people who appeared calmer. 2 men and a woman, these 3 were among the first 10 disciples, probably senior brothers and sisters who were accompanying the group. Accompanying you this time are Elder Fei Jing, Elder Su Chen, and 10 senior brothers and sisters in the refining essence realm, Luo Ziyin introduced briefly. However, Su Chen was not interested, especially since Elder Fei Jing was quite old, making Su Chen feel indifferent. Among the 3 calmer disciples, Su Chen found the female disciple impressive. She was dressed in red, with fair skin like snow and a hint of youthfulness on her face, making her look young. Elder Fei Jing, who are those few? Su Chen asked Elder Fei Jing beside him. Of course, Su Chen was referring to those 3. They are Gu Ziyuan, Lui Yang, and Ji Shiyu. Among the disciples accompanying this time, these 3 have the strongest abilities. The other 2 have abilities at the 3rd level of the refining essence realm, while Ji Shiyu has reached the 5th level, Elder Fei Jing explained, showing some knowledge about the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Su Chen was somewhat surprised to hear, 5 years to reach the 5th level of the refining essence realm? Elder Fei Jing was almost speechless at Su Chen's words, but considering that Su Chen had entered the Crimson Rainbow sect only half a month ago and had already reached the refining essence realm, and now, after another month, his strength had probably increased significantly. This was a terrifying speed of cultivation, surpassing anyone else. So Elder Fei Jing remained silent. Seeing Elder Fei Jing not speaking, Su Chen did not ask further. Soon, the group set off. Su Chen had learned earlier that the main training location this time was a forest full of demonic beasts. Most of these demonic beasts were at the body tempering realm, but there were also some at the refining essence realm, which was why the accompanying elders were there to protect the disciples. They wouldn't need to take action unless it was a matter of life and death. Of course, if they couldn't even kill a body-tempering realm demonic beast, it would be considered a failure in the assessment. Su Chen walked ahead with Elder Fei Jing. It was mainly Elder Fei Jing leading the way, as Su Chen was not familiar with the area. The 10 refining essence realm disciples followed behind. Elder Su, this time the sect master intends for you to familiarize yourself with the terrain, so pay close attention, Elder Fei Jing said to Su Chen. This time it wasn't originally Su Chen's task, but the sect master strongly recommended it, so Su Chen was allowed to join. Okay. Su Chen nodded. This was his first time leaving the Crimson Rainbow sect since arriving in this world. When he woke up, he was already on a spaceship heading to the Crimson Rainbow sect. Of course, this spaceship was like a ship in the sea, but flying in the sky. At that time, Su Chen found it magical. After more than a month in this world, he was gradually becoming familiar with everything. He was also somewhat eager to explore outside, and this time happened to be the opportunity. Without needing others to say more, Su Chen would naturally experience it well. The 10 disciples behind him were also discussing among themselves. Is that Elder Su Chen? He looks quite young. A male disciple said to another female disciple beside him. Yes, indeed. The female disciple nodded. Looking at Su Chen's back, there was a hint of admiration in her beautiful eyes. This trace of admiration was also seen by that male disciple, who lightly said, "It is said that he was sent by the Water Cloud dynasty to compete for disciples, but accidentally became an elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect." What do you mean by accidentally? Shang Honghai, don't talk nonsense, the female disciple frowned slightly, looking displeased. Am I talking nonsense? It's just a coincidence that I happen to recognize those ancient divine texts. I suppose that even the lower-level dynasty must have spent a lot of resources to teach him in advance. Judging by his comprehension, he's not even as good as me, Shang Honghai said disdainfully. Elder Su Chen entered the body-tempering realm in half a day. What about you? Upon hearing Shang Honghai's words, the female disciple looked at him disdainfully and walked away. Shang Honghai frowned slightly, then looked at Su Chen's back with some anger. Ahead, Gu Ziang and Lua Yang were also discussing Su Chen. Why can Elder Su Chen, being so young, become an elder? Lua Yang asked Gu Ziang while looking at Su Chen. Gu Ziang glanced at Su Chen and said, his comprehension talent is extremely strong. This was what Gu Ziang heard from the elders of the Crimson Rainbow sect. When talking about Su Chen's talent, the elders' eyes showed amazement, which Gu Ziang also noticed. The elders of the Crimson Rainbow sect have high standards, and being recognized for comprehension talent is already impressive, not to mention being amazed. I've heard that Elder Su Chen's comprehension talent was evident when he entered the Crimson Rainbow sect. He first appeared in the assessment, attracting the sect master's personal attention, and was invited to be an elder. Then, he read the martial arts in the spirit hall and entered the body-tempering realm in half a day. Lua Yang said at this time, such comprehension talent, even envied by many who are considered geniuses, half a day? Just then, the usually indifferent Ji Shiyu suddenly spoke up. Ji Shiyu usually didn't pay much attention to these matters, she only liked to cultivate. This time, she encountered a bottleneck, and the elder who taught her suggested she go out for some experience, so she came out. She was not very clear about the matters of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Although not very willing to admit it, this was a fact, and Lua Yang could only nod. More than that, I heard from the third elder that he entered the essence refinement realm within half a month. The third elder was the teacher who taught Gu Ziang, and he revealed a bit to Gu Ziang. Upon hearing Gu Ziang's words, both Lua Yang and Ji Shiyu showed a look of shock. Really? Lua Yang found it hard to believe. They had been practicing in the Crimson Rainbow sect for more than a year, and entering the essence refinement realm in that time was already considered a genius. Elder Su Chen, entering the essence refinement realm in half a month? How is that possible? Who knows? But if it is such a terrifying talent, it is understandable for him to hold the position of elder. Gu Ziang shook his head. He originally thought his comprehension talent was very strong, but facing Elder Su Chen, he felt a sense of powerlessness. Lua Yang and Ji Shiyu also had the same feeling. This was a genius that could not be surpassed. They did not doubt it. After all, those were the words of other elders, and the sect master promoting Su Chen to elder was not done lightly. At this moment, Ji Shiyu was also curiously watching Su Chen. Half a day in the body-tempering realm, half a month in the essence refinement realm. Such achievements made Ji Shiyu, who had always been disdainful of her peers, a little curious. Half a day later, everyone arrived at a forest. We must be vigilant next. There are many demonic beasts in this forest. If we encounter body-tempering realm demonic beasts, we will not take action. If we cannot even kill body-tempering realm demonic beasts, the training will not pass. Elder Fei Jing spoke as they arrived. Then added, a reminder, killing 5 body-tempering realm demonic beasts will allow you to pass successfully. Yes. Upon hearing this, the group of disciples quickly responded. In their tone, there was a hint of fear, but more of excitement. As long as they passed the training, they could continue to cultivate in the Crimson Rainbow sect. And you can also get some good resources. So for this experience, these disciples are also quite looking forward to it. Entering the forest, those disciples also became vigilant. Roar! At this moment, a monster beast suddenly rushed out from somewhere. Su Chen looked over and saw that its strength was at the body-tempering realm. In other words, it was no match for him. Who will go? Elder Fei Jing spoke up at this time. The group of disciples, obviously facing a monster beast for the first time, were somewhat afraid. But at this moment, a male disciple stepped forward. Disciple will go and deal with this monster beast. The male disciple clasped his fists towards Su Chen and Fei Jing, saying, Elder Fei Jing nodded. And the disciple went forward. A breath slowly diffused. The strength of the body-tempering realm. Then he started fighting with the monster beast. This disciple should also have good talent, facing the monster beast without fear. At the beginning, the attacks of the monster beast were quite fierce. However, gradually, a sense of defeat appeared. Although the roars continued, appearing fierce, in the end, the disciple successfully killed the monster beast. Good. What is your name? Seeing the disciple successfully kill the body-tempering realm monster beast, Elder Fei Jing nodded in satisfaction. After all, elders prefer disciples who have the courage to step forward first and have good strength. Disciple Ji Qinglin. Ji Qinglin also excitedly reported his name. Alright, I have noted it down. Elder Fei Jing nodded at this time, then found Ji Qinglin's name in a book and recorded it. With this encouragement, other disciples were also eager to try. The next encountered monster beasts, those disciples also actively participated. Along the way, they encountered quite a few monster beasts, but they were mostly at the body-tempering realm. Occasionally, a monster beast at the essence refining realm appeared, but it was quickly killed by 2 of the 10 essence refining realm disciples. Su Chen was initially somewhat interested, but now he was not. This journey was a bit boring. And so, it continued for half a day. It was now evening. Stop. There are more powerful monster beasts in the forest at night. Let's rest here. Elder Fei Jing ordered at this time. For monster beasts, night is the time for hunting. If they were to continue on forcefully, it might be dangerous. Thinking of these disciples at the body-tempering realm, Elder Fei Jing also stopped. Set up tents, make a fire. As an elder, Su Chen naturally didn't need to do any work. At this time, he was bored looking around. After everything was ready, some of the disciples were chatting together, while others began to cultivate. Seeing those diligent disciples cultivating, Elder Fei Jing nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a disciple at the essence refining realm walked up. He walked towards Su Chen. This person was Sheng Honhai. Elder Su Chen. Sheng Honhai walked up to Su Chen, clasping his hands in salute. What's the matter? Su Chen had been observing the surroundings, feeling that it was unusually quiet. It was only when he saw a disciple approaching that he came back to his senses. Disciple wants to exchange pointers with Elder Su Chen. Sheng Honghai looked at Su Chen and spoke lightly. Nonsense. Before Su Chen could speak, Elder Fei Jing shouted sternly. Those disciples, upon hearing that Sheng Honghai wanted to challenge Su Chen, also looked over curiously. Some disciples were also somewhat puzzled about Su Chen becoming an elder. After all, they were not clear about Su Chen's strength and didn't know many details. They only knew that Su Chen had entered the body-tempering realm half a day after entering the Crimson Rainbow sect. So what? Everyone here, every disciple, had entered the body-tempering realm. In their eyes, Su Chen was just a bit faster. Even a few essence-refining realm disciples thought the same, and Sheng Honghai was one of them. Sheng Honghai was not convinced by the elder who was at a lower realm than him. The disciple is not making trouble, just unclear about some things and wants to exchange pointers with senior Su Chen in order to seek a breakthrough. Sheng Honghai was very respectful towards Elder Fei Jing, as he knew that Elder Fei Jing was a strong expert in the qi refining realm. Oh, want to exchange pointers? Let's exchange then. Elder Fei Jing sneered. She knew that Su Chen had entered the essence refining realm, while Sheng Honghai was at the second level of the essence refining realm. If he couldn't directly crush him, other disciples might not be convinced. That's why Elder Fei Jing was so angry. Provoking an elder was undoubtedly provoking the Red Rainbow sect. This kind of situation must not be allowed. Disciple dares not. Sheng Honghai quickly said. Su Chen also sneered, dares not to exchange pointers with Elder Fei Jing, but dares with me? Disciple did not mean that. Although he meant exactly that, Shang Honghai did not dare to say it directly in front of Elder Fei Jing. Alright, if you want to exchange pointers, then come. Su Chen naturally understood that in order to make these disciples convinced, he must make an example. However, in Su Chen's eyes, the strength of this example was somewhat lacking. In his view, the second level of the essence refining realm was too weak. Senior Su Chen. Fei Jing also spoke up with some concern. But Su Chen waved his hand, just a second level of the essence refining realm. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Fei Jing paused for a moment and then nodded. At this moment, Fei Jing also remembered that Su Chen had previously mentioned that he had killed a third level of the essence refining realm Black Wing Tiger. Dealing with Shang Honghai should not be difficult. Please enlighten me, Senior Su Chen. Shang Honghai, upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, also clasped his hands. He wanted to defeat Su Chen in front of so many disciples and then say to Su Chen, "You are not worthy." After speaking, Shang Honghai also glanced at the female disciple who was chatting with him not far away. But at this moment, the female disciple's eyes were full of disdain, which made Shang Honghai even more furious. He vowed to completely defeat Su Chen. In an instant, the aura of the second level of the essence refining realm erupted, asking for trouble. The female disciple said lightly, "Senior Su Chen, please." Shang Honghai suppressed his anger and spoke. Su Chen was also ready to make a move. Roar! At this moment, a roar sounded out. Roar! 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 Countless roars followed, accompanied by the ground shaking. Upon hearing these roars, the group of disciples also had a huge change in their expressions. Fei Jing remained calm and said in a low voice, "Don't panic, be on guard." But at this moment, a roughly 10-foot tall monster appeared in front of everyone. Fei Jing's expression changed when she saw the monster, which was at the first level of the Qi refining realm. A monster at the first level of the Qi refining realm? Fei Jing's face also became somewhat serious. Her own strength was also at the first level of the Qi refining realm. This forest was originally just a place for training, and for so many years, no monsters at the Qi refining realm had been found. That's why she had been very confident in letting the disciples come here for training. But she had not expected that on the first day, they would encounter a monster at the Qi refining realm. Even Fei Jing had to go all out. Qi refining realm? Su Chen looked at the monster with curiosity. He had not expected that there would be monsters at the Qi refining realm here. The disciples, upon hearing Fei Jing's words, were also somewhat shocked but not overly afraid. After all, Fei Jing herself was at the first level of the Qi refining realm and had many methods and spiritual techniques in her practice, so she should have a good chance of dealing with it. So these disciples were not too worried and some were even eager to try. After all, being able to witness a battle between a Qi refining realm expert and a Qi refining realm monster would be very beneficial for them. But this excitement did not last long. Roar! At this moment, another monster's roar sounded out. This, another monster at the first level of the Qi refining realm? Upon seeing the appearance of the second demon beast, Elder Fei Jing's face also turned terrifyingly grim. She had confidence in dealing with a demon beast at the Qi refining realm, but not with two of them. Another demon beast at the Qi refining realm? How is that possible? Two demon beasts at the Qi refining realm? How could this be? Aren't there only demon beasts at the body tempering realm and essence refining realm? When they saw the second demon beast at the Qi refining realm, the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect also had drastic changes in their expressions. Can Elder Fei Jing handle two demon beasts at the Qi refining realm? Disciples at the essence refining realm, follow my orders. Do your best to delay one demon beast at the Qi refining realm. I will quickly deal with the other one. Faced with two demon beasts at the Qi refining realm, Elder Fei Jing did not dare to underestimate them. Yes. At this moment, the disciples at the essence refining realm, including Gu Ziyuan, Lu Yang, and Ji Shiyu, all showed a serious expression. Although their strength was considered top-notch among the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect, they were still only at the essence refining realm. They had no chance of winning against demon beasts at the Qi refining realm. Roar! Just as everyone was preparing for battle, another roar resounded. Before long, another demon beast at the Qi refining realm appeared with formidable strength. This time, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. 3 demon beasts at the Qi refining realm with formidable strength? Elder Fei Jing's face turned ashen. She had confidence in dealing with a demon beast at the Qi refining realm. With 2 of them, she could let these essence refining realm disciples handle it. But with 3, Elder Fei Jing had no chance of winning at all. And when the 3rd demon beast at the Qi refining realm appeared, the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect also showed a look of despair on their faces. 3 demon beasts at the Qi refining realm? Su Chen looked at the 3 demon beasts in front of him, his brows furrowed. He had not expected that there were 3 demon beasts at the Qi refining realm hidden in this forest. Elder, what should we do now? Gu Ziyuan also asked. He was also aware that 3 demon beasts at the Qi refining realm with formidable strength were not something they could handle. I will do my best to delay them. You take the other disciples and quickly leave the forest. Elder Fei Jing spoke. This was the only thing they could do now. With 3 demon beasts at the Qi refining realm, she alone could not handle it. Today, it seemed that they would have to stay here. However, the other disciples were the lifeblood of the Crimson Rainbow sect and must leave. Elder, let me stay to help you delay them. Although my strength is not enough, I can still delay one of them for a while. Ji Shiyu also spoke up. She knew that Elder Fei Jing could not possibly deal with 3 demon beasts at the Qi refining realm. Staying behind would be risky. Elder, let us stay too. Gu Ziyuan and Lui Yang also spoke after hearing Ji Shiyu's words. Although their strength was not as good as Ji Shiyu's, they could still delay one demon beast for some time by working together. Nonsense! You are the future of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Quickly take the other disciples and leave. I will delay them. If you are fast enough, perhaps you can bring reinforcements. Gu Ziyuan, Lui Yang, and Ji Shiyu were all outstanding disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect and must not stay here. Elder, the 3 of them clearly did not want to leave. Go quickly! Elder Fei Jing shouted. Such a touching scene. At this moment, an untimely voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Su Chen eating spiritual fruit on the side. Elder Su Chen, this matter is of great importance. Please take the other disciples and leave quickly. It was only then that Elder Fei Jing and the others remembered that Su Chen, who was only at the essence refining realm, was among the accompanying elders this time. However, Su Chen's strength was not enough to deal with demon beasts at the Qi refining realm. Why leave? It's just 3 demon beasts at the Qi refining realm. Su Chen spoke indifferently. After hearing this, others were also somewhat angry. Fei Jing suppressed his anger and slowly spoke. Elder Su Chen, I know your comprehension is excellent, but this is a demonic beast in the Qi refining realm. For the safety of the disciples, please quickly take the other disciples and leave. Gu Ziyuan, Lui Yang, and Ji Shiyu also frowned and looked at Su Chen. If you want to leave, then leave. These 3 demonic beasts can be my practice targets. Su Chen sneered. Then he took a step forward and walked straight towards the 3 demonic beasts rushing towards him. You! Elder Fei Jing was about to be infuriated by Su Chen. But before she could speak, she felt Su Chen's momentum rising steadily. With each step Su Chen took, his momentum increased. Refining Essence Realm 5th grade. Refining Essence Realm 6th grade. Refining Essence Realm 7th grade. Qi Refining Realm. Qi Refining Realm 1st grade. Qi Refining Realm 2nd grade. It wasn't until now that he slowly stopped. Qi Refining Realm 2nd grade. Feeling the aura emanating from Su Chen, Elder Fei Jing also exclaimed. She never expected that Su Chen's strength had already reached the level of Qi Refining Realm 2nd grade. How did he cultivate to this level? Su Chen had only been at the Crimson Rainbow sect for 2 months, and he had already reached the level of Qi Refining Realm 2nd grade? She had been cultivating for decades. The surrounding disciples, upon hearing Elder Fei Jing's words, were also filled with shock. Qi Refining Realm 2nd grade? How is that possible? No one believed that Su Chen could reach the level of Qi Refining Realm 2nd grade, surpassing Elder Fei Jing. Looking at Su Chen's rising aura, both the disciples and Elder Fei Jing were extremely shocked. It's worth noting that just 2 months ago, Su Chen didn't even know what cultivation was. And now, he had entered the Qi Refining realm. In the Crimson Rainbow sect, he could already be ranked in the top 10. Gulp! Someone swallowed nervously. Everyone suddenly realized. In Ji Shiyu's beautiful eyes, there was also a hint of excitement. Even she, who had always been aloof, was somewhat moved by such a talented individual. If it were other Crimson Rainbow sect elders with such strength, Ji Shiyu wouldn't be impressed. But the person in front of her, who was not even 20 years old, was even younger than her. Yet he had reached the Qi Refining realm. How could she not be moved? Shin Honghai, on the other hand, was full of fear. He had just foolishly challenged a Qi Refining Realm 2nd grade expert. With his Refining Essence Realm strength, he was no match for even a single finger of the other party. Elder Su Chen, you have entered the Qi Refining Realm 2nd grade? Although she felt it, Elder Fei Jing was still surprised. Just a month ago, Su Chen had only been in the Refining Essence Realm. 1 realm in 1 month, how did he achieve this? Didn't you see it? Protect those disciples, and leave these 3 demonic beasts to me, Su Chen said lightly. Although these 3 demonic beasts were all in the Qi Refining realm, they were only at the 1st grade, while Su Chen was at the 2nd grade. Dealing with them wouldn't be too difficult. Shall I hold one down for you to deal with the rest quickly? Elder Fei Jing looked at the three demonic beasts that were almost in front of them and suggested. But Su Chen shook his head. There's no need. These three demonic beasts were just right for him to consolidate his strength. Although Su Chen's spiritual energy had become very condensed after purification, without actual combat, he could never control it as easily as his own arm. Only through battle could Su Chen truly master the power of the qi refining realm. This was something that even the ancient gods couldn't achieve through language alone. So, after finally encountering three demonic beasts with the strength of qi refining realm first grade, Su Chen didn't want to share them with anyone else. Then Elder Su Chen, please be extra careful. After hearing Su Chen's words, Fei Jing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although she had previously thought that Su Chen had great comprehension, she wasn't very reassured, as the refining essence realm was nothing compared to the qi refining realm. But now, Su Chen had entered the qi refining realm within a month. Fei Jing is also convinced at this moment. So she also has a bit of confidence in Su Chen's strength. Su Chen nodded, then looked at the fastest running monster. This was the first monster that ran towards Su Chen and the others. Without any hesitation, Su Chen also ran towards that monster. Everyone was curious, facing this level of monster, shouldn't they gather spiritual skills and attack again? When they first entered the Red Rainbow sect, they were taught this. But they forgot that the Su Chen in front of them had never studied at the Red Rainbow sect for a day. Since showing extremely strong cultivation insight, the Red Rainbow sect allowed Su Chen to cultivate on his own, so Su Chen had no thoughts. With a run-up, he quickly leaped up. Then he swept a foot. Immediately, spiritual energy gathered on Su Chen's foot. This foot swept over and landed on the head of the monster in the qi refinement realm. Roar! The monster let out a low roar. It wanted to resist but didn't have time, and was kicked out 100 meters by Su Chen's foot. Hiss, that's the Tianluo illusion beast, known for its strong defense, yet it was kicked away by Elder Su Chen with 1 foot. Fei Jing also gasped in shock at this moment, feeling extremely amazed. These three monsters were the Tianluo illusion beasts known for their strong defense. Elder Su Chen is truly a person who even the three elders find very impressive. Gu Ziyan also nodded. Such formidable strength made even this proud son of heaven feel a bit numb. Still got some skills. Su Chen looked at the Tianluo illusion beast that was only kicked 100 meters away and nodded. He had exerted quite a bit of force with that kick. Unexpectedly, the Tianluo illusion beast could withstand it. But it won't be so easy next time. Su Chen was just testing the waters earlier. At this moment, the second Tianluo illusion beast also arrived in front of Su Chen. Without any hesitation, Su Chen punched out. A sonic boom resounded instantly. Spiritual energy gathered in Su Chen's fist, and the next moment it struck the head of the Tianluo illusion beast. The powerful punch directly sent the second Tianluo illusion beast flying hundreds of meters. This punch was even more powerful than the previous kick. The group of people from the Red Rainbow sect were stunned. Su Chen dealt with the third Tianluo illusion beast in the same way, punching it out. The Tianluo illusion beast was directly sent flying by Su Chen. Is this really a Tianluo illusion beast in the qi refinement realm? A voice sounded at this moment. Everyone was somewhat stunned. After all, in their eyes, a monster in the qi refinement realm was extremely formidable. Even human experts in the same realm would find it very difficult to deal with. Even with powerful spiritual skills, the outcome was unpredictable. When did they see a human expert, in a similar realm, simply relying on their own spiritual energy to crush three monsters known for their defense in the qi refinement realm? Too strong, Elder Su Chen is too strong. Watching the continuously attacking but constantly losing Tianluo monsters in the field, Elder Fei Jing also muttered. She had never seen such a scene before. It's really boring. Su Chen fought for a while and found that he could now use the spiritual energy in his body freely, feeling satisfied at this moment. However, the three Tianluo illusion beasts were already out of breath from Su Chen's attacks. Tianluo armor. It growled lowly, and layers of crystal-like scales appeared on its body. How can it speak again? Su Chen found it somewhat strange. Like the Black Wind Tiger, the Tianluo illusion beast could only roar, but when using spiritual skills, it could speak human language. That's the Tianluo illusion beast's innate spiritual skill, Tianluo armor, with extremely strong defense. At this moment, Elder Fei Jing also shouted. She was more familiar with these monsters than Su Chen. Roaring Wind Blade. Su Chen looked at the three Tianluo illusion beasts covered in crystal scales in front of him and shouted. For the current Su Chen, the roaring wind blade he unleashed now is many times more powerful than when he was in the essence refinement realm. Upon hearing Su Chen's low shout, Elder Fei Jing's eyes also narrowed in astonishment. Comparable to the ancient divine language of the superior spirit techniques of the spiritual level? Subsequently, he felt the surrounding wind attribute spiritual energy rapidly converging between heaven and earth. Eventually, it condensed into wind blades, swiftly rushing towards the direction of the three Tianluo illusion beasts. In the forest, a gust of wind howled, lifting countless fallen leaves. However, compared to the wind elsewhere, this gust was no match. As Su Chen's roaring wind blade emerged, it swiftly flew towards the three Tianluo illusion beasts. This is the roaring wind blade of the Black Wind Tiger. Originally, its power was at most superior grade, but in Su Chen's hands, it has reached the level of superior spirit techniques. Elder Fei Jing, who had lived for many years, could see through it. Su Chen's spirit technique was the innate spirit technique of the Black Wind Tiger. Although sometimes the Black Wind Tiger could perform exceptionally, it could not reach the level of superior spirit techniques. Su Chen's comprehension once again made Elder Fei Jing look at him with new eyes. Roar! 3 roars almost sounded simultaneously. The crystal scales on the bodies of the Tianluo illusion beasts emitted a golden light. They seemed to sense the danger as well. Break! Su Chen shouted. The roaring wind blade fell on the Tianluo illusion beasts at this moment. Ding ding ding! A series of sounds of gold and iron clashing rang out. The disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect saw that with this sound, the crystal scales on the Tianluo illusion beasts shattered. Subsequently, those wind blades also cut the Tianluo illusion beasts into pieces. Gulp! Some disciples, seeing this scene, found it difficult to swallow. That was a demonic beast with the strength of the gas transformation realm. And there were 3 of them. They were actually unable to withstand an attack of a superior spirit technique in the hands of Elder Su Chen. Elder Su Chen's methods were truly terrifying. Too weak. Su Chen looked at the 3 Tianluo demonic beasts being easily dealt with and clapped his hands. Then he ran over and directly searched out 3 golden beads from the flesh and blood. There really are demon cores. Su Chen was also satisfied as he collected the 3 golden beads. He had read in a book before that when a demonic beast entered the gas transformation realm, it could condense demon cores in its head. Now it seemed to be true. What are you all staring at? Su Chen also saw that the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect were all dumbfounded. He shouted, "Ah! We won! Elder Su Chen really won! And he won so easily! Great job, Elder Su Chen!" After Su Chen's words fell, the group of people cheered. They had thought they were doomed this time, but Su Chen single-handedly turned the tide. With just his own strength, he easily dealt with 3 demonic beasts of the gas transformation realm. This kind of strength made these disciples admire him endlessly. Elder Su Chen, this time, we really owe it to you. Elder Fei Jing also arched his hand towards Su Chen and said, "This time, if it weren't for Su Chen, the situation could not have been resolved at all." Just now, Elder Fei Jing had resigned himself to death. Unexpectedly, Su Chen had reached the strength of the gas transformation realm 2nd grade, and he easily killed 3 Tianluo illusion beasts with the strength of the gas transformation realm 1st grade. These were demonic beasts. Generally, even if a human of the gas transformation realm 3rd grade were to fight a demonic beast of the gas transformation realm 1st grade, it would be quite difficult to win. Su Chen, on the other hand, fought 3 by himself, and in a crushing manner. It's all for the Crimson Rainbow sect. Su Chen waved his hand. He didn't feel proud at all. After all, the novels he read were all about fighting opponents of higher levels. But Su Chen couldn't help it, his cultivation speed was just too fast. Carelessly, he became stronger than these 3 demonic beasts of the gas transformation realm. Elder Su Chen, your righteousness. After returning, I will definitely report to the sect master. Elder Fei Jing hurriedly said. Su Chen nodded. It needs to be reported, and a thorough investigation is also needed. What does Elder Su Chen mean? Fei Jing was also puzzled after hearing Su Chen's words. I suppose the Red Rainbow sect has already explored this forest before, right? Su Chen slowly spoke. Well, although we didn't investigate in detail, we did explore it. Elder Fei Jing nodded. Although the disciples trained here every year, for caution's sake, they would still send disciples to explore. This time, those disciples probably weren't paying attention, or maybe the demonic beasts at the Qi refining realm were too powerful for them to detect. Well, since there has been an investigation, even if the people who came were not attentive and had low strength, it is impossible that they didn't discover 3 demonic beasts at the Qi refining realm. These are not ordinary demonic beasts, but demonic beasts at the Qi refining realm. Even a slight investigation would reveal their presence. Su Chen continued, even if the investigators didn't find anything, wouldn't it be strange for 3 demonic beasts at the Qi refining realm to suddenly appear in this forest, Elder Fei Jing? In response to Su Chen's question, Elder Fei Jing also nodded. He said, Elder Su Chen is right. It seems someone is playing tricks behind the scenes. When we return, I will definitely report to the sect master and conduct a thorough investigation. After Su Chen's reminder, Fi Jing also realized that this matter was not simple. After all, the Red Rainbow sect's training here was not a secret. However, over the years, the surrounding forces and sects dared not make a move. Therefore, for a while, Fi Jing did not consider this possibility. Now it seems that some sects are starting to become impatient. Su Chen nodded. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Su Chen and Fi Jing. It was none other than Shang Honghai, who had wanted to spar with Su Chen earlier. Seeing Shang Honghai, Su Chen casually said, I almost forgot, I still have to spar with this disciple. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Shang Honghai immediately knelt down. Disciple dares not. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a sparring session. Su Chen said slowly. Disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, Elder Su. Shang Honghai quickly kowtowed to Su Chen. Previously, he thought that Su Chen was at most at the essence refining realm and dared to speak disrespectfully. But just now, when Shang Honghai saw Su Chen single-handedly fighting 3 demonic beasts at the Qi refining realm, a chill ran through him from head to toe. With such strength, Su Chen could crush him with just one finger. That's why he came to apologize at this moment. Su Chen nodded and didn't say much. He went back to his tent to rest, also to see the effects of the 3 demonic beast cores he had just obtained. Elder Su. Seeing Su Chen entering the tent, Shang Honghai quickly got up, ready to follow. However, at that moment, Elder Fi Jing coldly snorted, Elder Su Chen didn't ask you to get up, how dare you do so on your own? Thump! Fi Jing's words made Shang Honghai kneel down again. He quickly said, disciple dares not. Elder Fi Jing was also at the Qi refining realm, so Shang Honghai had to comply with her words. Humph! Elder Fi Jing snorted coldly and went back to the tent, leaving Shang Honghai kneeling on the spot, neither daring to get up nor leave. Inside the tent, Su Chen looked at the 3 cold heavenly silk phantom beast cores in his hand. According to records, these cores also have some strengthening effects. Su Chen remembered that there was a record in the book of the Red Rainbow sect. The cores of demonic beasts contain the essence of their lifelong power. Therefore, the energy within these cores is quite powerful. Humans can also absorb it. However, if swallowed directly, it is not only difficult to absorb the energy from the cores, but it can also easily lead to the rupture of the meridians due to the overwhelming energy. To absorb the energy from the cores, one can use spirit herbs to refine them into pills. Of course, you can also choose to refine the demon pill. Refine? Su Chen was also thinking at this time that if he directly refines these 3 demon pills, he might be able to swallow them. Thinking this, Su Chen took out one of them and said directly, refine. Immediately, an invisible force gathered in Su Chen's palm, forming a flame. As the flame appeared, it wrapped the demon pill. Su Chen carefully observed the changes in the demon pill. The demon pill hovered in Su Chen's palm, but there was no intention of being refined. Does the energy of the demon pill disappear during refinement? After feeling it for a while, Su Chen discovered that the energy of the demon pill was constantly disappearing during the refinement. After a moment, the demon pill was refined by Su Chen, leaving behind a sticky liquid. Su Chen looked at the sticky liquid with a slight frown. Then he directly threw it away because the energy in the sticky liquid had completely disappeared. The method is wrong. Su Chen shook his head. The method he used this time seemed to be wrong. The refining recorded in the book seems not to be the kind of refining I thought. The book recorded that only by refining the demon pill could one obtain its energy. But obviously, it was not what Su Chen thought of as refining. However, if I can control it and swallow it directly, it seems feasible. Su Chen hesitated for a moment. Although directly swallowing the demon pill might lead to explosion or rupture of the meridians, if he could control the violent energy within, he could take it orally. Let's try it. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen decided to give it a try. For some reason, he felt that it would not cause him any harm. Then, Su Chen threw a demon pill into his mouth. Gulp! He swallowed it directly. As the demon pill went down his throat, he felt a cool sensation rolling down from his throat. He did not feel any discomfort, but Su Chen did not dare to be careless. After all, there were words from his predecessors. Once the energy of the demon pill erupted, it would be very powerful. The next moment, Su Chen felt some changes in the demon pill within his body. Strands of energy continuously emanated from the demon pill. Purify. Su Chen uttered softly, and the energy emanating from the demon pill began to circulate within his body. Although only a small amount of energy was leaking out now, Su Chen knew that it was not the time for the demon pill to erupt. Indeed, after a while, the energy emanating from the demon pill became more and more concentrated. Purify for me. Su Chen snorted. After the energy emanated from the demon pill, it was enveloped by a white energy and forcibly circulated within Su Chen's body. Finally, it transformed into Su Chen's spiritual energy and poured into his dantian. As the strand of energy was refined, the energy of the demon pill erupted directly. A huge energy instantly filled Su Chen's body. If there were outsiders present, they would see Su Chen's body slowly expanding due to the influx of energy. Indeed, it is a huge energy. If it were someone else, they would probably explode. Su Chen was very satisfied at this moment. The huge energy in the demon pill would indeed cause a Qi refinement realm expert to explode and die. Of course, that was for others. But compared to the language of the ancient gods, it's still a bit lacking. Su Chen looked at the energy that erupted from the demon pill within his body. It was instantly enveloped by a strange white energy, then forcibly circulated within Su Chen's body for a full cycle before being infused into his dantian. As the energy of the demon pill was forcibly purified, Su Chen's body slowly began to return to its original state. Indeed, I who understand English am invincible. Su Chen sneered. Feeling the massive energy slowly being refined, he was very satisfied. At this moment, his breath was once again rising. He directly increased his strength from the second level of the Qi refining realm to the fourth level of the Qi refining realm. Su Chen knew that this was because he forcibly absorbed the energy of the demon pill. It would probably be difficult to increase even one level if diluted with spirit grass. Phew! After exhaling a breath, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. The first demon pill was directly refined by Su Chen. The second one would not be spared either. However, just as Su Chen was about to swallow the second demon pill, a passage of text appeared in his mind. The demon pill enters the body, condenses its power, transforms its form. A not-so-obscure text appeared, causing Su Chen to pause. What does this mean? Su Chen recognized all the words, but when combined, he was unsure. Frowning slightly, Su Chen pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the battle with the Tianluo illusion beast just now. Tianluo armor! Su Chen exclaimed. His skin emitted a golden sheen. Within the sheen were patterns. Hiss! Su Chen looked at his golden skin, feeling somewhat excited. He then poked his skin on the back of his hand with his finger. He could feel that the skin was harder than before. So that's how it is. Su Chen understood now. He had encountered some powerful demon beasts before. Although they were all in the essence refining realm, Su Chen was quite curious about their defensive spirit techniques. He directly recited them in English. Although there were some strengthening effects, they were not as good as those of the demon beasts. This made Su Chen very curious. The spirit techniques of demon beasts recited in the ancient god language were more powerful than those used by demon beasts themselves. However, the defensive ones did not achieve the same effect. Now Su Chen understood. The defensive spirit techniques of demon beasts were innate, naturally related to their bloodline. It was already good enough for Su Chen to achieve some effects without the support of bloodline. And now, after swallowing the demon pill of the Tianluo illusion beast, Su Chen had a trace of bloodline. In this way, Su Chen could also use the innate spirit techniques of the Tianluo illusion beast. Understanding everything, Su Chen smiled satisfactorily, swallowed the second demon pill, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Inside the tent, Su Chen's breath once again rose to the fifth level of the Qi refining realm. With the experience of the first demon pill, Su Chen's speed in refining the second demon pill also increased significantly. And the realm that the second demon pill could enhance was only one level. Fortunately, it's faster than my own cultivation. Su Chen felt. His cultivation speed was not slow, but sitting in one place to cultivate every day made Su Chen uncomfortable. For Su Chen, directly swallowing demon pills to enhance his strength was the best way. However, for ordinary people, swallowing too many spirit grass pills would damage their foundation and leave hidden dangers. But Su Chen's purification ability was incomparable to ordinary people. Even the violent energy of the demon pill could be completely absorbed by Su Chen without leaving any hidden dangers. Tianluo armor. After swallowing the second demon pill, Su Chen also tried it out. A golden light appeared, and then it could be seen that a thin layer of crystals appeared on Su Chen's skin, just like the Tianluo illusion beast had displayed. Such a powerful physical strength. Su Chen felt a little and understood how strong his body was now. With his spiritual power at the fifth level of the Qi refining realm, he could definitely withstand a blow from a peak Qi refining realm demon beast, but the level of the Tianluo illusion beast is still a bit weak. I'll find some more powerful demon beast demon pills to swallow in the future. Su Chen made a decision. This method not only enhanced the strength of the body but also increased spiritual power. Why not do it? After feeling for a moment, Su Chen went to rest directly. Although reaching this level, even if you don't rest for 10 days or half a month, it's not a big deal. However, Su Chen still prefers to take breaks when he has time. The next day. Ah, comfortable. Su Chen came out of the tent. Ha, why are you still kneeling here? At this moment, Su Chen saw Shang Honghai kneeling in front of his tent, looking somewhat surprised. Elder Su Chen didn't ask me to get up, so I dare not get up. Shang Honghai quickly replied. His face was full of fear at this moment. Shang Honghai couldn't forget that he had just knelt here for an hour last night. He hesitated, feeling that it was inappropriate to kneel like this, quite embarrassing. It would be better to just get up and leave. Just as he was about to leave, a powerful aura erupted from Su Chen's tent. This aura kept rising, and the final eruption was even stronger than when Su Chen killed the 3 Tianluo illusion beasts. Shang Honghai was clear that Elder Su Chen had the strength of the second level of the Qi refinement realm when he killed the Tianluo illusion beasts during the day. Being stronger would be the third level of the Qi refinement realm, or even the fourth level. Not only that, after about half an hour passed, Shang Honghai felt an even stronger aura erupting from Su Chen's tent. It was several times stronger than the eruption half an hour ago. This made Shang Honghai, who had already planned to get up, suddenly weak in the legs and unable to stand up again. So he knelt down directly until now. Well, get up. Seeing Shang Honghai kneeling here all night, Su Chen nodded. In fact, he had a sense of everything around him last night. When Shang Honghai was about to get up, Su Chen deliberately leaked his aura to let Shang Honghai feel it. Otherwise, even Elder Fei Jing couldn't feel Shang Honghai's strength in the essence refinement realm. Thank you, Elder Su Chen. After hearing Su Chen's words, Shang Honghai also felt relieved and quickly prepared to get up. Even with the strength of the essence refinement realm, kneeling all night, plus the psychological pressure, was somewhat uncomfortable. But before he could get up, whether it was because he had knelt for a long time or because of the pressure, he suddenly fell to his knees again. Do you like kneeling so much? Then just kneel, and get up when we set off. Su Chen saw Shang Honghai kneel down again, frowned slightly, and said casually. Shang Honghai's expression changed instantly, but he dared not say more at this moment, and could only nod, yes. Su Chen also nodded and left directly. Shang Honghai remained kneeling in place with a look of bitterness. Before long, more disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect woke up. When they saw Shang Honghai still kneeling, they were surprised but dared not say much. Several disciples in the essence refinement realm sneered when they saw it. Then they went about their own business. After all, Shang Honghai had been so provocative yesterday that making him kneel all night was already considered lenient. If it were another elder, they might have slapped him to death. Watching the disciples around him, Shang Honghai felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. When everyone was ready to set off, Shang Honghai finally stood up with the help of 2 disciples in the body-tempering realm. The group set off again. With Su Chen's solo battle against 3 first-level Qi refinement realm demon beasts last night, all the disciples' eyes towards Su Chen were extremely enthusiastic along the way. There were not many elders in the Crimson Rainbow sect who had reached the Qi refinement realm. There wasn't a single one as young as Elder Su Chen. So Su Chen, who was about the same age as them or even younger, became the object of admiration for this group of disciples. The following training went smoothly. Except for 2 disciples who couldn't defeat the body-tempering realm demon beasts, the others performed well in terms of strength and performance. Even Elder Fei Jing nodded in satisfaction. Today's battle was much more enthusiastic compared to yesterday. In fact, Fei Jingxin was clear in his heart that all of this was because of Su Chen. Su Chen's performance last night had already become the object of admiration for this group of disciples, naturally igniting much passion. This is what a disciple who has been through trials should look like, Fei Jingxin said lightly at this moment. Then, Fei Jingxin announced, alright, this round of trials is over. When Fei Jingxin announced the end of this round of trials, except for those few disciples who did not pass the trials, the other disciples were extremely excited. The trials were over, and their performance was considered satisfactory. So they would continue to stay at the Crimson Rainbow sect for cultivation. Watching the young people who were similar in age to himself behave like this, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. But then it disappeared, and he looked in another direction with a slight frown. There, Su Chen felt a strange aura. Elder Fei Jing, since this round of trials is over, please take the disciples back to the Crimson Rainbow sect, Su Chen said to Fei Jing. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Fei Jingxin was first stunned, then realized, what about Elder Su Chen? Me? I want to investigate how those 3 Qi condensation stage demonic beasts appeared last night, Su Chen said lightly. Without waiting for Elder Fei Jing to ask again, he flashed his figure and flew directly towards the depths of the forest. Watching Su Chen leave, Elder Fei Jing hesitated for a moment, then waved to the disciples behind him. Let's go! Back to the Crimson Rainbow sect. Elder Fei Jing also needed to report what had happened here. As for what Su Chen was going to do and whether he discovered anything, Elder Fei Jing decided not to inquire. Yes, the many disciples answered. After leaving the group, Su Chen changed direction and flew towards the depths of the forest. Just now, Su Chen felt a strange energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation seemed to be different from spiritual energy, arousing his curiosity. On the vast land of Wenti continent, there were still many strange things that Su Chen had not encountered. So when he made a discovery just now, he went straight there. It should be over here. Su Chen felt that the strange energy fluctuation was in this direction. Thinking so, Su Chen flew straight there. Ha! At this moment, Su Chen noticed that not far away, there were several figures. He paused for a moment and looked over. 3 Qi condensation stage 3rd grade experts, and 1 Qi condensation stage 1st grade? Su Chen sensed the strength of those few people. Although they were somewhat strong, they were still inferior to Su Chen. At this moment, the 4 of them seemed to be standing by a lake, looking around vigilantly. Their aura is chaotic. It seems they are all injured. Su Chen could also see that those people seemed to be injured. It seemed that there were more than one group of people here. Such injuries were definitely not caused by the 3 Qi condensation stage demonic beasts from last night. Su Chen did not show himself but observed from the side. After half an hour, a voice came from behind the 4 people. Success! With the appearance of that voice, the 4 guardians also showed some excitement on their faces. Young master, did it succeed? The leader of the 4 also asked excitedly. Yes, finally succeeded. At this moment, a man also walked out. Su Chen could see that the man looked quite young, probably not much older than himself, but his strength was also at the Qi condensation stage 1st grade. The man's face was pale at this moment, obviously more seriously injured than the 4 people. However, the excitement on his face made Su Chen even more curious. This time, we will definitely catch that beast, the young man said grimly. The other 4 were also very excited. Then they got up and headed deeper into the forest, completely unaware of Su Chen not far away. It looks like they found an incredible monster here. After listening to their conversation, Su Chen could also make some judgments. According to what they said, there must be a powerful monster here, and their group's goal should also be that monster. They have also fought against that monster, but were all defeated and injured by it. What kind of monster is so strong? 3 experts at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, plus 2 experts at the 1st level of Qi refinement, couldn't defeat it? Su Chen felt curious. How could such a powerful monster appear in this forest without being discovered by the Red Rainbow sect? And they even sent a group of disciples in here for training with peace of mind? The more he thought about it, the more curious Su Chen became, so he didn't hesitate to follow them. As they went deeper, they finally arrived at a certain place where the group stopped. Such a strong thunder attributes spiritual energy. Su Chen also felt that the surrounding spiritual energy was filled with thunder attribute. Originally, in the forest, what attribute spiritual energy should prevail. But here, it was completely the opposite with thunder attribute. Roar! At this moment, Su Chen heard a roar coming from the forest. Judging from the sound, it seemed that a battle had already started inside. It seems like the monster is injured. Su Chen listened to the roar, which sounded somewhat mournful, indicating that a battle had indeed begun. So he approached. Indeed, Su Chen saw a monster in the strongest thunder attribute area. The monster had a strange appearance, resembling a tiger but not quite, with purple fur all over its body. What amused Su Chen the most was that the monster's body was entwined with lightning. Su Chen could sense that the monster's strength was at the peak of Qi refinement. However, for some reason, it looked somewhat weak at the moment, with its strength at most at the 4th level of Qi refinement. In front of the monster, Su Chen saw the 5 people. At this moment, the 5 were cautiously dealing with the monster, looking even more miserable than when Su Chen first encountered them. It seemed that they hadn't gained much advantage in the recent battle. However, at this moment, the young man in the lead took out something that looked like a rope. Spiritual treasure? Su Chen saw that it was indeed a spiritual treasure, stronger than ordinary weapons. So the energy I felt earlier was emitted by this spiritual treasure. Just now, Su Chen felt a strange energy and followed it here. Seeing the rope now, everything became clear. Activating the beast binding rope takes time. You guys hold it off for me. With this reinforced beast binding rope, I will definitely catch this beast. By then, my strength will surely increase by another level. The young man in charge shouted. Yes. The other 4 men nodded quickly. Then, without any hesitation, they attacked the monster. Boom! The spiritual energy surged for a moment but kept retreating. Damn it, if it weren't for those 3 heavenly Luo illusion beasts at the 3rd level of Qi refinement being scared off, it wouldn't be like this. The young man gritted his teeth but quickly activated the rope in his hand. So those 3 heavenly Luo illusion beasts belonged to them, no wonder. Suchen now understood why 3 monsters at the 3rd level of Qi refinement suddenly appeared in the forest. It turned out to be brought by the group in front of him. The battle in the field gradually intensified. The young man activated the rope in his hand and directly entangled the monster. However, before his smile could appear, a thunderous roar sounded, and the monster roared angrily. In an instant, countless lightning flashes appeared. The spiritual treasure binding the monster was actually broken free. How? How is this possible? The young man obviously did not expect that the enhanced spiritual treasure, equivalent to a medium-grade spiritual treasure, could be broken free. Be careful, young master, it's going to self-destruct. At that moment, a voice shouted. At the same time, the thunder on the monster's body became even more intense. Boom! A loud noise, and countless lightning surged out. Suchen saw that the weakest Qi refinement first stage cultivator was directly pierced by lightning. Tian Luo armor. Suchen shouted lowly. Immediately, golden light flickered as crystals appeared, covering his whole body. At this moment, the lightning also flew directly towards Su Chen and struck his body. However, it had no effect. This demonic beast's self-detonation is quite powerful. Su Chen sneered, then walked forward because he saw that the young man somehow managed to avoid being pierced by lightning. He had to lend a hand. When a fisherman is about to catch fish, there can't be other fishermen around. In the forest, lightning filled the sky. Su Chen looked at the young man ahead who was barely holding on. Spiritual energy condensed in his hand. The fisherman is here to catch fish, Suchen said lightly. Upon hearing the voice, the young man turned around in fear. Looking at the person standing amidst the lightning, his pupils suddenly contracted. Impossible. Even the 3rd stage Qi refinement cultivator was pierced through in this lightning storm, but the person in front of him was moving freely within the lightning. At that moment, the young man saw the crystals on Suchen's body. This, Tian Luo armor? Dealing with demonic beasts all day, he was very familiar with Tian Luo armor. However, Su Chen did not give him a chance to continue speaking. Spiritual energy condensed in his hand, lightning surged, and a claw pierced through the young man's body. If the young master of the beast taming sect is killed, the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect will surely be delighted. Su Chen looked at the man whose vitality was slowly fading, and spoke lightly. Since the moment they started fighting, Su Chen knew that these people were from the beast taming sect, the archenemy of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Every year, disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect would inexplicably be surrounded by powerful demonic beasts while training outside. After investigation, all clues pointed to the beast taming sect. Of course, many disciples of the beast taming sect also died at the hands of the Crimson Rainbow sect. That's why Su Chen did not lend a helping hand earlier and even took advantage of the situation. Who are you? At that moment, a voice sounded. Su Chen looked over and saw one of the 3 3rd stage Qi refinement cultivators. I didn't expect someone to resist. Su Chen knew that the young master of the beast taming sect could barely defend himself with defensive treasures. But this Qi refinement cultivator was truly relying on his strength to resist. Of course, compared to Su Chen, he was struggling a bit. You killed the young master? The beast taming sect won't let this go. Ah. Before the man could finish his words, Su Chen pierced through his body. Too talkative. Su Chen said lightly, then checked. The other 3 beast-taming sect cultivators had died completely after the self-detonation of the demonic beast. The surrounding lightning disappeared after a moment. Su Chen looked around and saw the 3 dead cultivators burnt black. Those killed by him were in better condition. The nearby forest was charred by lightning, with some trees still burning. The self-detonated demonic beast had completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. A self-detonated demonic core, quite ruthless. Su Chen smiled lightly. Although he didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was, the ability to control lightning attribute spiritual energy was incredibly powerful. And at the last moment, it decisively self-detonated the demonic core. Let's see if these people have anything good on them. Su Chen then walked towards the young master of the beast taming sect. As the young master, he should have some good items. After a brief search, Su Chen found a small bag on him. Spatial pouch? Su Chen recognized it as a kind of spiritual treasure, but it couldn't even be considered a low-grade spiritual treasure. It had its own space and could store items, but it seemed to be the most basic type. It seems that the junior master of the beast taming sect is not fat either. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, then opened it directly. After scanning with his spiritual sense, there were over 10,000 spirit stones inside, as well as a lower-grade spiritual treasure and some miscellaneous items. However, Su Chen was not very interested. Just as he was about to retract his spiritual sense, Su Chen discovered something in the corner that seemed to attract him. With a flip of his hand, the thing appeared in Su Chen's hand. It looked like a manual. Beast Taming Guide? There were 3 words on it, and there was a faint aura of demonic beasts emanating from it. Su Chen curiously flipped it open and took a look. It's actually a method to tame demonic beasts. Su Chen glanced at it and shook his head. Although this was a method to tame demonic beasts, he had no interest in it. Forcingly taming demonic beasts with this method would not make them genuinely follow, and they could easily be scared away, just like the 3 heavenly Luo illusion beasts. Su Chen then searched for the other few people, and they all had a low-level spatial bag. However, there was nothing good inside, only some spirit stones that caught Su Chen's eye. Roar! Just as Su Chen was putting all the spirit stones into the spatial bag in his hand, a roar suddenly came. This roar was similar to the voice of the demonic beast from before. Su Chen also looked around vigilantly. Could there be another demonic beast like this? Roar! The sound came again. This time, Su Chen heard it clearly and followed the sound. Later, in the bushes, Su Chen saw a small demonic beast lying on the ground. However, this small demonic beast had not opened its eyes. So, this demonic beast came into the forest to give birth to its child. Su Chen frowned slightly, and it was obvious that the people from the beast taming sect had also noticed. That's why they took action against the demonic beast. No wonder when I saw it just now, this demonic beast's strength was a bit weak. It turns out it had just given birth to a child. Su Chen understood now why the demonic beast's strength had not reached its peak before. Roar! At this moment, the demonic beast roared again. As its eyes slowly opened, there were many lightning flashes on its body, constantly flickering. Is the innate thunder attribute so strong? Su Chen had not expected that this demonic beast could control lightning as soon as it was born. It seems you have a connection with me, so come with me. Saying that, Su Chen picked up the small demonic beast and headed straight towards the direction of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Shortly after Su Chen left, several figures appeared in that place. Junior Master. When they saw the junior master of the beast taming sect lying on the ground, they were shocked. This was their junior master of the beast taming sect, the son of the sect master, who had now become a corpse. A middle-aged man's face darkened as he checked the 5 bodies. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. The junior master's inner armor is a low-grade spiritual treasure. How could it be shattered like this? And the spatial bag is missing too? The middle-aged man also noticed that the junior master's spatial bag was nowhere to be found. His face became even more grim, and he sternly said, "Inform the beast taming sect, send people to surround the forest, do not allow anyone in or out, and conduct a thorough search, leaving no corner unchecked." Yes. The disciples of the beast taming sect beside him quickly responded. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already left the forest with the small demonic beast. Crimson Rainbow sect. Elder Fei Jing had already returned and was reporting to the sect master and other elders. Are you saying that you encountered a 3-headed heavenly Luo illusion beast at the nascent soul 1st grade? One of the elders furrowed his brows slightly and asked. He was also at the nascent soul 1st grade, so he knew very well how terrifying the strength of a nascent soul 1st grade demonic beast could be. Exactly. Elder Fei Jing nodded slightly. Were there any casualties among the disciples? The 3rd elder also spoke up and asked. There were no casualties. Elder Fei Jing shook his head. Well, those 3 elders, you lead a group of people to go and kill those 3 Tian Luo illusion beasts, and then rearrange the assessment. The sect master nodded and gave the order. Then he looked at Elder Fei Jing and said, Elder Fei Jing did very well this time. Encountering such dangerous demonic beasts, it is natural to first withdraw back to the Qihong sect. But, sect master, those 3 demonic beasts have already been killed, and the disciples' assessments have also been completed. Just as a few elders nodded slightly, Elder Fei Jing reluctantly spoke. Elder Fei Jing's strength seems to be only at the Qi refining realm, right? But did other sects help? Upon hearing Fei Jing's words, several elders asked again. No, when we encountered the 3 Tian Luo illusion beasts that day, it was Elder Su Chen who took action and killed them. Elder Fei Jing said. What? Elder Su Chen? How is that possible? Isn't he only at the essence refining realm? Hearing Fei Jing's words, many elders showed expressions of astonishment. Elder Su Chen has reached the Qi refining realm of the 2nd grade, Fei Jing said, finding it hard to believe even herself. However, facts are facts, and she could only speak the truth. So Fei Jing also knew that these elders would probably be even more surprised by this matter. But after a while, there was still no sound. Fei Jing looked around. She saw that everyone in the room was stunned. After a long time, they finally recovered from their shock. Impossible. Yeah, Elder Su Chen has only been in the Qihong sect for 2 months. It must be a mistake. At that time, Elder Su Chen didn't even understand what cultivation was. I believe he is at the essence refining realm of the second grade now, but the chi refining realm of the second grade, impossible. After realizing this, the group of elders began to speak all at once. However, none of them believed it. Only Luo Ziying furrowed her brows, seemingly pondering something. How can a person progress so quickly? Just then, Su Chen walked in from outside. He was still carrying a small demonic beast in his hand. Elder Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen come in, the elders inside all looked over, trying to see something from Su Chen, but they found nothing. Elder Su Chen, Elder Fei Jing just reported some of the things you encountered during your training. Did you encounter 3 chi refining realm demonic beasts? The Grand Elder couldn't help but ask. Yes, but they were just 3 Tianluo illusion beasts at the chi refining realm of the first grade. Is there a need to report this? Su Chen nodded. In his view, this was all trivial. After all, those 3 Tianluo illusion beasts had escaped from the beast taming sect. But at the first grade of the chi refining realm? Ahem, Elder Su Chen, did you kill those 3 Tianluo illusion beasts? The Grand Elder asked again. Yes. Su Chen did not hide it. Elder Su Chen. Has the strength of the chi refining realm of the second grade? The Grand Elder asked the most crucial question at this moment. Upon hearing this question, the other elders also looked over, but Su Chen shook his head. Phew, it seems Elder Fei Jing made a mistake. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, I knew it couldn't be true. Elder Su Chen must have some other ability. That's right, being able to kill demonic beasts at the first grade of the chi refining realm is already very strong. At this point, the other elders also breathed a sigh of relief. They had cultivated for decades to reach the chi refining realm, so if Su Chen really cultivated to the second grade of the chi refining realm in just 2 months, they would be extremely frustrated. But Su Chen's next words directly stunned them on the spot. I have already reached the strength of the 5th grade of the chi refining realm, Su Chen said, and a strong aura burst out. In the council chamber, a gust of wind blew through, caused by Su Chen's momentum. Chi refining realm. 5th grade. He really achieved it. In 2 months, from just starting out to the 5th grade of the chi refining realm. What kind of monstrous talent is this? At this point, even if Su Chen were to appear again, the elders would still exclaim in amazement. Indeed, Su Chen's extraordinary talent and insight cannot be simply described as genius. Only the term monstrous genius can truly capture Su Chen at this moment. This cultivation isn't difficult at all. Su Chen shook his head. Was it really necessary to be so surprised? If Su Chen didn't find cultivation so dull, his current strength would probably be even greater. But even so, in the eyes of these elders, he was still terrifying. Ahem, Su Chen, did you come here for something? At this moment, Luo Ziying, in order to prevent the elders from being further shocked by Su Chen, forcibly changed the subject. She was afraid that if Su Chen continued speaking like this, these elders who had spent decades, even centuries, cultivating to the chi condensation stage would feel depressed, even questioning the meaning of life. Although Luo Ziying herself was also quite shaken, after all, it took her 7 years to reach the chi condensation stage. If she hadn't been born in the Crimson Rainbow sect, receiving the enhancement of natural treasures since childhood, and started cultivating at the age of 3, her current strength might not even be comparable to Su Chen's. I found this monster in the forest, it feels quite unique, so I wanted the elders to see what kind of monster cub this is. Su Chen did come to inquire about this matter. Reporting such matters was fine with Elder Fei Jing. He was only interested in this little monster in Su Chen's hands. After all, this was a monster born with a powerful lightning talent. Second Elder, you are more familiar with monsters, take a look. Luo Ziying also asked the second Elder for help. The second Elder nodded, approached Su Chen, and took a look at the little monster in Su Chen's hands. At first glance, he was somewhat shocked. This. Before he could finish, he looked carefully again and then said, this is a thunder crystal beast. What? Upon hearing the second Elder's words, the group of elders was also somewhat surprised. They naturally knew about the thunder crystal beast. Why do you all look like that? Is this creature very strong? Su Chen looked at everyone's expressions and realized that this thunder crystal beast seemed to be extraordinary. If this thunder crystal beast grows up, its peak strength will be comparable to a Void Return Realm expert. The second Elder explained. Then he furrowed his brow slightly and said, Elder Su Chen, where did you capture this thunder crystal beast cub? If its mother senses it, the Crimson Rainbow sect might be in trouble. You can rest assured, Elder, the mother of this thunder crystal beast has already been killed. Su Chen shook his head and said. And with these words, everyone looked at Su Chen in shock again. Could it be that Su Chen had also killed the thunder crystal beast that had reached the Void Return Realm? Su Chen's words undoubtedly left the group of elders deeply shaken. It self-destructed to protect this cub. Su Chen shook his head. If it was really his doing, he would admit it. Just like how he never hides his strength. I, Su Chen, am just that strong. I wonder if this powerful cub will enhance my strength if I consume it. Su Chen looked at the thunder crystal beast in his hand, having a bold idea. You can't do that. This is a thunder crystal beast. If it can be properly nurtured, it will become a formidable expert in the future. The second elder quickly stopped him, wanting to hold the thunder crystal beast. But the thunder crystal beast was not appreciative and roared directly in the second elder's direction. Roar! Hee, this little thunder crystal beast doesn't seem to appreciate it. Well, I'll keep it in my residence. It's also good to guard the door. Sect Master, elders, I'll take my leave first. Su Chen smiled. He didn't really intend to eat this little thunder crystal beast. Luo Ziyin also nodded helplessly. Su Chen was indeed different from the other elders and disciples. Seeing the sect master nod, Su Chen turned and left. Guard the door? It's simply a waste of talent. The second elder was infuriated by Su Chen. Just then, Su Chen's voice came in. Can one reach the Void Return Realm in their peak period? In a few days, I will advance to the Void Return Realm to show you. That was Su Chen talking to the little thunder crystal beast in his hand. But to the ears of these elders, it sounded so harsh. Half a day later, the news of the beast taming sect sealing off the entire forest was also passed back to the Crimson Rainbow sect. When they heard that the beast taming sect's young sect master and 4 elders had fallen in the forest, the Crimson Rainbow sect erupted in cheers. However, the subsequent news was that they were killed by thunder crystal beasts. This immediately made several elders associated with the thunder crystal beast cub that Su Chen brought back. This matter probably had something to do with Su Chen, but no one mentioned it. After Su Chen returned to his residence, he threw the thunder crystal beast aside and took out the beast taming sect's beast taming guide. Although Su Chen had no interest in controlling demonic beasts, the beast taming guide contained records of many demonic beasts. Might as well take a look. Su Chen opened the section on recording demonic beasts and began to study it carefully. After all, in this world, Su Chen was not very knowledgeable about many things. He could easily improve his strength by relying on the ancient divine language. But there were also many things that Su Chen did not understand, such as the spiritual herbs of this world, and the demonic beasts of this world. These were not things that could be obtained simply by shouting. Strange knowledge has increased in the ancient divine language. Thunder crystal beast, living in the northern region of the Wendy continent, born with innate thunder attribute talent, born with the strength of the refining essence realm, and after growing up, its strength can reach the returning void realm. After flipping through it, Su Chen found the introduction of the thunder crystal beast. The Wendy continent is divided into 5 regions, East, West, South, North, and Central, and the Crimson Rainbow sect is located in the northern region. This little guy is already at the refining essence realm strength. Su Chen looked at the little guy swaying at his feet and couldn't help but feel speechless. The disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect had to work hard to cultivate before they could enter the refining essence realm. As a result, this little guy was already at the refining essence realm strength from birth. Likes to eat thunder and lightning? Su Chen looked and found information about the dietary habits of demonic beasts inside. This thunder crystal beast truly lived up to its extremely strong innate thunder attribute talent. Even its food was thunder and lightning. This thunder was not something that just anyone could collect. Thunder and lightning. Su Chen spoke in the ancient divine language. Immediately, a purple light appeared in the palm of his hand, formed by countless tiny lightning bolts. Roar! Just as the lightning had just condensed, the little thunder crystal beast let out a low roar. Its 2 small eyes stared at Su Chen's hand and couldn't move away. Let's see if it suits your taste. Su Chen smiled and reached out his hand. The little thunder crystal beast didn't hesitate and directly bit into the thunder and lightning in Su Chen's hand. Gulp! The next moment, it swallowed it directly. Roar! After swallowing the thunder and lightning, the little thunder crystal beast let out another low roar. From its voice, Su Chen could sense a hint of excitement. Indeed likes to eat thunder and lightning. Su Chen was satisfied with the performance of the little thunder crystal beast. He condensed another ball of thunder and lightning and fed it to the little guy. If others were to know that Su Chen had comprehended the ancient divine language not for cultivation or creating combat techniques, but simply to feed a demonic beast, they would probably be furious. Roar! After swallowing another ball of thunder and lightning, the little thunder crystal beast let out another low roar. And on its body, strands of lightning flashed by. Then the little thunder crystal beast yawned, stared at Su Chen with its eyes, closed them, and fell asleep. Eats and then sleeps? Su Chen shook his head. He didn't continue to pay attention to the little thunder crystal beast but instead continued to read the beast taming guide. And so, Su Chen stayed in seclusion with the little thunder crystal beast in his residence. Days passed by quickly. In no time, half a month had passed. Su Chen still fed the Thunder Crystal Beast with thunder and lightning every day. By now, the Thunder Crystal Beast had grown to half a meter tall. Its purple fur had become smoother, and occasionally, a bolt of lightning would flash across its body. Thought there was nothing to do, but unexpectedly, on this day, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Scarlet Rainbow sect. Elder Su. A voice came from outside. Su Chen recognized it as the voice of Shirley. During this period, whenever there was something happening in the sect, it was always him who delivered the message. Upon hearing this voice, Su Chen leisurely made his way downstairs. Elder Su, something bad has happened, Shirley said anxiously when he saw Su Chen. What's the rush? Su Chen inquired. The beast-taming sect's people have come, Shirley replied hastily. Beast-taming sect? Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this, not expecting that this group of people would have some abilities. How did they manage to find their way to the Scarlet Rainbow sect? Yes, the sect master wants Elder Su to come over, Shirley said. Su Chen nodded. Without further ado, he headed towards the meeting hall. Why did the beast-taming sect suddenly arrive? They must have sensed the death of their young master and have something to do with Elder Su Chen. Is it really related to Elder Su Chen? This is not clear. At this moment, there were elders discussing in the meeting hall. The sudden arrival of the beast-taming sect caught them off guard. Although the Scarlet Rainbow sect was not afraid of the beast-taming sect, engaging in a fight would likely result in mutual destruction. The 100 sects battle is only 2 months away. How can we handle the beast-taming sect's arrival at this time? An elder expressed concern. Just then, Su Chen's voice came from outside the meeting hall. Kill them all. Inside the meeting hall, upon hearing Su Chen's words, several elders looked towards the entrance. At this moment, Su Chen walked in from outside. Elder Su Chen. A few lower-ranking members greeted Su Chen with a bow. What are you elders afraid of? Our Scarlet Rainbow sect is no less than the beast-taming sect. Su Chen sneered. The beast-taming sect had come knocking, and these elders were still dilly-dallying here? Even if they didn't kill them, they should at least drive them away, right? Hee, Elder Su Chen, it's not that we are afraid, but in just 2 months, the 100 sects battle will begin. If we engage in a fight with the beast-taming sect now and suffer losses, it will not be beneficial to us. The Grand Elder chuckled and explained. Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. The 100 sects battle? What is that? Elder Su Chen, do you know why those dynasties all come to seek refuge with the Scarlet Rainbow sect? The Grand Elder asked. Su Chen nodded. For the resources of the Scarlet Rainbow sect. Do you know where the resources of the Scarlet Rainbow sect come from? The Grand Elder asked again. Are you talking about the 100 sects battle? Su Chen was not stupid, and with the Grand Elder's words, he naturally understood. Yes, the 100 sects battle is the way the Northern Domain competes for resources. All sects that believe they have the ability to compete for Northern Domain resources can participate. The Grand Elder explained. He then added, although it's called the 100 sects battle, in reality, only 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect have the real strength to compete for good resources. 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect? Su Chen had not expected that there were so many powerful sects in the Northern Domain. Yes, the 4 sects are the Strangewood sect, Divine Wind sect, Beast Taming sect, and our Scarlet Rainbow sect. The 2 gates are the Azure Mist Gate and Dark Thunder Gate, and the sword sect is the Earth Demon Sword sect. The Grand Elder nodded and explained. It was only then that Su Chen realized that there were many sects in the Northern Domain that could be compared to the Scarlet Rainbow sect. So when the time comes, the Scarlet Rainbow sect will have to deal with so many sects, not just fight the Beast Taming sect, especially with only 2 months left. The second elder spoke up. Su Chen nodded. Wouldn't it be better if we were 1 Beast Taming sect short before the 100 sects battle? Dealing with the Beast Taming sect would also require a lot of manpower from us. By then, other sects will be watching us closely, waiting for us to suffer losses. The second elder reiterated. Then wouldn't it be better if we didn't expend a single soldier? Su Chen said indifferently. After listening to Su Chen's words, several elders were stunned, and then one person spoke up. If it can be done, of course it's good, but the Beast Taming sect is not easy to deal with. Their sect master Di Shua is a return to Void Realm powerhouse. Return to Void Realm? Su Chen nodded, not surprised by the strength of the Beast Taming sect's sect master being in the Return to Void Realm. After all, Luo Ziyin also had the strength of the Return to Void Realm. Exactly. If you want to defeat him, only the sect master can do it. Besides, Di Shua also has a peak nascent Qi realm strength demonic beast. The 3 elders replied to Su Chen. Then added, if the sect master takes action, even if he can win, there will be some injuries. By then, we won't be able to suppress the other 2 sects, and the one at a disadvantage will still be the Crimson Rainbow sect. Then I'll go kill Di Shua and take care of that demonic beast, right? Su Chen waved his hand. Continuing like this was rather pointless. It would be better to go out directly, kill Di Shua, and then everything would be resolved, right? You've reached the return to Void Realm? Hearing Su Chen's words, the elders were also surprised and stared at him. Could it be that in the past half-month, Su Chen had already cultivated to the return to Void Realm? Not at all, still at the nascent Qi Realm 5th grade. Su Chen shook his head. In this half-month, he hadn't cultivated at all. Every day, he was tinkering with some strange things, increasing his understanding of this continent. Besides, cultivation was boring, and Su Chen naturally didn't want to cultivate. Then how do you plan to kill Di Shua? The Grand Elder shook his head. He was a powerhouse in the nascent Qi realm, and only the sect master Luo Ziyin in the Crimson Rainbow sect had reached the peak of the nascent Qi realm. I have my ways, Grand Elder, can I borrow the sword in your hand? Su Chen now had his own ideas. Although he hadn't cultivated recently and his strength hadn't increased, he was still more than capable of dealing with a return to Void Realm powerhouse. The Grand Elder hesitated. But at this moment, Luo Ziyin slowly spoke up. Su Chen, can you really deal with Di Shua? Of course. Su Chen nodded, feeling quite confident about this. Grand Elder, give the sword to Su Chen. Hearing Su Chen's words, Luo Ziyin didn't hesitate at all and directly looked at the Grand Elder. But the Grand Elder wanted to say something, but seeing Luo Ziyin's gaze, he hesitated for a moment and handed his sword to Su Chen. A middle-grade spiritual treasure, not bad. Su Chen smiled. This was a middle-grade spiritual treasure, extremely sharp and able to cut through iron like mud. After saying that, Su Chen walked straight out of the council chamber. Which technique should I use? Su Chen was also hesitant at this moment. He didn't know which technique would bring out his strongest power. Sect Master, is this okay? Watching Su Chen's figure leave, the Grand Elder was also somewhat worried. Initially, he was the first to oppose Su Chen entering the ranks of the Crimson Rainbow sect elders. But now, seeing Su Chen's displayed talent and understanding, he was worried that something might happen to Su Chen. Luo Ziyin waved her hand, she believed in Su Chen. Outside the Crimson Rainbow sect, a middle-aged man stood on a giant eagle, looking down below, and shouted, Luo Ziyin, if you don't hand over the murderer today, don't blame our beast-taming sect's army of demonic beasts. Who are you? So much nonsense, if you have the ability, step into our Crimson Rainbow sect. Just then, a voice came over. Di Shua was furious upon hearing this. Then he looked over and saw a white-clad youth approaching with a sword. Is the Crimson Rainbow sect out of capable people? They actually sent a disciple to deal with me. Di Shua sneered. Then he waved his hand, and a stream of spiritual energy shot towards Su Chen. Su Chen drew his sword, instantly splitting the stream of spiritual energy in two. Seeing Su Chen easily cut through the stream of spiritual energy, Di Shua was also stunned. Although it was his casual act, it was also a blow from a strong expert in the return to Void Realm, which even a refining essence realm cultivator could not easily withstand. Didn't you say you would hand over the murderer? Here I am standing in front of you, Su Chen said with a faint smile. Staring at Di Shua standing on the giant eagle, he slowly spoke. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Di Shua's face instantly darkened. You said you killed Yuaner? Exactly. Su Chen's mouth curved into a smile as he spoke calmly. The powerful aura in the sky descended with pressure. Some weaker disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect were gasping for breath under this pressure. Su Chen chuckled lightly. His aura also slowly rose, resisting and dispelling the pressure. Cultivation at the 5th rank of the Qi transformation realm? No wonder you could kill Yuaner. But since you've come out, I will take you back, chop off your limbs, and guard Yuaner's grave. Di Shua felt Su Chen's aura and believed that his son was likely killed by the young man in front of him. Finding the real murderer, Di Shua was also furious. The Crimson Rainbow sect and the beast-taming sect have always been at odds. If given the chance, would you not strike against the sect leader? Su Chen shook his head and said, Di Shua also snorted coldly. If given the chance, he would definitely make a move against Luo Ziyin. This time, he refrained from acting for the sake of the upcoming Great Sect War. Otherwise, he would have made the entire Crimson Rainbow sect pay for the loss of his son. However, at this moment, Di Shua only wanted to take action against the person who killed his son. With that in mind, Di Shua gathered his spiritual power all over his body, then his big hand grabbed towards Su Chen, and suddenly a giant tiger made of spiritual energy rushed towards Su Chen. Break! Su Chen slashed his long sword towards the sky, uttered a low shout, and infused it with the language of ancient gods. Spiritual power surged and instantly condensed into a spiritual sword, splitting the charging spiritual tiger in half. The power of the spiritual sword remained undiminished as it directly slashed down towards Di Shua. Humph! Di Shua snorted coldly, and the light in his hand flickered. A red spiritual energy condensed and clashed with the spiritual sword, neutralizing it. Not bad, to be able to withstand my blow at the 5th rank of the Chi transformation realm. It's possible that Yuan died at your hands. Although he said so, Di Shua was quite shocked. From the brief exchange earlier, Di Shua was clear about Su Chen's strength. Being able to withstand a blow from a return to Void Realm expert and counterattack was something Di Shua had to take seriously. However, it was just a matter of taking notice. You won't be so lucky next, Di Shua said lightly. Whether it's luck or not, you should know in your heart, old man. I've killed your son, and now I will kill you and destroy your beast-taming sect, Su Chen said coldly upon hearing Di Shua's words. Just a stubborn little beast. Take this move, Di Shua said as the red light in his hand became brighter. Beast Fist. A voice rang out, and powerful spiritual power surged out from Di Shua, infused into the red spiritual energy in his hand. Then, the red spiritual energy transformed into a flaming beast. Roar! The flaming beast formed by Di Shua's spiritual power seemed real, letting out a low roar. It then turned into a stream of light and swiftly flew towards Su Chen. Di Shua was indeed a strong expert in the return to Void Realm. Although only one realm higher than Su Chen, his methods were not to be underestimated. Of course, to others, it might be different, but in Su Chen's eyes, it was just so. Break again! Su Chen still swung his sword. This time, the spiritual sword he condensed was even larger. Without any hesitation, Su Chen controlled the spiritual sword and slashed it towards the flaming beast. Roar! The flaming beast seemed to sense the threat and directly flew towards another direction. It can even change direction? Su Chen was somewhat surprised to see this scene, but not to the point of being astonished. Su Chen's hand moved, and a spiritual energy flew out. Instantly the spiritual power long sword swept across horizontally. Boom! A deafening sound spread in the air. Su Chen's sword actually split the flame beast directly into 2 halves. Watching the flame beast being split into 2 halves by Su Chen's sword, Di Shua's face turned iron blue. He lightly tapped the giant eagle under his feet, and the powerful spiritual energy of the returning Void Realm was instantly activated to the extreme. With the giant eagle at the peak of the Chi transformation realm, it flew straight towards Su Chen. Die! Di Shua shouted loudly, his spiritual energy burst forth, and he threw a punch towards Su Chen. Su Chen did not hesitate and raised his sword to defend. Even in such close combat with a returning Void Realm expert, he still had a smile on his face. Damn it! Di Shua was furious at Su Chen's smile of disdain. As a returning Void Realm expert, he was unable to capture him in front of a Chi transformation realm kid. Su Chen's strength is so strong. Yeah, I didn't expect that the Chi transformation realm could fight against the returning Void Realm like this. But the spiritual energy of the Chi transformation realm is not as rich as the returning Void Realm. Yeah, continuing the fight is not favorable for Su Chen. At this moment, the group of elders came out to watch as the battle between Su Chen and Di Shua erupted. Seeing Su Chen and Di Shua fighting so fiercely, the elders were shocked. Boom! As the spiritual energies collided, Su Chen took a step back, while Di Shua actually took several steps back. The disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect were in an uproar. That was the master of the beast-taming sect, with the strength of the returning Void Realm. Even if the sect master of the Crimson Rainbow sect personally took action, it would be impossible to have such a high advantage. But Elder Su Chen, with the strength of the Chi transformation realm, was able to gain the upper hand. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. Su Chen seems very stable. Yeah, he's actually fighting Di Shua like this. Don't forget, Di Shua's demonic beast, the Fire Eagle, also joined the battle. Yeah, that's also a peak Chi transformation realm demonic beast. The elders were even more shocked at this point, because they were more aware of the gap between the Chi transformation realm and the returning Void Realm. They couldn't understand how Su Chen did it. Only Luo Ziying smiled slightly. She knew that Su Chen had not used his full strength. Ah, so boring. I thought that by suppressing my strength and finding someone strong, I could experience the joy of battle, but you really disappoint me. Su Chen looked at Di Shua flying back into the sky and shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, Di Shua's face darkened. You brat, don't be arrogant. Bored is bored, forget it, I'm not playing anymore. Su Chen shook his head. Then he picked up the long sword he had taken from the Grand Elder's hand and pondered for a moment. This one will do. It seemed like he had made a decision. Su Chen glanced at Di Shua in the sky. He shouted, Demesha. Just as Su Chen's words appeared, the world changed. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. A divine-level spiritual technique has appeared. The Grand Elder was the first to react. shouting in disbelief. This kind of appearance was not discovered, but created out of nothing. Self-created divine-level spiritual technique? The other elders also had a drastic change in their expressions. A self-created divine-level spiritual technique was something they didn't even dare to think about. And in the sky, Dishua, feeling the changes in the world, showed a look of horror, and immediately tried to escape. But it was too late. With a sword strike, the world changed color. For thousands of miles, spiritual energy surged. Such a strong pressure. What level of spiritual technique is Elder Suchun using? He truly is the one with the strongest comprehension in the Crimson Rainbow sect. He comprehended such a strong spiritual technique after only 3 months of contact with spiritual techniques? At this moment, the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect were also amazed by Suchen's strength. And those disciples with stronger abilities, such as Gu Ziyuan, were shocked. That's divine level, right? Gu Ziyuan spoke, finding his throat a bit dry. Should be, and it has brought such a vision, it must be Elder Suchen's self-created divine-level spiritual technique. Ji Shiyu nodded. Her eyes were also full of shock. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. The only one who remained relatively calm, Luo Ziying, was also experiencing turbulent waves in her heart. Outside the Crimson Rainbow sect, several nearby sects, all with strength reaching the nascent soul stage or above, were shocked and rushed out of their sects to look at the vision in the sky. Is this a divine-level spiritual technique? Yes, and it is a divine-level spiritual technique that was created. That direction seems to be towards the Crimson Rainbow sect. Crimson Rainbow sect? How is that possible? Someone in the Crimson Rainbow sect can comprehend a divine-level spiritual technique? It shouldn't be. There is no one with such insight in the Crimson Rainbow sect. Is it Luo Ziying? How is that possible? Perhaps it's just a certain powerful individual who happened to have an epiphany near the Crimson Rainbow sect? Every sect was discussing, all finding it unbelievable. Their first reaction to their understanding of the Crimson Rainbow sect was not the Crimson Rainbow sect. Although the Crimson Rainbow sect was one of the 4 sects, it was actually the weakest in terms of strength among them. Even if other sects might produce divine-level spiritual techniques, they were not likely to, but the fact was right in front of them. The scope of the celestial phenomenon, the location of the powerful aura, all pointed towards the Crimson Rainbow sect. Is the Crimson Rainbow sect really going to rise? At this moment, many people were somewhat uneasy. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more difficult they would be to deal with, which was not what they wanted to see. But there was no way. No. Impossible. How could this brat use a divine-level spiritual technique? Dishua in the sky, at this moment, wanted to escape, but found that he couldn't move at all. He was already locked in by Suchen's aura. The demonic beast under his feet also couldn't move. Damn it, I'll fight you, brat. Dishua found that no matter what he did, he couldn't escape Suchen's aura lock. He was very angry. 10,000 beast demon claw. Dishua shouted, and suddenly his spiritual energy surged. This skill was a high-grade spiritual skill. However, when used by Dishua in the nascent soul stage, it was exceptionally powerful. Suchen also felt that the surging spiritual energy coming towards him was not in the least bit panicked. The spiritual energy in the sky condensed into a huge sword, directly slashing towards Dishua. Facing Dishua's 10,000 beast demon claw, in just an instant, the huge claw formed by the condensed spiritual energy was directly split open. The power of the giant's sword did not diminish at all, and it slashed directly towards Dishua. No! Impossible! Dishua screamed, and the huge explosion came from the sky, and the spiritual energy fluctuations covered everything. How is it? Sect Master, what's the situation? At this moment below, whether it was the Crimson Rainbow sect or the disciples of the Beast Taming sect, they were all looking up at the sky. Just at that moment, a figure fell directly from the sky. Immediately following, another shadow also fell. Obviously, it was Dishua and his demonic beast giant eagle. Sect Master. Seeing the falling person, the elder disciples of the Beast Taming sect were all in a panic. They had never expected that their sect master would be defeated by this young man. But the fact was right in front of them. Their sect master had fallen at the hands of this youth. Divine-level spiritual techniques really do consume spiritual energy. Suchen felt it at this moment. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. But he also felt exceptionally refreshed. Because he had never encountered a real opponent, Suchen had no way to use his full strength. So his cultivation had also been lazy. But today, he finally released the pent-up spiritual energy in his body. It's comfortable. Suchen turned around satisfactorily. It was seeing the stunned elder. The elder is also here. Perfect. Here is your sword. Suchen said as he handed the sword back to the elder. The elder did not speak, just stared blankly at Suchen. Master, fortunately not disgraced, the remaining beast-taming sect. Should the master take action? Su Chen also came to Luo Ziyin at this time. With a slight smile, he spoke. Of course, soon, the beast-taming sect will be expelled from the northern region. Luo Ziyin nodded slightly. Although she felt shocked, she seemed to find anything Su Chen did not too difficult to accept. Well, then I will go rest first. Su Chen nodded and bid farewell to Luo Ziyin. Okay, Luo Ziyin said. Su Chen turned and left, not mentioning the divine spirit technique created today at all. Wow! So powerful. Elder Su Chen is too strong. Amazing. Elder Su Chen. Creating a divine spirit technique, I remember Elder Su Chen's age seems to be similar to ours, even younger than us. After Su Chen left, there was an earth-shattering sound here. Every disciple of the Crimson Rainbow sect was extremely excited. Previously, many of them were unwilling when Su Chen became an elder. But as Su Chen's strength grew stronger, until today, he actually created a divine spirit technique. In the hearts of the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect, they finally truly regarded this person younger than them as a real elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect. And because of this young elder, they felt proud and excited. Master. At this time, the elder also reacted and looked at Luo Ziyin with excitement. Luo Ziyin nodded. Crimson Rainbow sect disciples, listen up, all disciples above the refining essence realm, quickly gather and eliminate the remnants of the beast-taming sect. The elder spoke calmly. The voice was not loud, but mixed with spiritual energy, allowing all disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect to hear it. Yes! Response voices rang out. The disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect were full of fighting spirit at this time. With such performance, all because of a person named Su Chen. On the other hand, the disciples of the beast-taming sect, after their master Di Shua's disastrous defeat, returned to the beast-taming sect and were restless. Some disciples had already packed up and left. Only a few beast-taming sect elders and some disciples with strength remained in the beast-taming sect, preparing to face the upcoming Crimson Rainbow sect. The Crimson Rainbow sect spent 3 days clearing out the beast-taming sect. The resources of the beast-taming sect were also plundered by the Crimson Rainbow sect. Other sects were envious, but considering that a strong individual who could create a divine spirit technique emerged from the Crimson Rainbow sect, they did not dare to act rashly. Crimson Rainbow sect, Su Chen's residence. Elder Su, can you teach us cultivation? At this time, outside Su Chen's house, a group of young men and women were waiting for Su Chen to appear. Since 3 days ago, when Su Chen showed his super strength, this group of Crimson Rainbow sect disciples had been watching. Yes, Elder Su Chen, please teach us. Seeing Su Chen not coming out, many people quickly shouted. Soon, the door of Su Chen's residence was opened. The group of Crimson Rainbow sect disciples were excited to finally see Elder Su Chen. Don't you all have elders to teach you? Su Chen spoke slowly at this time, looking at this group of young people who were almost the same age as himself, asking him to teach cultivation. Su Chen had not expected this, nor had he thought about teaching. Yes, we do, but none of them are as strong as Elder Su Chen. A disciple spoke up at this time. What does it mean to be strong? Su Chen asked back. Creating a divine spirit technique on your own. After thinking for a moment, the disciple spoke slowly. If this were heard by other elders of the Crimson Rainbow sect, they would probably be speechless. If one could not create a divine spirit technique on their own, they were not worthy of teaching. In that case, in the northern region, probably no one could teach these students. Actually, the master is the one who has reached the level. Strength is respected. As long as someone is stronger than you, you should learn from them. Whether you can create divine-level spiritual techniques depends on your comprehension. If your comprehension is high enough, you can even surpass the elders. At that time, you can also become a master. Su Chen listened to the disciples' words and shook his head. These disciples were a bit too ambitious. However, Su Chen didn't feel repulsed. As long as they had the drive to improve, their strength would also increase. Yes, what Elder Su said is true. The disciple replied with a guilty face. Well, it's not that I don't want to teach you, to be honest, what I teach, you may not necessarily be able to learn. Su Chen spoke directly without any hesitation. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the disciples furrowed their brows slightly, but they didn't dare to show it. I know that some of you are not convinced. Su Chen smiled as he looked at the disciples. Some disciples lowered their heads at this moment, but none of them dared to speak. Su Chen spoke again, so, I will teach you an ancient divine language. If you can repeat it, I will teach you. If you can't, then go back and obediently practice with the other elders. Come back when you can repeat it, alright? Su Chen directly asked. He really didn't want to teach because he couldn't teach. The ancient divine language is not something that anyone can repeat. Only those with extraordinary talent and exceptional comprehension can do so. Alright, we will listen to Elder Su Chen's teachings. When they heard that Su Chen was going to teach them the ancient divine language, all the disciples perked up, showing great excitement. Devour spiritual energy. Su Chen slowly spoke. Immediately, the group of disciples felt the spiritual energy between heaven and earth surging rapidly. It then directly poured into Su Chen's body. Such a massive infusion of spiritual energy stunned them. This, so powerful. The spiritual energy is so rich. Is this the ancient divine language? Is this the strength of Elder Su Chen? At this moment, many disciples exclaimed. They did not expect that a single sentence of the ancient divine language from Elder Su Chen could trigger such a strong reaction from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Their eyes lit up, not expecting that Elder Su Chen, with just one move, would teach them such a powerful ancient divine language. This is probably equivalent to a high-grade spiritual technique, right? Try it. Su Chen stopped absorbing spiritual energy at this moment and just asked them to repeat it. He had never intended to teach this group of disciples, so he taught them such a complex ancient divine language. If any disciple could repeat it, Su Chen would consider their comprehension good and teach them further. Yes. The disciples nodded quickly. Then, many disciples began to try. But at this moment, they found that they had completely forgotten the ancient divine language they had heard before. Although they had just heard it clearly, they now had no recollection at all. Some disciples pondered hard but still couldn't remember. Do any of you remember? Finally, a disciple gave up and looked at the people around him, asking. However, the other disciples shook their heads. Obviously, they couldn't remember the ancient divine language that was comparable to a high-grade spiritual technique. How about it? Can anyone repeat it? Su Chen asked. Hearing this, all the disciples shook their heads. Although they heard the ancient divine language clearly, they couldn't repeat it, not even a trace of impression. It proved that they did not have enough comprehension. It seems that no one can repeat it. This ancient divine language is already very simple. If I were to teach a more difficult ancient divine language, you definitely wouldn't understand. Go back. Su Chen shook his head, looking disappointed. Actually, his heart was extremely cheerful, not having to teach disciples, naturally a very comfortable thing. Of course, you don't have to be discouraged. Whenever you remember, you can come to me, and I will teach you a better ancient god language. In order to prevent this group of disciples from losing their will to cultivate, Su Chen also reminded them. Thank you, Elder Su. Several disciples quickly expressed their gratitude. Then they left, still discussing the ancient god language as they departed. Phew, finally gone. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Teaching disciples was a troublesome matter that he naturally didn't want to do. Elder Su. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, several calls came. Then several disciples from the Red Rainbow sect came forward. Elder Su, please teach us cultivation. Su Chen. After using the ancient god language to evade them once again, Su Chen hesitated for a moment and then transmitted his voice to the entire Red Rainbow sect. If anyone can recite the ancient god language, I will accept them as disciples. Swallow. Devour. Spiritual. Xie. A language full of ancient flavor spread throughout the entire Red Rainbow sect. Those who heard it, whether disciples or elders, pondered carefully, but could not comprehend its true essence, and could not recite it. Only then did no one come to disturb Su Chen. Su Chen, carrying the Thunder Crystal Beast, then went to the depths of the back mountain of the Red Rainbow sect to prepare for the 100 sects battle 2 months later. The ancient god language transmitted by Su Chen instantly became a popular cultivation method within the Red Rainbow sect. However, no one was able to successfully recite it. Can you recite it? No, I completely forgot. Ask others again, even if you can remember one pronunciation. I do remember one pronunciation, it's swallow. That disciple pronounced a word, which could indeed stir up some spiritual energy, but it could only compare to a common high-grade method. The disciples in the Red Rainbow sect naturally practiced high-grade methods. When they reached the essence refining realm, they would at least practice low-grade spiritual methods. Although being able to recite a word reached the level of a common high-grade method, it was not what those disciples wanted. What they wanted was to be able to recite it completely and receive Su Chen's guidance. Shiyu, can you recite it? Guzi Yuan and other extremely talented disciples of the Red Rainbow sect gathered together to discuss. In response to Guzi Yuan's question, Ji Shiyu shook her head. Swallow. Devour. A huge amount of spiritual energy was stirred up just by these 2 words from Ji Shiyu. However, she could only recite 2 words. Like Guzi Yuan and other disciples with good talent, they could only recite 1 word at most. Not only the disciples of the Red Rainbow sect, but also the elders, were secretly reciting Su Chen's ancient god language. They were surprised to find that most of them could only recite 3 words at most. Some elders could only recite 2 syllables. Some of the elders in the Red Rainbow sect practiced high-grade spiritual methods. They could comprehend the methods and cultivate spiritual energy. However, they could not recite the ancient god language, which was comparable to a high-grade spiritual method. This could only mean that their comprehension was not enough. Therefore, the many elders of the Red Rainbow sect were even more amazed at Su Chen's strong comprehension. Swallow, devour, spiritual, xie. A sentence in the ancient god language was transmitted, instantly causing a surge of spiritual energy in the world. The direction where the spiritual energy reached was the residence of the sect master Luo Ziyin. So powerful. Luo Ziyin felt the spiritual energy coming from all directions and was quite shocked. She did not expect that this ancient god language could reach such a level. This was much faster than spending a lot of time cultivating methods and opening up meridians. However, it was a great test of comprehension. Of course, Luo Ziyin had not been practicing for long before she changed her method of cultivation. After all, she had already opened up her meridians, and using that method to cultivate was faster than the ancient god language. And as the sect master, Luo Ziyin naturally wouldn't let an elder teach cultivation. In the depths of the back mountain of the Red Rainbow sect, Su Chen was feeding the thunder crystal beast with lightning when he suddenly felt a familiar aura. Someone can actually recite that sentence? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. However, after careful sensing, he realized, so it's her. Su Chen could feel that the one reciting the ancient god language was none other than Luo Ziyin, which put his mind at ease. Luo Ziyin wouldn't seek him out to teach cultivation. Eat up. Su Chen patted the thunder crystal beast's head. After being fed by Su Chen, the purple fur on the thunder crystal beast became even more vibrant. After feeding the thunder crystal beast, Su Chen patted its head, and the beast dashed towards the forest behind him. Su Chen sat down on the spot. Devour all elemental spiritual energy. Spiritual energy surged from all directions, and although the ancient god language Su Chen used only added 3 more words than before, these 3 words elevated the ancient god language to the level of divine techniques. However, the spiritual energy he absorbed was more modeled compared to others. Su Chen accepted all the spiritual energy and purified it, allowing it to flow into his dantian. As Su Chen immersed himself in cultivation, he isolated himself from everything around him. The outside world began to bustle with activity as the imminent 100 Sects War approached. All sects, including the Red Rainbow sect, were nervously preparing. This war concerned the resources of the sects for the next few years. Regardless of whether they were major or minor sects, they all had fixed resources. The 100 Sects War aimed to seize unstable resources such as various fruits born from spiritual energy and the spiritual stone veins condensed by heaven and earth. These were the objects of contention for all sects. Moreover, this time, there was also the vacant position among the 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. Previously, all sects had their eyes on the Red Rainbow sect's position among the 4 sects, trying to pull them down from the bottom. However, no one expected that the Red Rainbow sect, ranked at the bottom in terms of strength, would actually annihilate the Beast Taming sect, slightly stronger than them. Overnight, the Red Rainbow sect gained enough strength to rival the other 2 sects. The vacancy left by the Beast Taming sect's destruction became the object of contention for all sects. If they could secure a position among the 4 sects, not only would their strength be recognized, but they could also vie for more resources, which would be beneficial for the sect's development. Everything seemed calm on the surface, but in reality, the factions had already begun to vie for power. The powerful sects had also begun to operate, and everything was in a state of busyness. The remaining 3 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect also began to make silent moves. Their goal, of course, was to choose a sect they believed in and support it to become one of the 4 sects. By then, they would have more say in the northern region. Of course, Su Chen was unaware of these matters. After the battle with the Beast Taming sect master, Su Chen, feeling uncomfortable after his strength surged, was now fully immersed in cultivation. Return to the Void Realm? 2 months should be enough. At this moment, Su Chen also wanted to step into the Return to the Void Realm. According to Su Chen's own estimation, 2 months should be enough for him to enter the Return to the Void Realm. If others knew, they would probably be infuriated. It would take others not just a lifetime but also decades to reach this realm. Yet Su Chen wanted to achieve it in 2 months, truly making a comparison that would make others furious. I wonder if the 100 Sects War will be fun. Su Chen thought to himself. This battle of the 100 sects is the only thing he has been looking forward to since he arrived in this world. He hopes not to disappoint. Su Chen is determined to test his strength against the strong of the 100 sects. If possible, let the Crimson Rainbow sect become the strongest sect in the northern domain. This is also Su Chen's goal in cultivation. 2 months later, the Battle of the 100 Sects, Suchen arrived. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Battle of the 100 Sects is imminent. Shaolei, how can you grow so fast by eating lightning? On the mountaintop, a white-clad youth, elegant and accompanied by a giant beast with purple fur all over its body, was feeding the beast lightning. Roar! The thunder crystal beast roared at Su Chen. If you keep making noise, I won't give this to you to eat. Su Chen waved his hand, and the lightning disappeared. Roar! At the moment the lightning disappeared, the thunder crystal beast made a coquettish roar. Su Chen helplessly looked at the nearly 1-meter-high thunder crystal beast in front of him. However, he paid no attention. With one hand behind his back, looking in the direction of the Crimson Rainbow sect. 2 months are approaching, the Battle of the 100 Sects is about to begin. With that in mind, Su Chen lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped into the air. Roar! The thunder crystal beast growled discontentedly behind him. However, it turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards Su Chen. In midair, supporting Su Chen, spreading its lightning wings, it flew directly towards the Crimson Rainbow sect. Su Chen didn't know why, but this thunder crystal beast seemed to have mutated. When it reached the chi refinement stage, it grew a pair of wings compared to the previous thunder crystal beast that was killed. So Su Chen hesitated no more and made this thunder crystal beast his mount. The thunder crystal beast had reached the strength of the 3rd rank of the chi refinement stage. At this moment, with its wings spread open, it flew as fast as lightning, accompanied by the sound of thunder. It's a bit noisy. Su Chen stood on the back of the thunder crystal beast and said softly, Roar! The thunder crystal beast growled discontentedly, but it did not resist. After a moment, the man and the beast returned to the Crimson Rainbow sect. Look, what is that? It seems to be a monster. What kind of monster is that? Be on guard. Be on guard. The disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect looked up at the monster in the sky, suddenly panicked. But at that moment, some sharp-eyed disciples noticed that there was a person on top of the monster. Wait, that seems to be Elder Su Chen. The disciple hurriedly shouted. Then several disciples also recognized him. Yes, it's really Elder Su Chen. Elder Su Chen is back. That's a monster, and Elder Su Chen is standing on it. After discovering that it was Su Chen, many disciples also exclaimed happily. After not seeing him for a few days, Elder Su Chen's strength seemed to have increased again. Su Chen stood on the thunder crystal beast. No matter how fast it flew, he remained steady. Looking at the disciples below exclaiming, Su Chen just smiled faintly and then flew towards the residence of the sect master, Luo Ziyin. That's Su Chen's thunder crystal beast. How does it have wings? Mutated? I didn't expect that this beast has also reached the strength of the 3rd rank of the chi refinement stage. The second elder stared at the thunder crystal beast in the sky and sighed. When this thunder crystal beast was brought back, although it was in the essence refinement stage, it would probably take 10 or 8 years to reach the chi refinement stage. But in Su Chen's hands, it only took more than 2 months to reach the 3rd rank of the chi refinement stage. This made people envious. Yes, Su Chen is really something. His own comprehension and talent are extremely strong. Now even his pet is so powerful. If I had Su Chen's guidance when I was cultivating, I'm afraid I wouldn't have only reached the 1st rank of the chi refinement stage. At this moment, an elder also said with a bitter expression. Among his batch of disciples, there were also individuals known as geniuses. For a while, they were also in the limelight. Later, he stayed in the Crimson Rainbow sect and became an elder. If Master knew, he would scold you, senior brother. Another elder chuckled. These two in the Red Rainbow sect have the same master and now address each other as senior brothers. As they chatted, Su Chen also arrived. Are the elders here too? Coming down from the thunder crystal beast, Su Chen also saw several elders. He hadn't expected to find them all at Luo Ziyin's residence. The elders nodded. It's been 2 months, and your strength has increased again? Luo Ziyin looked at Su Chen, surprised to find that she couldn't see through his cultivation level. Yes, it has increased a bit. Su Chen nodded, not saying much. The elders also nodded slightly at his words. Have a seat. Did you come to see me for something? Luo Ziyin asked Su Chen. Calculating the days, it seems that the 100 Sects Great War is about to begin. I came to understand the situation. If there's nothing I can help with, I plan to go out for a walk. Su Chen wanted to see if he could be of assistance, and if not, he would leave. After all, practicing in the mountains could be a bit depressing. The elders also came to discuss this matter. Luo Ziyin smiled slightly. Discussing here instead of in the council chamber? Su Chen was puzzled. Wasn't discussions supposed to take place in the council chamber? The elders didn't come together, but what they came for is the same thing. Luo Ziyin explained. The matter of the 100 Sects Great War. Su Chen could guess what they were talking about. Yes and no. Luo Ziyin didn't give a clear answer. The Grand Elder spoke up. We all think that you should lead the team in the 100 Sects Great War. Ha! Su Chen hadn't expected that this was what they were discussing. The elders who came to me one after another all believe that you are the most suitable candidate, Luo Ziyin said. But I don't understand the rules of the 100 Sects War. Su Chen shook his head. He had never heard of the 100 Sects War before. In the 100 Sects War, an elder or sect master leads 100 disciples in the essence refining realm to Spirit Island to compete for tokens from other sects and ultimately reach the center of Spirit Island, the Grand Elder explained. He added, the 10 sects, schools, and sword sects with the most tokens will compete to determine the strongest sect, 4 sects, 2 schools, and 1 sword sect. I see. What if there are no other sects or sword sects that arrive? Su Chen nodded, realizing it was just that simple. Then it will be designated by the strongest sect. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment but still answered Su Chen's question. However, this was an unlikely scenario. What is the use of these 100 disciples in the essence refining realm? Su Chen asked helplessly. This was clearly a competition between sect masters or elders, so what was the purpose of these 100 disciples in the essence refining realm? Just for show, to demonstrate the strength of the sect, the second elder answered Su Chen's question this time. Su Chen, truly worthy of being from a major sect, bringing 100 disciples just to show off their strength. Alright, I can lead the team in the 100 Sects War this time, but I want the strength and names of the strongest members from all sects. Su Chen nodded and then said, okay, but what do you want to do? The Grand Elder nodded. Su Chen sneered, I want to make sure none of them reach the finish line. The wind blew through the forest, causing countless leaves to fall. Outside the forest, a group of people were ready and waiting. Are you all ready? An elder shouted. We're ready. The disciples in front answered. For this 100 Sects Great War, everything will be under the command of Elder Su Chen. Do you understand? The elder spoke again. We understand. The disciples replied once more. Elder Su Chen, what do you think of this group of disciples? Finally, the elder turned to Su Chen and asked. Well, that's fine. Su Chen nodded. Actually, he could have participated without bringing disciples, but in order to showcase the strength of the Red Rainbow sect, he had to bring this group of people along. You all remember the rules, right? Luozian also looked at Su Chen at this time and asked. Su Chen smiled and said, I remember them all. Then I'll leave it to you. Luozian said. Alright, let's go. Su Chen nodded, then turned to the 100 disciples in the refining realm and said, yes. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the group of disciples became even more excited. Then, under Su Chen's leadership, they set off directly towards the Spirit Island. Luozian watched Su Chen and the others leave, then said to the elders beside her, let's go to the middle of the island and wait for Elder Su Chen. Yes. Several elders nodded and followed Luozian in another direction. Su Chen led many disciples onto the Spirit Island. At this time, there were also many sects participating on the Spirit Island. Although it was called the 100 Sects Battle, there were actually quite a few sects involved. The reason for choosing to hold the competition on the Spirit Island was also for a reason. The Spirit Island was rich in spiritual energy all year round. 1 day of cultivation inside was equivalent to 10 days outside. Therefore, even if the sects could not obtain many resources, they would still bring 100 disciples to the Spirit Island to cultivate for a period of time. You have 3 days to enter the Spirit Island. During these 3 days, you can cultivate inside where the spiritual energy is 10 times denser than outside. Make good use of this time, understand? Su Chen said to the many disciples behind him. Yes. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the group of disciples nodded eagerly. Su Chen, this young elder, was now almost worshipped by all the disciples. Just 2 months ago, the ancient divine language he spoke, even if not all of it could be repeated, had brought countless benefits to many Red Rainbow sect disciples. Therefore, among the elders of the Red Rainbow sect, Su Chen had the greatest reputation and the best influence. However, Su Chen did not notice any of this. Su Chen led many disciples straight to the Spirit Island. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is much denser than other places. Just as he stepped onto the Spirit Island, Su Chen noticed that the spiritual energy around him was much denser than outside the island. Alright, you can cultivate here. Su Chen felt it and confirmed that the spiritual energy here was at least 10 times denser than elsewhere. He had not expected to find such a good place in the northern domain. Yes. The group of disciples, feeling the density of the spiritual energy here, were eager to try it out. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the group of disciples sat down on the ground and began to cultivate. Elder Su Chen, in this 100 sects battle, you need to obtain identity tokens from other sects in order to enter the final battle. At this time, Joshiya was afraid that Su-chun would forget and reminded him. Joshiya also had some understanding of this 100-sects battle. Yes, so while you all cultivate here, I will go and get the identity tokens. When it's almost time, I will come find you and we will go together. Su-chen nodded. He naturally remembered this matter. Only with enough identity tokens could one qualify for the final battle. Ah, Elder Su-chen, are you going alone? Upon hearing Su-chen's words, Joshiya was also somewhat surprised. In this 100-sects battle, other sects also brought disciples. Although their strength was not enough, if they formed formations, it would still be a decent fighting force. Yes, one person is enough. Su-chen nodded. Then he continued, you don't need to worry. No matter what means, as long as you are strong, you can defeat them all. And now you need to improve your strength. I will teach you an ancient divine language that will help you absorb spiritual energy faster. This time, Su-chen also wanted to help the Red Rainbow sect improve their strength. And this group of disciples was also selected, with stronger comprehension. At least they could repeat 2 words of the ancient god language from last time. Ha! Ancient god language? Upon hearing Su-chen's words, the many disciples were both surprised and delighted. Listen carefully. Su-chen nodded, then said, absorb, purify. This time, it was 2 words. Half the number of words from last time, making it easier to comprehend. As soon as Su-chen finished speaking, spiritual energy surged from all directions. However, the impact was much smaller compared to last time. Probably only the power of a low-grade spiritual technique. This is similar to a low-grade spiritual technique. I cultivate a mid-grade spiritual technique. Me too. Many disciples were puzzled. Among them, many cultivated mid-grade spiritual techniques. After all, they were elite disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect, and the techniques they cultivated were relatively high-end. Some of them cultivated low-grade spiritual techniques, but if they cultivated techniques, there was no need to waste time on an ancient god language similar to a low-grade spiritual technique. Give it a try. Su-chen spoke again. Although the group of disciples was somewhat puzzled, they were all aware of Su-chen's strength and decided to give it a try. Absorb. Purify. Being highly perceptive disciples, they were able to repeat these simple 2 words. But at that moment, their faces lit up with excitement. They discovered that after absorbing the spiritual energy, it was already the purest form without needing to refine it. At that moment, they realized how ignorant they had been. Similar to a low-grade spiritual technique? No need to refine it? Their mid-grade spiritual techniques were better? Nonsense! Even high-grade spiritual techniques required refining after absorbing spiritual energy. The ancient god language could save at least half the time. In their hearts, they admired Su-chen even more. There's a strange aura over there. I'll go take a look. You continue cultivating here. We'll set off for the center in 2 days. Su-chen noticed that not far away, there were unfamiliar auras, presumably from other sects. Understood, disciple. The disciples quickly responded. Su-chen nodded slightly, then disappeared from their sight with a few flashes. Prey finally appeared. In the forest of the Spirit Island, a figure swiftly shuttled through. It was Su-chen who sensed the presence of other unfamiliar auras. It should be just ahead. Su-chen looked ahead, where the aura seemed to originate. Before long, Su-chen saw many figures not far away. Tiger Wolf sect? When he saw the leader, Su-chen recognized him. He was the elder of the Tiger Wolf sect, with the strength of the 8th stage of the Qi condensation realm. A decent strength, but still not enough compared to the 4 sects. Elder Zhao. Su-chen walked over slowly. When the elder of the Tiger Wolf sect heard this, he stopped and looked warily in Su-chen's direction. But when he saw how young Su-chen was and that he was alone, he relaxed a bit. Who are you? He then put on an air of superiority, scrutinized Su-chen, and asked slowly. Su-chen of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Su-chen replied calmly. Crimson Rainbow sect? You're a disciple of the Crimson Rainbow sect? Why are you here at my Tiger Wolf sect instead of staying at your own sect? Elder Zhao clearly did not recognize Su-chen. He thought Su-chen was a disciple of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Of course, who would think that such a young person could be an elder? Even those who liked to change their appearance wouldn't dare to look so young. But upon hearing that he was from the Crimson Rainbow sect, Elder Zhao became somewhat cautious. With a disciple of the Crimson Rainbow sect here, it was possible that the Grand Elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect might also be present, which would be dangerous for him. Elder Zhao, don't worry. I'm the only one from the Crimson Rainbow sect who came here. I've come to borrow something from the Tiger Wolf sect. Su-chen chuckled. He didn't have much fondness for the Tiger Wolf sect because they didn't support the Crimson Rainbow sect. Borrow something? What do you want to borrow? Elder Zhao furrowed his brows. What could the Crimson Rainbow sect want to borrow by sending a disciple over? Hee, of course it's the identity badge of the Tiger Wolf sect. Su Chen chuckled again, speaking lightly. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the expression on the face of the Tiger Wolf sect's Grand Elder instantly turned grim. He coldly retorted, "You Crimson Rainbow sect really don't give face to the Tiger Wolf sect, sending a disciple to demand an identity badge. Even if your Grand Elder came, it might not be guaranteed. Well, I tried to talk nicely to you, but since you won't give it, don't blame me for being impolite." Su Chen coldly smiled at Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Elder Zhao also laughed. "Huh, just you? Are you underestimating our Tiger Wolf sect too much?" With that, a powerful aura erupted, the aura of a peak 8th grade Qi refinement stage. Ha ha ha, the Crimson Rainbow sect is really amusing. Actually sending a disciple to demand an identity badge? The Grand Elder is at the peak 8th grade Qi refinement stage. At this moment, the disciples of the Tiger Wolf sect also began to mock. However, at that moment, an even stronger aura burst forth, instantly suppressing the aura of Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect. The laughter of those disciples came to an abrupt halt, as if their necks had been choked. "Yes, just me." Su Chen spoke lightly. "Tiger Wolf sect disciples, form a formation." Sensing the aura emanating from Su Chen, Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect became flustered. He quickly ordered the disciples to form a formation. The group of disciples swiftly arranged themselves, and in an instant, the formation was set up. Su Chen didn't rush to make a move. When the formation was set up, Su Chen could feel that the spiritual energy of all the disciples seemed to have gathered together. If this formation were to launch an attack, it would at least be able to withstand an attack from a peak Qi refinement stage. A very good formation. Looks like I can learn something from it in the future. Su Chen nodded as he looked at the formation that had been condensed. He then saw Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect at this moment, sitting cross-legged in a vacant position. At this moment, the spiritual energy of all the disciples also converged on Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect from the Tiger Wolf sect. The spiritual energy fluctuated, beginning to rise continuously. Then, a wolf's figure condensed. "Go!" The elder of the Tiger Wolf sect pointed his finger, and the wolf form condensed from the spiritual energy of many disciples of the Tiger Wolf sect directly pounced in Su Chen's direction. "Break!" Su Chen watched the approaching wolf, the fluctuations on it comparable to an attack at the peak Qi refinement stage. However, Su Chen didn't say much. He slowly opened his palm and faced the wolf not far away. "Break!" With a low drink, a huge spiritual energy surged out directly. Then, a palm formed from spiritual power slapped down on the wolf. Boom! A loud collision of spiritual power. Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect and the group of disciples were horrified to find that the spiritual power wolf was directly dispersed. Su Chen didn't even need to use the ancient divine language. Just relying on his own powerful spiritual power, he broke the move that combined the spiritual power of all the Tiger Wolf sect members. Puff! Several disciples with weaker strength, affected by the shock, spat out blood directly. Their aura also became weak. "Quickly swallow it." At this moment, Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect waved his sleeve, and pills flew in front of the group of disciples. These pills were originally prepared for the final showdown, but now they were being used. The group of disciples quickly grabbed the pills and swallowed them. Just a moment, and a surge of spiritual power was felt, and the complexion also became slightly rosy. Elder Zhao from the Tiger Wolf sect, watching his disciple Su Chen swallow the pill as if nothing had happened, felt a chill in his heart. To be able to wait for them to recover their spiritual energy as if nothing had happened, one must either be extremely powerful and fearless, or simply a fool. Judging from Su Chen's performance just now, he was definitely not a fool. This could only mean that the person in front of them was not worried at all about them using the pills to recover. Formation. Seeing that many disciples had almost recovered, Elder Zhao also gave a low shout. Then, forming a formation, spiritual energy surged again, and a spiritual energy tiger emerged from the formation. "Go!" Elder Zhao pointed his finger, and the spiritual energy tiger rushed towards Su Chen. Opening its huge mouth, it seemed to intend to swallow Su Chen in one gulp. "Break!" Another low shout was heard. Even more powerful spiritual energy surged out, and a spiritual energy fist appeared. The fist shattered the spiritual energy tiger and continued to smash towards the Tiger Wolf sect. Puff! Under Su Chen's spiritual energy fist, everyone from the Tiger Wolf sect, including Elder Zhao, spat out blood directly. Everyone looked at Su Chen in horror. They had not expected that even when they condensed the Tiger Wolf formation, they were still no match for the person in front of them. When did the Red Rainbow sect produce such a strong young man? "Elder Zhao, are you lending the identity token or not?" Su Chen spoke again. Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect showed anger in his eyes, but had no choice but to take out the identity token and throw it towards Su Chen. Taking the identity token, it felt smooth and cold. Su Chen glanced at it and saw 3 words on it, Tiger Wolf sect. This was the identity token of the Tiger Wolf sect. Thank you. Su Chen smiled slightly and then left directly. Puff. As Su Chen had just left, Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect spat out blood again. Grand Elder. At this moment, the group of disciples hurried forward. Elder Zhao waved his hand and shook his head. When did the Red Rainbow sect produce such a strong presence? A disciple of the Tiger Wolf sect beside him frowned as he watched Su Chen leave. The core of the formation they had condensed was their Grand Elder, an existence at the 8th level of the gas transformation realm. A single strike could be equivalent to the power of the Return to Void realm. However, even so, they were still defeated by the young man. What kind of strength did this young man possess? Some time ago, a figure appeared in the Red Rainbow sect who created a divine-level spiritual technique. Presumably it is him. Elder Zhao's breath was somewhat weak at this moment. However, he still spoke slowly. What? Divine-level spiritual technique? Self-created divine-level spiritual technique? Can this really be achieved? Upon hearing this, the many disciples of the Tiger Wolf sect were also extremely shocked as they watched Su Chen leave. Alright, everyone, continue your cultivation. This time's 100 sects battle, we are done. Elder Zhao also waved his hand, letting them each cultivate on their own. At this point, they had already lost the qualification to compete in the 100 sects battle. However, they could still stay here and cultivate until the end of the 100 sects battle. Elder Zhao was helpless at this point. This was the fastest defeat the Tiger Wolf sect had suffered in so many years. The Red Rainbow sect really cannot be underestimated. While everyone was discussing, Su Chen's figure had already appeared in another place. This time, there are about 80 sects participating in the 100 sects battle. Looks like I need to find a few part-timers. Su Chen calculated. With over 80 sects, it would be a waste of time to approach them one by one. However, it wasn't just Su Chen who was interested in the identity tokens. Other sects were naturally also interested in the identity tokens. Then let's start with the smaller sects. Su Chen thought for a moment. The larger sects would also target the smaller sects, so he could directly deal with the larger sects later. As for the smaller sects, Su Chen could clean them up first. Thinking of this, Su Chen swiftly darted through the forest. Over here. Sensing a faint aura, Su Chen knew it must be the presence of a small sect. After a few swift movements, he appeared before the small sect. Looking at the people in front of him, Su Chen recognized them. They were from a small sword sect, the Entwined Sword sect. This must be Elderly from the Entwined Sword sect. Su Chen appeared in front of the group and inquired, "Who are you?" Elderly's strength was at the Qi refinement stage, but only at the 5th level, weaker than the elders of the Tiger Wolf sect. "I am Su Chen from the Crimson Rainbow sect, here to borrow an identity token from Elderly." Su Chen smiled. His words caused a drastic change in the expressions of the group. If the Crimson Rainbow sect wants the identity token, they can come and take it. Why send a disciple to humiliate someone? Elderly from the Entwined Sword sect's expression changed, and he coldly shouted, "It seems I have to take it by force." Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Then, an extremely powerful aura erupted. A few minutes later, he left with the second identity token, leaving the members of the Entwined Sword sect staring at each other. Their Elderly was defeated in just one round by the other person. Yes. He was defeated outright. Elderly looked utterly defeated. If he had lost to another elder from the Crimson Rainbow sect, he wouldn't have felt so defeated. But being defeated by a young man in just one move made him feel like all his cultivation over the past few decades had been in vain. Seeing Elderly in such a desolate state, the group of disciples dared not say much. After Su Chen left, he headed towards his next target. Within a day, a voice would occasionally ring out on the Spirit Island, "Su Chen from the Crimson Rainbow sect, here to borrow an identity token from your sect." Of course, not once was he able to borrow it successfully. And after each confrontation, a sect would be left to practice in place, missing out on the 100 sects' Great War. At this moment on Spirit Island, even other sects knew that the Crimson Rainbow sect was plundering identity tokens from other sects all over the island. In a forest, hundreds of figures were advancing. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. The figure spoke slowly, "You are the sect master of the Wind and Fire sect, I." Before the figure could finish speaking, a vigilant shout rang out, "Su Chen from the Crimson Rainbow sect has arrived, prepare the formation." The sect master of the Wind and Fire sect immediately ordered his disciples to set up the formation. Su Chen looked at the group in front of him with some confusion. "I haven't finished speaking, why are you setting up the formation already?" Su-Chen, let me tell you, the Wind and Fire sect is not to be trifled with. If you want our identity token, try taking my move first. The sect master of the Wind and Fire sect coldly shouted. Then, gusts of wind energy began to gather. Su-Chen looked on calmly as the sect master of the Wind and Fire sect condensed his formation technique. Without interrupting, he quietly observed from the side. Are you done yet? You're taking so long to gather. This is the longest I've seen any sect take to gather. Su-Chen grew a bit impatient. Put. The sect master of the Wind and Fire sect was so angry that he spat out blood. Instantly, the spiritual energy around him began to fluctuate. The massive spiritual energy within the formation began to escape in all directions. Put. 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 Sounds of spitting blood echoed. It was because the formation was unstable, causing those within it to be directly affected in spit blood. Damn it! The sect master of the Wind and Fire sect screamed in misery. Su-Chen hadn't expected to break the formation like this, without even making a move. At this moment, the sect master of the Wind and Fire sect realized he was no match for Su-Chen. Reluctantly, he threw the identity token to Su-Chen. You need to improve this formation, it's really slow. Su-Chen said indifferently before turning and leaving. Elder! Elder! The Wind and Fire sect fell into chaos. Because the head of the Wind and Fire sect was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath after Su-Chen's words, he fainted directly. Which sect is next? Su-Chen pondered. Just then, a signal flew across the sky. Su-Chen recognized it as the signal of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Ji Shiyu? Is something wrong with the Crimson Rainbow sect? Su-Chen furrowed his brows. He swiftly flew towards the location of the Crimson Rainbow sect. If someone really dared to make a move against the Crimson Rainbow sect, Su-Chen would not easily let them off. Su-Chen headed quickly towards the direction of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Daring to attack disciples of my Crimson Rainbow sect, seeking death. A fierce look flashed in Su-Chen's eyes. Previously, Su-Chen thought that the Crimson Rainbow sect was one of the 4 sects, and other sects would not provoke them without reason. That's why he left the other disciples behind with peace of mind. But he didn't expect that someone would actually make a move. However, in this battle of the 100 sects, there is a rule that prohibits killing. Otherwise, after the battle of the 100 sects, all sects would attack together. Even the 4 sects and 2 sects and 1 sword sect would not dare to act recklessly on this spirit island. After a distance, Su-Chen saw over 100 figures surrounding all the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect. That's the Empty Cicada sect. And the Star Luo sect? They actually joined forces. Su-Chen saw the people surrounding the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect and recognized that they were from 2 different sects based on their attire. At this moment, Su-Chen also understood that the strength of these 2 sects was not weak. If they joined forces, they were no weaker than one of the 4 sects. The Empty Cicada sect and the Star Luo sect actually joined hands to attack my Crimson Rainbow sect? Su-Chen slowly walked out of the forest. Looking at the 2 elders of the sects not far away, he smiled faintly. You are Su-Chen from the Crimson Rainbow sect, right? Seeing Su-Chen's arrival, the elder of the Star Luo sect slowly spoke. With the cultivation of the 9th rank of the Chi transformation realm, he was already very strong. The other elder from the Empty Cicada sect had the same level of strength. Indeed, may I ask what the 2 elders mean? Su-Chen nodded and then questioned. The name of Elder Su-Chen has been heard by many in the 100 sects today. The elder of the Empty Cicada sect chuckled. Single-handedly snatching the identity tokens of many sects has made quite a stir, but hand over all your identity tokens in exchange for the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect. The elder of the Star Luo sect said insidiously. Su-Chen looked coldly at the 2 elders of the sects, not expecting them to use such despicable means. Elder Su-Chen, don't give them. Ji Shiyu shouted at this moment. Yes, we can't kill on Spirit Island. That's right, just some flesh wounds. As long as we have enough identity tokens, Elder Su-Chen will surely be able to compete for the top spot among the 100 sects. The other disciples also spoke up. It seemed that they all had a strong sense of collective honor. Elder Su-Chen, although we can't kill on Spirit Island, if you accidentally cause serious injuries, then there's nothing we can do. The elder of the Empty Cicada sect sneered upon hearing this. They knew very well that the Crimson Rainbow sect was powerful and couldn't be dealt with in a one-on-one fight. But if they joined forces, even the Crimson Rainbow sect would be wary. So when they learned that the elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect had directly snatched the identity tokens of other sects single-handedly, they decided to join forces to deal with the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect. If you leave here, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Crimson Rainbow sect? Su-Chen looked at them without any urgency. Although the Crimson Rainbow sect is powerful, if they make a move against our Empty Cicada sect and Star Luo sect, we will naturally join forces to deal with them. The elder of the Empty Cicadas sect replied to Su Chen. They had already made up their minds. If you can compete for the positions of 4 sects and 2 gates, the accumulation of powerful resources may not necessarily be weaker than the Red Rainbow sect. I see, then take these identity tokens. Su Chen nodded, then took out the 23 tokens he had snatched and threw them directly to the Empty Cicadas sect. 23. I never expected that you would obtain so many tokens in just half a day. The elder of the Empty Cicadas sect took the tokens, also very shocked. The 100 sects Great War had only just begun half a day ago, and Su Chen had already snatched 23 sects. He glanced at the elder of the Star Luo sect, then turned and left. The disciples of the 2 sects also quickly retreated. Elder Su Chen, it's our fault. Watching the disciples of the 2 sects leave, the disciples of the Red Rainbow sect were also relieved. However, they did not relax, but knelt down and begged for forgiveness. It's okay, are you all injured? Just cultivate in place, my things, Su Chen's, are not easy to take. Su Chen shook his head. The elder of the Empty Cicadas sect just reminded him that on this spirit island, killing was not allowed, but it seemed that no one cared about serious injuries. Elder Su Chen. The disciples of the Red Rainbow sect looked at Su Chen excitedly, understanding the meaning behind his words. You can rest in place, I'll take care of the rest. Su Chen smiled. Then he directly chased after the 2 sects that were leaving. Since they wanted to use this method to snatch the identity tokens from Su Chen, they would naturally have to pay a price. Hurry, if Su Chen catches up, we're done for. The elder of the Empty Cicadas sect anxiously shouted. What are you afraid of, the 2 of us working together? Even if he's in the returning void realm, we can escape safely. Moreover, the formation condensed by these disciples is not weak. The elder of the Star Luo sect said indifferently. After all, they were 2 9th grade Chi refining realm experts. Even if they couldn't beat the returning void realm, they could still escape, as the returning void realm couldn't stop them. Is that so? It seems that the elder of the Star Luo sect is quite confident in his own strength. Just then, a voice came from above. Hearing this voice, the elders of the Empty Cicadas sect and the Star Luo sect's faces changed drastically. Su Chen. Both of them were shocked to find that Su Chen had appeared in front of them. Taking my things and leaving, doesn't seem right, does it? Su Chen looked coldly at the 2 in front of him. Although it was justifiable to snatch someone else's identity token on this spirit island, using such means, and against 2 sects that were inferior to the 4 sects, was a bit too much. What do you want? Your Red Rainbow sect has lost the identity token, you have no business in the fights here. The elder of the Empty Cicadas sect coldly retorted. But Su Chen smiled. The rule is that if the identity token is taken away, you cannot attack other sects, but it doesn't say you can't snatch it back. You. The elder of the Empty Cicadas sect was momentarily speechless. Indeed, there was such a rule. Do you really think we're afraid of you? You're just at the returning void realm 1st grade. It's not your turn to be so arrogant. The elder of the Star Luo sect looked at Su Chen and said lightly. Not afraid is best. Just now you also said that on this spirit island, killing is not allowed, but serious injuries are not cared about. Su Chen said, taking a step forward. Suddenly, an unmatched aura pressed towards the 2 sects. Sensing Su Chen's powerful aura, the elders of the 2 sects exclaimed, returning void realm 3rd grade. In the forest, the men and horses of the 2 sects were all intimidated by the man's aura in front of them and dared not move. Returning void realm 3rd grade strength. The elders of the Empty Cicadas sect and the Star Luo sect were shocked to speak. They had never expected that Su Chen of the Red Rainbow sect had reached the strength of the returning void realm 3rd grade. Didn't you say he only had the strength of the returning void realm 1st grade? The elder of the Empty Cicadas sect is now gritting his teeth and saying to the elder of the Xinglua sect beside him, I don't know either. That's what the head of the Silver Feather sect told me. The elder of the Xinglua sect is also somewhat fearful at this moment. He always thought that Su Chen's strength was at the level of a return to Void Realm 1st grade, which is why he dared to be so arrogant. If they had known that Su Chen's strength had reached the level of return to Void Realm 3rd grade, they definitely wouldn't have dared to use such despicable means. There's no need to use full force against those with lower strength. Su Chen sneered upon hearing their words. At this moment, the faces of the 2 elders, as well as the 200 disciples of the Empty Cicadas sect and Xinglua sect, all looked extremely ugly. Elder Su Chen, it was all a misunderstanding just now. We had no intention of harming the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect. I will now return these identity tokens to you. The elder of the Empty Cicadas sect hurriedly said, returning the 28 identity tokens that Su Chen had given him back to Su Chen. Su Chen took the identity tokens and looked at the 2 elders again. Seeing Su Chen's unfriendly gaze, the elder of the Empty Cicadas sect gritted his teeth and then took out the identity token of the Empty Cicadas sect, handing it to Su Chen. "This is the identity token of our empty cicada sect. This matter really has nothing to do with us, it was all instructed by the Xinghua sect." "You, Elder Su Chen, I am also willing to hand over the identity token of my Xinghua sect to you. This matter really has nothing to do with me, it was the idea of the head of the Silver Feather sect." The elder of the Xinghua sect also quickly passed the blame to the head of the Silver Feather sect. He. Su Chen collected the identity tokens of the two sects. Then he said lightly, "To be honest, I was thinking of disabling both of you." Hearing Su Chen's words, the two elders' faces turned pale, but they couldn't refute. If Su Chen had the strength of Return to Void Realm first grade, they might have tried to escape. But with the strength of Return to Void Realm third grade, they were no match for the two nascent Soul Realm cultivators. In the face of Su Chen's absolute strength, they didn't even dare to try to fight back. "But since both of you have handed over the sect's identity tokens, I won't take action." Su Chen spoke again. "Thank you, Elder Su Chen." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the two elders quickly expressed their gratitude. However, Su Chen shook his head, "But today, only one sect can leave, the remaining sect will have to crawl out or be carried out, you decide for yourselves." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the people of the two sects had a drastic change in expression. They were being forced to kill each other. Even if they were to leave from here, the two sects would definitely become arch-enemies in the future. What a clever move to use one's enemies to kill each other. Elder Su Chen, the elder of the Empty Cicada sect, was in a dilemma. "Then I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Su Chen looked at the two in front of him, and his spiritual energy began to surge. "If we join forces, we can test the strength of the Return to Void Realm." Seeing the surging spiritual energy on Su Chen, the elder of the Xinghua sect also shouted coldly, "All right." Upon hearing the words of the elder of the Xinghua sect, the elder of the Empty Cicada sect nodded. Then the spiritual energy of the two surged, and the elder of the Empty Cicada sect went straight towards Su Chen. But at that moment, the elder of the Xinghua sect launched a direct attack, hitting the back of the elder of the Empty Cicada sect. Puff! The elder of the Empty Cicada sect spurted out a mouthful of blood directly. After stabilizing his body, he turned around abruptly, his face dark. "Old dog, how dare you sneak attack?" He. The elder of the Xinghua sect did not have any extra words at this moment. He directly launched another spiritual energy attack, throwing it towards the elder of the Empty Cicada sect. Instantly, that spiritual energy turned into a stream of starlight and flew straight towards the elder of the Empty Cicada sect. Empty Cicada. The elder of the Empty Cicada sect was not to be trifled with. With a low drink, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, and the space distorted, swallowing up the stream of starlight. "Is this space?" Su Chen looked at the scene in front of him with some curiosity. Only strong experts in the spiritual void realm could touch space. Even Su Chen now couldn't use spatial abilities. "No, although it looks a bit similar, it's too weak, only good for defense." Su Chen shook his head after watching for a while. This kind of spatial manipulation could only be used for defense at most, not for opening up space. But even so, it's still some ability. Su Chen nodded at the talent of the Empty Cicada sect. This kind of ability could be considered a skill. Just as the battle between the Empty Cicada sect and the Xinghua sect's two elders began, the disciples of the two sects also started fighting. Originally seeming like disciples of one sect, they were now like enemies. Spiritual techniques were thrown out one after another, and disciples from both sects fell. Su Chen, on the other hand, seemed like a spectator, sitting on the side, watching the two sects fight. In his observation, he learned the spiritual techniques of both sects. Although Su Chen could instantly defeat all the people from these two sects with a single move, this kind of mockery might also be an enjoyable thing. The two sects joined forces, but in the end, they turned against each other in the face of Su Chen's absolute strength. If news of this incident spread, it would surely be ridiculed. However, things had already reached this point, and they couldn't care about their reputation anymore. If Su Chen intervened, the situation would only become more tragic. The battle lasted for half an hour and gradually entered a fierce stage. Surprisingly, it was now the elder of the Empty Cicada sect who had the upper hand. After being ambushed, they managed to turn the tables, showcasing their strength. Puff! At that moment, a spiritual technique from the elder of the Empty Cicada sect hit the elder of the Xinghua sect. The elder of the Xinghua sect immediately spat out blood, his face turning pale. Moments later, he was defeated, struck down by the elder of the Empty Cicada sect, unconscious on the ground. Following that, the elder of the Empty Cicada sect defeated the disciples of the Xinghua sect. Cough! The elder of the Empty Cicada sect coughed and looked at Su Chen. "Elder Su Chen, my Empty Cicada sect has won. You must keep your promise." "Of course, people from the Empty Cicada sect can leave. Su Chen nodded. At this point, the elder of the Empty Cicadas sect was already seriously injured. Even if Su Chen intervened, he couldn't kill him. However, looking at the resentful gaze of the elder of the Empty Cicadas sect, Su Chen knew they wouldn't give up easily. But, so what? After the 100 Sects War ended, it would be the time for these two sects to be destroyed. The people of the Empty Cicadas sect, dragging their exhausted bodies, headed towards the edge of the spirit-encompassing island. Su Chen looked at the Xinghua sect members in front of him, who were now unconscious like dead dogs. Humph! With a cold snort, Su Chen released a spiritual energy that split into four and landed on the limbs of the elder of the Xinghua sect. Boom! A loud noise. Ah! The unconscious elder of the Xinghua sect screamed in pain. His limbs were disabled by Su Chen. Su Chen, my Xinghua sect won't let this go. The elder of the Xinghua sect roared in anger, now no different from a cripple. I'll be waiting for you. Su Chen sneered and then turned and left directly, leaving the elder of the Xinghua sect roaring helplessly in place. Before long, Su Chen met up with many disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect. How are you all? Su Chen asked. We've all recovered. Ji Shiyu answered Su Chen's question. Good. Let's go find a safe place to cultivate. I was negligent this time. Su Chen nodded. He hadn't expected that someone would dare to threaten him by teaming up with disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect. He then led the people of the Crimson Rainbow sect in another direction. After walking for a while, the people of the Crimson Rainbow sect saw the members of the Xinghua sect heading towards them. Crimson Rainbow sect. Su Chen, I won't let you off. The elder of the Xinghua sect, upon seeing Su Chen, roared in anger. However, Su Chen ignored them and walked straight in the other direction. Isn't that the elder of Xingluomen? It seems so. How come he seems to have been disabled? It seems so. At this moment, the disciples of Qihong's sect were discussing this matter. They had just seen that the disciples of Kongchan's sect were somewhat embarrassed. But it was just a bit of embarrassment, much better than the elder of Xingluomen. It seemed that the elder of Xingluomen had been disabled. Thinking of this, several disciples of Qihong's sect also looked towards Su Chen ahead. However, Su Chen did not speak at this moment. It seemed very clear about his destination and walked in one direction. The disciples of Qihong's sect did not dare to ask more and followed Su Chen forward. Before long, Su Chen stopped. This place was very hidden. If it weren't for Su Chen leading the way, the disciples of Qihong's sect might not have found this place. This place is relatively hidden. I passed by here before and took a look. You can cultivate here, and presumably no one will disturb you. Su Chen said lightly. Yes, disciple obeys. The disciples of Qihong's sect hurriedly replied. Su Chen nodded, gave some instructions, and then left. Now I have 30 identity tokens in my hand. There are still more than 50 left, which should have been taken by other sects. After seizing the identity tokens of Xingluomen and Kongchan sect, Su Chen's identity tokens had increased to 30. What puzzled Su Chen was that Xingluomen and Kongchan sect did not have any extra identity tokens. In other words, they were the first to target Qihong's sect. However, other sects probably had at least 2 or more identity tokens by now. After all, it had been more than half a day. The other 2 sects of the 4 sects, as well as one sword sect, should have obtained quite a few identity tokens. Su Chen was also thinking of taking action against these 5 sects. Some of the other sects had a good relationship with Qihong's sect, so Su Chen had no intention of taking action against them. Some had not been encountered yet. Calculating the time, it was almost time to take action against those major sects. The people of Disha Sword sect seemed to be here before. Su Chen had encountered the people of Disha Sword sect before and glanced at them from a distance. But he did not take action because he wanted them to make a move first so he could collect their identity tokens. By then, Su Chen would be able to take all their identity tokens and others from their hands. After carefully distinguishing the route, Su Chen flew towards a direction. Jumping continuously on the trees, he soon encountered a group of people. These people were all injured, seemingly with sword wounds on their bodies. Their clothes were somewhat damaged, and several female disciples seemed to have been specially taken care of, with more severe damage. Elder Feng. Su Chen landed directly. These were people from Qiyue's sect. The relationship between Qiyue's sect and Qihong's sect was not bad. It was said that the founder of Qiyue's sect and the founder of Qihong's sect were senior siblings. Who are you? Seeing someone approaching, the people of Qiyue's sect became vigilant. Su Chen of Qihong's sect. Su Chen introduced himself. You are Su Chen? Elder Feng also looked at the young man in front of him. Obviously, he had heard of Su Chen's name. That's right. Su Chen nodded slightly. At this time, the disciples of Qiyue's sect were also curiously observing Su Chen. In half a day, they had all heard of Su Chen's name. In the 100 sects battle of the past years, unless they met right after entering, they would wait until they gathered at the central location to start snatching identity tokens from each other. But this year, Su Chen of Qihong's sect had single-handedly seized countless sects in half a day, and his name had spread to countless people within half a day. It was said that he was still young. But now, it was not just young, he was clearly a teenager. Elder Feng, this is. Su Chen didn't directly ask who had taken it. Earth Fiend Sword Sect. Elder Feng shook his head helplessly. They were unlucky to encounter the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. Although the founders of the Red Moon Sect and the Red Rainbow Sect were senior siblings, the strength of the Red Moon Sect was much weaker compared to the Red Rainbow Sect. Facing the Earth Fiend Sword Sect, there was naturally no possibility of winning. Where are they now? Su Chen guessed it, but it was only confirmed when Elder Feng said it himself. Heading east, not far. Elder Feng pointed to the east. Then he realized, Elder Su Chen, are you going to? He didn't finish the sentence, but anyone could understand what Elder Feng meant. They have been left alone for so long, it's natural to make a move now, Su Chen said with a faint smile. This time, the Earth Fiend Sword Sect's Grand Elder is personally leading the team. Their strength has reached the peak of the Qi refinement realm, and the Earth Fiend Sword formation formed by the sect's disciples is not to be underestimated, Elder Feng reminded. Well, thank you, Elder Feng. Su Chen nodded and thanked him before heading straight in another direction. The Red Rainbow Sect is truly fortunate to have this disciple. After Su Chen left, Elder Feng also sighed. Although it was just a brief encounter, the faint pressure emanating from Su Chen made Elder Feng feel a sense of terror. At this moment, Su Chen had caught up with the Earth Fiend Sword Sect that was advancing. Indeed, the strength of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect was stronger than other sects. At least the disciples' strength was not inferior to the Red Rainbow Sect. However, Su Chen was not worried and still shouted, Su Chen of the Red Rainbow Sect, here to borrow the identity token of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. As the people of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect walked, a voice suddenly sounded. Su Chen! The leading white-haired old man also became alert suddenly, like a treasured sword about to be unsheathed, cautiously looking around. No need to look, I'm here, Su Chen said, jumping down from a tree in front of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows when he saw Su Chen. He could confirm that there was no one on the tree just now. How could Su Chen appear there? So you are Elder Su Chen of the Red Rainbow Sect. The white-haired old man couldn't see through Su Chen's strength, so he didn't dare to be arrogant at this moment. Seeing their Grand Elder being so polite to a young man, the group of disciples were also somewhat astonished. They knew the temperament of their Grand Elder, so why was he being so courteous to this young man in front of them? I want to borrow the identity token of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect, and in return, the identity tokens collected by the Earth Fiend Sword Sect will also be lent to my Red Rainbow Sect. How about that? Su Chen spoke directly, not giving any face to the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. After all, Su Chen had heard of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect style, which was quite arrogant. Just from their recent actions against the Red Moon Sect, it was clear that they lacked integrity. Su Chen, I respect the Red Rainbow Sect as one of the 4 sects, that's why I am being polite to you. Don't push it too far, the white-haired old man coldly rebuked. Then let's get started, Su Chen said calmly. This time, he didn't waste any words. He didn't even want to bother with someone like this. Humph, the white-haired old man snorted coldly. Then with a wave of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. Set up the formation. Obviously, the white-haired old man was wary of Su Chen. After taking out the spiritual treasure, he still didn't trust it and shouted to the disciples behind him. The disciples were puzzled, as they hadn't been so cautious when dealing with the Red Moon Sect before. Did they really need to be so careful when dealing with a young man? But they had no choice but to listen to the elder's words. Yes, a voice responded, and then they began to set up the formation. Su Chen looked at the people in front of him and didn't find them challenging. I won't wait for you to set up the formation, Su Chen said calmly. Subsequently, spiritual energy surged and condensed into a large hand in front of Su Chen. It directly grabbed towards the elder of the Earth Sha Sword Sect. Earth Sha Sword Qi. The elder of the Earth Sha Sword Sect also shouted coldly. A powerful aura surged out. Then, raising his sword, a strike came down from the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the disciples of the Earth Sha Sword Sect saw their seemingly invincible elder being sent flying like a kite with a broken string. They crashed into the ground, shattering a rock. Gulp! Someone swallowed nervously. The disciples of the Earth Sha Sword Sect, in shock, forgot to form their sword formation. Ahem! The elder coughed and struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Su Chen in fear. He thought that even if Su Chen was stronger than him, he could at least resist defeat. But reality gave him a harsh slap. His full-powered strike couldn't withstand a casual move from Su Chen? This huge gap made him feel extremely frustrated. Among the Earthsha Sword sect, he was the second most powerful existence. Is the Earthsha Sword sect willing to lend me their identity token now? Su Chen looked at the disheveled white-haired old man who had lost his earlier vigor and spoke calmly. However, the other party did not answer. Then I don't mind disabling all of you and taking it myself. You should know, I have the strength to do so. Su Chen continued after seeing the reluctance. After hesitating for a moment, the white-haired old man finally threw a token to Su Chen. Su Chen took the token and saw 4 words on it, Earthsha Sword Sect. Are there any other tokens that were seized? Su Chen naturally wanted the other identity tokens as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the Earthsha Sword Sect exist here for so long. Su Chen needed to ensure that everything was under control, with all the sect's identity tokens in his hands. In the end, only the Crimson Rainbow sect would stand, able to support the new 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. The 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect supported by the Crimson Rainbow sect in the future could also be used by the Crimson Rainbow sect. By then, the strength of the Crimson Rainbow sect in the northern region would be even more dominant. You are going too far. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth. Boom! Su Chen didn't speak, but pointed his finger, and his spiritual energy flew towards the white-haired old man. Ding! The white-haired old man quickly raised his sword to defend. However, the powerful impact made him retreat continuously until he crashed into a rock. Puff! He spat out blood. Su Chen just watched coldly without saying a word. Some things had been made clear, and there was no need to repeat them. Good, very good. The white-haired old man, clutching his chest, spoke fiercely. He took off the identity tokens and threw them to Su Chen. Su Chen took the tokens and checked them. There were a total of 10. Su Chen was well aware of the strength of the Earthsha Sword sect. It was only natural to collect 10 identity tokens in a little over half a day. Including the Earthsha Sword sect's own token, there were 11 in total. At this point, Su Chen had 41 identity tokens on him. Thank you. Since that's the case, I'll give you a gift too. Su Chen sneered and condensed a sword with spiritual energy. The white-haired old man, watching Su Chen's actions, hurriedly asked, I've given you what you wanted, what more do you want? Earthsha Sword Chi. Su Chen shouted lowly, using the same technique the white-haired old man had used. However, Su Chen's version was infused with the language of ancient gods. In an instant, spiritual energy condensed into numerous sharp sword chi flying towards everyone from the Earthsha Sword sect. This is for avenging the Crimson Moon sect. If you're not satisfied, you can come find me anytime. Su Chen sneered. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he instantly jumped onto the tree and disappeared. The voice slowly followed. Damn it! The elder of the Earthsha Sword sect shouted in anger. He exerted all his strength to resist Su Chen's sword energy. Because he had just been injured by Su Chen, it was somewhat difficult to defend against the sword energy, and he was injured in several places by it. The other disciples of the Earthsha Sword sect were in a similar situation. Some of them couldn't dodge the sword energy, making them extremely embarrassed. However, the fear in their eyes while defending was very obvious. At this moment, their hearts were undoubtedly shaken. Why would the people of the Qihong sect have the Earthsha sword energy? The doubts of the Earthsha Sword sect were left unanswered. Su Chen had already moved in another direction. In that direction, Su Chen felt a stronger aura. No, it seems like several auras. Su Chen frowned slightly. Other sects could not have such a presence. Only the 2 sects and 2 gates could have such a strong aura. 3 sects have gathered together? Su Chen also realized this. It seemed that not far away, 3 sects had gathered together. Although it was a bit coincidental, it was not impossible. And not far away, 3 teams of people wearing different clothes were gathering together. These were the people of the Shinfeng sect, the Baixia men, and the Enlai men. Is Su Chen really that strong? A young woman who looked somewhat young but not quite like a girl was standing in front of her team, looking at the other 2 teams and speaking slowly. The woman was the leader of the Baixia men this time. Well, it is said that even the combined forces of the Xingluo men and the Kongchan sect are not his match. The elder of the Xingluo men was also disabled by Su Chen. The one who spoke this time was a burly man, the team leader of the Enlai men. His methods are quite ruthless. The last person to speak was a man with a scholarly air, the team leader of the Shinfeng sect. What kind of strength do you know? The elder of the Baixia men hesitated for a moment before speaking again. I'm not sure, but he should have reached the return to Void Realm. The elder of the Enlai men shook his head. They were not sure about Su Chen's true strength. It was only from the information they received that they judged Su Chen's strength had definitely reached the return to Void Realm. This person's comprehension is truly terrifying. The elder of the Baixia men also sighed. She had heard that Su Chen was not very old, but she did not expect his cultivation to be above theirs. It's really terrifying. If only he could be in our Enlai men. The elder of the Enlai men also sighed. Such terrifying comprehension was actually in the Qihong sect, undoubtedly raising the strength of the Qihong sect. Since such a person cannot be used, it is only reassuring to get rid of him. At this moment, the elder of the Shinfeng sect sneered. For the existence of Su Chen, if he really grew up, he would definitely make the Qihong sect the leader of the four sects. The Shinfeng sect would never allow this. Do you Shinfeng sect want to kill directly? The elder of the Enlai men frowned slightly. Although they also felt it was a pity for an existence like Su Chen in the Qihong sect, it was not necessary to kill him here, right? Killing violates the rules, our Shinfeng sect naturally will not do that, but disabling seems possible. The elder of the Shinfeng sect said indifferently. That's just like the style of the Shinfeng sect. The elder of the Bai Xia men said. She obviously did not appreciate the way the Shinfeng sect operated. So are you planning to wait for Su Chen to grow up and then wipe out our sects one by one? Isn't the beast-taming sect a lesson from the past? The elder of the Shinfeng sect spoke again. This time, the elders of the Bai Xia men and the Enlai men's eyes narrowed. After a moment, the elder of the Bai Xia men spoke slowly. Was the beast-taming sect destroyed by Su Chen? That Di Shua is a strong return to the virtual realm. The elder of the Dark Thunder Gate obviously had some disbelief. Although there is no evidence to show that it was done by Su Chen, but it is definitely related to him. After all, before that, the overall strength of the Red Rainbow sect was not as good as the Beast Taming sect. The elder of the Divine Wind sect continued. At this moment, the elders of the Azure Mist Gate and the Dark Thunder Gate also hesitated. If it was really done by Su Chen, then this person is really dangerous. It's the fault of the Beast Taming sect, it has nothing to do with me. Just as the three were talking, a voice suddenly came from nowhere. It's Su Chen. The elder of the Divine Wind sect was the first to react. Immediately, he looked vigilantly in the direction of the voice. The elders of the Azure Mist Gate and the Dark Thunder Gate also looked over. I didn't know where to find the three of you, just passing by. Su Chen of the Red Rainbow, may I borrow your sect's identity token? As soon as the voice fell, the people from the three sects saw a figure slowly walking out of the nearby forest. At this moment, they finally saw the appearance of the person speaking, very young. Not the kind of young appearance they were used to, but truly young. They could feel the vibrant vitality from this young man. You are Su Chen? The elder of the Azure Mist Gate stared at Su Chen for a moment before speaking. Exactly. Su Chen nodded. Although these three people in front of him looked quite young, their strength was the strongest Su Chen had seen in this battle of 100 sects. Even the old man with white hair from the Earth Demon Sword sect was not comparable. I am Bai Lan, the elder of the Azure Mist Gate. I have long heard of Elder Su Chen's name. Today, seeing you in person, you are indeed a heroic young man. Bai Lan, the elder of the Azure Mist Gate, also greeted Su Chen politely. Tong Hui from the Dark Thunder Gate, I have also heard of Elder Su Chen's name. Tong Hui, the elder of the Dark Thunder Gate, also greeted politely. So it's Elder Bai Lan and Elder Tong Hui, I have long heard of you both. The two were polite to Su Chen, and Su Chen naturally returned the courtesy. Bai Lan, Tong Hui, don't forget, we are in this together. The elder of the Divine Winds sect said coldly. Li Zitao, we are only joining forces to prevent the identity token from being taken, not to disable Elder Su Chen. Tong Hui of the Dark Thunder Gate also said coldly in response to the elder of the Divine Winds sect. Of course. Elder Li Zitao of the Divine Winds sect nodded. However, his gaze towards Tong Hui was somewhat unfriendly. It seems you are going to join forces. Su Chen could see that they were going to join forces. However, for him, there was not much difference between dealing with one sect and dealing with three sects. We know that we are not as strong as you, just joining forces to protect the identity token, Elder Su Chen, please don't take offense. Bai Lan smiled. This explained it to Su Chen. However, Li Zitao was not happy about it. In that case, let's fight together. Su Chen nodded. The elders of the Azure Mist Gate and the Dark Thunder Gate gave Su Chen a good impression. If it weren't for the Red Rainbow sect being able to control the situation, he wouldn't have to take action. It was just the elder of the Divine Wind sect, looking at him with a somewhat subtle and vicious gaze. Then let's offend. Bai Lan and Tong Hui were quite polite. Then the aura of the three of them burst out, all at the strength of half a step into the return to the virtual realm. Su Chen felt the strength of the three, but smiled. Let your disciples set up formations too. Su Chen felt the three strong auras coming towards him, but he was calm and fearless. Su Chen, although I know your strength is in the return to the virtual realm, we three are all strong at half a step into the return to the virtual realm, so don't be arrogant. Hearing Su Chen's words, Bai Lan smiled and reminded him. Yes. Although I and Bai Lan don't want to deal with you, just want to keep the identity card, some people are different, you must not be careless. Elder Tonghuai also spoke. Hearing Elder Tonghuai's words, Elder Lizitao of the Shinfeng sect also looked grim. The meaning of these words is that the Shinfeng sect is going to deal with Su Chen. However, they do have this intention. It's just that it was said by someone, which is a bit unpleasant. This is a chance for the three of you. I have a total of 41 identity cards here. Don't be concerned about your identity. When the time comes, all of your identity cards will be handed over to me. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen naturally did not know what the Bixia sect and the Anlei sect were planning. However, Su Chen would not completely believe their words. After all, the relationship between these two sects and the Qiheng sect is not that good. As members of the 4 sects, 2 sects, and 1 sword sect, it is natural to compete for resources. 41 identity cards? Hearing Su Chen's words, the 3 elders were also somewhat surprised. In less than a day, did Su Chen snatch 40 sects? There are only 89 sects participating in the 100 sects Great War. Yes, I just met the Earth Demon Sword sect, and they gave me a lot. Su Chen nodded. Hearing this, the 3 elders once again showed surprise. Are you saying that Chan Yen from the Earth Demon Sword sect also lost to you? Bai Lan asked in surprise. Yes, he is very weak. Su Chen nodded and said. Weak? The 3 elders also looked serious at this time. Although Chan Yen of the Earth Demon Sword sect is not as strong as the 3 of them, he is not weak either. And they naturally would not think that Su Chen was joking, because someone with such strength would not bother making such boring jokes. In other words, in Su Chen's eyes, Chan Yen of the Earth Demon Sword sect is indeed weak. Formation. Almost in unison, the 3 elders spoke. At this time, whether it was disciples of the Shinfeng sect, the Bixia sect, or the Anlei sect, they quickly formed formations. Su Chen did not move, waiting for them to successfully condense the formations. Before long, 3 different formations were successfully condensed. The Shinfeng formation of the Shinfeng sect, the Bixia formation of the Bixia sect, the Anlei formation of the Anlei sect. 3 formations, 3 different attributes, and 3 elders with strength reaching the half-step reversal void stage. With such a lineup in the northern region, no one dared to underestimate them. Only Su Chen, looking at the formations in front of him, nodded in satisfaction. The strength is worth my shot. Su Chen, come and fight. With the successful condensation of the Shinfeng formation, Elder Lizitao of the Shinfeng sect also coldly shouted. With the assistance of this formation, he was also quite confident. Elder Bai Lan of the Bixia sect and Elder Tonghuai of the Anlei sect were also standing in the center of their respective formations. Let's try the strength of Elder Su Chen. The 2 also spoke in a low voice. Then 3 powerful auras suddenly erupted. After the enhancement of the formations, the auras of the 3 also directly reached the reversal void stage. 3 reversal void experts are strong enough for anyone in the northern region. Wind dominating hand. Elder Lizitao of the Shinfeng sect shouted lowly. Countless wind attributes gathered together, forming a spiritual palm, directly reaching towards Su Chen. Azure 1,000 miles. Elder Bai Lan of the Bixia sect also condensed spiritual energy at this time. The Bixia sect cultivates water attributes. Countless water spiritual energy gathered and finally converged into a long river, coming from the sky. If you look closely, you can see that there are many long swords hidden in the river. Thunderous might. With the attacks of the other 2 elders condensing, Elder Tonghuai of the Anlei sect also did not show weakness. Thunder attribute spiritual energy began to gather in the air, followed by dark clouds and rolling thunder. They all have quite a bit of momentum. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. These 3 people, with the power of the formation, have reached the level of returning to the virtual realm. The techniques they condensed are also extremely powerful. This is the most powerful trio that Su Chen has encountered after participating in the 100 Sects Great War. If my move can't break your formation, I will give you all my identity cards. Su Chen sneered. Spiritual energy gathered in Su Chen's hands, not just one type of spiritual energy, but all types of spiritual energy, all condensed on Su Chen's palm. As those spiritual energies surged in, the spiritual energy in Su Chen's hands became more and more condensed. That is the thunder attribute spiritual energy. Looking at the spiritual energy gathering towards Su Chen, Tonghuai from the Dark Thunder sect also felt the attribute of that spiritual energy, which was the thunder attribute spiritual energy he was most familiar with. At this moment, Bai Lan also felt a very familiar spiritual energy. There is also water attribute spiritual energy. That is, wind attribute. How is this possible? Li Zitao was also surprised as he looked at the cluster of spiritual energy in Su Chen's hand, and he was shocked to speak. 3 attributes? No wonder he was able to reach such a high level in such a short time. Li Huai was also shocked. Not only that, there's more. Bai Lan looked at the cluster of spiritual energy in Su Chen's hand, her pupils shrinking. If it were someone else, seeing that the opponent had cultivated several types of spiritual energy, they would definitely be happy. But Su Chen's performance has already proven that his strength is not to be underestimated. Swallow it for me. Su Chen sneered, then the spiritual energy in his hand spun rapidly. Su Chen did not hesitate at all, directly throwing it towards the 3 attacks. The palm-sized spiritual energy began to rotate continuously. At this moment, those 3 attacks were actually being pulled towards the rapidly rotating cluster of spiritual energy. This was a skill that Su Chen had comprehended in the past 2 months. My skill. How is this possible? Li Zitao looked at his own skill being forcibly pulled over by that small cluster of spiritual energy, feeling extremely shocked. This Divine Wind Tyrant hand was a top-grade spiritual skill of the Divine Wind sect, but with just one encounter, it was forcibly attracted by that small cluster of spiritual energy. This was something Li Zitao had never expected. Of course, neither Bai Lan nor Tong Hui had expected it either. What they had condensed was the most powerful spiritual skill. Because of Su Chen's strength, they could not underestimate him. However, even so, when Su Chen revealed a bit of his strength, their powerful spiritual skills seemed a bit elusive, as if they were about to be broken in the next second. Break! Just as the 3 were contemplating, Su Chen shouted. As Su Chen's voice fell, the 3 powerful attacks that seemed elusive and on the verge of collapse, shattered at this moment. 3 powerful attacks shattered. They turned into 3 different attributes and were instantly engulfed by the small cluster of spiritual energy condensed by Su Chen from various spiritual energies. Thunderous might! Su Chen shouted, and a spiritual energy mixed with countless attributes surged out from the small cluster of spiritual energy. Then, in the sky, it condensed into a colorful cloud. Within the colorful cloud, lightning flashed and thunder roared. How is this possible? If the previous astonishment was just that, then at this moment, Tong Hui was completely shocked. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar spiritual skill, waves of shock surged in Tong Hui's heart. Azure mist for miles. Another voice came out of Su Chen's mouth. Another spiritual energy surged out from the small cluster of spiritual energy, condensed into a colorful river, containing colorful swords, and fell towards the Azure Mist sect. Defense! Elder Bai Lan of the Azure Mist sect was also in a panic at this moment. This was their Azure Mist sect's spiritual skill, and she was the most clear about it. The destructive power was also extremely huge. So in the midst of shock, she also shouted, and then the formation spiritual energy surged, forming a defensive barrier. Divine Wind Tyrant hand. Su Chen shouted again, and the remaining spiritual energy, still more than half, all condensed into a colorful palm, sweeping towards the Divine Wind sect. Obviously, Su Chen was somewhat taking care of the Shinfeng sect. Boom! 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 3 loud explosions rang out. Su Chen's 3 attacks landed on the Shinfeng sect, the Bisha gate, and the Anlei gate respectively. Instantly, a boundless amount of dust rose up. Su Chen waved his sleeve, a gust of wind blew by, sweeping away the countless dust to reveal the 3 sects inside. At this moment, both the Bisha gate and the Anlei gate looked somewhat disheveled. Bai Lan and Tong Hui both had traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, obviously having been injured in the recent clash. On the other hand, Li Zitao from the Shenfeng sect seemed to be in a better condition. He and his companion were already considered fine. However, Li Zitao was now ragged, with numerous wounds on his body, blood dripping. It was a sight that was heart-wrenching. The other disciples of the Shenfeng sect were also in a sorry state. Compared to the Bisha gate and the Anlei gate, they were in a much worse condition. It was as if they had only suffered minor injuries from a friendly match. Cough, you are truly outstanding. Bai Lan admires you. Here is the identity token of our Bisha gate, as well as the 8 tokens we snatched. They are all yours. After a cough, Elder Bai Lan of the Bisha gate slowly spoke. Seeing the miserable state of the Shinfeng sect, she knew that Su Chen had shown them some mercy, so she gladly handed over all the identity tokens to Su Chen. Thank you, Elder Bai Lan. Su Chen took the 9 identity tokens, checked them, confirmed their accuracy, and then slowly put them away. This is the identity token of our Anlei gate, as well as the 9 tokens we snatched. Thank you for going easy on us. Seeing that the Bisha gate had handed over their tokens to Su Chen, Tong Hui naturally dared not hold back. However, Tong Hui also felt admiration in his heart. He had been defeated by the most powerful spiritual technique of his own sect, and through the hands of the enemy. This was something he had never expected. Thank you. Su Chen checked once again before expressing his gratitude. This time, he collected 19 identity tokens. Together with the previous 41, he now had 60 identity tokens on him. Elderly, does your Shinfeng sect still want to fight? Su Chen looked at the gloomy Li Zitao and slowly spoke. If it weren't for certain rules, Su Chen really wanted to directly kill the Shinfeng sect. However, if he were to devour the Shinfeng sect on Spirit Island, it would definitely provoke attacks from the other sects. Even if Su Chen could withstand them, the Qihong sect wouldn't be able to. So Su Chen planned to wait until the Battle of the 100 Sects was over before taking action. Humph. Li Zitao hesitated for a moment, then threw his identity token to Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at it, seeing the Shinfeng sect's token along with the tokens of 12 other sects. This brought the total to 72 identity tokens, plus the Qihong sects, making it 73. Su Chen, stealing our sect's spiritual technique, I will definitely report this to the sect master. The Qihong sect will be finished by then, Li Zitao said fiercely. Now, he naturally didn't dare to confront Su Chen head-on and could only make a threat. But it was Elderly who taught me. Su Chen sneered. Put. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Li Zitao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He knew very well that Su Chen couldn't have learned the Shinfeng sect's spiritual technique beforehand. He must have learned it in that instant just now, but he insisted on saying that he had taught it, which seemed to make sense. Damn it. Thank you for your gifts. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of the Chimu sect? Su Chen didn't intend to continue paying attention to Li Zitao. His last target was the Chimu sect, the strongest among the 4 sects. You want to find the Chimu sect? Bai Lan was also somewhat surprised. He thought Su Chen would wait 3 days and then confront the Chimu sect at the central point. He didn't expect Su Chen to make a move here against the Chimu sect. If you know their location, please inform me. Su Chen spoke again. Chimu sect has had a fixed position on Yunling Island for these years, which is in the northwest direction of the island. Tong Hui pointed to the northwest and said to Su Chen, "Thank you." Su Chen nodded in thanks and turned to leave. A cold voice suddenly came from behind. With your current strength, you still want to compete with Chimu sect? The speaker was Li Zitao. As one of the 4 sects, is it interesting for you to flatter like this? Su Chen sneered and flew straight towards the northwest direction. Puff! Li Zitao spat out blood again because of Su Chen's words. The 2 elders of the Bixia sect and the Yanlei sect ignored Li Zitao and just watched Su Chen leave. At this moment, they suddenly had the idea of making friends with the Qihong sect. Report back to the sect leader. A thought simultaneously echoed in the minds of the 2. Following Tong Hui's instructions, Su Chen quickly flew towards the northwest direction of Yunling Island. His speed was very fast, and after a few flashes, he had appeared a kilometer away. In less than half an hour, Su Chen arrived at the northwest direction of Yunling Island. From a distance, Su Chen felt a presence. That should be Chimu sect, right? Su Chen frowned slightly. The presence he just felt was very strong. According to the information provided by the Qihong sect, the leader of Chimu sect this time should be their second elder, Wu He. This person also had the strength of the half-step return to Void Realm. However, the presence he just felt seemed a bit different. Since you're already here, there's no need to hide. Just as Su Chen was pondering, a voice came over. Very sharp. Su Chen's mouth also curved slightly. In this battle of the 100 sects, he actually encountered a strong opponent. Yes, none of the previous opponents could be considered strong, but the person in front of him could. The rustling of leaves sounded. At this moment, a voice also slowly walked out. Step, step, step. You must be Wu He, the second elder of Chimu sect, right? You have a keen sense. Su Chen walked out from behind a tree. He had just arrived here and was already sensed by Wu He. The person in front of him was a somewhat frail-looking man, who seemed weak, but gave Su Chen a much stronger feeling than the previous 3, including Li Zitao. The cultivation of my Chimu sect is related to the wood attribute. In this forest, within a radius of 100 miles, every move is clear. Wu He answered Su Chen's words quite seriously. Su Chen nodded. That's quite a good ability. You are Su Chen from the Qihong sect, right? Are you here to borrow the identity token of our Chimu sect? Wu He also looked at Su Chen. His words made it clear that he already knew what Su Chen had done. Exactly. Su Chen nodded. He also knew that this opponent was not simple. However, Su Chen remained confident in his own strength. Well, as long as you defeat me, besides the identity token of our Chimu sect, you will also receive the identity tokens of 15 other sects. Wu He looked at Su Chen, his eyes slowly burning with a fighting spirit. Alright, but don't you all like to use sect formations to enhance your strength? What about the disciples of Chimu sect? Su Chen nodded. He naturally knew that the other party would not easily hand over all the identity tokens to him. Su Chen was not afraid of this kind of request for a friendly match. He was just quite curious that the disciples of Chimu's sect were not present here. If the battle still needs to rely on the formation formed by the disciples in the soul realm, then there is no need to fight. After hearing Su Chen's words, Wu He also spoke lightly. Obviously, he was quite confident in his own strength. In that case, let's begin. Su Chen nodded. He found Wu He's character quite good. Compared to Bai Lan and Tong Hui, Su Chen felt more comfortable. I know you are not weak. If you can withstand my attack, then you win. Wu He was also confident at this moment. He naturally sensed Su Chen's strength, but he was also quite confident in his own abilities. You are confident. Su Chen did not refute. Wu He was very confident, and Su Chen felt like teaching him a lesson. Don't think that only you have reached the return to Void Realm. Let me tell you, I have too. Wu He spoke lightly. As he finished speaking, a powerful aura surpassing Li Zitao and the others erupted. This was the formidable aura of the return to Void Realm. It turned out that the second elder of the Chimu sect had also reached the return to Void Realm. No wonder the Chimu sect, as the leader of the four sects, had occupied many resources and overall strength surpassing the other three sects by a lot. With the sect master and the grand elder of the Chimu sect, there were actually 3 return to Void Realm experts within the Chimu sect. This was enough to dominate all the sects in the northern region. Su Chen, show me your full strength and withstand my attack. After the aura erupted, Wu He's confidence in speaking became even stronger. With a low shout, the wood attribute spiritual energy surged. Decaying wood withering stump. Instantly, streams of spiritual energy rushed towards Wu He's body from all directions. Su Chen could see that the surrounding trees were rapidly withering. To be able to use the spiritual energy of the surrounding trees, but this seems a bit inappropriate. Su Chen watched as the surrounding trees quickly withered, and streams of wood attribute spiritual energy flowed into Wu He's body. As the spiritual energy of the surrounding trees poured in, Wu He's hair gradually changed from black to green. Go! Wu He shouted, pointing a finger towards the sky, and a black spiritual energy flew towards Su Chen. The black spiritual energy, like withered trees, flew straight towards Su Chen. Who told you that my strength is only at the return to Void Realm? Su Chen looked at the incoming spiritual energy calmly. Then, a more powerful aura erupted. My strength is at the return to Void Realm 3rd grade. Return to Void Realm 3rd grade. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy of Su Chen, Wu He, who had been calm all along, finally showed a hint of shock on his face. He had not expected that Su Chen's strength had already reached the return to Void Realm 3rd grade. This completely exceeded his expectations. Such formidable strength was already comparable to the Grand Elder of the Chimu sect. Withered wood in spring. Su Chen's voice rang out again. This time, he used the ancient divine language. For simple words fell. Wu He felt the spiritual energy around him surging rapidly. These spiritual energies were of the wood attribute. As these spiritual energies surged, the trees that had been withered by him and absorbed the spiritual energy began to sprout, quickly becoming vibrant. The surge of spiritual energy also accelerated the growth of those trees. In just a few moments, they grew even denser than before. How is this possible? Wu He also seemed to have some disbelief in what he saw. He had used a high-grade spiritual technique of the Chimu sect, which could quickly absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding trees for his own use. The concentration of such spiritual energy was many times stronger than his own. Knowing that Su Chen was not weak, Wu He chose this spiritual technique. However, he did not expect that Su Chen's technique could mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth and forcibly infuse it into the withered trees, making them grow rapidly. Just as Wu He was astonished, the trees that had just grown began to condense streams of green spiritual energy. Finally, they gathered together and surged towards the black spiritual energy that Wu He had gathered. To be able to make trees attack autonomously? Upon seeing this scene, Wu He was completely shocked. The Strangewood sect, which dealt with trees all year round. Wu He naturally knew that these trees had no autonomous consciousness. Although they could gather spiritual energy, they could not use it. The Strangewood sect used the spiritual energy of these trees for themselves. However, it was unexpected that Su Chen's spiritual technique could actually give these trees autonomous attacking consciousness. The green spiritual energy clashed with the black spiritual energy. The expected loud noise did not occur. The black spiritual energy was actually assimilated the moment it touched the green spiritual energy. The black spiritual energy, filled with a withering aura, unexpectedly exuded a vibrant breath at that moment. It then flew straight towards Wu He. How is this possible? Wu He obviously could not accept the scene before him. The spiritual technique that the Strangewood sect was proud of turned out to be so ineffective in front of Su Chen? The green spiritual energy kept surging, flying directly towards Wu He. How is this possible? Wu He also seemed somewhat incredulous. Although he couldn't imagine that Su Chen's strength had already reached the third rank of the returning Void Realm, even so, it was impossible for him to easily withstand his attacks. Even the senior elders of the sect could not easily withstand Wu He's use of this spiritual technique. However, the scene before him made Wu He realize that someone could actually achieve it. With the surging of the wood spiritual energy, a defense was also formed in front of Wu He. Boom! Su Chen's attack landed on Wu He at this moment. With a loud noise, Wu He's body flew backward. After breaking several trees, he finally stopped. Cough, cough. Wu He stood up, coughed twice, and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, there was no resentment on his face. You win, Wu He admitted generously. He knew that after Su Chen demonstrated such strength, even if the senior elders came personally, they would not be a match. To possess such strength at such a young age, even Wu He couldn't help but admire. You are gracious. Su Chen found Wu He from the Strange Wood sect quite agreeable. At least his character was not detestable. It's your own strength that is formidable, nothing to do with me. Wu He chuckled. Then he took out his identity token and threw it directly to Su Chen. Thank you. Su Chen took it and put it away directly. He believed that Wu He would not tamper with it. After all, there were a total of 89 sects participating in the sect war, and at this moment, Su Chen had 89 identity tokens in his hand. Your strength is sufficient. Wu He shook his head. Even if Su Chen brought disciples from the Strange Wood sect to form an array, he would definitely not win. So he didn't feel resentful. Su Chen nodded without saying a word. The 100 sects war lasted for 3 days in total. It was only the first day, and Su Chen had already collected all the sects' identity tokens. For the remaining 2 days, Su Chen planned to explore the spirit-nurturing island to understand why spiritual energy could gather there and endure for so long. Su Chen, why did you take away all the sects' identity tokens? At this moment, Wu He suddenly asked. To let the Crimson Rainbow sect have enough resources. Su Chen did not hide his intentions. His main goal was to provide the Crimson Rainbow sect with more resources. In this way, the strength of the Crimson Rainbow sect would also increase, and they wouldn't have to worry about being suppressed by other sects. During this period in the Crimson Rainbow sect, the entire sect treated Su Chen quite well, so Su Chen also gave back a little. Is it that simple? By doing this, you have offended almost all the sects in the northern region. Aren't you afraid of the 100 sects besieging the Crimson Rainbow sect? Wu He was taken aback. He thought that Su Chen did this to show the strength of the Crimson Rainbow sect and wanted the sect to command the 100 sects. Besiege? In half a year, I have never practiced before, and now I have returned to the third level of the Void Realm. If the Bai clan dares to besiege the Red Rainbow sect, I am confident that I can step into the spiritual Void Realm within half a year, and by then it will be the time when the Bai clan disappears in the northern region. After hearing Wu He's words, Su Chen also smiled. The tone of his speech was light and breezy, but it made Wu He feel anxious. The young man in front of him had only been practicing for half a year? Wu He had thought that Su Chen had been practicing since he was a child in the Red Rainbow sect, but now he was saying that he had only been practicing for half a year. What kind of monstrous talent was this? If what Su Chen said was true, then giving him another half a year to step into the spiritual void realm seemed not difficult at all. Alright, I have collected all the identity tokens, so I will leave here first, Su Chen said to Wu He. Ignoring Wu He, who was still in shock, he left. It was only after Su Chen had left for a long time that Wu He reacted and let out a sigh. If the Bai clan really makes a move against the Red Rainbow sect, it will be a disaster. After saying this, Wu He also left the place directly. I should go to the central position now. Su Chen quickly moved in another direction. His destination was the northern position of the Spirit Island. Before setting off, Su Chen asked Luo Ziying why the Spirit Island could gather such majestic spiritual energy. It was said that the Spirit Island only opened once every 3 years, for 3 days each time. Therefore, the Bai clan's major battles also took place once every 3 years, lasting for 3 days each time. Luo Ziying was not clear about it, but she told Su Chen that if he had time, he could go to the northern position of the Spirit Island to take a look. It was said that when the Spirit Island first opened, all sects wanted to figure out what was going on and sent strong individuals to investigate. Some clues were found. In the northern position of the Spirit Island, the spiritual energy was thinner than in other places. A passage was also found, but it was guarded by a barrier that could not be passed through. Even returned to Void Realm experts could not pass through the barrier. So everyone speculated that behind the barrier lay the secret of the Spirit Island. However, no one knew the specific secret. In the past decade or so, no one had gone to search for it. Su Chen's current goal was to have enough time to try to enter that barrier. If there is a barrier, could it be that the Spirit Island is man-made? Su Chen was very curious at this moment. If the spirit island was indeed man-made, what a huge project it would be. Night had fallen by this time. Suchen had spent the whole day collecting identity tokens and had no time to rest. He was now hurrying to the northern position of the spirit island. He had no time to stop and rest. Fortunately, Suchen's spiritual power was very rich, so even at this moment, he did not feel too tired. The spiritual energy here is indeed a bit thin. Suchen felt that the spiritual energy around him was getting thinner. After a brief assessment, Suchen headed straight towards the direction where the spiritual energy was thinnest. According to Luo Ziying, the barrier passage existed where the spiritual energy was thinnest. Since there were few people here, the trees were denser. Suchen moved through the trees and soon saw a cave. The spiritual energy here is weak because it is all flowing into this cave. Suchen noticed this and quickly flew towards the cave. But after only 100 meters, Suchen felt a barrier in front of him. Is this the barrier guarding the secret of the spirit island? There was no light in the cave. Fortunately, Suchen's cultivation has reached the return to void realm, so even in such a dark place, it is still visible. In front of Suchen, there is only a barrier. This barrier, rather than being seen by Suchen, is more like being felt. The spiritual energy outside seems to disappear in this place. Suchen can also feel that spiritual energy can pass through the barrier in front of him. Although he doesn't know if the barrier is man-made or natural, Suchen can feel that even with his full strength, he cannot break through the barrier. There should be a way to open it. Suchen is clear that although the barrier is powerful, as long as it is not natural, there should be a way to open it. Of course, if the barrier is naturally formed, there is no need to enter because it means there is nothing behind it. The reason why the various sects in the northern region have not studied it further is because they believe that the wonders of the spirit island in this barrier are naturally formed. If it is naturally formed, it might be too coincidental. Suchen looked at the barrier in front of him and pondered for a moment. Then he punched the barrier. With a loud bang, ripples spread from Suchen's fist towards the barrier, but there was no response. Indeed, this has nothing to do with strength. Suchen understood from the beginning that strength was not the key. Otherwise, several strongest members of the sect's joining forces would have been able to break the barrier. Suchen then searched around, trying to find any mechanism to open it, but unfortunately found none. No mechanism, unable to break through. Does that mean we really can't enter? Suchen frowned. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered something. If this barrier is man-made, it must have been set up with great power, and the source of power can only come from two sources, either the creator of the barrier or the ancient divine language. Suchen's thinking at this moment was very clear. He continued to analyze. All the techniques and spiritual skills on the Ask the Heavens continent are derived from the ancient divine language, which is the English language I am familiar with. Therefore, the method of this barrier must also come from the ancient divine language. If I use the ancient divine language, maybe I can open it. Suchen placed his hand on the barrier and slowly said, "With my spiritual power, open the barrier." At that moment, Suchen felt his spiritual power being drained in an instant, all of it pouring into the barrier. A faint light appeared on the barrier, but it was extremely weak. There's a reaction. Seeing this scene, Suchen was delighted. Devour spiritual energy. Suchen knew that the spiritual power of the return to void realm was not enough to open the barrier, so he had to forcibly absorb spiritual energy from between heaven and earth to condense spiritual power and open the barrier. As Suchen's spiritual energy continued to pour in, the barrier finally responded again, and the faint light began to slowly brighten, albeit very slowly. However, Suchen was not in a hurry, as he already knew how to open the barrier, so it was only a matter of time. This infusion took an hour. After an hour, the barrier in front of him had reached a fairly bright level. At that moment, Suchen's hand passed through the barrier. Success! Seeing his hand successfully pass through the barrier, Suchen did not hesitate and stepped straight into the barrier. As soon as he entered the barrier, Suchen saw that the surroundings had brightened up. What is this? Suchen looked at this strange place with curiosity. It was unexpectedly spacious inside the cave, with a glowing sphere floating in the sky. Suchen felt that it was completely condensed from spiritual energy. Most of the spiritual energy flowing in from outside the barrier had poured into that sphere. The surrounding brightness comes from that light ball. It's like having an artificial sun. There are buildings. Suchen could see a pile of buildings beneath his feet, as if they were built underground. However, Suchen did not feel any vitality at this moment. In other words, there were no living people inside these buildings. Let's go down and take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Suchen jumped straight down. With a few leaps, he landed on the ground. Looking at the ancient buildings around him, Suchen fell into contemplation. These buildings seemed to resemble a sect. Su Chen did not expect that there was a sect hidden underground on the Spirit Island. This sect must have been around for some time. Looking at the surroundings, some places exuded a sense of ancient charm. Su Chen could conclude that the existence of this sect was probably very ancient, possibly thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. An ancient sect buried deep underground? Su Chen flashed a few times and arrived at the main entrance of the ancient sect. At this moment, he saw 3 words carved on the gate. These 3 words made Su Chen slightly stunned for a moment, because these were not the characters of the Tianwen continent, but 3 small seal characters. Spirit Sect. Looking at the familiar characters, Su Chen also repeated them. But just as Su Chen finished uttering these 3 words, there was a sudden change in the surroundings. In a trance, figures appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen thought that all the people of this sect had appeared, but upon closer inspection, they were different. This is not underground, this is Spirit Island? The entire Spirit Sect actually covers the entire Spirit Island. At this moment, Su Chen also discovered that everything in front of him was just an illusion. Perhaps because he uttered the 3 words of the Spirit Sect in English, it triggered this illusion. Su Chen did not expect that what he had just seen underground was thought to be just a small sect but turned out to be a large sect covering the entire Spirit Island. Figures passed through the Spirit Sect. Some were chatting, but most were cultivating. Su Chen could not sense their strength, but it was not difficult to see that these were all disciples of the Spirit Sect, and their strength was above the Return to Void Realm. Even the disciples have the strength of the Return to Void Realm? What kind of strength would the elders and sect master have? Su Chen did not know why such a powerful sect would be hidden underground. At this moment, everyone suddenly looked solemnly towards the sky. Su Chen also followed their gaze. At a glance, he was stunned for a moment. In the sky, a blood-red river surged. Su Chen could feel an endless murderous intent from the blood-red river. What is that? Just then, Su Chen saw figures appearing in the blood-red river. Figures emerged in the blood-red river. Su Chen could not see their faces clearly, but he could feel the endless killing intent emanating from them. What exactly is that? Su Chen stared at the figures in the sky. He did not know if they belonged to a race or sect on the Tianwen continent, or if they were not from the Tianwen continent at all. While Su Chen was contemplating, the disciples of the Spirit Sect around him went on high alert. Several figures flew out from the Spirit Sect. These figures could stand in the void without relying on any treasures. In front of this group of figures, there was an old man with white hair. Although it was just an illusion, the pressure this white-haired old man gave Su Chen was not weak. Such pressure from an illusion, how terrifying is the strength of this old man? Su Chen was curious. However, this is an ancient sect, and the disciples are all in the Return to Void Realm. The old man must be the master of the Spirit Sect, naturally powerful. The master of the Spirit Sect seemed to be in conversation with the figure in the blood-colored river. As it was just an illusion, Su Chen couldn't hear the voices. However, it was apparent that the conversation was not pleasant. Soon, the formation of the Spirit Sect was activated. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be absorbed in an instant. Within the formation, a powerful attack was launched towards the figure in the sky above the blood-colored river. At that moment, the figure in blood-colored robes waved his sleeve, and an attack condensed from the blood-colored river. It collided with the Spirit Sect's formation attack. After a moment, the attack containing the spiritual energy around the Spirit Sect collapsed. The blood-colored attack, however, continued unabated and directly hit the Spirit Sect. In an instant, countless disciples of the Spirit Sect perished under this attack. A casual attack killed so many Return to Void Realm experts? Su Chen frowned. Could it be that the Spirit Sect was destroyed by this casual attack? No. If it had been destroyed at that moment, how could the Spirit Sect appear underground? At that moment, the master of the Spirit Sect in the sky formed a seal with his hand. As the seal condensed, a blacking-colored giant beast phantom appeared behind the master of the Spirit Sect. That is a Qilin? Upon closer inspection, Su Chen recognized the giant beast phantom. It was indeed a Qilin. Although Su Chen had not seen a Qilin with his own eyes, he had read about it in books. With the appearance of the Qilin, the master of the Spirit Sect also moved his mouth, but Su Chen couldn't hear what was being said. At that moment, the ink-colored Qilin behind the master of the Spirit Sect opened its mouth, and an attack swept towards the blood-colored river. The figure above the blood-colored river seemed very wary of the Qilin's attack. Instead of being as casual as before, several people joined forces to condense a powerful attack from the blood-colored river. However, when this attack met the Qilin's attack, it was instantly shattered. The ink-colored Qilin's attack then fell directly into the blood-colored river. After a moment, the blood-colored river completely disappeared, revealing several blood-colored figures. It seemed that these blood-colored figures had suffered considerable injuries under this attack. Is the ink-colored Qilin so powerful? Su Chen sighed. At that moment, the seal of the master of the spirit sect in the sky changed again. Seeing this, the blood-colored figures did not hesitate and disappeared into the void. As the blood-colored figures disappeared, Su Chen saw the master of the spirit sect stagger, almost falling from the sky. The ink-colored Qilin behind him also turned into a stream of light at that moment, diving into the body of the master of the spirit sect. So he is also at the end of his strength? Su Chen saw the scene and understood. If those blood-colored figures had not left just now, perhaps the master of the spirit sect would not have been able to use such a powerful attack again. But the attack of the ink-colored Qilin is really powerful. Su Chen also marveled. At that moment, the master of the spirit sect turned to look at the sorry state of the spirit sect, and with a glance, he actually looked at Su Chen. Can he feel my presence? Su Chen was stunned. This was an illusion. Could that person really see him? Just a coincidence? As Su Chen frowned, the master of the spirit sect pointed a finger, and a black light flew towards Su Chen. Unable to dodge, the black light hit Su Chen's forehead directly. The surrounding illusions also collapsed under this attack. Phew, so strong. Coming out of the illusion, Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Everything that happened in the illusion still shocked Su Chen a little. Who are the figures appearing in the blood-red river? And what about the ink-colored Qilin? What is it? Su Chen was quite interested in both of them because they represented powerful forces. Under this kind of power, even strong return-to-void realm experts could only act as cannon fodder. However, unable to understand, Su Chen decided not to think about it. Let's see if there is anything good left in this ancient sect. Su Chen thought and began to search within the sect. The current Yunling sect looked completely different from what Su Chen had seen in the illusion. It was unclear whether those blood-red figures had returned or if it was due to the long passage of time. In any case, the Yunling sect at this moment seemed much smaller than the Qihong sect. After searching a few rooms, they were all places for disciples to rest. Just then, Su Chen saw a room with the words Yunling Pill Hall written on it and pushed the door open. Immediately, a strong medicinal fragrance hit him. This scent was different from the smell of English medicine, carrying a scent of pill fragrance. Are these all pills? Su Chen looked around and saw various small jade bottles containing different pills. He picked one up and read, Yunling pill? The words on it were in ancient divine language. Su Chen opened it and poured out a slightly white pill. The pill exuded a pill fragrance, was round, and Su Chen could feel a strong spiritual energy from it. He then picked up a few other jade bottles nearby, Xinglei pill, Ruxu pill, Gubi pill. There were various pills, some were duplicates, but some were unique. There were actually over 100 small jade bottles here, meaning there were over 100 pills in front of Su Chen. This is a big gain. Although Su Chen was not clear about the uses of some pills, those placed here by the ancient sect were naturally not too bad. Without any hesitation, Su Chen collected all of them into his spatial bag. Ha! What's this? After collecting all the pills, Su Chen suddenly discovered something else. Inside the Yunling Pill Hall, after collecting the 100 or so small jade bottles, Su Chen saw a small box revealed behind them. What's that? Su Chen looked at the small box, which was very plain, without any decoration or carving. However, the small box was spotless, unlike the surrounding items covered in dust. Only the small jade bottles containing pills were clean, and this small box was also spotless. It must be extraordinary. Without any hesitation, Su Chen directly picked up the small box. Upon closer inspection, he found that there were no seams on the small box. Can't open it? After careful examination, Su Chen still couldn't open it. Do I need to infuse spiritual energy? Su Chen then directly infused spiritual energy into the small box, but there was still no response. Forget it, I'll put it away for now and study it slowly later. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen put the small box into his spatial bag. The Yunling sect, once a super sect that covered the entire Yunling island, now shrunk to this small place, with only 100 or so bottles of pills left. Su Chen also felt a bit regretful. Once a powerful sect where every disciple reached the return to void realm, it was a strong sect not only in the northern domain but also in the central domain where strong experts abounded. However, it later hid underground. It was truly a pity. After a while, Su Chen came out of the Yunling Pill Hall and continued to search room by room. Is this spirit stones? Just then, Su Chen opened a room and found a strong spiritual energy emanating from it. Inside, there was actually a pile of spirit stones. Although these spirit stones are not considered rare, they are the common currency of the Wenqian continent. With enough spirit stones, one can buy anything they want. Even god-level techniques and spirit skills can be purchased with spirit stones. Of course, the amount of spirit stones needed is quite large. Most people take them out to exchange for other things, trading goods for goods. After all, at that level of strength, those who can produce god-level techniques or spirit skills are not lacking in spirit stones. In front of Su Chen, it should be the savings of the entire Yunling sect. Without hesitation, he took them all. Su Chen checked and found a total of 38 million spirit stones. It is worth noting that Su Chen only seized 1 or 2,000 spirit stones from the young master of the beast taming sect. That was already a considerable amount for a young master level. And here, Su Chen collected 38 million spirit stones. These spirit stones can not only be used as currency to purchase items, but can also directly absorb the spiritual energy inside them. This spiritual energy can be absorbed directly without the need for refining. The Yunling sect should also have techniques and skills, right? Su Chen thought. The most important thing for a sect is techniques and skills. The stronger the techniques and skills, the stronger the overall strength of the sect. So at this moment, Su Chen also wanted to directly find the place where the Yunling sect stored its techniques and skills. According to the sect's customs, techniques and skills are usually stored in the central location. Su Chen walked straight towards the center. Before long, he saw a grand hall in the center. It was clear how magnificent this hall was in its prime. However, the hall was now covered in dust. What a pity! This was not the first time Su Chen had sighed. Will even a powerful sect eventually decline? Su Chen did not know, nor did he want to know. There was no plaque on the hall, it was very simple and plain. Su Chen pushed the door open directly. Indeed, techniques and skills. Su Chen looked at the entire hall, which was densely packed with numerous techniques and skills. He walked over and picked up a book at random. Scarlet Refining Immortal Scroll, Middle Grade Spiritual Technique. This random book was already a middle grade spiritual technique. Su Chen looked at a few more books: Green Light Immortal Art, Middle Grade Spiritual Technique, Tiger Roar Domineering Record, High Grade Spiritual Technique. And those spirit skills were similar. Alchemy God Slash, Middle Grade Spirit Skill. Dragon Whisker Divine Spear, Middle Grade Spirit Skill. Scarlet Sky Dragon Burst, High Grade Spirit Skill. All kinds of spirit skills were at least of the spiritual level. Without looking further, Su Chen directly collected them all into his spatial bag. Fortunately, after killing the master of the beast taming sect, Su Chen directly exchanged his spatial bag for a high-level one. Otherwise, with so many elixirs, spirit stones, techniques, and skills, he might not have been able to fit them all. Ha! What's that? At that moment, Su Chen saw 2 light clusters in the innermost part of the hall. Su Chen walked towards them. As he approached, Su Chen discovered that there were 2 scrolls within those 2 light clusters. Su Chen then reached out to grab the 2 light clusters. But just as Su Chen's hand was about to grab them, the 2 light clusters seemed to react and flew towards another direction. They actually have some spirituality? Such evasion was enough to prove that what was inside was not ordinary. So at this moment, Su Chen did not hesitate at all and chased after them again. With a step, he arrived in front of one light cluster. He then reached out towards the direction of that light cluster. Swish! In an instant, the light cluster dodged directly towards another direction. Pretty fast. Su Chen smiled. He then increased his speed and reached out towards the light cluster. The light cluster dodged again. However, at this moment, Su Chen seemed to have judged the direction in which the light cluster was dodging. He appeared directly in front of the light cluster and grabbed it with one hand. Can't escape from me this time, can you? Su Chen sneered. The scroll inside the light cluster continued to struggle, but it was of no use in Su Chen's hands. Shatter! Su Chen shouted lowly, and spiritual energy surged in his hand. In the next moment, the outer light cluster of the scroll was crushed. As the light cluster shattered, a rather ancient scroll was revealed inside. Without looking closely, Su Chen stored the scroll in his spatial bag. Following the same method, he caught another scroll. The struggle this time was even more terrifying. However, since it had fallen into Su Chen's hands, no matter how it struggled, it was futile. It was firmly grasped by Su Chen and directly crushed the light cluster again, revealing a bright scroll inside. These 2 scrolls gave Su Chen completely different feelings. What is this? Su Chen was a bit curious and looked at the several characters on it, not English characters, but the language of the Wentiandalu continent. The scroll in his hand exuded a domineering feeling. Su Chen took a look, and the characters on it were the language of the Wentiandalu continent. However, fortunately, Su Chen was familiar with it. Golden Radiance Divine Seal? Divine Grade Intermediate Spiritual Technique. Su Chen did not expect that this scroll was actually a Divine Grade Intermediate Spiritual Technique. He then took out another scroll. Nurturing Spirit Scroll, Divine Grade Lower Grade Technique. This one was a technique. It seemed that the Yulin sect practiced this technique. However, it was unclear whether having this technique led to the establishment of the Yulin sect, or if this technique was created by a powerful figure in the Yulin sect. Su Chen was more inclined to the first guess. The first sect master of the Yulin sect cultivated the nurturing spirit scroll, and then established the Yulin sect. Let's put this away too. Su Chen did not hesitate at all and directly stored both scrolls. Swish! At this moment, a beam of light passed directly by Su Chen's side and quickly flew towards the door of the main hall. What is that? Su Chen did not expect that there was actually a third light cluster hidden in the main hall. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly chased after the direction of the light cluster. Accelerate! The language of the ancient gods was spoken. Su Chen's speed increased again. However, the speed of the light cluster was extremely fast. It was many times faster than the two scrolls. Restrain! Another language of the ancient gods was spoken. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking this time, a strange wave spread from his body. In a moment, it caught up with the light cluster and trapped the swiftly flashing light cluster in the middle. No matter how the light cluster struggled, it was futile. Su Chen did not hesitate at all, reached out his hand, and grabbed into the light cluster. Then, with a pull, the light cluster shattered, and the contents appeared in Su Chen's hand. This is a long spear? In Su Chen's hand, there was only a long spear. The spear body was black, and it was engraved with flames. Obviously, this was a spiritual treasure. As for the grade, this should be a top-grade spiritual treasure? Su Chen did not expect that there was actually a top-grade spiritual treasure in the Yulin sect. Spiritual treasures are divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, with the top-grade spiritual treasure being the best. However, above this, there are still the 4 grades of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Su Chen did not expect that in the declining Yulin sect, there was not only a divine grade technique and a divine grade spiritual technique but also a top-grade spiritual treasure. For Su Chen, this was simply a great harvest. Fire Shadow Spirit Spear? Su Chen saw that there were 4 characters on this spiritual treasure. It was obvious that this was the name of the spiritual treasure. Su Chen had everything. The ancient god language he used could rival divine grade techniques and divine grade spiritual techniques. However, Su Chen did not know how to forge top-grade spiritual treasures. So at this moment, obtaining this high-quality spiritual treasure is like giving wings to Su Chen. Just then, the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear trembled, as if it was being summoned by some kind of power, showing signs of wanting to break free from Su Chen's control. Is there something there? With this feeling, Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Only the owner of the spiritual treasure can control it. Judging by the current situation of the spirit sect, everyone here should have already perished. And the owner of this spiritual treasure definitely wouldn't be here. But the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear gave Su Chen the feeling of seeking its owner. Let's go take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen directly put the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear into the spatial bag. This kind of spiritual treasure with an owner needs to erase the spiritual imprint left by the previous owner before a new one can be planted. This process takes some time, so Su Chen didn't have much time to do it now. He could only put it into the spatial bag. Feeling the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear settling down in the spatial bag, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a light tap of his toes on the ground and a few jumps, he headed towards the direction indicated by the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear. Is this the main hall of the spirit sect? Su Chen could tell that this was the location of the main hall of the spirit sect. However, there was no one there. There were no strange things either. Su Chen cautiously pushed open the door of the main hall and walked in. After all, this was an ancient sect where disciples could reach the return to Void Realm, and there was no room for Su Chen to be negligent. No one here. After checking the main hall for a moment, Su Chen confirmed that there was no one inside. But why did the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear react? Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. If there wasn't something calling the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear here, it wouldn't have reacted like that. Then, Su Chen flipped his hand, and the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear appeared in his hand. Sheen! Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear, and it flew straight towards the back of the main hall. This time, Su Chen didn't put away the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear. He just grabbed it with one hand and followed it for a distance. There's no way ahead. There was no way ahead, but the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear didn't stop. It flew straight towards the wall. Su Chen gritted his teeth and didn't stop, letting the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear crash into the wall. Boom! With a loud noise, the wall collapsed somewhat under the impact of the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear, revealing the scene inside. There's actually a secret passage here? Su Chen then put the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear into the spatial bag. After confirming that the secret passage was indeed there, Su Chen sent a burst of spiritual energy over. Boom! Another loud noise. The wall was directly blasted open, revealing the secret passage inside. Although it was a secret passage, it wasn't dark inside. Night pearls embedded on the walls illuminated the passage. Suchin carefully looked around before walking in. The passage wasn't very long. Just then, Suchen actually saw a figure sitting not far from the end of the passage. Is that the old man from the illusion? Suchen could see clearly. This person was none other than the sect master of the spirit sect. The sect master of the spirit sect is actually still alive? Suchen couldn't believe that after so many years, the sect master of the spirit sect was still alive. Almost without hesitation, Suchen turned around, intending to leave. But just then, a voice came from behind. The voice was not loud, but it was very clear in the passage. After tens of thousands of years, someone has finally arrived here. This voice made Suchen's scalp tingle. In the illusion, the sect master of the spirit sect was incredibly powerful. If you have lived for tens of thousands of years, what kind of terrifying existence would you have reached? The old man's voice was not loud, but it carried a strong pressure. This feeling was something Suchen had never experienced before. Sensing the gaze of the figure behind him, Suchen had no choice but to turn around. He bowed slightly to the figure, a basic courtesy to the elder, and then said, "Junior Suchen, I didn't mean to disturb the elder's cultivation, so I'll take my leave." After Suchen finished speaking, he intended to leave. However, at this moment, the figure spoke again. "There are many familiar scents on you. Spirit enchantment. Golden radiance divine seal." Hearing the old man's words, Suchen felt a bit embarrassed. He had taken the techniques and skills of their sect, but it wasn't Suchen's fault. After all, he thought all the strong members of this sect had fallen. "Oh, the fire shadow spirit spear?" The old man exclaimed softly, then reached out his hand. Suchen felt the fire shadow spirit spear flying out directly from the spatial bag. "Junior didn't know about the existence of the elder, so I took it, and now I return it to its rightful owner. It was impossible to snatch it." The illusionary old man was at least in the divine soul realm, and after cultivating for thousands of years, Suchen didn't know if he had already entered the divine spirit realm, so Suchen had no intention of forcibly taking it. It's okay, our sect has fallen for tens of thousands of years." Just as Suchen's words fell, the figure spoke again. Suchen was stunned, staring at the figure. Fallen for tens of thousands of years? It was right in front of him. The powerful pressure made Suchen feel uncomfortable. This is just one of my divine souls. It has fallen a long time ago," the old man said casually. This divine soul that had been left behind for tens of thousands of years still had such pressure. At this moment, Suchen became even more interested in that mysterious realm. But in these tens of thousands of years, the fire shadow spirit spear has actually dropped to the level of a top-grade spiritual treasure? At this point, the old man spoke again. Suchen was slightly surprised. Then he realized, "Elder, do you mean that this fire shadow spirit spear should be stronger?" This fire shadow spirit spear should have been a yellow grade spiritual treasure, but it seems that over these tens of thousands of years, its grade has dropped. The old man nodded slightly, explaining to Suchen. Suchen was delighted. He did not expect that the fire shadow spirit spear was actually a yellow grade spiritual treasure. Although it was only one grade difference, the difference was huge. Even if there were thousands of top grade spiritual treasures, they could not compare to the value of a yellow grade spiritual treasure. "Is there a way to repair it?" Suchen hesitated for a moment and asked again. As long as there are enough spirit stones, it can be repaired," the old man chuckled, then waved his hand. Suchen felt a response in the spatial bag. Countless spirit stones surged out and flew towards the old man. "Since we have met, it is fate. Our sect will help you repair this fire shadow spirit spear," the old man said lightly. Suchen felt a bit distressed. The spirit stones that had just flown out were worth millions. However, being able to repair the fire shadow spirit spear to the level of a yellow grade spiritual treasure, even if all of Suchen's spirit stones were used for repairs, there would be no problem. "Thank you, Elder." Suchen thanked him. Then he asked again, "Elder, what happened to the spirit enchantment sect?" Although he felt it was not appropriate, Suchen was still curious to ask. "It was destroyed by those guys," the old man said casually. Suchen frowned slightly. "Was it the blood-colored figures? Weren't they driven away by you? If they ran away, they can naturally come back." The old man spoke again. Suchen could tell that the old man was also very wary of those blood-colored figures. What kind of people were they, to make such a powerful being so wary? You can see illusions, which shows that your understanding of the ancient divine language is quite deep, which is suitable. The old man did not give Suchen a chance to speak, and spoke again. Suchen nodded slightly. "I can understand." In Suchen's view, this was already very modest. But at this moment, the old man's hand repairing the spirit spear of the fire shadow was trembling slightly. You can understand?" The old man's voice was trembling at this moment. Su Chen was not sure why the old man was so shocked, but still nodded. I can. Do you recognize these two ancient god languages? The old man did not easily believe Su Chen. Instead, he condensed two ancient god languages in front of Su Chen. Qilin. Su Chen spoke, not in the language of the Ask Heaven continent, but in English. Good, good, good. Hearing Su Chen's words, the old man's face at this moment actually showed a relieved smile. He then said 3 good words in a row. Su Chen was puzzled. Usually, when using ancient god languages, something would happen. But this time, when he said the word Qilin, nothing happened at all. Do you know about the ancient 9 spirit beasts? Just as Su Chen was puzzled, the old man spoke again. Su Chen shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Is that so? Right, with your current strength, you still cannot come into contact with it. The old man nodded. He then continued, you should have seen it in the illusion. The one condensed by the senior? Su Chen remembered. In the illusion, the old man finally condensed to ink Qilin to repel the blood-colored figure. That was not condensed by me, that is a real ancient spirit beast. The old man just shook his head at Su Chen's words. Real existence? Su Chen did not expect that there would be Qilin's existence on this alien continent. Yes, that is one of the ancient 9 spirit beasts, named Qilin. The old man continued to explain. He then fell silent for a moment, as if lost in thought. Where is the Qilin spirit beast now? Su Chen was curious. If there really was a Qilin, he would like to see it. Back then, in order to kill that group of guys, I used the entire power of the Yunling sect to control the Qilin, at the cost of falling, and left them all here. However, the entire Yunling sect also consumed all its luck afterwards, gradually declined, and finally had to move underground, and still could not escape the fate of destruction. The old man slowly said, after I fell, I severed the connection with the Qilin, and now I don't know where it is. I see, it's a pity. Su Chen nodded. Originally thought that the destruction of the Yunling sect was because the blood-colored figure brought more powerful beings. Unexpectedly, it was the old man who used the luck of the Yunling sect, at the cost of his own fall, to leave them all here. Since we have fate, this sect will give you another chance. The old man suddenly smiled. Then he lightly touched Su Chen's forehead with his finger, and a black light penetrated into Su Chen's forehead. This scene was so similar to the one in the illusion. The old man's fingertip lightly touched, and a black light penetrated into Su Chen's forehead. At this moment, a dark black rune appeared on Su Chen's forehead. It slowly faded and finally disappeared from Su Chen's forehead. Su Chen touched his forehead, feeling nothing unusual. There was no strange increase in knowledge. What is this? Su Chen asked. But the old man shook his head. You don't need to worry about it now. You will understand when you encounter the ancient spirit beast in the future. Thank you for the senior's gift. Su Chen also thanked him at this moment, although he didn't know what it was specifically. But since the old man said so, it must be related to the ancient spirit beast, and it seemed that the old man was not bad. The thing he gave must be harmless. It's just a bit of fate. Whether you can succeed or not depends on your own destiny. The old man waved his hand and said. At this moment, on the fire shadow spirit spear, there appeared streaks of fiery red light. It looked particularly dazzling on the dark spear body. However, in the next moment, all the fiery red lights began to converge, eventually turning into faint black flame patterns. Alright, the old man spoke again. At this moment, the top-grade spiritual treasure fire shadow spirit spear in his hand successfully restored to the level of a yellow-grade spiritual treasure. The old man then pointed his finger, causing the fire shadow spirit spear to tremble. He directly threw the fire shadow spirit spear to Su Chen. I have erased the spiritual imprint on it. You can now plant your own spiritual imprint. From now on, this fire shadow spirit spear will be yours. Thank you for your generosity, senior. Su Chen thanked once again, and directly planted his own spiritual imprint on the fire shadow spirit spear. If Su Chen needed to erase it, it would take an unknown amount of time. After all, with the old man's strength, even a spiritual imprint might take Su Chen a day to erase. After planting the spiritual imprint, the fire shadow spirit spear became Su Chen's spiritual treasure. Without any hesitation, Su Chen directly stored it in his spatial bag. Alright, what needs to be done has been done. My divine soul is about to disappear. The old man looked around. If this divine soul disappeared, then the old man would truly fall. At this moment, Su Chen was a bit at a loss for words. After all, the old man had given him one thing after another. Now the old man was about to leave. Sometimes leaving something for future generations can be considered a blessing, but you must promise my sect one thing. The old man seemed to see through Su Chen's heart and slowly spoke. Please speak, senior. Su Chen nodded. When you encounter that group of people, do not show any mercy. When the old man said this, a strong killing intent suddenly erupted. This powerful killing intent directly moved Su Chen. Senior, who exactly are those people? Su Chen asked, the doubt in his heart. They are people who do not exist in the Wenti continent. The old man did not elaborate. But Su Chen understood. After all, he was also a transmigrator. Su Chen could infer that those people were probably from another time and space, or another plane. However, Su Chen did not mention this. Yes, Junior will remember. When encountering that blood-colored figure, there will be no mercy. After Su Chen finished speaking, a strong killing intent erupted from him. Good, 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 ha ha ha. Feeling Su Chen's killing intent, the old man also burst into laughter. With the old man's laughter, his figure gradually disappeared. The ultimate powerhouse, the patriarch of the Yunling sect, completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Su Chen looked at the place where the old man disappeared and bowed to him. Then he came out of the passage and walked straight towards the main hall. He had taken what he needed, and the rest was mostly where the disciples lived. Su Chen did not check further and left the cave, leaving the place. As Su Chen left, the barrier slowly began to restore. It can repair itself. Su Chen was curious about this barrier. But it was also good in this way, sealing the Yunling sect inside, and no one would disturb it. Outside, it was still night. However, a whole day had passed by now. Tomorrow is the last day of the 100 Sects Great Battle, and also the closing time of the Yunling Island. After determining the direction, Su Chen flew straight towards the location of the Qihong sect. Along the way, Su Chen also felt many unfamiliar auras. They must be people from other sects. Practicing on Yunling Island was beneficial to them. Soon, Su Chen found the disciples of the Qihong sect. At this moment, their auras were much stronger than the previous day. 1 day here is equivalent to 10 days elsewhere, not bad. Su Chen looked at the group of disciples and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, several disciples seemed to have a breakthrough. Su Chen watched for a moment before entering a state of cultivation. The next day at noon, in the center of Yunling Island, representatives from 89 sects were waiting. Some were elders because the sect leaders had led the way. Most were the sect leaders of various sects. Each sect had its own position. At the top were the positions of the 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. However, there were only 3 of the 4 sects, namely the Qihong sect, Chimu sect, and Shinfeng sect. The leaders of Chimu sect and Shinfeng sect were middle-aged men. The 2 gates were the Bisha gate and the Anlei gate, with the gate master of Bisha gate being similar in age to Luo Ziying. The gate master of Anlei gate was a tall and burly man over 2 meters tall. The last sect, the Disha sword sect, was led by an old man with white hair. Luo Ziying, I didn't expect that your Qihong sect would actually devour the Yusho sect. At this moment, the leader of the Shinfeng sect, Qi Jingyun, suddenly sneered and looked at Luo Ziying. Intruding into our Qihong sect, they were killed by our elders, Luo Ziying said lightly. His words surprised some of the sect leaders around him. Elders? Wasn't it you who did it? This time, it was the leader of the Anlei gate, Su Tianxua, who spoke. Of course. Luo Ziying nodded. It seems that the elders of the Qihong sect have not reached the return to Void Realm, right? Qi Jingyun spoke again. For the Qihong sect, others might not understand, but as one of the 4 sects, the Shinfeng sect naturally knew. Even the great elder of the Qihong sect had not reached the return to Void Realm. How could he kill the master of the Yusho sect? Whether or not, the leader of the Qi sect will know soon that the one leading the Qihong sect this time is that elder. Luo Ziying sneered. Then he spoke again, if nothing unexpected happens, perhaps the only one who can successfully enter here this time is our Qihong sect. As soon as Luo Ziying finished speaking, the leaders of the Disha sword sect, Bisha gate, and Anlei gate frowned slightly. If there really was an elder in the Qihong sect who could kill the master of the Yusho sect, their people would probably have a hard time coming out. The leader of the Shinfeng sect, on the other hand, looked disdainful. Only the leader of the Chimu sect smiled as he looked at everything in front of him. Taking in everyone's expressions, Luo Ziying also chuckled to himself. If they knew how monstrous Su Chen was, they wouldn't just have these expressions. It seems that the leader Luo is quite confident in that elder. Qi Jingyun paused for a moment before speaking. He naturally didn't believe what Luo Ziying said. It was only the sword energy above the Qihong sect that day that impressed him. But whether it was related to the fall of the master of the Yusho sect was still unknown. Moreover, if Luo Ziying had comprehended a divine-level spiritual technique, Qi Jingyun would only believe it to a certain extent. As for the elder of the Qihong sect, Qi Jingyun absolutely didn't believe it. Of course. Luo Ziying nodded and said no more. Then why don't leader Luo make a bet with me, how about that? Qi Jingyun spoke again after a pause. Obviously, he was not afraid as long as it wasn't Luo Ziying leading the way. If he lost the battle here, Shi Jingyun would believe it to a certain extent, but if he couldn't even keep his identity token, it was obviously impossible. Oh, how does Leader Qi want to bet? Luo Ziying asked back. If no one from my Shinfeng sect comes with an identity token, I'll give you 1,000,000 spirit stones. If someone from my Shinfeng sect reaches here, you give me 1,000,000 spirit stones, how about that? Shi Jingyun spoke without hesitation. As soon as he said this, there was a discussion around them. 1,000,000 spirit stones was not a small amount. Some sects here couldn't even gather 1,000,000 spirit stones in a year. Shi Jingyun dared to bet 1,000,000 spirit stones, showing his boldness. So at this moment, many people looked at Luo Ziying. They wanted to see how Luo Ziying would respond. Agree? Is there really such a strong person in the Red Rainbow sect? Disagree? Wouldn't that be losing face? After a moment, Luo Ziying shook her head. What? Are you afraid? Kijinjian also sneered at this point. Obviously, what Luo Ziying just said was not true. 1,000,000 spirit stones is too little, let's bet 5,000,000 spirit stones. Luo Ziying slowly spoke up at this point. Hiss. After hearing Luo Ziying's words, the people around all gasped. 5,000,000 spirit stones, even a powerful sect like the Red Rainbow sect couldn't obtain them in a year. Luo Ziying actually brought them out for a bet, which was really domineering. 5,000,000? Kijinjian frowned slightly. At this point, he was also a bit puzzled, thinking to himself, could it be that there really is such a strong elder in the Red Rainbow sect? No, Luo Ziying is trying to make me back down, hee. At this point, Kijinjian also understood. What? Are you afraid? Luo Ziying sneered and looked at Kijinjian. Hee, 5,000,000 spirit stones it is. Although it was unclear whether what Luo Ziying said was true. But if he didn't agree at this point, with dozens of sects watching, where would the face of the Divine Wind sect be in the future? So after hesitating for a moment, Kijinjian agreed. Alright, then let's wait and see. Luo Ziying smiled faintly. Then everyone fell silent. Because soon, the teams of some sects should be arriving here. Sure enough, half an hour later, a group of people walked towards this side. Everyone quickly looked over. Then they were all a bit surprised. Judging from the disciples' attire, they were obviously from the Red Rainbow sect. The Red Rainbow sect is actually the first to arrive. But I didn't see any elders from the Red Rainbow sect. Could it be that the elders were injured and sent the disciples to deliver the message? He. At this point, many people started to discuss. Although they didn't expect the first to arrive would be the Red Rainbow sect. But when they saw that there were no elders among the Red Rainbow sect, many sects with a bad relationship with the Red Rainbow sect started to discuss. A team without elders obviously couldn't have identity tokens. So the Red Rainbow sect might miss out on the upcoming competition, which meant that the Red Rainbow sect would lose its position among the four sects. Originally, many sects were eyeing the vacant position left by the beast taming sect. And now, if the Red Rainbow sect was out, there would be one more opportunity. It seems that although your Red Rainbow sect arrived first, it seems to have lost the chance to compete in the end. Kijinjian said with a cold smile as he saw this, feeling very pleased at the moment. Because if the Red Rainbow sect didn't even have the qualifications, he would earn 5,000,000 spirit stones. This was not a small amount. Thinking of this, Kijinjian also looked at Luo Ziying and laughed loudly. Ha, Master Luo, don't forget about those 5,000,000 spirit stones. Kijinjian's words were not disguised. The surrounding sects also looked at Luo Ziying. Some felt sorry, while others gloated. Oh, what 5,000,000 spirit stones? Just then, a voice came over. The sect masters and elders of those sects looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man, frowning slightly, looking displeased. Is it appropriate for your disciple to interrupt the conversation between sect masters? A sect master reprimanded. This sect had a bad relationship with the Red Rainbow sect and was on the side of the Divine Wind sect. The sect master only had the strength of the peak of the Qi transformation realm. At this point, in order to please Kijinjian, he acted like this. Su Chen looked at the man, frowned slightly, then stepped on the ground and went straight towards him. He landed in front of the sect master. Smack! A palm infused with powerful spiritual power directly slapped the sect master's face. Bang! The sect master flew back dozens of meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A small sect dares to meddle with the people of the Red Rainbow sect? Even if you are a disciple of the Red Rainbow sect, you are not qualified to speak, Su Chen said indifferently. Then he returned to his original position. This scene happened too quickly. The people around were all caught off guard. It wasn't until Su Chen returned to his original position that they were surprised to find that the speaking sect master was now lying unconscious on the ground. How is this possible? Isn't that the sect master of the Violent Tiger sect, a peak expert in the gas transformation realm? Yes, even if his strength is not considered outstanding among the sect masters, he shouldn't be knocked out by a disciple of the Crimson Rainbow sect with just a slap. Sect master. Sect master. After a moment of daze, the people around finally reacted. Hee, our sect made a bet with Sect Master Chi for 5 million spirit stones, betting that you could bring the identity token of the Divine Wind sect. Luo Ziying seemed to answer Su Chen's question directly without seeing it. But Su Chen shook his head. Sect Master, you are too petty. Ha! Luo Ziying was taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to say that. 5 million spirit stones is too little for a bet. If we're going to bet, let's bet 50 million spirit stones. Su Chen smiled. His words made everyone around him freeze for a moment. 5 million spirit stones is still too little? 50 million spirit stones? Is this person crazy? Hee, is the Crimson Rainbow sect so arrogant now? Who is this person? Just knocked out a peak expert in the gas transformation realm with a slap. I don't know, never seen him before. At this moment, the way people looked at Su Chen was like looking at a fool. Only Luo Ziying laughed sincerely after Su Chen's words. The wind blew. A group of sect masters and elders stood dumbfounded. Not far away, there was still a violent tiger sect master surrounded by disciples who seemed to be in a precarious situation. Humph, talking nonsense. Qi Jingyun snorted coldly. Although Su Chen's strength just now surprised him a bit, it was only a bit. Resolving a peak expert in the gas transformation realm with a slap, even Li Zitao could do it. Nonsense? Ha ha ha, is this sect Master Qi interested in raising the bet to 50 million spirit stones? Su Chen laughed upon hearing Qi Jingyun's words and then asked. When the people around heard this, they all thought Su Chen was crazy, a complete madman, and very arrogant. Humph, Qi Jingyun snorted coldly without answering. Although he was very confident in Li Zitao's strength, what if something unexpected happened? If Su Chen hadn't shown his prowess just now, it would have been fine. But after seeing Su Chen's performance, Qi Jingyun really didn't dare to take the risk. Even if it meant emptying the Divine Wind sect, he couldn't come up with 50 million spirit stones. Since Sect Master Qi doesn't have the courage, let's forget it. Su Chen shook his head, somewhat regretful. Although 5 million spirit stones were not a small sum, for the Divine Wind sect, it could be raised in 1 or 2 years. Sect Master Luo, your disciple from the Crimson Rainbow sect is quite impressive. Qi Jingyun did not respond to Su Chen's words, only looking at Luo Ziying and saying. But at this moment, Luo Ziying smiled and shook her head. Sect Master Qi, don't misunderstand. Su Chen is not a disciple of the Crimson Rainbow sect, but an elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Luo Ziying's words caused a commotion around. An elder? This person's aura doesn't seem like an old man. Impossible. This young man is actually an elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect? They had never heard of such a young elder in the Crimson Rainbow sect before. Elder Su Chen has only been in the Crimson Rainbow sect for half a year, and he will be familiar in the future. Luo Ziying smiled and said. Then she looked at Su Chen. Elder Su, did you bring the identity token of the Divine Wind sect? Upon hearing Luo Ziying's words, everyone looked at Su Chen. They all wanted to know who won this bet. The Crimson Rainbow sect? Or the Divine Wind sect? Of course. Su Chen nodded, then with a flick of his hand, an identity token appeared in his hand. He casually threw it to Luo Ziying. When Qi Jingyun saw the identity token, his heart trembled. Is it really the identity card of the Shenfeng sect? Master Qi, take a good look. This is the identity card of the Shenfeng sect? After catching it, Luo Ziying took a look and handed it to Qi Jingyun. Qi Jingyun took the identity card, took a look, and his face turned dark. Ha ha ha. Master Qi, be prepared for the 5 million spirit stones. Seeing Qi Jingyun's expression, Luo Ziying also laughed. This is really refreshing. Although the Qihong sect is one of the 4 sects, it has always been at the bottom. The Shenfeng sect has always been suppressing the Qihong sect. Now the tables have turned, and they are finally being suppressed. Qi Jingyun's face was as dark as a cloud. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Master Luo, the 5 million spirit stones. The Shenfeng sect can still come up with them. Upon hearing Qi Jingyun's words, the members of other sects also had a slight change in expression. Then they looked at Su Chen. They had never expected that he would actually have taken the identity card of the Shenfeng sect. But just as everyone was surprised, Su Chen spoke again. Does the master have any bets with other sects? No, Elder Su, why do you ask? Luo Ziying was also puzzled. She didn't understand why Su Chen said that. Oh, that's a pity. If the master had a bit more courage, betting 5 million with all the sects here, the Qihong sect would have made a fortune. Su Chen pretended to be surprised. Even if you bet with the Qimu sect, the Liangmen, and the Yijin sect, you could earn another 20 million spirit stones. Su Chen shook his head. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, even Luo Ziying was stunned. The surrounding sects were also unclear about what Su Chen was talking about. But the next moment, they all reacted. What does he mean? Betting with the Chimu sect, Liangmen, and Yijian sect could earn another 20 million spirit stones? Isn't he saying he has taken the identity cards of the other sects as well? More than that, he clearly means that he has taken all the identity cards of the sects here. How is that possible? No one around believed it. Because since the start of the 100 Sects War, no sect has been able to obtain all the identity cards of the sects. The Shinfeng sect couldn't do it, and even the strongest Chimu sect, the leader of the 100 sects, couldn't do it. These are the identity cards of all the sects participating in the 100 Sects War. Please review them, Master. Su Chen's words were not lowered, and even raised a lot. All the surrounding sects could hear them. Then a pile of identity cards flew towards Luo Ziying, finally floating in front of her. Seeing that pile of identity cards, all the sects stared blankly. Even the Chimu sect master, who had never taken it seriously, furrowed his brows at this moment. Good. Luo Ziying took a look, then said a word of approval. Then countless identity cards flew towards the corresponding sects. The sect masters and elders of those sects took the identity cards and looked at them, showing expressions of shock. These were their identity cards, no mistake. When the leaders of the Biexia sect and the Anlei sect received their identity cards, their brows furrowed as well. Obviously, they had not expected that not only the Shinfeng sect, but even the identity cards of the Biexia sect and the Anlei sect were in the hands of the Qihong sect. This meant that they might not have a chance at the second gate. When the old man from the Disha sword sect saw the identity card, he slammed his seat fiercely, and the veins on the hand holding the identity card bulged. The master of the Chimu sect, when he saw the identity card, shook his head helplessly, then handed it to an old man beside him. After looking at it, the old man put away the identity card and whispered, "Who he actually lost." Then, together with the master of the Chimu sect, they looked at Su Chen. Gradually, many people also looked at Su Chen. There was helplessness, envy, as well as anger and resentment. At this moment, the words Luo Ziying had just said echoed in their ears. If nothing unexpected happens, the only one who can successfully enter here this time is me from the Red Rainbow sect. It was originally thought to be a joke. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it has become a reality. And the person who achieved all this is the young man named Su Chen in the field at this moment. Su Chen. These two words, at this moment, have also made all the sects representing the top power of the northern region remember. The air was quiet. All the forces, the most top-notch existence in the forces, are now looking at Su Chen. The battle of the 100 sects has lasted for hundreds of years. Never has there been one like this. 89 sects participated, only one sect made it here. Even the subsequent main event, where several sects with the most identity tokens compete for the first place, is now directly monopolized by the Red Rainbow sect. It seems that the subsequent competition can be skipped. These 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect will be decided by the Red Rainbow sect. Luo Ziying also smiled as she looked at all the sects in front of her. This is the second most prosperous time for the Red Rainbow sect in hundreds of years. The first time was when the previous sect master, with the strength of one person, fought against 3 sects and secured the position of one of the 4 sects. And this time, it was Su Chen, who, with the strength of one person, fought against 88 sects, allowing the Red Rainbow sect to have the right to appoint 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. Upon hearing Luo Ziying's words, some sects felt indifferent, some were a little excited because they were dependent on the Red Rainbow sect. And more sects had uncertain expressions on their faces. These people had previously been friendly with the other 3 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. It is also unclear how the Red Rainbow sect will arrange things this time. No, such a situation has never occurred before. Even if the Red Rainbow sect secures the position of the first of the 4 sects, the other 3 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect still need to compete. Just then, a sect master from a sect, upon seeing the look in Qi Jingyun's eyes, spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, several sects echoed his sentiments. Yes, there is no precedent for this. Although there is this rule, rules are dead, people are alive. That's right, this is unfair. It's better to decide through battle. Many people began to echo these sentiments. After all, for them, being appointed by the Red Rainbow sect was definitely not a good thing. What? Are you not convinced? Luo Ziying naturally anticipated this situation. If the Red Rainbow sect were to make the appointments, it would definitely affect the interests of many people. These sects would certainly not agree. Not convinced, so what? The sect master who was the first to oppose earlier now responded to Luo Ziying. If you're not convinced, then tomorrow I will wipe out your entire sect. Before Luo Ziying could speak, Su Chen's voice echoed in this world. The sect master looked at Su Chen and sneered, "Just you?" Yes, just me. Do you think you are stronger than Di Shua, or is your sect stronger than the beast control sect? Su Chen sneered at the sect master's words. He continued, "I can kill Di Shua, I can destroy the beast control sect, and you, a small iron-cutting sect, dare to boast here?" After hearing Su Chen's words, the sect master of the iron-cutting sect turned pale but dared not speak. The sect masters of the surrounding sects were also secretly surprised. The fact that the young man in front of them had killed Di Shua from the beast control sect? Seeing these people hesitate, Luo Ziying slowly spoke, "If anyone has any objections, feel free to speak up. Elder Su's words are what our sect wants to say." This time, Luo Ziying was no longer understated. Everyone was surprised to look at Luo Ziying. They thought Luo Ziying would retract Su Chen's words, but instead, she added a sentence. Were Su Chen's words what Luo Ziying wanted to say? "I have no objections." At this moment, a voice rang out slowly. Everyone looked over, quite surprised. The one who spoke was none other than Mui Chen, the sect master of the Chimu sect. Since sect master Mu has no objections, naturally, I have no objections either. The head of the Dark Thunder Gate, Su Tian Shua, also made a statement at this time. And the head of the other Bai Xia Gate, Xian Yun, also nodded slightly, no objection. Two sects and one sword sect both expressed no objection, which was unexpected. However, upon further thought, this is the only way now, as there is indeed such a rule in the 100 Sects Great War. If a sect wins the identity cards of all sects, it can become the true number one sect in the northern region, appointing the 100 sects, leading the 100 sects. And if we really fight against the Crimson Rainbow sect, regardless of whether we can win in the end, even if we do win, so what? Won't both sides suffer? Aren't the other sects watching closely? Sect Master Qi and Sword Master Sun, any objections? Luo Ziying also looked at the only two who had not expressed their opinions, the Divine Wind sect and the Earth Demon Sword sect. Upon hearing Luo Ziying's words, both of them did not answer, but snorted coldly. Any objections from the other sects? Seeing the two not speaking, Luo Ziying spoke again, her eyes scanning the other sects. No objection. The Crimson Rainbow sect can appoint other sects. That's the rule. Yes, we have no objection. At this moment, many people, after weighing their opinions, silently nodded in agreement. And all of this was because of a sentence from the young man in the field, "If you are not convinced, tomorrow will be the end of your sect." Everyone understood that this sentence was no joke, because the beast control sect was a lesson from the past. Su Chen's power alone intimidated the 100 sects. All the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect looked at Su Chen with fiery eyes, full of admiration. This person is an elder of the Crimson Rainbow sect, their idol. Since there are no objections, then this time's 4 sects will be appointed by the Crimson Rainbow sect. Elder Su Chen, do you have any suggestions? Luo Ziying also looked at Su Chen. Obviously, this time Luo Ziying unexpectedly handed over this authority to an elder. I think the Chimu sect, Bai Xia Gate, and Dark Thunder Gate have good strength, the others should make way for more capable sects. Su Chen looked at the Chimu sect, Divine Wind sect, Bai Xia Gate, Dark Thunder Gate, and Earth Demon Sword sect in front of him, then spoke slowly. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the people from the Divine Wind sect and Earth Demon Sword sect instantly turned dark, looking at Su Chen as if they wanted to devour him. What do you mean by saying that the Chimu sect, Bai Xia Gate, and Dark Thunder Gate have good strength, and the others should make way for more capable sects? Doesn't that mean that the Divine Wind sect and Earth Demon Sword sect are not qualified? Good, then my Crimson Rainbow sect will select 2 more sects, 1 Sword sect, to replace the Divine Wind sect, Beast Control sect, and Earth Demon Sword sect. Luo Ziying nodded slightly and announced. When this was said, the faces of many sects did not look good, because these sects had good relations with the Divine Wind sect, Beast Control sect, and Earth Demon Sword sect. The Crimson Rainbow sect will regret it, and you. Su Chen. Hearing this, Shi Jingyun's face turned dark, and after leaving a sentence, he turned and left. The Earth Demon Sword sect and other sects with poor relations with the Crimson Rainbow sect also left one after another. Su Chen sneered, taking in everyone's expressions. In this 100 sects Great War, the Crimson Rainbow sect would surely attract some trouble. That's why Su Chen left only the Chimu sect, Bai Xia Gate, and Dark Thunder Gate, which was not unreasonable. At least in the future battles, there wouldn't be too many enemies. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't be afraid, but for the Crimson Rainbow sect, it would be a disaster. After this time, some sects had to be destroyed. After the 100 sects Great War, many sects left. This half left was all attached to the 3 sects that were expelled. However, after much hesitation, some still stayed. Unless the relationship was extremely bad, they could still make friends with other sects. Even if they had good relations with the Beast Control sect, Divine Wind Sect, or Earth Demon Sword Sect in the past. Now they could still interact with other sects. So the Red Moon Sect will replace the Divine Wind Sect, the White Feather Sect will replace the Beast Taming Sect, and the Heart Sword Sect will replace the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. At this moment, Luo Ziying also announced, both of these sects and sword sects have a very good relationship with the Red Rainbow Sect. Among them, the Red Moon Sect has the same origin as the Red Rainbow Sect, and can be considered as coming from the same source. Therefore, the existence of these two sects and sword sects will also make the Red Rainbow Sect even stronger in the future. After all, in order for these sects to develop, although it will take some time, the resources they can obtain are enough to elevate them to the level of the Divine Wind Sect, the Beast Taming Sect, and the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. With this, the 100 Sects War came to an end. The new formation consists of 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. The Red Rainbow Sect, the Strangewood Sect, the Red Moon Sect, and the White Feather Sect are the 4 sects. The Azure Mist Gate and the Dark Thunder Gate remain as the 2 gates. The remaining sword sect is the Heart Sword Sect. Thank you, Lord Luo, for allowing the Strangewood Sect to remain among these 4 sects. At this moment, the master of the Strangewood Sect, Muichen, also stood up, bowed to Luo Ziying, and said, Master Mu is too polite. With the strength of the Strangewood Sect, it would be a pity not to be among these 4 sects. Luo Ziying said. In fact, even if Su Chen had not spoken, she would have kept the Strangewood Sect. After all, becoming one of the 4 sects and 2 gates and 1 sword sect also means taking on the responsibility of guarding the northern region. If they were all replaced, during the time when the other sects were growing, if a powerful sect from another region were to come, they might not be able to resist. So it's better for the Strangewood Sect to avoid making enemies if possible. I didn't expect Elder Su Chen to defeat Wu He, who is so young. When I have the time, I would also like to seek advice from Elder Su. Mui Chen also looked at Su Chen at this moment. This time, he really didn't expect that Wu He, whose strength was at the return to Void Realm, would be defeated by this young man. Sure. Su Chen nodded. Although he didn't know Mui Chen's exact strength, Su Chen was still not afraid. Then the Strangewood Sect will take its leave. Mui Chen smiled, bid farewell, and left. The masters of the Azure Mist Gate and the Dark Thunder Gate also thanked Luo Ziying and exchanged a few words with Su Chen. They knew that if Su Chen hadn't spoken up this time, only one of the 2 gates might have remained. Although they didn't know the reasons behind it, they did owe a favor to someone. The 100 Sects War came to a close, and there was joy in the Red Rainbow Sect. Su Chen's name, at this moment, excited everyone in the Red Rainbow Sect. With his own strength, he had obtained the identity tokens of 88 sects, forcibly reversing the position of the Red Rainbow Sect in the northern region. Elder Su Chen, with such great achievements this time, do you have any requests? Luo Ziying sat at the head, smiling as she looked at Su Chen. The other elders of the Red Rainbow Sect also smiled as they looked at Su Chen. This time, all of them truly admired Su Chen from the bottom of their hearts. If it were them, could they have achieved such results? The answer was clear, it was impossible. I have no requests. Su Chen shook his head. He had gained many things in the Spirit Nurturing Sect, so he had no thoughts about the Red Rainbow Sect now. Indeed, Elder Su Chen, you have made great achievements, yet you have no requests for the sect, the Grand Elder said with a smile. The other elders also nodded in agreement. If they knew that Su Chen didn't want anything not because he didn't want it, but because he looked down on the Red Rainbow Sect for being too poor, they might have different thoughts. By the way, this time, I explored the Spirit Nurturing Island and found the ancient sect, the Spirit Nurturing Sect, and gained some things. At this moment, Su Chen slowly spoke up. What? You found the Spirit Nurturing Sect? Just as Su Chen's words fell, Luo Ziying was surprised. The other elders also showed astonishment. You entered the barrier? I was lucky enough to get in. Su Chen smiled and said. Hiss. At this moment, there was a gasp around them. This sentence was even more surprising to them than the Red Rainbow Sect's capture of the top spot among the 100 sects. To know, the barrier of the Spirit Island is known by many sects, and various attempts have been made, but none have been able to enter it, and it has lasted for hundreds of years. In fact, the original battle of the 100 sects was these sects on the Spirit Island, looking for a way to enter the barrier. But in the end, all ended in vain, and no one tried again later. Unexpectedly, this time, did Su Chen actually go in? What about the Spirit Sect? Luozian asked softly at this time. The once great sect has now fallen, buried deep underground, with no one alive. Su Chen shook his head. He then asked, does the sect master know about the Spirit Sect? Just by looking at the faces of these people, Su Chen knew that they all knew about the existence of the Spirit Sect. There were rumors that thousands of years ago in the northern domain, there were no 100 sects, only one sect, which was the Spirit Sect, and the Spirit Island was the sect of the Spirit Sect, Luozian explained. Elder Su Chen, what did you gain in the Spirit Sect? The Grand Elder at this time also asked curiously. The others also looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled, took out a spatial bag, and then one by one, martial arts techniques flew out from the spatial bag. They landed in front of everyone. Martial arts? Spirit techniques. So many? These are intermediate grade spirit techniques, high grade spirit techniques, all of them. At this moment, many elders were extremely shocked. The martial arts techniques here added up to thousands, and they were all of spirit grade? Looking at the excited elders, Su Chen smiled faintly, and then 2 scrolls appeared in his hands. Su Chen handed them directly to Luozian. God-level martial arts? God-level spirit techniques? Luozian took the scrolls handed to her by Su Chen, her pretty face showing a look of shock. She was really stunned by the 2 scrolls that Su Chen had given her. And upon hearing Luozian's exclamation, the elders who were still immersed in many spirit-grade martial arts were suddenly stunned. WH. What? Those elders were completely unresponsive. It was only when they saw the characters on the 2 scrolls that they finally believed what kind of fortune Su Chen had brought to the Red Rainbow sect this time. If they had had these 2 scrolls earlier, the Red Rainbow sect would have dominated the northern domain long ago. However, it was not too late now. The reason Su Chen handed these 2 scrolls to Luozian was twofold. First, to thank Luozian for making him an elder of the Red Rainbow sect when he had no cultivation at all. This point, if it were another sect, would never have given an elder position just because of strong comprehension. Second, Su Chen could create god-level martial arts and spirit techniques himself, so he didn't need them. Moreover, Su Chen had already seen them and could use them if he wanted to. And Su Chen still had many things that he wouldn't give to the Red Rainbow sect, but Luozian also knew that Su Chen had some things, but she didn't inquire. Everything Su Chen did for the Red Rainbow sect was many times more than the contribution of her as the sect master. 3 days had passed since the Battle of the 100 Sects. During these 3 days, the Red Rainbow sect had been in a state of excitement. It was only 3 days later that they officially resumed cultivation. Su Chen also returned to his residence. At this moment, he was studying the small box he had obtained from the spirit sect. How do you open this thing? Su Chen had studied it for a long time, but he didn't know what material it was made of or how to open it. Even if Su Chen used violence, he couldn't damage it at all. Initially, in the spirit sect, he had wanted to ask the sect master what it was and how to open it, but he felt it was inappropriate to ask, as it was their sect's thing. He could only study it himself. Roar! A beast's roar came, followed by a purple light rushing into Su Chen's arms. It was the thunder crystal beast he had raised before. You still think you're the little thing you used to be? After these few months, the thunder crystal beast had grown quite large, and Su Chen could even ride it. Now falling into Su Chen's arms, it looked a bit funny. Roar! The thunder crystal beast let out a dissatisfied roar, then obediently lay down at Su Chen's feet. Infusing spiritual energy seems to be of no use. Su Chen tried many types of spiritual energy, mixed them, but the small box remained motionless. Could it be mental power? Su Chen hesitated and tried to use mental power. An invisible fluctuation surged out. Then it invaded the small box. It works! At this moment, Su Chen saw a slight gloss appearing on the small box. With the infiltration of mental power, the gloss became brighter. After a moment, a trace was outlined on the small box. The trace became clearer and clearer, and after a while, Su Chen saw a character outlined on the small box. Su Chen. Looking at the characters on the small box, Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. It was clearly the opening character of a seal script. Click. At this moment, the small box made a soft sound. Then a beam of light emanated from the small box. Su Chen's vision blurred, and he found himself in a dark space. Is this the space inside the small box? Su Chen discovered that this was the space inside the small box, and he was not physical but his mental power had entered the small box. As Su Chen was in a daze, a faint light appeared in the darkness in front of him. This faint light began to outline slowly. Strands of light connected together. What is this? Su Chen curiously watched as these strands of light, like threads, outlined a complex pattern in front of him. Is this a formation? At this moment, Su Chen finally understood. The bright lines outlined actually formed a formation. However, Su Chen was not sure of the purpose of this formation. Nevertheless, he carefully observed and memorized every stroke of the formation in his mind. With the bright outlines, the formation gradually took shape. As the final stroke fell, the formation was complete. A beam of light flickered, and a scene appeared in front of Su Chen. Is that the Spirit Island? Su Chen took a look and realized that it was the Spirit Island. As the spirit island appeared, the formation slowly moved, approaching the spirit island until they merged into one. Hiss! The perfect integration just now. This is the spirit formation. The entire spirit island can have 10 times the spiritual energy because of this formation. Su Chen finally understood. Luo Ziying had mentioned that the spirit island was the headquarters of the spirit sect. Therefore, it was normal for the sect to set up formations to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy. Just like in the Crimson Rainbow sect, there were similar formations, but they were only arranged in the residences of the elders. To arrange such a grand formation across the entire spirit island, only the spirit sect could do it. Su Chen now understood everything. The wonders of the spirit island were indeed man-made. It was a sect that had constructed a formation for the cultivation of its disciples. Su Chen now understood why all the disciples of the spirit sect had reached the return to Void Realm. To cultivate in a place filled with 10 times the spiritual energy, not reaching the return to Void Realm would be a waste. As the spirit island perfectly integrated with the formation, the spirit island disappeared from view. A beam of light appeared again. It started with a point and then began to outline stroke by stroke, starting to redraw the formation. Understanding all this, Su Chen's mental power withdrew from the small box. And as Su Chen's mental power retracted, the small box returned to its original state, a strange item without any seams. Spirit formation? Su Chen looked at the small box in front of him, feeling somewhat excited. If setting up a formation across the entire spirit island is difficult, but if it's in the Crimson Rainbow sect, it's worth a try. At this moment, Su Chen had a bold idea. But whether this can be done depends on whether Luo Ziyin and the group of elders have the courage for it. Setting up formations requires a lot of financial and material resources, which Su Chen naturally cannot provide. He can only make the Red Rainbow sect bleed. But even if they disagree, Su Chen won't say much, as he may have to leave the Red Rainbow sect and even the northern region soon. Thinking of this, Su Chen put away the small box and then shouted to the thunder crystal beast lying on the ground, "Xiaolei, let's go to the council chamber." Roar! The thunder crystal beast understood Su Chen's words and stood up. Carrying Su Chen, it headed towards the Red Rainbow sect's council chamber. Before long, Sect Master Luo Ziyin and the other elders were also called over. Although everyone was puzzled, Su Chen had made significant contributions to the Red Rainbow sect, so they were very polite at this moment. Elder Su Chen has summoned so many people to the council chamber. Is there something important? Luo Ziyin smiled and looked at Su Chen, asking. The other elders also looked at Su Chen. Sect Master and elders, do you know the current strength of the disciples in the Red Rainbow sect? Su Chen didn't answer but instead asked a question. We know. There are 175 disciples in the refining essence realm, and the rest are in the tempering body realm. An elder answered Su Chen's question. These are the resources allocated to them each month based on their strength. Have you ever thought about elevating these Red Rainbow sect disciples to the Qi cultivation realm or even the illusionary return realm? Su Chen's words were shocking, causing everyone present to pause. Of course, if all the disciples in the Red Rainbow sect were in the illusionary return realm, the Red Rainbow sect could become a dominant sect in the northern region like the spirit nurturing sect. The Grand Elder answered Su Chen's question. He then added, but in the short term, no one can achieve this level of advancement for all of them. The other elders nodded in agreement. Not to mention the disciples, many of these elders have not even reached the illusionary return realm. Su Chen looked at the group of elders and suddenly said softly, I can. With just a soft utterance, it was as shocking as thunder. In the council chamber, Su Chen's words brought about a sudden silence. What did you just say? Luo Ziyin seemed not to have heard clearly what Su Chen said and asked in return. I can help the disciples of the Red Rainbow sect step into the Qi cultivation realm or even the illusionary return realm within a few years. Su Chen calmly spoke. His tone was calm, but his words were suffocating. Despite the many years of cultivation and abundant resources the Red Rainbow sect had accumulated, with over 100 disciples in the refining essence realm, there were still no disciples in the Qi cultivation realm, let alone the illusionary return realm. Even many elders were only at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. Now Su Chen was saying that he could help all the Red Rainbow sect disciples reach the Qi cultivation realm or even the illusionary return realm. This was difficult for everyone to accept, but coming from Su Chen, it carried some credibility. After all, Su Chen's demonstrated strength was impressive enough, and if he said so, it might just be possible. What method do you have? The Grand Elder was now curious and asked. Set up a formation in the Red Rainbow sect similar to the Spirit Nurturing Island, which can increase spiritual energy tenfold. Su Chen answered the Grand Elder's question. A formation that increases spiritual energy tenfold. There may not be anyone in the northern region who can set it up. Hearing Su Chen's words, a senior elder said somewhat disappointedly, some sects had considered setting up a formation to enhance spiritual energy within the sect, but this idea had yet to be realized. One reason was the enormous cost of setting up the formation. Another reason was that in the northern region, there was no one capable of setting up such a powerful formation. To set up formations throughout the entire Red Rainbow sect, at least a third-grade formation master would be needed. The entire northern territory cannot find a third-grade formation master. Su Chen listened to the elder's words and chuckled softly. However, he did not speak. Elder Su Chen can say this, I believe he must be confident? At this moment, Luo Ziyin also looked at Su Chen. Since getting to know Su Chen, she has never seen him without confidence. So this time, since Su Chen dared to say so, he must have a way. Hearing Luo Ziyin's words, the other elders also looked at Su Chen. Could it be that Su Chen really has a way to establish a formation in the Red Rainbow sect that rivals the Spirit Island? In fact, Spirit Island is not natural, but a huge formation called the Spirit Formation. Su Chen finally smiled and spoke. Exploring Spirit Island was also a significant gain. What? The entire Spirit Island is a formation? It's not impossible. Spirit Island is the headquarters of the Spirit Sect, a formation that covers the entire sect, which the Spirit Sect can arrange. Elder Su Chen, are you suggesting that you have mastered the formation of Spirit Island and can move it to the Red Rainbow sect? Yes. At this moment, the group of elders also started discussing. They had never thought that Spirit Island was actually a formation, and this formation could increase the spiritual energy tenfold. This means that if they cultivate within it, they could at least increase their speed tenfold. If there is such a formation in the Red Rainbow sect, then within a few years, the overall strength of the Red Rainbow sect will reach a terrifying level. The Spirit Formation is arranged on Spirit Island. Unless the Red Rainbow sect moves to Spirit Island, it is impossible. Hearing the discussions of the elders, Su Chen also helplessly spoke. If formations could be easily moved, they wouldn't be so difficult to arrange. So it was simply impossible to use the Spirit Island's formation. So, what does Elder Su Chen mean? At this moment, the second elder also asked. Of course, I will arrange a similar formation in the Red Rainbow sect, Su Chen said confidently. Although he had not arranged it before, the formation was already in his mind, and various materials for the arrangement also appeared in Su Chen's mind along with his spiritual power. So at this moment, Su Chen was very confident. You can arrange the spirit formation? At this moment, Luo Ziyin also asked Su Chen in surprise. If it could really be arranged, placing a similar formation in the Red Rainbow sect would be absolutely beneficial without any drawbacks. I can arrange it. Su Chen nodded. If he couldn't arrange it, he wouldn't have said it. Great, that's wonderful. Several elders were also very excited. They had never expected that Su Chen could arrange the spirit formation. This would indeed enhance the overall strength of the Red Rainbow sect. But I need some spirit stones. Arranging the formation was not very difficult, but activating it required a large number of spirit stones. How many? Luo Ziyin also asked. 10 million spirit stones. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. After hearing Su Chen's words, Luo Ziyin frowned slightly. The other elders also looked a bit embarrassed. Could it be that the Red Rainbow sect cannot come up with so many spirit stones? Su Chen was also helpless. They couldn't be that poor. Ahem, it's not that we can't come up with it. We also collected some from the beast taming sect before, and combined with the savings of the Red Rainbow sect over the years, it should be barely enough. The third elder spoke somewhat awkwardly. 10 million spirit stones were indeed a huge sum for the Red Rainbow sect. The third elder added, however, the Red Rainbow sect also has expenses. It's not possible to use all the spirit stones to arrange the formation. If so, everything else would be unable to function. I see. Su Chen nodded, understanding. He then looked at Luo Ziyin. After all, she was the sect leader. Setting up the spirit array, how confident are you? Luo Ziyin looked at Su Chen and asked. 60%. After all, Su Chen had never set up one before, so he sounded a bit unsure. But this number already made Luo Ziyin excited. She nodded and agreed. Give Elder Su Chen 10 million spirit stones to set up the spirit array. Master, is this too risky? What if it fails? Red Rainbow sect. Some elders hesitated. After all, this was not a guaranteed success, and the operation of Red Rainbow sect also required spirit stones. Have the Godwin sect exchanged the 5 million spirit stones within 3 days, or else we go to war? Luo Ziyin said coldly. She knew the benefits of a spirit array for Red Rainbow sect. Yes. The elders finally nodded. They had forgotten about the 5 million spirit stones from the Godwin sect. Elder Su Chen, I'll trouble you with this. Luo Ziying looked at Su Chen and said, I will not disappoint. Su Chen nodded. This was Red Rainbow Sect's trust in him. Half a day later, the 10 million spirit stones were in Su Chen's hands. Of course, these 10 million spirit stones did not belong to Su Chen. Setting up the array also requires a strong spiritual power, and it seems that my spiritual power is not enough. Su Chen simulated the strokes of the spirit array. Although he was 60% confident, Su Chen felt it was too low and wanted to increase it. I wonder if there are any secret techniques to enhance spiritual power in Red Rainbow Sect. Su Chen hesitated. He felt he should further enhance his spiritual power to have more confidence. With that in mind, Su Chen directly summoned the Thunder Crystal Beast and headed towards the place where the martial arts and spiritual techniques were hidden. Elder Su Chen. Elder Su. Su Chen was well known in Red Rainbow Sect. After all, his reputation during the 100 Sects War was not small. Su Chen nodded in response to everyone. Soon, he arrived at the Spirit Hall. There was an elder in charge of managing disciples borrowing martial arts and spiritual techniques. Otherwise, if these techniques were borrowed and sold, what would happen? Elder Su. When the managing elder saw Su Chen, he stood up and greeted him. Su Chen brought back over 1,000 martial arts and spiritual techniques from the Spirit Sect, all stored here. The elder in charge of managing these techniques was naturally very fond of them. So when he met Su Chen, he was genuinely polite. Elder Mu, I want to ask if there are any techniques here to cultivate spiritual power? Su Chen didn't want to search on his own. The other disciples wouldn't get an answer from Elder Mu. They had to find it themselves. But Su Chen was different. Besides being an elder, he was also someone Elder Mu respected. Techniques to cultivate spiritual power. There are, but they are of low rank, only at the ordinary mid-grade level. Elder Mu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Red Rainbow Sect mainly cultivated spiritual energy, with little focus on spiritual power. Moreover, techniques to cultivate spiritual power were much rarer and more valuable than those for spiritual energy, making them hard to find. Red Rainbow Sect had only a few, all of which were below the ordinary mid-grade level. Ordinary grade? That's fine. Where are they? Su Chen nodded. Although ordinary grade was a bit low, he could improve the quality if he translated them into English. I'll go get them for Elder Su. Elder Mu didn't say much and went to fetch them directly. This was the special treatment Su Chen received, which other elders did not have. Elder Su Chen? Just as Su Chen was waiting, a voice came over. Su Chen looked over and smiled. He knew this person from when he first arrived at Red Rainbow Sect. Chang Yen. This person was Chang Yen, whom Su Chen had encountered when he first arrived. Chang Yen had decent strength, at the 5th level of the Refining Essence realm. Even among all the disciples of the Scarlet Rainbow Sect, he was considered to be at the top level. Elder Su Chen, do you still remember me? When Su Chen called out, Chang Yen was also very surprised. Of course, when you first arrived at the Scarlet Rainbow Sect, you bullied me. Su Chen nodded lightly. In fact, he was much younger than Chang Yen. Ahem, that was a mistake on the part of the disciple. Chang Yen felt quite embarrassed at this moment. Are you still bullying newcomers now? Su Chen asked again. I dare not. Chang Yen quickly replied. Su Chen nodded, then looked at Chang Yen. Not bad, you've reached the 7th level of the Refining Essence realm. This was somewhat unexpected for Su Chen. When Chang Yen first arrived at the Scarlet Rainbow Sect, he was only at the 5th level of the Refining Essence realm. But now he had reached the 7th level. His cultivation speed was quite fast compared to other disciples. Thanks to Elder Su Chen's teachings of the ancient divine language back then, although I couldn't fully comprehend and repeat it, I still benefited greatly. Chang Yen explained quickly. His progress was thanks to the ancient divine language that Su Chen had taught him initially. He had grasped 3 words, which greatly accelerated his cultivation speed. Well, continue to cultivate diligently. The future of the Scarlet Rainbow Sect will rely on you all. Su Chen nodded. He was somewhat surprised by Chang Yan's understanding. Yes, the disciple will follow Elder Su Chen's teachings. Chang Yan quickly saluted. Su Chen nodded. Alright, you may go. At this moment, Elder Mu had just returned. He was holding 2 books in his hands. These are the 2 spiritual manuals of the Scarlet Rainbow Sect. Elder Mu handed the 2 books to Su Chen. The true manuals should have been scrolls, but reading a scroll once would cause wear and tear, and copying it would also take a lot of time. So they were directly copied into books for viewing, and everyone could borrow them. Alright, thank you, Elder Mu. Su Chen nodded. After a few words of thanks, he took the spiritual manuals back to his residence. Mind Power Chapter, a spiritual manual of the middle grade, Deciphering the Profound of Brightness, a spiritual manual of the middle grade. These were the two spiritual manuals of the Scarlet Rainbow sect. Su Chen first opened the Mind Power chapter and began reading. In a total of 2 days, Su Chen finished reading both of these spiritual manuals. He then summarized them briefly. Profoundly calm and tranquil, mind and breath in harmony, spirit flowing smoothly, reaching the state of selflessness. Su Chen summarized in the ancient divine language. At the next moment, a strange power surged into Su Chen's Ninwen Palace from between heaven and earth. The head had 9 palaces, corresponding to the 9 heavens, with one palace in the middle, called the Ninwen Palace. This Ninwen Palace, located in the middle of the 9 palaces, was also where spiritual power was stored. The unique power surging between heaven and earth was spiritual power. With the influx of spiritual power, Su Chen's Ninwen Palace also underwent changes. The continuous influx of spiritual power made Su Chen's spiritual power even stronger. Half a month later, Master, Elder Su Chen has been in seclusion for half a month. Several elders were discussing matters in the sect with Luo Ziying at this time. Constructing a formation, half a month is already short. Luo Ziying felt that there was no problem. Constructing a formation in 10 days or half a month was already considered short. But I heard that Elder Su Chen borrowed 2 spiritual manuals from Elder Mu half a month ago. The elder also said helplessly. It's not that they didn't believe Su Chen, but they felt that it was a bit risky. Are you saying that he just started cultivating spiritual power? Luo Ziying had forgotten that constructing a formation required strong spiritual power, and Su Chen seemed to be mainly cultivating spiritual power. This spiritual power was different from spiritual energy. Ahem, it seems. Yes. The elder coughed twice and nodded. Luo Ziying. Other elders. At this moment, they were a bit worried. They had entrusted 10 million spirit stones to someone who had never cultivated spiritual power before, but at this moment, a powerful force surged directly over. Feeling the powerful force, everyone present had a drastic change in expression. It wasn't the pressure brought by spiritual power, but mental power. This strong mental power made them feel fear in their hearts. Mental power is not something that everyone can cultivate. Generally, only those with strong enough mental power themselves, who choose to become formation masters or alchemists, will choose to cultivate mental power. So even though Luo Ziying and others have strong spiritual power, their mental power is not strong. This strong mental power that appeared instantly gave them immense pressure. How can there be such strong mental power? After recovering, the Grand Elder's face showed a look of shock. It should be Elder Su Chen. At this moment, Luo Ziying was also somewhat shocked. They were just discussing Su Chen earlier, and suddenly, a strong mental pressure appeared. No way! The elder who had been worried about Su Chen before was also extremely shocked. Look! Luo Ziying said, then walked out of the council chamber. Many disciples outside, because of the strong mental power just now, were so suppressed that they dared not even breathe. Fortunately, they recovered a bit at this moment, but still showed fear on their faces. The kind of mental pressure just now made them all kneel down. Master, look! At this moment, a voice exclaimed in surprise. Luo Ziying heard it and looked in the direction pointed out by the elder. Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared on her pretty face. After a moment, she recovered and said, Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, come with me and shield the probing of other sects. Yes. Upon hearing Luo Ziying's words, the 3 elders immediately responded. Then, with the surge of 4 spiritual energies, a force was activated to shield the Red Rainbow sect. From the outside, there was no sign of what was happening inside the Red Rainbow sect. The strong mental power was also trapped inside the Red Rainbow sect by the 4 of them working together. After everything was prepared, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky again. At this moment, above the sky of the Red Rainbow sect, a light emerged, outlining traces in the sky. Each stroke brought about a strong pressure. One could feel the immense power contained within. Is Elder Su Chen constructing a formation? An elder finally spoke slowly at this moment. Just now, they were all too shocked to speak. They never expected Su Chen's mental power to reach such a terrifying level. It was at least the mental power of a third-grade formation master. Just half a month ago, Su Chen had never even touched the cultivation of mental power. And in just half a month, he was able to possess the mental power of a third-grade formation master. How could one not be shocked? What is that? I don't know. It seems to have appeared from Elder Su Chen's residence. Is that a formation? It seems like a formation. At this moment, some disciples also recognized that it was a formation. However, they were not clear about the purpose of the formation constructed by Su Chen. Everyone just stared blankly at the light in the sky. Each stroke was slowly outlined. Each stroke made people feel a hint of mystery within. They knew, but they didn't understand. This scene lasted for a full 7 days. During these 7 days, everyone in the Red Rainbow sect stared blankly at the sky every day. They didn't cultivate, nor did they eat. After all, cultivators could go without eating for 10 days or half a month and still be fine. In the 7 days, the formation in the sky went from simple strokes to a complex formation. The mysterious formation floated in mid-air. No one could comprehend its mysteries. After all, this formation had surpassed the scope of their comprehension. Phew, it's finally going to be completed. Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. The construction of this formation had exceeded the difficulty he had imagined. This spirit-encompassing formation should be a 4th grade formation. Su Chen's mental power at this moment was only 3rd grade. However, he forcefully constructed the 4th grade spiritual array. If other array masters knew about this, they would probably be furious. Not to mention a 4th grade array that even a 4th grade array master might not be able to complete. It was actually constructed by a 3rd grade array master? The final step. Su Chen looked at the array in the sky, which was already completed. However, it had not been activated yet. Whether it can succeed depends on these 10 million spirit stones. At this moment, Su Chen waved his hand, and the 10 million spirit stones flew directly from the spatial bag into the spiritual array in the sky. Is this the final step? Seeing over 10 million spirit stones flying into the array, Luo Ziyin's hands clenched tightly. If successful, the Crimson Rainbow sect might become the 2nd spiritual sect and dominate the northern region. If it failed, who knows how long it would take to build the array next time. As the spirit stones poured in, a white light appeared at the center of the spiritual array. After the white light appeared, it began to flow along the array lines outlined by Su Chen. After a moment, the entire spiritual array was enveloped in white light. At this moment, the array also began to expand in the wind, instantly surrounding the entire Crimson Rainbow sect. Go! Su Chen lightly tapped the void with his fingertip. The array melted into the Crimson Rainbow sect as if it were seen in a small box. After the array merged into the Crimson Rainbow sect, everyone could feel the spiritual energy of the sect beginning to rise. This spiritual energy. So rich. My goodness, why has the spiritual energy of the Crimson Rainbow sect become so much richer? How is this possible? This. At this moment, the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect all felt it. The spiritual energy within the sect was continuously rising. Even the disciples in the body-tempering realm could feel it. It's still rising. The spiritual energy is now 3 times stronger than before. My goodness, what is going on? Is it because of that array? Some disciples suddenly realized at this moment. The rise in spiritual energy was probably related to the array. Success? The elder above was also extremely excited at this moment. It should have succeeded. Another elder, feeling the continuously rising spiritual energy, replied. His voice was trembling. The other elders, with excited expressions, were no less excited than the disciples. 7 times. The 3rd elder said excitedly. 8 times. The 2nd elder's face showed joy. 9 times. The grand elder's hands were trembling. The spiritual energy has increased tenfold. He really succeeded. Luo Ziyin felt the richness of the surrounding spiritual energy. Looking towards Su Chen's residence, his eyes were slightly red at this moment. He did it, he really did it. Su Chen had truly increased the richness of the spiritual energy of the entire Crimson Rainbow sect by tenfold. This meant that cultivating in the Crimson Rainbow sect now was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation in the past. Elder Su Chen! Just then, someone shouted. Elder Su Chen! Elder Su Chen! Countless people followed suit and shouted. Even some elders who were usually serious joined in the shouting. In an instant, the 4 words Elder Su Chen spread throughout the entire Crimson Rainbow sect. The array was successful. The spiritual energy within the Crimson Rainbow sect rose to a terrifying level. The disciples did not hesitate and entered the state of cultivation. At this moment, they were also aware that all of this was because of what Su Chen had done, so they needed to cultivate well. 10 times the spiritual energy? Su Chen's residence, at this moment, his brow slightly furrowed. This array was very successful this time. After all, in the past half-month, he had forcibly raised his mental power from the 1st grade to the 3rd grade, increasing the probability of arranging the spiritual array. Before arranging it, Su Chen was 90% sure he could succeed, so there was no pressure. But just as the array was completed, Su Chen felt the spiritual energy around him, which was almost as rich as that of the Spirit Island. And this formation covers the entire Crimson Rainbow sect. But at this moment, Su Chen felt that there was something strange. Elder Su Chen! Just as Su Chen was pondering, a voice came in. It was the voice of the Grand Elder. Su Chen went out and saw Luo Ziying and the Grand Elder and others at the door. Master, elders, Su Chen greeted with a bow. Elder Su Chen, you have worked hard on this formation. At this moment, Luo Ziying also paid her respects to Su Chen. This was the gratitude of the entire Crimson Rainbow sect towards Su Chen. After all, the significance represented by this formation is definitely not as simple as it seems now. Just look at the strength of the spirit sect, and you will understand. This spirit formation is so important for the entire sect. Master, you don't have to be polite. If it weren't for you sending Su Chen to the Spirit Island in the first place, we wouldn't have this formation. Su Chen said politely. After chatting for a while, they all left Su Chen's residence. After all, some of the elders were eager to try it out. Not many people can go to the Spirit Island, and many elders have never experienced the effect of practicing for one day being equivalent to 10 days. So they did not stay long. After sending them away, Su Chen fell into contemplation again. If the foundation of the spirit sect is only a divine level technique, a divine level spiritual skill, and a spirit formation, it cannot become the strongest sect in the northern region, nor can it resist those mysterious figures. Su Chen thought clearly at this moment. The master of the spirit sect is a strong person in the divine soul realm or even the divine spirit realm. The remnant divine soul left by the master of the spirit sect at that time made Su Chen feel an extremely powerful pressure. But in the entire spirit sect, the only things that can be shown are these two divine level techniques and spiritual skills. If that's the case, the strength of the entire spirit sect would not be so strong. Where did the mistake happen? Su Chen furrowed his brows. There are many contradictions that he cannot understand. The realms are consistent. Only with such strong realms can they resist those blood-colored figures, and what the illusion realm saw is also true. The ordinary disciples of the spirit sect are all returned to Void Realm experts. Su Chen analyzed bit by bit. Now, with 3 return to Void Realm experts in a sect, they can have a place among the top forces in the northern region. They might even be the leaders of all sects in the northern region. Just like the Chimu sect in the past, with 2 return to Void Realm experts, they were the number 1 sect in the northern region. Later, with the addition of Wu He, if it weren't for the incident with Su Chen on the side of the Crimson Rainbow sect, they would still be the strongest sect in the upcoming Battle of the 100 Sects. But among the disciples of the Spirit sect, at least all of them are returned to Void Realm experts. They cannot all be practicing divine level techniques, after all, that requires comprehension. Otherwise, those spiritual level techniques would be useless. But even so, practicing spiritual level techniques has allowed each of them to enter the return to Void Realm. The techniques and skills do not match. Su Chen confirmed this at this moment. If spiritual level techniques could allow all disciples to reach the return to Void Realm, then the Crimson Rainbow sect would not only have Luo Ziying as a return to Void Realm expert. At least several elders should also be returned to Void Realm experts. But the reality is not so. Could it be because of the elixirs? Su Chen had another thought at this moment. If the disciples of the Spirit sect could all use a large number of elixirs, it might be possible. It's impossible. For a sect that occupies the entire Spirit Island, with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of disciples, it's impossible for all of them to rely on elixirs for advancement. Su Chen denied his own idea at this moment. If the disciples of the Spirit sect rely solely on elixirs, then the Spirit sect would probably go bankrupt. In that case, it should be a problem with the techniques and skills. But where exactly is the problem? Su Chen still couldn't figure it out. The techniques and skills are not wrong in themselves, but the problem lies in the quantity. If there are multiple divine level techniques, it's acceptable. If one cannot comprehend, then start with another. In this way, the overall strength of the Yunling sect, at least returning to the Void Realm or above, is acceptable. However, what Su Chen saw before, the Yunling sect only had one divine level technique and divine level spiritual skill. It completely does not conform to the style of a super sect. If one were to say that the Yunling sect is gradually declining, it's acceptable. However, the old man mentioned before that the reason why the Yunling sect became what Su Chen saw was because he used the power of the entire sect to resist those blood-colored figures. It seems that I need to carefully investigate all the detailed information about the Yunling sect. The last sect master mentioned that it seems that the Qihong sect also has some understanding of the Yunling sect. Although Su Chen has some clues at this moment, he cannot organize them clearly. He can only hope that Luo Ziying can provide some useful clues. Thinking of this, Su Chen summoned the Thunder Crystal Beast and rode towards Luo Ziying's residence. After a moment, Elder Su Chen, is there something you need from me? Luo Ziying looked at the hurried Su Chen with some confusion. Could it be that there was a problem with the Yunling array? The sect master knew about the existence of the Yunling sect before? Su Chen asked straightforwardly. Yes, not only me, but the Grand Elder and several other elders, as well as the Chimu sect, and other long-standing sects like the Shinfeng sect, all know about the existence of the Yunling sect. Luo Ziyin nodded. You have never set foot in the Yunling sect, why do you know about its existence? Su Chen was very curious about this. They don't even know the situation on Yunling Island, so why would they know about the Yunling sect? It is recorded in an ancient book. Luo Ziyin also answered Su Chen's doubts. An ancient book? Su Chen frowned slightly. He had never seen this ancient book in the Qihong sect. Yes, thousands of years ago, in the northern region, there were no sects. Some young people with exceptional comprehension in certain dynasties absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth independently and entered the tempering body realm. Luo Ziyin looked at Su Chen and talked about some past events. These were things that Su Chen had never heard of, about the northern region, about the 100 sects. Thousands of years ago, the Yunling sect declined, and there was not a single sect in the northern region. Not even a single person. And there was spiritual energy in various dynasties. It's just that there was much less compared to the northern region. However, even so, there were a group of exceptionally talented individuals in those dynasties. They didn't know how to cultivate, but solely by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth autonomously, they entered the tempering body realm. In the northern region, there were some demonic beasts. These demonic beasts, by a stroke of luck, entered those dynasties through spatial channels. However, most of these demonic beasts were weak, and some didn't even reach the tempering body realm. The demonic beasts that intruded into the dynasties were quickly subdued by the tempering body realm experts of the human race. Later, they discovered that consuming demonic beasts could enhance their strength. At that time, demonic beasts became the exclusive food of the tempering body realm experts. However, this kind of life didn't last long, as there were not many demonic beasts that mistakenly entered the spatial channels. Humans who were accustomed to using demonic beasts to enhance their strength finally couldn't resist this temptation and, after capturing a demonic beast again, did not kill it. Instead, under the leadership of that demonic beast, they intruded into the northern region. Since then, humans have arrived in the northern region. Of course, those who had just arrived in the northern region didn't understand cultivation at all, and many people died under powerful demonic beasts. Luo Ziyin continued. These were all things that Su Chen had never heard of. However, those people were all exceptionally talented individuals. Some who survived by luck absorbed more spiritual energy and entered the essence refinement realm. Luo Ziyin sighed. There were not a few exceptionally talented individuals back then. Later, someone discovered the techniques left behind by the Yunling sect. Those who were already exceptionally talented on Yunling Island, after practicing the techniques, their strength became even stronger. In just a few hundred years, countless sects have been established, and the people of these sects are all from their respective dynasties. Later, many sects fought against each other, and some sects were destroyed. The dynasties of those sects would then choose other sects as allies and seek refuge. Luo Ziyin said, and Su Chen listened without interrupting. Later, someone discovered the ancient texts and learned that there is a super sect in the northern domain, the Yulan sect. Luo Ziyin explained. And many things, such as the classification of strength, martial arts, and spiritual techniques, were obtained from those ancient texts. Luo Ziyin explained to Su Chen quite clearly. So all this knowledge comes from those ancient texts. Before the discovery of the ancient texts, did no one ever leave the northern domain? Su Chen was now a bit curious. He had originally thought that these discoveries were made by strong individuals who had left the northern domain. No, at that time, people had no idea that there were 4 other domains besides the northern domain. Luo Ziyin shook her head. After a pause, she continued, moreover, it seems very difficult to return after leaving the northern domain. So far, none of the strong individuals who left the northern domain have returned. No one has returned? This completely surprised Su Chen. Yes, since knowing about the existence of the other 4 domains, many strong individuals have left the northern domain, but so far, none of them have returned. Luo Ziyin nodded. Su Chen frowned. This was somewhat beyond Su Chen's expectations. In theory, this is the root of those strong individuals. Even if they leave, they should eventually come back. Unless they all perished outside. But is that possible? Where is the ancient text now? Su Chen thought that the ancient text seemed to have a close relationship with the Yulan sect that he wanted to understand. I have one here. Luo Ziyin smiled and said. After hesitating for a moment, she continued, but the real ancient text is actually a pillar left by the Yulan sect. A pillar left by the Yulan sect? Su Chen suddenly felt that the ancient text was not simple. Yes, it is said that on that pillar, there are many ancient divine languages, but many people cannot fully understand them. So if you want to know the most detailed information, you have to go to see that pillar. Luo Ziyin said. If it were someone else, Luo Ziyin would only give them that ancient text. After all, even if they went to see the pillar, they might understand less than the ancient text. But Su Chen was different. When it comes to ancient divine languages, he has an innate talent. Luo Ziyin felt that if Su Chen went, he might have other gains. Ancient divine languages? Su Chen did not expect that the ancient text was actually recorded on a pillar. And there are ancient divine languages? Yes, so I think if you go, maybe you can understand it. Luo Ziyin also nodded and said, "Where is the pillar?" Su Chen asked. He was very interested in the so-called ancient text pillar at this point. The pillar is located in the very center of the northern domain. Luo Ziyin replied. In the very center of the northern domain? Su Chen nodded. The center of the northern domain is not particularly far from the Qihong sect, or, it is not particularly far from these major sects. Well, if you don't want to go, then go and take a look at the ancient text, here you go. Luo Ziyin flipped her hand, and a simple book appeared in her hand. She then handed it to Su Chen. Thank you, sect master. Su Chen nodded and took the book from Luo Ziyin's hand without being too polite. Although he planned to go to the center of the northern domain to see that pillar, perhaps he could first understand it before going. Su Chen felt that the answers to his questions might be found on that pillar. Although I am not sure what you want to do or why you are so interested in the Yulin sect, if you want to do it, then go ahead. Luo Ziyin is indeed a woman with delicate thoughts. She noticed that Su Chen seemed to be hiding something but did not ask further. After setting up the Yulin array, Su Chen felt that the Yulin sect was too powerful. Why did it perish in a short period of time? It piqued his interest. Su Chen lied. He didn't want to say more until he fully understood the situation. Well, I'm curious too. If you find any clues, remember to share them with me. Luo Ziyin nodded slightly. Her words at this moment had a youthful touch. Okay. Su Chen nodded. After chatting a few more times, he left. Back at his residence, Su Chen opened the ancient book and started reading. However, as he read on, his brows furrowed. This doesn't seem right. Su Chen found many discrepancies in the records of the ancient book. It puzzled him. It seems necessary to go and see that pillar. After reading the ancient book, Su Chen's doubts deepened. He felt it was necessary to go and see the pillar that recorded everything. The next day, Su Chen bid farewell to Luo Ziyin and set off for the Yulin pillar. The journey was not particularly far. Su Chen brought along the Thunder Crystal Beast. With its speed, they could arrive in half a day. Along the way, Su Chen encountered no obstacles. The demonic beasts did not dare to show themselves under Su Chen's powerful aura. A purple light streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous roar, like a bolt from the blue sky. It was the Thunder Crystal Beast flying at high speed in the sky. Su Chen stood on its back. No matter how fast the Thunder Crystal Beast was, it did not move a fraction of an inch. Half a day later, Su Chen saw the Yulin pillar that Luo Ziyin had mentioned. Is that the Yulin pillar? Su Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the distant pillar from the back of the Thunder Crystal Beast. The Yulin pillar originally had no name. It was only called the Yulin pillar because it recorded the history of the Yulin sect. The pillar was 100 meters tall, black in color, with no inscriptions on it. This pillar is actually a spiritual treasure? As he approached, Su Chen realized that the so-called Yulin pillar was actually a spiritual treasure, and a high-quality one at that. The spiritual energy on it is so rich. This high-quality spiritual treasure can autonomously absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Su Chen also felt that the Yulin pillar was absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. This could only be achieved by a high-quality spiritual treasure. Let's take a look. Su Chen approached again and placed his hand on the Yulin pillar. The records of the Yulin pillar were not on the surface but inside the pillar. Only by immersing his spiritual power into the pillar could he access the records inside. Sure enough, as soon as Su Chen's spiritual power infiltrated, he could feel a vast amount of information appearing before his eyes. These are all ancient divine languages. Su Chen was surprised to see the ancient seal script in front of him. Previously, he had only seen fragments, rarely encountering so much English. The beginning of the records was the story of the Yulin sect. The founder of the sect was named Shi Yun. 10,000 years ago, Shi Yun arrived here alone in the northern domain and established the sect, named the Yulin sect. It took 3 years to transform the Yulin sect from a sect with only Shi Yun into the strongest sect in the northern domain. Then, it took another 10 years to merge all the old sects in the northern domain one by one. The Yulin sect became the sole sect in the northern domain, located on Yulin Island. This matches what was recorded in the ancient book. Su Chen had seen this information in the ancient book before, so he was not surprised. The Shi Yun mentioned was actually the old man Su Chen had seen in the Yulin sect. He was also a gifted individual. Although Su Chen was not sure where he came from, he knew that Yun was not originally from the northern domain. Later, he suddenly arrived in the northern domain and, with his powerful strength, established the Yunling sect in the northern domain. In a short period of time, the Yunling sect drove away or absorbed all the old sects in the northern domain, leaving only the Yunling sect as the sole sect in the northern domain. After that, Yun left the northern domain, which lasted for 20 years. 20 years later, Yun returned and took control of the Yunling sect. During that time, the Yunling sect reached its peak. It was also during that time that Yun began to set up various formations, with the Yunling formation being one of them. It seemed like he was preparing to deal with something. Over the next 50 years, Yun elevated all the disciples of the Yunling sect to the return to Void Realm. At this point, there was a blank period in the records. Why is there a blank here? What exactly happened during those 20 years? What occurred during this blank period? These two time points were not recorded on the Yunling pillar. However, Su Chen also saw something familiar on it. These are those blood-colored figures? Su Chen saw the introduction here was not very detailed. After Yun returned, some blood-colored figures came to the northern domain. They were extremely powerful, but they were ultimately all killed by Yun alone. These events mentioned here were also recorded in ancient texts. However, because it was in the language of ancient gods, those who read it did not understand much. The records did not mention blood-colored figures, but rather powerful enemies. The ancient texts recorded that a group of powerful enemies invaded the northern domain and were ultimately killed by Yun. Su Chen understood that those powerful enemies were actually the blood-colored figures. So, at that time, Senior Yun provoked those blood-colored figures. Su Chen still felt shocked when recalling those blood-colored figures. Their strength was terrifyingly powerful. At that moment, Su Chen also noticed something. After completing the formation, Yun brought in several strong individuals from elsewhere and attracted even more powerful blood-colored figures. After a month of fierce battle, they successfully sealed those blood-colored figures. Attracted? Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Then he was somewhat surprised. So, Senior Yun had encountered and even fought against these blood-colored figures before, and coming to the northern domain was actually to seal those powerful blood-colored figures. Thinking of this, Su Chen was also quite surprised. It turned out that in a certain place in the northern domain, there was actually a powerful being sealed. I wonder if after tens of thousands of years, those blood-colored figures died, were rescued, or are still alive somewhere in the northern domain, waiting to be unsealed? Su Chen understood some things. Yun's arrival in the northern domain was not a coincidence but a plan to seal those blood-colored figures in the northern domain. Then he continued reading. This is the great battle in the illusion? Su Chen also saw that the previous battle in the illusion was recorded here. The blood-colored figures came to find the powerful blood-colored figure that was sealed. They were ultimately killed by Yun. Later, even more powerful beings arrived, and Yun fought with the entire Yunling sect to successfully keep them here. This part was also recorded in ancient texts, but it did not mention the sealing, only the return of powerful enemies. The records ended there, presumably due to Yun's fall. What happened to the sealed blood-colored figure afterward was unclear. There were some more texts behind this, but they were not related to the Yunling sect, but rather about cultivation realms, techniques, and skills. These ancient books all have. No, it says here. I see, so that's how it is, After a brief glance, Su Chen suddenly realized. The truth he was seeking was not in the records of the spirit sect, but here, in the central position of the northern region, in front of the black pillar. Su Chen now understood the truth of everything. So that's how it is, for thousands of years, the northern region has been mistaken. Su Chen also understood why the sects in the northern region were so weak in strength. Even the strong in the return to Void Realm were few. And above the return to Void Realm, there were the Spirit Void Realm, Divine Soul Realm, Divine Spirit Realm, and Holy Spirit Realm. Strong individuals from these 5 realms had never appeared in the northern region. And at this moment, from the spirit pillar, Su Chen also understood everything. It was wrong from the beginning. Su Chen also realized why, apart from the spirit sect, no other sect had strong individuals breaking through to the spirit void realm, and why all the disciples of the spirit sect had entered the return to void realm. It turns out it was all due to practicing the wrong techniques. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. If he couldn't read the ancient divine texts, perhaps he, like other strong individuals in the northern region, would have always thought the same? But was this intentionally concealed by the spirit sect? Or did the newcomers who arrived here reach a consensus? Su Chen was not clear at this moment why the situation had come to this. However, Su Chen felt that it might be a combination of both reasons. The spirit sect intentionally concealed everything, while other strong individuals reached a consensus to conceal everything. It seems I must go to the spirit sect to take a look. Although the spirit island was already closed and disappeared, Suchen still had a way to find it. After all, the connection between the spirit formation and the spirit island was in that small box. Suchen had already learned how to set up the spirit formation. It wouldn't be difficult to use the formation to find the location of the spirit island. Thinking of this, Suchen closed his eyes and carefully felt everything around him. This place. It turns out the spirit island didn't leave, it's just that others couldn't see it. Suchen felt that the spirit formation was still in its original place. It's just that another formation had been activated, hiding the entire spirit island. With this formation, even strong individuals like Luo Ziyin in the Return to Void Realm couldn't sense the existence of the spirit island. This also led to the spirit island disappearing in the northern region. Thunder Crystal Beast, let's go! Suchen opened his eyes and shouted at the Thunder Crystal Beast not far away. Roar! The Thunder Crystal Beast also roared back at Suchen. Then it turned into a purple light and swooped in from a distance. As it passed by Suchen, he leaped onto the back of the Thunder Crystal Beast. In an instant, they disappeared into the sky. At this moment, in the spirit pillar, a black light flashed, and after a while, the original text had an additional passage. Today, a little guy came here. He had previously broken into the spirit sect and saw the existence of the blood-colored figure. He came here and seemed to understand everything. Soon, perhaps the northern region would change because of him. Now he's heading towards the spirit sect, he already understands everything. Suchen didn't know the additional text in the spirit pillar. At this moment, he was heading towards the location of the spirit island. If his guess was correct, there was still a secret in the spirit sect. A secret that even strong individuals like Luo Ziyin from other sects had never known. Suchen on the Thunder Crystal Beast was very fast. It only took an hour to reach his destination. Indeed, nothing can be seen. Arriving at his destination, Suchen looked down. There was nothing there, just lush greenery. Whether flying over from high altitude, skimming over from low altitude, or walking directly, even the strong returners to the virtual realm would not notice the existence of a formation here. However, Suchen is not only a strong returner to the virtual realm, but also a third-grade formation master. Most importantly, Suchen is very familiar with this spirit-infusing formation. So even with the isolation formation, Suchen can still sense it. Then Suchen's spiritual power directly spread out, carefully searching every flower, grass, and tree around. Suchen is not looking for the location of the spirit-infusing formation, but the center of the shielding formation. Because Suchen can be sure that the formation is right here. So searching slowly with spiritual power here can find the center of the formation. However, this kind of search is very long. It took half a day. Here, Suchen suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment of feeling, he successfully found the center of the formation. This is also a crucial hub of the formation. Stepping on the ground, Suchen's body leaped out. After a moment, he stopped under a towering tree. The spirit-infusing sect is cautious, the formation is in this big tree. Suchen looked at the towering tree in front of him. Inside the towering tree, there are mysterious runes. These runes form the hub of the entire formation. Because there has never been a third-grade formation master in the northern region, no one has discovered this formation. Boom! A huge spiritual power surged out from Suchen's Naiman Palace. Then it covered the towering tree. Suchen must decipher this formation to enter the spirit-infusing island. However, Suchen does not intend to destroy it directly. Suchen is not clear about the specific reason why the spirit-infusing sect set up this formation, but Suchen can be sure that it is not because of the current 100 sects war. So Suchen just slightly shielded the center of the formation with his spiritual power. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. Suchen once again appeared on the spirit-infusing island. Roar! Seeing the changes in the surrounding scene, the Thunder Crystal Beast also let out a low roar. It looked around vigilantly. Suchen patted its head, indicating it not to panic. Indeed, it's here. Suchen smiled. Then without any hesitation, he went straight to the location of the spirit-infusing sect. Before long, he found the cave. Breaking the barrier, he entered the spirit-infusing sect again. Where could it be? Suchen frowned slightly. Then his spiritual power surged out from the Naiman Palace without reservation. Inch by inch, he began to search the entire spirit-infusing sect. Not here. Not here either. Nor here. Here. Is this the square? So it's here. Suchen finally found something different in the spirit-infusing sect. After a moment, Suchen appeared on the square of the spirit-infusing sect. Thunder Crystal Beast. Su Chen shouted, and the thunder crystal beast carried Su Chen, flying into the sky. Respected seniors of the spirit-infusing sect, I, Su Chen, have offended you. Su Chen bowed to the surroundings. Then a powerful spiritual power surged out, condensed into a powerful attack, directly hitting the ground of the square. Boom! After a moment, a huge crack appeared on the ground of the square. Su Chen looked down at the crack and said to the thunder crystal beast, "Go down." Under the square of the spirit-infusing sect, Su Chen did not hesitate and let the thunder crystal beast fly down continuously. It was pitch black around, and nothing could be seen clearly. But at this time, the fur of the thunder crystal beast emitted a purple light. I didn't expect you to have a lighting effect. Su Chen smiled. Roar! The thunder crystal beast growled somewhat discontentedly at Su Chen, but still obeyed Su Chen's words and flew directly downwards. As they went deeper, Su Chen's expression became more and more serious. Who could imagine that the secret of the entire northern region is hidden deep underground in the spirit-infusing sect? We're almost there. Su Chen looked down at the originally pitch-black area, which was now somewhat illuminated. It was the night pearl embedded in the wall. After a moment, the thunder crystal beast landed on the ground. Is this the spirit-nourishing pill? Su Chen was somewhat surprised by everything in front of him. Before his eyes were mountains of spirit-nourishing pills, floating in midair. He had thought that all the pills from the spirit-nourishing sect had been used up. He didn't expect to find tens of thousands of spirit-nourishing pills here. Then I won't be polite. Su Chen smiled and collected all the spirit-nourishing pills. He then walked towards the front. Not far away, there was a pile of spirit stones, but Su Chen did not take them. Spirit stones were no longer particularly important to him. Even if there were millions of spirit stones here, Su Chen didn't care much. The price of a spirit-nourishing pill was at least 1,000,000 spirit stones, and Su Chen had tens of thousands of them in his hands. Those things should be further ahead, right? Su Chen didn't collect the spirit stones and continued walking forward. Before long, he saw a pile of light clusters floating in front of him. This scene was reminiscent of the divine-level techniques and skills he had obtained in the spirit-nourishing sect. The items in front of him were all scrolls of divine-level techniques and skills. Indeed, all these things are here. Su Chen looked at the light clusters in front of him, and with his mental power, he wrapped one of them. With a little force, the light cluster disappeared. In Su Chen's hand, there was a scroll. Unified Illusion Book. Heh, a common grade 8th grade technique. Su Chen looked at the words on it and sneered. Indeed, the scrolls in these light clusters were not divine-level techniques but common grade 8th grade techniques. Su Chen threw the scroll out, and it was enveloped by a light cluster, floating in mid-air. Su Chen then grabbed another light cluster. Ice Edge Silk Poem. Common grade 7th grade spiritual skill. Su Chen confirmed once again. These light clusters were no different from the so-called divine-level techniques and skills he had seen before. Some were even more powerful than before. This was what Su Chen had learned on the spirit-nourishing pillar. In fact, the classification of techniques and skills was not based on divine level upper, middle, and lower grades, spiritual level upper, middle, and lower grades, and common level upper, middle, and lower grades. It was divided into 9 grades for each level, common, spiritual, and divine, totaling 27 grades. The common upper, middle, and lower grades in the northern region corresponded to common grades 1, 2, and 3. The spiritual upper, middle, and lower grades in the northern region corresponded to common grades 4, 5, and 6. The remaining divine upper, middle, and lower grades were the last common grades 7, 8, and 9. In other words, all techniques and skills in the northern region were only common grade on the Wantian continent. Therefore, in the northern region, the techniques and skills practiced by sect masters and elders were actually common grade 6th grade techniques. This led to the fact that the strongest individuals in the northern region were only at the returning void realm. In other regions, they could reach higher realms because they practiced true spiritual level techniques. The disciples of the spirit-nourishing sect could reach the returning void realm for the same reason. They practiced techniques of common grade 7th grade or higher, which were now called divine level techniques in the northern region. Just think, all the disciples of the sect started practicing what Lu Ziyin and others called divine level techniques. Could their strength not be formidable? And all of this was because of one reason. The spirit-nourishing sect had sealed the powerful blood-colored figures. They had manipulated the heavens and earth in this world and used a huge array to imprison the heavens and earth of the northern region. Such terrifying means. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. No matter how small the northern region was, it was still one of the 5 regions. Yet someone had actually used an array to imprison the entire northern region. This array restricted the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth in the northern region. The techniques left behind are all the work of the spirit sect. These techniques, at most, are only of the level of the 9th grade of the mortal level. They will not exceed this level. Because once it exceeds this level, it may be possible for powerful individuals to break the formation from within the Northern Territory. If the formation is broken, those blood-colored figures may regain their freedom. At that time, whether it is for the Northern Territory or for the Wentiandalu, it will be a disaster. No wonder some strong individuals, after leaving the Northern Territory, never returned. This imprisoning formation seems to only allow exits, not entries, right? Su Chen now understands everything. Those who have already left the Northern Territory may have already understood everything. That's why they didn't come back. Just imagine, after leaving the Northern Territory, they realized that the so-called divine-level techniques they had been practicing for years, along with the divine-level spiritual skills they were using, were only at the level of the 9th grade of the mortal level on the Wentiandalu. That would be frustrating. Moreover, in this world, even if the spiritual energy is imprisoned, it would be useless to return here. I wonder if the outside world has a similar level of rich spiritual energy as Yulin Island. Su Chen is now more yearning for the outside world. What is this? Just then, Su Chen noticed some lines carved on the wall. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen discovered that it was actually a map. This is a map of the Northern Territory. What are these points on it? Su Chen carefully studied it for a moment before realizing, this should be the place where the blood-colored figures are sealed, the spirit pillar? Su Chen did not expect that the place where the blood-colored figures were sealed would be at the location of the spirit pillar. It's quite close to several sects. The spirit pillar is located in the center of the Northern Territory. The Crimson Rainbow sect, Shimu sect, and several other sects are all located here. No, is this a formation eye? Su Chen took a look and discovered some clues. If these sects' distributions are connected, it turns out to be the shape of a formation. So, someone must guard the formation eye in order to seal those blood-colored figures. Su Chen, now a 3rd grade formation master, understood this at a glance. This is also the secret that appears once every few years on Yulin Island. In this way, all the powerful sects will choose to establish themselves here in order to suppress the blood-colored figures. Su Chen sighed. It turns out that everything in the entire Northern Territory is under the control of the Spirit sect. Under the ground of the Spirit sect, Su Chen sorted out everything in front of him. It turns out that the entire Northern Territory is under control. Su Chen sighed. Perhaps all the people in the Northern Territory will not understand that after thousands of years, they are still pawns in the hands of the Spirit sect. What is considered a coincidence is nothing more than a carefully arranged plan by the Spirit sect. There is no problem with having these sects guard the formation eye. Su Chen shook his head. However, at this moment, he became even more curious about those blood-colored figures and the world outside the Northern Territory. It seems it's time to take a good look at the outside world. Su Chen now has a new idea. Originally, he planned to resolve some sects before leaving. However, if that's the case, it would shake this formation. Then forget it. Now the Crimson Rainbow sect has the spirit formation laid down by Su Chen, as well as mortal level 8th grade techniques and spiritual skills. It is enough to deal with the Shinfeng sect and the Disha Sword sect, not to mention the Chimu sect. The Crimson Rainbow sect now has the spirit formation set up by Su Chen. Although it cannot reach the realm of all members returning to the void, there is no problem for all members to enter the refining essence realm. Moreover, the techniques and spiritual skills scrolls that Su Chen obtained before have reached the level of the mortal level 8th grade. As long as the talent is sufficient and these 2 steps are comprehended, it is also possible to enter the realm of returning to the void. By then, the strength of the Crimson Rainbow sect will truly become the number 1 in the Northern Territory. Becoming the number 1 sect in the Northern Territory is only a matter of time. It's time to prepare and leave the northern region. Su Chen looked at the floating orbs, all of which were techniques of at least the 7th rank. In the past, Su Chen would have definitely collected them all, but now he knew that these were just the lowest level techniques on the Wenti continent, and he was not interested at all. Roar! Just as Su Chen was contemplating, a roar sounded, coming from the Thunder Crystal Beast. What's wrong? Su Chen knew that the Thunder Crystal Beast wouldn't roar without reason. It must have discovered something beneath the ground. Roar! The Thunder Crystal Beast didn't speak, just roared in a direction not far away. Although puzzled, Su Chen still walked towards the direction. Is there another passage here? Su Chen saw that not far away, there was another passage underground. He had been attracted by the spirit pills in front of him earlier and hadn't noticed it. The direction the Thunder Crystal Beast roared towards was this passage. Roar! Just as Su Chen was about to go check, a roar came from the passage. Are there other monsters in this passage? Su Chen didn't expect that there were monsters underground, whether they were left by the disciples of the spirit sect or intruders. After the roar, Su Chen felt a powerful spiritual fluctuation. After a moment, a red spiritual energy rushed out from the passage. Boom! It didn't hit Su Chen but collided with the wall, creating a loud noise. What is that? After the dust from the attack settled, Su Chen saw two red eyes appear in the passage. Step by step, a black monster resembling a cow with red eyes and a single horn on its head emerged from the passage. Graveyard monster? Su Chen recognized it. The monster was called the Graveyard Monster, a type of monster that could be tamed to guard graveyards and prevent others from desecrating them. Since the grave of Senior Shi Yun is here, I should pay my respects. Su Chen had gained many benefits from the spirit sect, and now that he knew Senior Shi Yun was buried here, he wanted to pay his respects. Roar! Before Su Chen could move, the Graveyard Monster roared and released a powerful spiritual energy. Return to the third rank of the Void Realm? You're also restricted? Su Chen sensed the spiritual power of the Graveyard Monster. Normally, the strength of a Graveyard Monster could reach the Void Realm, but the one in front of him only had the strength of the third rank of the Return to the Void Realm. It was clear that the spiritual energy of this world was restricted, affecting not only humans but also monsters. Even this powerful Graveyard Monster was affected. Roar! The Graveyard Monster couldn't understand Su Chen's words, just roared in his direction and launched an attack. Su Chen clenched his hand, and a much stronger spiritual power surged. Boom! The two spiritual powers collided and exploded, but Su Chen stood firm without stepping back. The Graveyard Monster, on the other hand, was knocked back by Su Chen's attack. With a cold laugh, Su Chen walked towards the passage again. Roar! The Graveyard Monster roared again and the surrounding spiritual energy condensed, flames appearing and flying towards Su Chen. Break! Su Chen shouted. A surge of spiritual power directly blocked the flame attack. You can't beat me, I'll just go in and take a look, Su Chen said to the Tomb Beast. Roar! But the Tomb Beast completely ignored him. After a roar, it rushed straight towards Su Chen. The bone horns on its head were surging with spiritual energy, as if the Tomb Beast was preparing to deal with Su Chen. Sigh, don't you understand? Su Chen sighed. Although the strength of the Tomb Beast was powerful, its intelligence was not as high as the Thunder Crystal Beast. It was unclear whether this was innate or due to being imprisoned underground for too long. Restrain! Su Chen helplessly opened his hands. As soon as he spoke, ancient divine language came out. As Su Chen's voice fell, the surrounding spiritual energy began to flow rapidly, entwining the Tomb Beast directly. Roar! Tainted by the spiritual power, the Tomb Beast also roared and struggled. However, it was of no use. I said, I'm just here to take a look. Su Chen shook his head. He then ignored the Tomb Beast that kept roaring. Su Chen had no intention of killing it, as he could continue to guard this place in the future. After subduing the Tomb Beast, Su Chen entered the passage. After walking a few steps forward, Su Chen saw a huge space in front of him. In that space, there were rows of eerie white bones. Su Chen looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned for a moment. There were many white bones here. They were all sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if meditating. This is a formation? Su Chen looked for a while and began to understand. These rows of white bones had actually formed a formation. These must be disciples of the spirit sect. Su Chen looked at the rows of white bones and understood. These should be the elders and disciples of the spirit sect. Initially, the sect master of the spirit sect had said that he had staked the entire sect to kill those blood-colored figures. These must be the disciples of the spirit sect who fell while trying to repel those blood-colored figures. Su Chen has no intention of disturbing the seniors. I will leave now. These people had staked their lives for this land. So Su Chen bowed to them and then turned and left. Release. With a low drink, Su Chen released the seal on the Tomb Beast at that moment. Su Chen quickly left the place. Roar! The Tomb Beast let out a low roar but did not chase after Su Chen. Its task was to guard the tomb. As long as it was not disturbed by the buried people inside, it would not attack. Su Chen stood on the back of the Thunder Crystal Beast, feeling heavy-hearted at this moment. Everything was just as Su Chen had imagined. In the northern domain, many powerful blood-colored figures were sealed. Although Su Chen was not sure where they came from, he had seen in illusions how terrifying their strength was. Therefore, the northern domain was quite dangerous. If one day those blood-colored figures broke the seal, the northern domain would be the first to suffer. Due to being imprisoned, even if the northern domain was strong, it could not break free. Su Chen was an exception because he did not need to cultivate techniques and could create ancient divine language on his own. Therefore, the imprisonment of the northern domain had no effect on him. If those blood-colored figures appear in the northern domain, no one can resist them. Su Chen was conflicted at this moment. He understood all the truths but hesitated to tell Luo Ziying and the others. If all the sects in the northern domain leave, Will the formation not have enough power to suppress those guys from coming out? This was the reason for Su Chen's hesitation. Not telling Luo Ziying was obviously not good, but if he did, would the seal of this land change because of the departure of the Crimson Rainbow sect? If those blood-colored figures come out early, it will be a waste of the efforts of the predecessors. Su Chen frowned slightly. These things made him very conflicted. Yunling Island is not particularly far from Qihong sect. Soon after, Su Chen returned to Qihong sect. However, he did not go directly to find Luo Ziying, but returned to his residence. Pass the order, I am going into seclusion. Do not inform anyone who comes to look for me, let them go back, including the sect master. Su Chen instructed the two disciples on duty indifferently. Yes, the two disciples on duty were also puzzled at this moment. However, they still nodded in agreement. Su Chen went straight back to his residence. He closed the door, absorbed the spiritual energy of the world into the body, passed through the shoulder well acupoint, and enter through the wind gate acupoint. This was the Yunling scroll technique that Su Chen obtained from Yunling sect. Su Chen began to cultivate according to the method described in it. This was a cultivation method that Su Chen had never tried before. About an hour later, Su Chen opened his eyes. He frowned slightly. Assimilate the spiritual energy. A low drink, and 4 ancient divine language words came out of his mouth. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged and poured into Su Chen's body. This was the Yunling scroll that Su Chen summarized. For simple words, but they made the surrounding spiritual energy surge wildly. Indeed, this kind of cultivation speed is much stronger than the so-called divine-level techniques. An hour later, Su Chen slowly exhaled a breath. This round of cultivation was much faster than simply using the Yunling scroll for cultivation. This completely confirmed that the spiritual energy of this world was imprisoned. The techniques in the northern region were nothing more than ordinary techniques on the Wenti continent. Indeed, the entire northern region is kept in the dark. Su Chen shook his head. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate in his own way. The cultivation achieved through the ancient divine language was incomparable to those techniques. That was why the imprisonment of this world had no effect on Su Chen. Even the strongest formation could not imprison the ancient divine language. Su Chen's cultivation this time was to prepare to leave the northern region. The highest level in the northern region should be the peak of the return to Void Realm. It was impossible for Su Chen to break through to the spiritual Void Realm here. This cultivation would take 3 months. After 3 months, a voice came from outside. Elder Su Chen, the sect master is looking for you. It was one of the disciples on duty. Su Chen was forced to come out of his cultivation state. He frowned slightly and said lightly, "Didn't I say to refuse anyone who comes to look for me, including the sect master? But, this is already the sect master's 100th time looking for Elder Su Chen. We really can't put it off any longer." After hesitating for a moment, the voice outside spoke helplessly. Su Chen. He had only been cultivating for 3 months, and the sect master had come looking for him 100 times. At least 1 time a day. Elder Su Chen, are you even avoiding the sect master? Just then, Luo Ziying's voice came from outside. Helplessly, Su Chen had to get up. Sect master, I am currently in seclusion. Su Chen smiled and said, not hiding anything. Outside the door, besides the sect master Luo Ziying, there were also several elders. It seemed that Su Chen's position in Qihong sect was now unmatched. Elder Su Chen, you just came back and went into seclusion immediately. We were worried that something had happened to you, so we came to check on you. At this moment, the Grand Elder also spoke helplessly. Thank you, Sect Master and all the elders for your concern. Su Chen is just breaking through in seclusion. Su Chen clasped his hands and said. At this moment, Luo Ziying's face, which was a little angry, was slowly covered with shock. Su, your strength. At this moment, the Grand Elder also seemed to sense something and was so shocked that he couldn't speak coherently. Such a powerful pressure. What realm has Elder Su Chen's strength reached? Such a terrifying strength. It's really worthy of being the first in the Red Rainbow sect in terms of comprehension. Not just the Red Rainbow sect, no one in the entire northern region can compare. At this moment, the other elders also felt it. Sorry, because I just had a breakthrough, I can't control it perfectly yet. Su Chen looked at everyone's expressions and said helplessly. Just because he had another breakthrough, Su Chen couldn't perfectly control his own powerful strength. So the leaked spiritual energy at this moment also made Luo Ziying and others feel a lot of pressure. Su Chen's residence. The other elders had already left. Now only Su Chen and Luo Ziying were left. Why did you send the elders back? Is there something you want to tell me? Luo Ziying looked at Su Chen and asked. Yes, there are some things I want to discuss with you. Su Chen nodded. About the northern region? Luo Ziyin seemed to know what Su Chen wanted to say. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Then he continued, this time when I went to the spirit pillar, I discovered some things. After that, Su Chen told Luo Ziyin everything he had discovered, including the fact that the northern region was sealed off. After listening to Su Chen's words, Luo Ziyin remained silent for a long time. Su Chen didn't interrupt. He knew that for Luo Ziyin to accept such a big thing, it must be difficult. So Su Chen just waited quietly. Ah, so that's the truth. After a long time, Luo Ziyin finally let out a sigh. It was indeed difficult for her to accept these things, but she still did. Su Chen remained silent, waiting for Luo Ziyin to continue. Actually, a long time ago, when the master was still around, he mentioned that there seemed to be something missing in this world. No matter how he cultivated, he couldn't break through that bottleneck, and the techniques he cultivated were somewhat inadequate. At this point, Luo Ziyin spoke again. Su Chen nodded. Luo Ziyin's master was the previous sect master of the Red Rainbow sect. He had some abilities to sense that something was missing in this world. I didn't expect it to be a problem with the techniques. The master always regarded the ordinary 6th grade techniques you mentioned as superior spiritual grade techniques. That's why when his strength reached the peak of the return to Void Realm, he couldn't advance further. Luo Ziyin seemed to be recalling the past. After a moment, she continued, now I finally understand. It turns out to be a problem with the techniques, not that the master's strength was insufficient. It's already good enough for an ordinary grade technique to reach the peak of the return to Void Realm. Yes. Su Chen nodded. The previous sect master of the Red Rainbow sect was also frustrated. He had the ability to continue breaking through, but in the end, he tragically fell. If you want to leave the northern region, I will find a way to take the entire Red Rainbow sect away from here. Su Chen spoke up at this moment. The reason he chose to clarify things with Luo Ziyin was because of this plan. If Luo Ziyin wanted to leave the northern region and go elsewhere, Su Chen would find a way to take the entire Red Rainbow sect with him. With his current cultivation speed, even if the Red Rainbow sect was in the central region, they could still thrive. I do want to leave, but this place is sealing something terrible. Luo Ziyin smiled, and this smile made Su Chen a little distracted. Luo Ziyin didn't mind and continued, but if the Red Rainbow sect leaves, those terrible beings may revive, and all the efforts of the predecessors who tragically fell like the master will be in vain. Su Chen fell silent. He hadn't expected Luo Ziyin to say this. The master could have understood everything and improved his strength as long as he left the northern region, but he never had that thought until he fell, because the Red Rainbow sect is in the northern region, and his roots are also here. Luo Ziyin seemed reluctant to recall, lowering her head. After a moment, he looked at Su Chen and said, so I don't want to leave here either. The Scarlet Rainbow sect belongs to the northern region, I belong to the Scarlet Rainbow sect, and I want to stay here. Aren't you afraid of those terrifying beings breaking the seal one day and descending upon the northern region? Su Chen looked at Luo Ziyin's determined eyes and nodded. Then he asked, afraid? Of course I'm afraid. So after you leave the northern region, hurry up and cultivate. When you come back in the future, release those guys one by one, eliminate them, and then help the northern region break the seal. Remember to bring back some genuine divine level techniques. Luo Ziyin nodded and smiled. Looking at Luo Ziyin's appearance, Su Chen also smiled. Alright, aren't they just a group of strange people? At my cultivation speed, it will only take a few years. By then, I will come directly and eliminate them one by one. Although once you leave the northern region, you can't come back. But if your strength is strong enough to break through the imprisoning formation, you can still return to the northern region. However, that may require the realm of divine soul, divine spirit, or even higher realms. After all, even someone as powerful as Shi Yun could only rely on the combined strength of the sect when facing those blood-colored figures, ultimately leading to the destruction of the entire Yunling sect. Yes, indeed. Luo Ziyin had great confidence in Su Chen's cultivation speed. After all, in less than a year, Su Chen's strength had almost caught up with the master. What realm is your current strength in? Because Su Chen's strength far exceeded Luo Ziyin's, she couldn't sense Su Chen's true strength at the moment. Return to the Void Realm, 9th grade. If it weren't for your interruption, I might have reached the peak of the return to the Void Realm before coming out. This period of seclusion had directly propelled Su Chen's strength to the 9th grade of the return to the Void Realm. He was just a step away from the peak of the return to the Void Realm. Your terrifying comprehension is like a self-inflicted blow. Luo Ziyin shook her head helplessly. Su Chen's strength had far surpassed hers. Thinking that she had cultivated for over 20 years and still couldn't compare to Su Chen's 1 year of cultivation, she realized that her talent for comprehension was not as strong as she had thought, even though her master had often praised her for it. I will leave behind some ancient divine language for you to try to comprehend. Su Chen chuckled. The ancient divine language came naturally to him, so leaving behind some simple ones for Luo Ziyin wouldn't be difficult. It just required her to comprehend them well. Thank you, Elder Su Chen. Luo Ziyin nodded without refusing. Since she knew the Scarlet Rainbow Sect's techniques, the best one would be the Yunling scroll brought by Su Chen. However, on the Chentian continent, it could only be considered a common 9th grade technique. Perhaps she should also practice some ancient divine language. Even if she practiced the Yunling scroll over time, Luo Ziyin could still reach the peak of the return to the Void Realm. Her comprehension was not bad either. Alright, then I won't disturb Elder Su Chen's cultivation. Luo Ziyin stood up to bid farewell. Su Chen also nodded. He escorted Luo Ziyin to the door. After all, she was also a sect master. If you plan to leave, please inform me in advance. Luo Ziyin sighed and added, I suddenly look forward to seeing your performance in other realms. I am also looking forward to it. Su Chen nodded. At this moment, he was also somewhat eager. The northern region was vast but restricted. What kind of scene would it be in a world without restrictions? 1 month later, on a certain day, a powerful aura rose from Su Chen's residence. Such a terrifying aura. That must be where Elder Su Chen lives. How powerful has he become? Compared to the sect master, I wonder how many times stronger he is. Inside the Scarlet Rainbow sect, the disciples who were originally cultivating were also shocked by that aura. Feeling the powerful pressure, their hearts were trembling. In the Red Rainbow sect, the sect master Luo Ziyin was originally the strongest, but this Elder Su Chen surpassed her within a year. And this surpassing was not just by a small margin. In the square of the Red Rainbow sect, several figures flashed by, including Luo Ziyin and several elders. At this moment, besides Luo Ziyin, the other elders had also reached the return to Void Realm because of the spiritual cultivation scroll brought back by Su Chen. The strong in the return to Void Realm and the Red Rainbow sect had already reached 5. Even in the entire northern region, it was the strongest sect. That's the aura of Elder Su Chen. So strong, it seems to have reached the realm of the former sect master. Are you saying, the peak of the return to Void Realm? So young, is it really possible? At this moment, the elders were also discussing. After all, Su Chen had just joined the Red Rainbow sect for a year and had already reached this level. Many people felt it was unreal. His strength is much stronger than the peak strength of the master. Feeling the terrifying aura, Luo Ziyin slowly spoke. The other elders fell silent upon hearing this. Everyone knew the strength of the former sect master, and Luo Ziyin was the direct disciple of the former sect master, raised by him since childhood. He treated the former sect master as his own father. In many matters, Luo Ziyin would lean towards the former sect master. The fact that he could say such words now indicated how powerful Su Chen was. Chimu sect. The sect master and several elders were discussing. This aura. Is it Su Chen from the Red Rainbow sect? The sect master of Chimu sect felt the powerful aura and a hint of surprise crossed his calm face. But after a moment, he forcibly controlled himself. I have fought against Su Chen before, I am familiar with his aura, but he wasn't this powerful back then. He was also extremely shocked. If the Su Chen from before had such strong power, he could have crushed him with just one finger. Of course, the current Su Chen could also crush him with just one finger. Back then, he was only at the return to Void Realm 3rd grade, but now, he should be at the peak of the return to Void Realm. The sect master nodded. Such strong power could only be achieved at the peak of the return to Void Realm. How is this possible? It's only been half a year since the end of the 100 Sects Great War. The Grand Elder also showed surprise. The sect master of Chimu sect had a strong comprehension ability, but it took him more than 30 years to become a return to Void Realm 3rd grade expert. This Su Chen, isn't he less than 20 years old? And in half a year, he went from return to Void Realm 3rd grade to the peak of the return to Void Realm. Even with the help of elixirs, it shouldn't be this fast. Su Chen's comprehension ability is unmatched in the northern region. As far as I know, he has only been in the northern region for a year. The sect master of Chimu sect slowly spoke. Since losing in the 100 Sects Great War, he had investigated Su Chen. Not investigating, he wouldn't have known. After the investigation, he realized that this time, Su Chen's ability to surpass the 100 sects was not just luck. 1 year? Upon hearing this number, everyone was stunned. From starting cultivation to reaching the peak of the return to Void Realm in just 1 year? At this moment, the meeting hall of the entire Chimu sect was silent. Similarly, other sects were also in the same situation, such as the Bixia sect and the Dark Thunder sect. The experts of these two sects were also in a daze. Some were relieved, although they had conflicts with Su Chen during the 100 Sects Great War. The final result was not bad. At least it didn't lead to mutual destruction. But some were not like this. They were the Shenfeng sect and the Earth Demon Sword sect. Damn it! How is this possible? The peak of the return to Void Realm, how is this possible? The sect master of the Shenfeng sect overturned the table directly. He also felt Su Chen's aura. This aura was extremely terrifying, the peak of the return to Void Realm. A sense of powerlessness enveloped him. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Summon the Elder Supreme, we cannot let Su Chen stay, and also, contact the Earth Demon Sword sect." The master of the Divine Winds sect also gave orders at this time. This kind of formidable enemy absolutely cannot be allowed to stay. Otherwise, the Divine Winds sect will never have a chance to rise again. Unlike the Crimson Rainbow sect, the Chimu sect, the Divine Winds sect, and the Earth Demon Sword sect all have the presence of Elder Supremes. These three sects are the long-standing powers in the northern region. Their heritage is unmatched by other sects. Yes. A person beside him quickly responded with a cupped hand. Then he withdrew. The situation in the Earth Demon Sword sect was similar. Summon the Elder Supreme. The Sword Master of the Earth Demon Sword sect also had a grim expression at this time. He never expected that Su Chen had reached the peak of the return to Void Realm. Allowing him to continue to grow would be a threat to the Earth Demon Sword sect. After a moment, a disciple came forward. "Sword Master, there are disciples from the Divine Winds sect outside bringing a message from the Divine Winds sect," the disciple said respectfully. "Speak," said the Sword Master of the Earth Demon Sword sect. "The Divine Winds sect wants to join forces with the Earth Demon Sword sect to eliminate the Crimson Rainbow sect. They request the Sword Master to go to the Divine Winds sect for discussion," the disciple replied. You may leave." The Sword Master of the Earth Demon Sword sect nodded. Then he waved his hand. "The Divine Winds sect? It's time to join forces now." After hesitating for a moment, he spoke again, "Prepare to go to the Divine Winds sect." The Elder Supreme of the Earth Demon Sword sect only had the strength of the 9th rank of the return to Void Realm. However, the spiritual techniques he cultivated were of the middle grade divine level. So even against a powerhouse at the peak of the return to Void Realm, he could still contend. But if he joined forces with the Divine Winds sect, the chances of victory would be higher. After all, the Divine Winds sect also had an Elder Supreme. While the Divine Winds sect and the Earth Demon Sword sect were planning, there was joy in the Crimson Rainbow sect. Su Chen reaching the peak of the return to Void Realm meant that the strength of the Crimson Rainbow sect surpassed all the other sects in the northern region. With one peak return to Void Realm expert and 5 other strong return to Void Realm cultivators, the Crimson Rainbow sect could now dominate over other sects. Only Luo Ziyin knew that Su Chen had already broken through to the peak of the return to Void Realm. So the time for Su Chen to leave the Crimson Rainbow sect and the northern region was not far off. It has been many years since I last emerged. Now, another strong individual has appeared in the northern region. However, I heard that he once secretly targeted my Divine Wind sect, causing us to miss out on being one of the 4 sects. Today, I have come to seek justice. At this moment, a powerful voice containing spiritual power resounded in the sky, reaching the Crimson Rainbow sect. The joyful atmosphere of the Crimson Rainbow sect was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Then everyone saw an old man with white hair appearing above the Crimson Rainbow sect, standing on a spiritual treasure. Who was that old man? Su Chen looked at the old man in the air, feeling curious. He wondered how such an arrogant person could still be alive. That is, Elder Supreme Ji Dongfeng of the Divine Winds sect. Luo Ziyin also spoke slowly as she looked at the old man. At this moment, her expression was not very pleasant. The Divine Winds sect was shameless, bullying them at this time? Oh, the Divine Winds sect still has such a figure? It seems their strength is not weak? Su Chen nodded. It was unexpected that the Divine Winds sect had an Elder Supreme with the strength of the peak of the return to Void Realm. However, that was as far as it went. Well, not only the Divine Winds sect, but the Chimu sect and the Earth Demon Sword sect also have Elder Supremes. Luo Ziyin explained. These Elder Supremes were usually the strongest among the elders of the sect, seeking breakthroughs while hiding within the sect as they grew older. The Earth Demon Sword sect too? It was not surprising that the Chimu sect had one, but Su Chen had not expected the Earth Demon Sword sect to have one as well. Well, although it is said on the surface that there are 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect, the foundation and strength of the Earth Demon Sword sect are actually stronger than the Crimson Rainbow sect, the previous Beast Taming sect, as well as the Azure Mist Gate and Dark Thunder Gate. Luo Ziyin nodded. She continued, if they were to change their name to the Earth Demon sect, they would have a place among these 4 sects. So they are ranked last just because of their name. Su Chen was speechless. It turns out that the Earth Demon Sword sect is not the weakest among these 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. On the contrary, could their foundation actually rank in the top 3? Isn't this old Dongfeng? Are you also here to settle the score with the Crimson Rainbow sect? At this moment, another voice sounded. Su Chen and the others looked over to see a black figure riding a flying sword approaching from a distance. That is the supreme elder of the Earth Demon Sword sect, Jianqin Shang. When Luo Ziyin saw the black-clothed old woman, her eyes turned cold. These two old folks unexpectedly both came to the Crimson Rainbow sect suddenly. It must have been prearranged. Granny Shang, you're here too. Ji Dongfeng also looked towards the old woman. It was clear that the two of them were already acquainted. Yes, I heard that the Earth Demon Sword sect was unjustly expelled by despicable means during the 100 sects battle. This old body came out to seek justice. Jianqin Shang spoke without lowering her voice, making it clear to everyone around. The members of the Crimson Rainbow sect, upon hearing this, had dark expressions. Two seniors, it's not good to defame my Crimson Rainbow sect without understanding the truth. We defeated your sects fair and square. Luo Ziyin arched her hand towards the two figures in the sky and continued, fair and square? How come I heard that you joined forces with the Crimson Moon sect, White Feather sect, and several other sects? Upon hearing Luo Ziyin's words, Ji Dongfeng smirked and said, what? The Crimson Rainbow sect teamed up with other sects? It's very likely. So this 100 sects battle was obviously unfair. I knew it. How could Su Chen, so young, possibly take on all the sects alone? Many onlookers who were not aware of the truth began to discuss. Of course, there were also many members of the Divine Wind sect and Earth Demon Sword sect among them. The Divine Wind sect has no shame. Su Chen sneered. I think you two must have misunderstood. Luo Ziyin was about to explain but was interrupted by Jianqin Shang. You little girl talk too much. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, we both know, don't we? And what qualifications do you have to speak to us like this? Even if Luo Chen were still alive, he wouldn't have that qualification. Luo Chen was Luo Ziyin's master and the previous sect master of the Crimson Rainbow sect. A powerful aura erupted, pressing down on Luo Ziyin. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Luo Ziyin's body instinctively trembled. You old stubborn, what gives you the right to act recklessly in the Crimson Rainbow sect? Relying on your strength at the peak of the Return to Void Realm? Su Chen sneered and took a step forward, releasing a powerful aura that pressed against Jianqin Shang. Indeed, at the peak of the Return to Void Realm. Feeling Su Chen's strong aura, Jianqin Shang's expression turned dark. So young and already at the peak of the Return to Void Realm, truly remarkable. But did you forcefully enhance your strength with pills? At this moment, Ji Dongfeng also erupted with a powerful aura. Like Su Chen, he also possessed the strength at the peak of the Return to Void Realm. However, he had been cultivating for nearly 100 years, unlike Su Chen who had only been cultivating for a year. Nevertheless, Ji Dongfeng did not believe that Su Chen's strength was self-improved. He must have used some pills. Is that so? Then please help me verify whether these pills of mine were wasted. Su Chen sneered, and his aura surged once again. The moment suppressed the aura of the season's east wind in Jianqin. Feeling the powerful aura of Su Chen, the two of them had gloomy faces and exchanged a glance. This child must not be left behind. After exchanging a glance, the two of them tacitly reached a consensus. Such an arrogant kid, today I will show you what it means to elevate one's realm through strength. Relying on unorthodox methods is not your capital for arrogance. Ji Dongfeng said, and a green light burst out from his body. Clenching his fist with one hand, he punched out. Wind Feather Fist. With a low drink, a green spirit power gathered into a huge fist. Without any defense, it blasted towards Su Chen. Is that all? Su Chen sneered. Casually clenching his hand in the air, spirit power gathered. The same wind attribute spiritual energy condensed into a huge palm, squeezing the season's east wind's spiritual power fist. Boom! A loud noise. Then the season's east wind's spiritual power fist was directly crushed by Su Chen's spiritual power palm. Ji Dongfeng did not expect that his strike using spiritual skills would be easily crushed by Su Chen. Originally, I didn't intend to take action against the Divine Wind sect and the Earth Demon Sword sect, but since you have come with hostility, I will take care of you. After crushing Ji Dongfeng's spiritual power fist, Su Chen sneered. Then he continued, let your lives be at my mercy. His tone was very calm, but it made the surrounding powerful individuals tremble. Su Chen's words directly shocked everyone. Facing two Return to Void Realm powerhouses, one of them at the peak of the Return to Void Realm, dared to say such words. Chen, is this what you meant by the outstanding juniors who will shine at the 100 Sects conference? In the Chimu sect, Chen looked towards the Qihang sect. Beside him, there was an old man who stood even half a step ahead of Chen. His strength was also at the peak of the Return to Void Realm. Exactly. Mu Chen nodded. The person beside him was the supreme elder of the Chimu sect. Having sensed the aura of Ji Dongfeng and Jianxin earlier, he had also rushed out. Good, but very arrogant. I like this character. Hearing Mu Chen's confirmation, the supreme elder also laughed heartily. However, facing Ji Dongfeng and Jianxin, Su Chen is also dangerous. Although he has already reached the peak of the return to Void Realm, Ji Dongfeng and Jianxin have entered this realm many years ago. A Chimu sect elder next to Mu Chen also spoke at this time. Yes, and according to what Ji Dongfeng said, Su Chen's strength is supported by elixirs. Another elder nodded slightly. If his strength was truly enhanced by elixirs, even though he had reached the peak of the return to Void Realm, he would still be much weaker than a true peak powerhouse, especially against two experts who had been in this realm for many years. Who said that Su Chen relies on elixirs? Can elixirs crush the wind feather fist of the old man from the east? Hearing this, the supreme elder of the Chimu sect also sneered. So, Elder Supreme means, Su Chen entered this realm relying on his own strength? Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Elder, everyone was stunned. They had investigated that Su Chen had only started practicing a year ago. If he truly cultivated based on his own talent, how terrifying would his comprehension be? The Supreme Elder did not speak, just looked in the direction of the Qihong sect. At this moment, Ji Dongfeng and Jianxin, upon hearing Su Chen's words, also had a drastic change in their expressions. This kid is indeed arrogant. Don't think that you can be complacent just by taking my punch. Ji Dongfeng said coldly. So Ji Dongfeng didn't use his full strength just now. No wonder, I was wondering how Su Chen could catch it. Yes, Ji Dongfeng has been at the peak of the return to Void Realm for decades. Next, should we really start fighting? At this moment, many people also reacted to Ji Dongfeng's words. It turns out that Ji Dongfeng's previous attack was just casual, but only Ji Dongfeng himself understood. Despite being casual, that punch just now, even if not at full strength, still had at least 70% power. It was actually resolved casually by the little beast in front of him. It seems that this kid's strength is a bit troublesome. Xi and Shang, old lady, join me in killing this little beast. Ji Dongfeng looked at the sword heart reward beside him and said. The sword heart reward nodded. She also realized that this Su Chen in front of her was not easy to deal with. Lingfeng slash. Ji Dongfeng shouted lowly, and then the spiritual energy around him began to gather. Gradually, countless wind blades formed around Ji Dongfeng. These wind blades were created by Ji Dongfeng's spiritual skills. And in terms of the grade of this spiritual skill, according to the division in the northern region, it was considered a high-grade spiritual skill. Breaking Thunder Sword. At the same time as Ji Dongfeng, the Sword Heart Reward also directly used a spiritual skill. Around her, spiritual energy condensed into sword energy. This was a special way of condensing spiritual energy. It did not belong to any attribute of spiritual energy, but was also transformed from spiritual energy. The spiritual skills of these two people were both high-grade spiritual skills. For many strong people around them, they were extremely powerful. But in Su Chen's eyes, they were just average. Roaring wind blades. Su Chen shouted lowly, and the ancient god language came out of his mouth. The spiritual skill he learned from the monster was now being used by Su Chen. These wind blades were many times stronger than before. Displayed from Su Chen, who was at the peak of the return to Void Realm, combined with the blessing of the ancient god language, he was now extremely powerful. As Su Chen's spiritual skill was used, the sky and earth in this area began to darken. Originally sunny, it was now becoming gloomy. This is a divine-level spiritual skill? In the Chimu sect, the elder at the top was also slightly changed in expression. Only a divine-level spiritual skill could cause such a phenomenon in the sky and earth. I didn't expect that Su Chen would actually have a divine-level spiritual skill, said an elder of the Chimu sect. No, look, why does that divine-level spiritual skill seem familiar? At this moment, another elder frowned slightly and said, What? Others were puzzled. Familiar? It seems like the roaring wind blades of the black wind tiger. The elder thought for a moment before speaking. Impossible. How could such a low-level monster skill trigger such a phenomenon in the sky and earth? But it does seem similar. No, it can't be, right? The roaring wind blades of the black wind tiger is a divine-level spiritual skill? At this point, many people recognized it, but they all couldn't believe it was the roaring wind blades of the black wind tiger. Even the elders of the Qihong sect dared not believe it. Isn't that the roaring wind blades that Su Chen learned before? It seems so. Is the roaring wind blades a divine-level spiritual skill? Who knows? Su Chen's comprehension is terrifying, don't you know? That's true. At this moment, many elders were amazed as they looked at Su Chen. And in the sky, the two figures, Ji Dongfeng and Sword Heart Reward, were also very surprised. However, after a moment, they stabilized their minds. After all, Su Chen's attack was already coming. Boom! A loud noise. Su Chen's roaring wind blades collided with the spiritual skills of Ji Dongfeng and Sword Heart Reward. Instantly, a piercing roar erupted. Soon everyone saw two figures flying backwards. In midair, they managed to stabilize their treasures. When they saw the two clearly, they were speechless with astonishment. The two figures were none other than Ji Dongfeng and Jianxin Shang. At this moment, the two of them were in a very sorry state. Their hair was disheveled, their bodies covered in wounds, as if they had been cut by sharp blades, blood continuously flowing out. The surrounding powerhouses couldn't help but swallow their saliva involuntarily. They never expected that in this attack, where it was 2 against 1, Su Chen could still completely dominate the situation. The space fell silent because of the two figures flying backwards in a sorry state. They never expected the demonic beast spirit technique of the Black Wind Tiger. In Su Chen's hands, it turned out to be a divine-level spirit technique. Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva echoed in the sky. These powerhouses had no idea how Su Chen had achieved this. They only knew that Su Chen at this moment was truly terrifying. Returning to the 9th rank of the Void Returning Realm, reaching the peak of the Void Returning Realm, was already the strongest power in the Northern Domain. However, even so, in Su Chen's hands, they were still completely overwhelmed. There was no suspense, just complete domination. Is this the strength that you two are so proud of? Su Chen looked at the sorry figures of the two and sneered. Their strength was not weak, but in front of him, they were nothing. You! Puff! Ji Dongfeng was so angry at Su Chen that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't be too proud, you little beast! Jianxin Shang also coldly shouted. Although nothing could be seen on the surface, the hearts of the two were in turmoil. They never expected that this guy who had just stepped into the peak of the Void Returning Realm was so powerful. However, the two of them had not used all their means. Originally holding back, seeing Su Chen's strength now, they couldn't afford to hold back anymore. Don't think you're the only one who knows divine-level spirit techniques. Ji Dongfeng didn't hesitate at all and directly used the only divine-level lower-grade spirit technique of the Divine Wind sect. Although this spirit technique was considered lower grade among the divine-level lower-grade ones, it was still a divine-level spirit technique. Cold Wind Technique. As Ji Dongfeng's voice fell, the surrounding spiritual energy quickly surged. Gradually, behind Ji Dongfeng, a huge tornado connecting heaven and earth formed. Yuan Dragon Slash. Just as Ji Dongfeng's spirit technique was about to condense, Jianxin Shang beside him also directly used a divine-level spirit technique. However, compared to Ji Dongfeng's, this divine-level spirit technique seemed weaker. Both have divine-level spirit techniques. It seems that the Red Rainbow sect is really poor. Su Chen looked at the phenomenon in the sky and understood that although these two spirit techniques were weak, they were still divine-level spirit techniques. But thinking about it, the heritage of the Divine Wind sect and the Earth Demon Sword sect was not something the Red Rainbow sect could compare to. These two sects were the long-standing old sects in the Northern Domain. Compared to these sects, the Red Rainbow sect was considered a newcomer. Since you still want to play, then I'll play with you. Su Chen sneered. Then the surrounding spiritual energy was mobilized by Su Chen. Golden Radiance Divine Seal. Su Chen shouted. This was a divine-level medium-grade spirit technique that Su Chen had obtained in the spirit-infused sect. However, after using the ancient divine language, it became extremely powerful. That is another divine-level spirit technique. How can there be so many divine-level spirit techniques in the Red Rainbow sect? I've never heard of it before. Could it be that Su Chen comprehended them himself? That's impossible. If that's the case, it would be too terrifying. But it's already very terrifying now. At this moment, many onlookers were shocked. Divine-level spirit techniques, which were rarely seen before, were now seen in abundance today. Just as Su Chen's divine-level spirit technique was used, the clouds in the sky turned golden, emitting a golden light. It looks incredibly beautiful. However, the strong individuals from the northern region all sensed a terrifying fluctuation emanating from the beautiful golden clouds. Such a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation. Within the Divine Wind sect, many strong individuals felt the horrifying aura of the divine-level spiritual technique, causing great shock. They never expected Su Chen's strength to be so terrifying. Elder Tai Shan should be fine, right? At this moment, someone spoke up. Suddenly, the surrounding air felt colder. Elder Tai Shan will definitely be fine, he won't let that brat Su Chen frolic for too long. At this moment, the elder awkwardly spoke again. Hearing this, Shi Jingyun withdrew his cold gaze. However, there was still some doubt in his heart. Can Elder Tai Shan win? Before Ji Dongfeng set off, Shi Jingyun had high hopes. Even if Su Chen had reached the peak of the returning Void Realm, so what? Ji Dongfeng had been in this realm for decades. Moreover, he had mastered the Divine Wind Sect's unique divine-level spiritual technique. With the assistance of the elder Tai Shang from the Desolate Sword sect, it was definitely stable. But now, whether it was the Divine Wind sect or the Desolate Sword sect's strong individuals, they all felt uncertain. Can they win? No one could give a definite answer. Damn it! In midair, Ji Dongfeng felt a pressure much stronger than the others. The golden light in the sky was aimed at him, so he could feel the strongest pressure at the moment. At the same time, he was also the most aware of the terror of Su Chen's attack. Just as everyone was shocked, the golden light in the sky condensed. Then, a platform exuding an ancient aura appeared in the sky. Go! Su Chen didn't hesitate and calmly spoke. The ancient platform flew out from the clouds. Then it directly smashed towards Ji Dongfeng and Zhen Xinshang. Feeling the immense pressure of the giant platform, the two of them also felt a bit nervous. Go! Then the two of them shouted lowly. Controlling their own divine-level spiritual techniques, they headed towards Su Chen's ancient platform. Boom! Another deafening sound rang out. Puff! Several strong individuals from the northern region who were close by were affected by the residual force of the collision of the three divine-level spiritual techniques. They instantly spat out blood and flew backward. Seeing this, the other strong individuals quickly retreated, not daring to get too close. Puff! After the several strong individuals from the northern region were sent flying, two figures also spat out blood and flew backward. The two were Ji Dongfeng from the Divine Wind sect and Zhen Xinshang from the Desolate Sword sect. The two flew backward and spat out blood at the same time. Already in a sorry state, the two now felt somewhat weak. Run! After stabilizing their bodies, the two almost didn't hesitate at all. They turned around and ran. Su Chen's strength was too terrifying. They knew that if they continued to fight, they would definitely die here. They didn't dare to stay at all and ran directly. Hee, is the Crimson Rainbow sect a place where you can come and go as you please? Just as the two were fleeing, a voice sounded in their ears like a death knell. I was wrong, spare me. Without any hesitation, Ji Dongfeng shouted. As long as you spare me, in the future, the Desolate Sword sect will obey the Crimson Rainbow sect. Almost simultaneously, Zhen Xinshang also begged for mercy. No need. After dealing with you two, I will personally take care of the Divine Wind sect and the Desolate Sword sect. A voice that made both of them despair sounded. Then two golden lights passed through their heads. As the golden light passed, the two figures remained suspended in midair. Then everyone saw Ji Dongfeng and Zhen Xinshang's bodies falling directly from midair. And after a while, their heads also fell down. Hiss! Watching Ji Dongfeng and Zhen Xinshang being directly killed by Su Chen, the surrounding strong individuals also gasped in shock. One returned to the 9th rank of the virtual realm, one returned to the peak of the virtual realm, at this moment, fell in Su Chen's hands. And Su Chen seemed to have not exerted much effort. Although Su Chen's strength has also reached the peak of the virtual realm. But the difference is too big, right? Su Chen. At this time, Luo Ziyin also looked towards Su Chen. Directly killing these two strong men would probably bring a lot of trouble to Su Chen. There won't be any trouble. Su Chen reassured. Then he shouted, Thunder Crystal Beast. Swish! A purple figure instantly flew out from Su Chen's residence, appearing directly in front of Su Chen. Su Chen did not hesitate at all, leaped up and stood on the back of the Thunder Crystal Beast. I'm going out for a while. Su Chen's voice came back. Luo Ziyin nodded. She knew what Su Chen was going to do. Quick! Set up the formation. The people of the Divine Wind sect, watching their elder fall, had not even had time to grieve before they saw a figure coming in their direction. That figure was Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen's strength, the people of the Divine Wind sect panicked. Even their elder, such a strong presence, was defeated by Su Chen. They were not worthy of Su Chen's intervention. But Su Chen still came. They knew that their actions had already crossed Su Chen's bottom line. Now they felt very regretful. But regret was already useless. At this moment, no one could stop Su Chen. It's probably too late to set up the formation now. Su Chen's voice came faintly. The people of the Divine Wind sect, looking at Su Chen, were also filled with despair. Cold Wind Technique. Su Chen shouted. He used the spiritual technique that Ji Dongfeng had just used, and cast it in the ancient language of the gods. This casting immediately changed the color of the world. Everyone saw that the spiritual technique Su Chen used was even more powerful than when Ji Dongfeng used it. That's the Divine Wind sect's divine-level spiritual technique that Ji Dongfeng just used, right? Yes. But why does it seem so much stronger when Su Chen uses it than when Ji Dongfeng did? Who knows? It is said that some people with strong comprehension can learn other spiritual techniques with just one glance, and the effect they produce is even more powerful. At this moment, the surrounding strong individuals began to discuss one after another. The people of the Divine Wind sect, however, were full of despair. No one was more familiar with this spiritual technique than they were. As peak virtual realm experts, they had no one who could withstand it. "Su-chen, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost," Qi Jingyun shouted loudly. Then he rushed towards Su-chen, but his strength was only at the 4th rank of the virtual realm, far inferior to Su-chen. A spiritual power erupted from Qi Jingyun's body, but it was instantly extinguished by Su-chen's spiritual technique. Ah! With a scream, Qi Jingyun fell under Su-chen's spiritual technique, and the power of Su-chen's spiritual technique did not diminish, directly falling into the Divine Wind sect. In just a moment, all the elders of the Divine Wind sect who still wanted to resist were killed. There were few disciples of the Divine Wind sect left. Next is the Desolate Sword sect. Su-chen sneered. The remaining disciples were not worth Su-chen's effort, so Su-chen went straight towards the direction of the Desolate Sword sect. "Here he comes, attack!" Just as Su-chen appeared before the Desolate Sword sect, the master of the Desolate Sword sect also shouted. Immediately, an ancient sword fell from the sky. He. Su-chen sneered. It seemed that during the time he dealt with the Divine Wind sect, the Desolate Sword sect had already prepared. This is the Desolate Sword sect's Desolate Sword technique. So many people have set it up. The power is not weak. Su-chen looked at the giant sword in the sky and nodded slightly, but he didn't care. What is Su-chen doing? That's the Desolate Sword formation. It is said that a full force strike can match the strike of a peak virtual realm expert. It's over, Su-chen is being reckless. Look at you all. The people around, apparently having some understanding of the Earthsha Sword sect's Earthsha Sword formation. At this moment, seeing Su-chen indifferent, they also felt that Su-chen was being arrogant. But just as the giant sword was about to fall, spiritual power surged on Su-chen's body, forming a defense around him. The giant sword fell on Su-chen's spiritual power and was unable to pierce through. "So weak," Su-chen said lightly. As soon as he spoke, the giant sword cracked at that moment. Instantly crumbling, it turned into countless fragments of spiritual power. How is this possible? Looking at the attack condensed by the Earthsha Sword formation, which could rival a peak expert in the Return to Void Realm, actually being ineffective in Su-chen's hands. Why? Isn't Su-chen a peak expert in the Return to Void Realm? The sword master of the Earthsha Sword sect, fear creeping onto his face. He was well aware of how powerful the Earthsha Sword formation's attack was. What was that spiritual technique called? Su-chen pondered for a moment. Then he slowly said, Yuanin Dragon Slash. Ancient divine language, invoking the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was the divine-level spiritual technique of the Earthsha Sword sect that Sword Heartshang had just used. However, when displayed by Su-chen, even the momentum was many times stronger. Not to mention the power. Countless sword blades flew towards the Earthsha Sword sect. In just a moment, they broke through the sect's protective formation. Run! The sword master of the Earthsha Sword sect did not rush up to fight Su-chen like Qi Jingyun did. After a low drink, he ran straight in the other direction. With a sword master like you in the Earthsha Sword sect, Sword Heartshang probably won't rest in peace. Su-chen chuckled. Then he pointed his finger. A sword made of spiritual power directly flew towards the sword master of the Earthsha Sword sect. In just a moment, it pierced through the sword master's body. As the long sword pierced through, the sword master reluctantly lowered his head to look at his pierced body before falling to the ground. Run! The other elders and disciples of the Earthsha Sword sect, seeing the sword master being killed, also ran without hesitation. Su-chen's sword showed no mercy and flew out directly. In an instant, the whole world fell silent. With ruthless methods, Su-chen quickly wiped out two powerful forces in the northern region, along with the beast-taming sect from before. The original 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect were directly reduced to 2 sects and 1 sword sect by Su-chen. This kind of strength made all the sects in the northern region tremble. However, at this moment, Su-chen did not pay attention to this but furrowed his brows and looked into the distance. That place was where the spirit pillar was located. Not far away was the spirit pillar. Originally, this was a huge formation. The formation's core was the 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect, relying on these sects to stabilize the formation. However, at this moment, Su-chen had wiped out the beast-taming sect, the divine wind sect, and the Earthsha Sword sect. So the core of the formation was also in turmoil. Those guys have been sealed for thousands of years, they probably can't come out. Su-chen was also a bit worried at this moment. Not because he was worried about his own strength but because the Crimson Rainbow sect was within this formation. If a fight really broke out, it might affect the Crimson Rainbow sect. Boom! A loud noise rang out in this world. What's going on? What happened? This loud noise is a bit terrifying. Look at the sky. At this moment, some strong individuals saw that the color of the sky had changed from blue sky and white clouds to blood red. Su Qin. At this moment, Luo Ziyin also flew into the air driving a spiritual treasure. Looking at Su Chen, her eyes were also filled with worry. Don't worry, Su Chen reassured her. Then he said, if they come out, you take the Crimson Rainbow sect to seek refuge first. When things are settled here, come back. You want to face them? Although Luo Ziyin had not seen the true strength of that group of people, she understood from Su Chen's description that their strength was not weak. Well, although they may be stronger, there is still a way to deal with them. Su Chen nodded. Although that group of blood-colored figures was strong, he had come up with some ways during this closed-door cultivation. No, it's too dangerous. With your insight, it won't be long before you can defeat them. If something goes wrong at this time, Lu Ziying didn't finish her sentence. But Su Chen understood what she wanted to say. He just shook his head and comforted her. It's okay, they don't have to take my life. But Lu Ziying wanted to say something else. Just then, a voice came from the sky. It's been 10,000 years, and finally, the seal is broken. This voice was accompanied by a powerful pressure. The surrounding strong individuals had somewhat unpleasant expressions under this pressure. What is that? Inside the Chimu sect, Muichen stared at the sky with a very serious expression. The recent pressure made his heart tremble. I don't know. The elder of the Chimu sect also had a serious expression. The powerful pressure made him feel terrified. His strength was at the peak of the return to Void Realm. Even he felt terrified, the Ling Void Realm had even stronger power. Boom! Another loud noise. The surrounding sky and earth turned bright red at this moment, like blood about to drip. Then a huge figure appeared in the sky. The figure began to shrink slowly, and the blood-colored sky and earth began to condense in that body. And that figure began to solidify. Shi Yun, didn't expect this, did you? You spent your life sealing me, but it was only for 10,000 years. Although my strength has plummeted, I am still alive. After the figure appeared, it muttered to itself. The surrounding strong individuals could hear it clearly. Some elders of the sects also had a drastic change in their expressions. They had not seen Shi Yun, but they had heard of him. Shi Yun? The founding ancestor of the Yunling sect? Muichen had also heard of this name. Yes. The elder of the Chimu sect looked at the figure with a serious expression. At this moment, he was clear that the person in front of him was not ordinary. The person who could make Shi Yun, such a powerful figure who founded the Yunling sect, sacrifice his life to seal him, couldn't be simple. Be prepared to evacuate the entire sect at any time. At this moment, the elder of the Chimu sect also gave the order. Yes. Muichen responded with a serious expression. The people of other sects were the same at this moment. The aura of that figure had surpassed the return to Void Realm, at least the strength of the Ling Void Realm. In the northern region, there was no one who had entered the Ling Void Realm. In other words, no one could confront him. And it was obvious that the other party was not a good person. Today, breaking the seal, I should have come to settle accounts with your Yunling sect. But back then, you used the entire sect's luck to seal me. I'm afraid there are no people from the Yunling sect left. So, I'll celebrate my release with the creatures of the northern region. The blood-colored figure continued to mutter to itself. Finally, it looked down at the sects below. Hey, old man, just broke the seal and acting so arrogantly? You talk so much, it seems like the seal of 10,000 years made you very lonely. Just then, a voice entered the ears of the blood-colored figure, who was still immersed in the joy of breaking the seal. The strong individuals below were also stunned. Who was so bold? Just by looking at the strength of the person walking in the air, it was clear that this person's strength was at least at the Ling Void Realm. Was there anyone else daring to provoke? Who? The blood-colored figure did not expect someone to dare to provoke. Even 10,000 years ago, no one dared to speak to him like this. It's me. Su Chen spoke lightly. At this moment, the surrounding strong individuals all looked at Su Chen in astonishment. They knew that the blood-colored figure was about to make a move in the northern region, but they only wanted to escape. They didn't expect Su Chen to step forward and attract the attention. Ignorant, a mere peak of the return to Void Realm, dares to speak to me like this. The blood-colored figure looked at Su Chen. Then he snorted. In front of this former peak powerhouse of the Soul Realm, the current Su Chen was simply no match. Don't worry, you will soon be the same. Su Chen sneered. Then his spiritual power condensed. Imprison the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, seal the realm. Su Chen slowly spoke. This could be said to be the most words he had used in the ancient divine language. Just as Su Chen's voice fell, the spiritual energy on his body suddenly left and rushed into the sky. With the influx of Su Chen's spiritual energy, a golden light appeared in the sky. Others were not sure what this light was, but Su Chen knew that it was the formation that imprisoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The ancient divine language Su Chen used earlier directly changed the function of the formation, forcibly imprisoning the spiritual power in the bodies of those stronger than the return to virtual realm. Just as Su Chen's ancient divine language fell, the blood-colored figure felt something was wrong. The spiritual power in his body had just contained the power of the peak of the spiritual realm, but in an instant, it disappeared without a trace. As the spiritual power disappeared, the realm of the blood-colored figure also continued to decline. If you were still the peak powerhouse of the soul realm 10,000 years ago, maybe I couldn't imprison you, but now, you are only in the spiritual realm. No, now you are only in the return to virtual realm. Su Chen sneered. Even a strong spiritual realm expert could not resist under his ancient divine language. The ancient divine language was the most powerful language in the entire Wentiandalu. Even this blood-colored figure would still be affected. Su Chen, with the strength of the peak of the return to virtual realm, condensed his spiritual energy, used the ancient divine language, activated the imprisonment formation, and forcibly modified the formation. At this moment, the formation not only sealed the richness of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also sealed the spiritual power in the bodies of those stronger than the return to virtual realm. However, this kind of imprisonment was not permanent. But it's enough. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. If the strength of this blood-colored figure were a bit stronger, even if Su Chen used the ancient divine language to strengthen the imprisonment formation, he would not be able to forcibly imprison the strength of the blood-colored figure. But now it was different. Due to the seal of tens of thousands of years, the spiritual power in the body of the blood-colored figure was dissipating, leaving only the strength of the spiritual realm. The powerful ancient divine language at this moment also demonstrated its power without a doubt. Impossible. The blood-colored figure felt the spiritual power in his body being gradually imprisoned and became somewhat frantic. If his strength continued to decline, he might be killed by these weaklings from the northern territory. What's wrong with him? I don't know. Seems like he's gone mad. Being sealed for so long, he's bound to go mad. Because the formation imprisoned those above the return to virtual realm, these people had not advanced much into the return to virtual realm, let alone beyond it. So at this moment, they could not feel any changes. They only saw the blood-colored figure acting as if he had gone mad. Is it because of that formation? At this moment, the blood-colored figure also noticed the formation in the sky. Truly a powerful existence back then. Break for me. When he noticed the formation, the blood-colored figure extended his fingers, and a blood-colored spiritual energy condensed. Then he pointed directly. Boom! A loud noise occurred. Then, nothing happened. If this formation that imprisons the entire northern territory's heaven and earth can be broken by your finger, what's the point of its existence? Su Chen looked at the actions of the blood-colored figure and sneered. If it were the blood-colored figure from before, this single finger would have shattered the formation. Unfortunately, now his strength was only in the spiritual realm and was still declining. With one finger having no effect, the blood-colored figure shouted. Then he crazily condensed spiritual power and pointed one after another. Boom! 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 One loud noise after another kept appearing. But still nothing happened. What's wrong with that person? Seems to be attacking something. Didn't see it. This person seems to be really crazy. The powerful individuals who were originally about to escape below were now motionless, staring at the sky. The appearance of the blood-colored figure made them forget the powerful pressure from before. There's a formation up there. The elder of the Chimu sect stared at the sky and noticed a clue. What? A formation? Mui Chen furrowed his brows lightly. There was actually a formation in the sky of the northern domain. Yes, just now I heard that Su Chen spoke an ancient god language, and then felt that the spiritual power on the blood-colored figure was continuously decreasing. Presumably, this formation was set up by Su Chen. The elder of the Chimu sect explained. He didn't understand the ancient god language that Su Chen had spoken just now, so he couldn't repeat it, but he knew it was not simple. Su Chen? Mui Chen also showed a shocked expression. He didn't expect that the formation enveloping the northern domain was arranged by Su Chen using the ancient god language. Yes, you said before that Su Chen only practiced for a year and already has the strength he has today. He must be proficient in the ancient god language to achieve what he has today. The elder of the Chimu sect was also knowledgeable. Seeing Su Chen using the ancient god language, he speculated about some things. Proficient in the ancient god language? No wonder, fortunately, I didn't become his enemy back then. Mui-chan's face was very serious upon hearing this. However, he was somewhat relieved that he didn't become enemies with Su-chan during the 100 Sex War. Even if they were not friends, they couldn't become enemies. Yes, you did very well in this regard. This kind of person with terrifying comprehension cannot be kept in this world. Do not make enemies with him, the elder instructed. Yes, I-chan understands. Mui-chan nodded in response. Just then, the blood-colored figure in the sky erupted with a shout again. Countless blood-colored spiritual powers then rushed towards the formation. But it was still in vain. Damn, since I can't break the formation, then I'll kill you. At this moment, the blood-colored figure finally reacted. Looking at Su-chan not far away, with a flash, he flew towards Su-chan. However, at that moment, the swiftly moving body suddenly stopped. Then, without warning, it fell from mid-air. It's been too long since you experienced the return to Void Realm, right? At this level, you still can't fly in the air. Su-chan looked at the falling blood-colored figure and sneered. Experts in the return to Void Realm could only fly in the air with the help of demonic beasts or treasures. At this moment, the blood-colored figure's spiritual power was restricted, his strength had dropped to the peak of the return to Void Realm, and without demonic beasts or treasures, he could only fall down. Humph. However, Su-chan clearly had no intention of letting this guy go. He lightly tapped the back of the Thunder Crystal Beast, borrowed force, and caught up with the blood-colored figure. Spiritual power gathered on his feet, and he kicked out directly. Bang! The powerful force directly made the blood on the blood-colored figure's body thin out. Damn! Just now, he had no defenses against the fall, so the blood-colored figure couldn't stabilize his body at all. Therefore, he couldn't defend against Su-chan's attack. Come again! Su-chan didn't intend to finish it with just one kick. He rushed towards the blood-colored figure and then punched out. Fire attribute spiritual power surged on his fist. Boom! A punch hit the blood-colored figure's face. Bang! Bang! Then Su-chan's fists rained down on the blood-colored figure's body like a storm. Each time they landed, some of the blood on the blood-colored figure's body would disappear. The powerful individuals below, watching Su-chan show no mercy, felt a bit frightened. Especially those sects who had some conflicts with Su-chan. The person in Su-chan's hands had just been a strong expert in the spiritual void realm. But now, he was like a dead dog, being slaughtered by Su-chan. Roaring wind blade! Su-chan shouted lowly, countless wind blades formed. Then without any hesitation, they fell on the figure of that blood-colored person. Su-chan knew that this formation could not be maintained for long. So at this moment, there was no holding back at all, with attacks one after another, causing the surrounding strong individuals to silently mark Su-chan as a blacklist. This person was so powerful and fierce, it would be wise not to provoke him next time. Silence. In this world, no one spoke. Only Su-chan's fists and kicks landing on the body of that blood-colored figure. The sound of punches hitting flesh. Damn it! That blood-colored figure had never suffered such humiliation even in its peak period. But before his roar could even finish, countless wind blades flew directly towards him. This blood-colored figure truly lived up to being a former powerhouse between heaven and earth. Even though Su-chan's roaring wind blades were about to reach him, the blood-colored figure still opened a blood-colored barrier at that moment. However, it was of no use. With a miserable scream, the blood-colored figure was directly cut several times by the roaring wind blades. But the blood-colored figure's vitality was strong. Despite being covered in wounds at this moment, he still did not die. Little guy? To have such strong vitality, no wonder he hasn't died even after being sealed for tens of thousands of years. Su-chan was somewhat surprised by the blood-colored figure's vitality. At this moment, the blood-colored figure's blood had disappeared, revealing a fierce face inside. Su-chan took a glance and saw a human face, no mistake about it. The face looked very old, covered with scars, fierce, with red eyes. However, Su-chan did not make another move. Not because he pitied this person, but because, bang! With a loud noise, the blood-colored figure fell to the ground, creating a large pit. Gulp! At this moment, there were sounds of swallowing saliva in the surrounding sky, and those standing on the spiritual treasures, flying in mid-air, also lowered their altitude a bit. Su-chan stood on the back of the Thunder Crystal Beast, descending slowly. After a moment, he landed in front of the pit. Carefully sensing it, the blood-colored figure had already breathed his last. A former powerhouse of the Divine Soul Realm had actually died from the fall. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, it was the truth. After all, even though he was once a powerhouse of the Divine Soul Realm, he now only had the peak strength of the Return to Void Realm. Normally, even if a Return to Void Realm powerhouse fell from such a height, they wouldn't die. However, under Su-chan's attack, the blood-colored figure was already on the brink of death. This fall directly ended his life. Flames, Suchin said lightly. Then a flame rose in his hand. Without any hesitation, Suchin threw the flame towards the body of the blood-colored figure. Watching the blood-colored figure turn into ashes in an instant, he turned away satisfied. Then standing on the thunder crystal beast, he turned into a purple light and flew into the red rainbow sect. Suchin, are you okay? Luo Ziyin saw Suchin land and asked with concern. I'm fine. Suchin shook his head. The blood-colored figure hadn't even had a chance to attack before being suppressed and beaten by Suchin. So this time, Suchin was dominant. Indeed, Elder Suchin, you are truly powerful to have killed such a formidable existence. At this moment, the Grand Elder also walked over and said to Suchin, yes, Elder Suchin's strength is probably unmatched in the northern region. Another elder nodded. At this moment, they were all somewhat amazed. A year ago, they had argued endlessly because Suchin became an elder of the Red Rainbow sect. A year later, Suchin was already standing at the top of the northern region. Not just the northern region, I'm afraid Suchin could have a place in the entire Wendy continent. The second elder also smiled. Suchin was an elder of the Red Rainbow sect. The stronger he became, the happier they naturally were. After dealing with it, Suchin made an excuse to rest and left. After returning to his residence, Suchin opened his hand and a round bead appeared in his palm. What kind of existence are those blood-colored figures? Are they like demonic cores of demonic beasts? Suchin furrowed his brows slightly. The blood-colored bead in his hand was obtained after killing the blood-colored figure. He hadn't taken it out before, but upon careful inspection now, it was filled with rich spiritual power. Obviously, this bead, similar to a demonic core, also contained powerful spiritual energy. I wonder if I can absorb this spiritual power. Suchin was curious. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to absorb it directly because the area was still under confinement, and even if he absorbed it, his strength wouldn't increase. So Suchin planned to wait until he left the northern region before absorbing it. While Suchin was studying the blood-colored bead that burst out from the blood-colored figure, the entire northern region was abuzz with excitement because of Suchin's strength. In just one day, he had killed a Return to Void Realm 9-star expert, a Return to Void Realm Peak expert, and a super powerhouse who had already entered the Spirit Void Realm. He also destroyed 2 sects, the Divine Wind sect and the Earth Demon Sword sect. Therefore, at this moment, no matter where in the northern region, people were discussing the young figure. Of course, while discussing Suchin, they were also curious about the blood-colored figure. Why was there such a powerful person in the northern region? No one knew. Nor did anyone know why the expert who had entered the Spirit Void Realm fell from the sky. The few who understood didn't dare to speak out. The next day, many strong individuals came to the Crimson Rainbow sect, all wanting to see Suchin. Even some sects that had not had good relations with the Crimson Rainbow sect before came to apologize. All because there was an elder named Suchin in the Crimson Rainbow sect. This young elder made everyone in the northern region not dare to underestimate him. And in these few days, the disciples of the Crimson Rainbow sect walked outside with their heads held high. When disciples from other sects saw them, they were very polite. Of course, the elders of the Crimson Rainbow sect also felt very proud. What they didn't expect was that the senior elder of the Chimu sect, who had been in seclusion for many years, also appeared in the Crimson Rainbow sect. Isn't that Chimu sect's senior elder, Mu Xianhai? Recognized one of the Crimson Rainbow sect elders. Yes, it's Mu Xianhai. Didn't this old guy go into seclusion? Why did he come to the Crimson Rainbow sect? Another senior elder nodded. What else could he come for? Of course, it's because of Elder Suchin, said one elder. At this moment, they were all proud to be elders of the Crimson Rainbow sect. After all, the Chimu sect had been the leader in several major battles of the 100 sects. And this time, their senior elder came in person to visit the elder Suchin of the Crimson Rainbow sect. Even though the senior elder of the Chimu sect came, it was said that Suchin had not met him. After 3 days, news came that Suchin was about to leave the Crimson Rainbow sect. 3 more days passed. A purple light shot out from the Crimson Rainbow sect and disappeared into the sky. Indeed, the northern region is too small for you. Luo Ziying watched the departing purple light and murmured. In the sky, a purple light streaked across. Suchin stood on the back of the Thunder Crystal Beast, heading towards the spatial passage. It was the only passage connecting the northern region to other regions. However, it had been decades since a strong individual from the northern region had left through that spatial passage. Suchin's hands were behind his back. Looking at the scenery around him, this was the first time he had seriously looked at the northern region. A year passes so quickly. It had been a year since he crossed over to this continent. The ancient divine language on the continent amazed Suchin. If it weren't for this, without the system from novels, Su Chen really wouldn't know how to play. However, now Su Chen has already stood at the peak of the northern region. What awaits him is a broader stage. To activate the spatial channel once, it requires 1 million spirit stones, not something an ordinary person can afford. Su Chen looked at the spatial channel in front of him. Lu Ziying had told him earlier that it would take 1 million spirit stones to pass through this spatial channel. Taking out 1 million spirit stones from the spatial bag, Su Chen did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the spirit stones fell into the spatial channel. As the spirit stones fell in, the spatial channel faintly surged with spiritual energy. Such powerful spiritual energy. Su Chen could even feel the spiritual energy inside the spatial channel from outside. After a moment, the spatial channel opened, revealing a ship inside. Is this the ship of space? Su Chen had heard Lu Ziying mention it before. Without any hesitation, Su Chen boarded the ship with the Thunder Crystal Beast. The ship was not large, but not small either, appearing to accommodate around 10 people. With only Su Chen and the Thunder Crystal Beast on board, the ship of space was activated. As the ship moved, the spatial channel behind Su Chen slowly closed. Then, Su Chen stood on the ship as it automatically sailed towards the other side. This spatial channel was leading to the central region. Su Chen had no interest in the other 3 regions. Although the other 3 regions were not weak in strength and had given birth to many powerful experts in the spirit void realm due to the lack of array restrictions, they were still not comparable to the talent-rich central region. It was said that the overall strength in the central region was extremely formidable. The central region was vast, with abundant resources such as various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There were also many ruins and ancient tombs where many fortunate individuals could obtain powerful techniques and treasures, or at the very least, various elixirs and spiritual treasures. These factors made the overall strength of the central region much stronger than the other 4 regions combined. Of course, when experts from the other 4 regions reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and entered the spirit void realm, they would also seek opportunities in the central region. This spatial channel seemed to be quite long. Su Chen estimated that it would take at least half a month to pass through it. Half a month might pass quickly while in a state of cultivation. However, within the spatial channel, there was no other spiritual energy to absorb, and the spiritual power was used to maintain the channel. Therefore, the days were somewhat dull. Of course, the lack of spiritual energy to absorb did not mean that Su Chen could not cultivate. Inside Su Chen's spatial bag, there were tens of thousands of spirit-infusing pills and millions of spirit stones. Let's try these spirit-infusing pills. Su Chen thought and took out a pure white bead. Although called spirit-infusing pills, they were not actual elixirs. There were 2 ways to obtain spirit-infusing pills. One was for experts who had reached the spirit void realm to compress the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth into spirit-infusing pills. However, this required a considerable amount of effort. An expert in the spirit void realm would need at least 2 months to condense one. Unless they needed to purchase elixirs, techniques, or treasures, few experts in the spirit void realm would spend time condensing spirit-infusing pills. Another way is to condense the spirit pill with spirit stones. Strong experts in the spirit void realm can condense the spiritual power in the spirit stones into spirit pills, which is similar to condensing with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's just that this method is much faster. However, it also wastes more spirit stones, and only super sects will use spirit stones to condense spirit pills. However, these are not used to purchase martial arts and spiritual techniques, but to provide disciples for cultivation and absorption. Spirit pills are much easier to absorb than spirit stones. The spirit pills in Su Chen's hands are all obtained from the spirit sect, presumably condensed through the latter method. After all, the spirit sect is rich and powerful enough to condense spirit pills with enough spirit stones to provide for disciples' cultivation. Putting a spirit pill into his mouth, Su Chen closed his eyes and felt the spirit pill in his mouth beginning to dissolve, followed by a surge of spiritual energy. It's really worthy of being used for cultivation by disciples. The spiritual energy in this spirit pill is already very pure without the need for refining. Feeling the extremely pure spiritual power contained in the spirit pill, Su Chen began cultivation with peace of mind. Refined. However, Su Chen did not slack off at all because of the purity of the spiritual energy in the spirit pill. He still used the ancient divine language for refining. This refining process lasted for half a month. Fortunately, Su Chen had quite a few spirit pills, and the spiritual energy in one spirit pill was large enough. So, this half a month was quite extravagant. It seems like a breakthrough is imminent. Su Chen originally refined the spirit pills just to pass the time. However, he did not expect that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Originally, Su Chen was already at the peak of the return void realm. He felt that to reach the spirit void realm, he only needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth using the ancient divine language, and it would take only 7 days to break through. Unexpectedly, by slowly using the spirit pills, he was also on the verge of a breakthrough. At this moment, the spiritual energy in Su Chen's body began to surge, which was a reaction to stepping into the spirit void realm from the return void realm. Within this process, there was a bottleneck that needed to be broken through with a massive amount of spiritual power. Usually, at this point, other experts would choose to use spirit pills to break through and seek a breakthrough. But Su Chen didn't need to do that because his own spiritual power was already strong enough. Break! With a low shout, a mysterious power formed within Su Chen's body. On a spatial boat in the space channel, Su Chen closed his eyes, and the spiritual energy around him continued to surge. It looked a bit chaotic but also very orderly. Break! A mysterious ancient divine language was spoken from Su Chen's mouth. As the sound fell, the somewhat chaotic spiritual energy on Su Chen's surface began to shrink continuously. Finally, it completely sank into Su Chen's body. Inside his body, spiritual power surged and then began to forcefully run through Su Chen's meridians. This kind of operation was not controlled by Su Chen but by the powerful spiritual power running on its own, forcefully breaking through the bottleneck. Crack! An inaudible sound of shattering rang out. The originally somewhat slow-moving spiritual power suddenly became smooth, and its speed increased significantly. If other experts in the spirit void realm knew that Su Chen had broken through the bottleneck so easily, they would probably be infuriated. People are envious of others. When others enter the spirit void realm, they may fail even with various elixirs as assistance. But Su Chen only needed a simple break to activate the spiritual power to break through the bottleneck directly. He smoothly entered the spirit void realm. Is this the spirit void realm? Su Chen felt the power he had now and was quite satisfied. If he encountered that blood-colored figure again, Su Chen could easily kill him without even using that formation to confine space. This is Su Chen's confidence in his own strength. It should be almost there. Su Chen looked at the bright light not far away, which must be the exit of the space channel. Thunder Crystal Beast, wake up, we're here. Su Chen shouted at the Thunder Crystal Beast resting beside him. For the past half-month, the Thunder Crystal Beast had been resting by Su Chen's side. Unable to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, the Thunder Crystal Beast could only rest. Roar! At this moment, when Su Chen shouted, the Thunder Crystal Beast also suddenly opened its eyes. A purple light flashed in its eyes as it vigilantly stared at the exit. Seeing the Thunder Crystal Beast so alert, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although this guy's spiritual intelligence was not high, his innate vigilance was not lacking. After a moment, the spatial boat reached its end. It suddenly disappeared, and Su Chen fell from the air. However, this time, Su Chen did not rely on the Thunder Crystal Beast. At this moment, Su Chen had already entered the spiritual void realm, with spiritual power surging all over his body. He instantly suspended Su Chen in mid-air. Is this the central domain? The spiritual energy here is indeed so rich. Su Chen lightly breathed in the surrounding spiritual energy, very satisfied. The richness of the spiritual energy here was at least 10 times more than that of the northern domain. Su Chen's previous speculation was indeed correct. The richness of spiritual energy in the central domain was like that of the spirit island. I wonder what sects are in the central domain. Su Chen looked around, curious. The northern domain had 4 sects, 2 gates, and a sword sect. In this central domain filled with strong individuals, he wondered what forces existed and how strong they were. Roar! At this moment, the Thunder Crystal Beast roared in a direction. Su Chen also looked over. He could sense a strong force not far away. Let's go, Thunder Crystal Beast, let's go take a look. Su Chen sneered and said to the Thunder Crystal Beast. After hesitating for a moment, he uttered 2 words in a low voice, fly. Immediately, a mysterious force formed, and Su Chen flew towards the strong force. After a moment, Su Chen saw 2 figures below. One figure was a woman, and the other figure was a fiery red monster. Su Chen did not recognize this monster, but he felt that its strength had reached the peak of the return to Void Realm. The girl in front was running fast, while the monster behind was chasing her relentlessly. Without any hesitation, Su Chen landed in front of the girl. The sudden appearance of a figure made the girl startled, but then she shouted, "Run, there's a crimson flame cloud beast chasing us from behind." "Oh, are you from the central domain?" Su Chen nodded and ran with the girl, asking as they ran. Of course. The girl didn't even pay attention to Su Chen, answering as she ran. "Do you know what powerful forces are in the central domain?" Su Chen asked again. "Of course I do. But now is not the time to talk about this. Run, the crimson flame cloud beast is catching up from behind." The girl hesitated for a moment but still answered Su Chen's question. Just then, the crimson flame cloud beast behind them roared. The girl couldn't help but speed up. "Are you sure you know?" Su Chen confirmed again. "Of course I do. I grew up in the central domain. How could I not know what powerful forces are here?" The girl glanced at Su Chen. In her eyes, it seemed like she was looking at a fool. "Oh, then let me take care of this crimson flame cloud beast for you. Tell me about the distribution of forces in the central domain in detail," Su Chen said lightly. Roar! Just then, the crimson flame cloud beast had caught up, roaring. Then Su Chen heard a voice that sounded like an ancient god's language, red flame. As the sound fell, the mouth of the azure flame scarlet cloud beast also opened. Instantly, a huge red flame directly spewed out from the mouth of the azure flame scarlet cloud beast. He. Su Chen sneered. The fire elemental aura condensed in his hand. He lowly shouted, "Scarlet flame." Using the same move, he also used the ancient god language. Suddenly, a group of red flames similar to the ones spewed out by the azure flame scarlet cloud beast rose from Su Chen's hand. The only difference was that this group of red flames was several times more powerful than the red flames of the azure flame scarlet cloud beast. Boom! A loud noise rang out as the two groups of red flames collided. Then Su Chen's red flames fell on the azure flame scarlet cloud beast, burning it black. The girl stared in astonishment at the scene before her, unable to react for a long time. Just one move, and the man who looked slightly younger than herself had directly dealt with a peak void returning realm monster? That's a monster. With extremely strong defense, even experts of the same realm would find it very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Su Chen walked to the stunned girl's side and slowly spoke. "Can you tell me about the distribution of power in the central domain now?" Su Chen looked at the somewhat stunned girl in front of him and slowly continued. "If you can't explain clearly, I don't mind sending you to meet the azure flame scarlet cloud beast." You're threatening me, Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the girl's cheeks turned red with anger. But in the end, she relented. "I give up. I know the distribution of power in the central domain." "Speak." Su Chen nodded. He didn't know the girl's background, so he hadn't originally planned to save her, just wanted to ask. If this girl couldn't provide the information Su Chen wanted, he wouldn't hesitate to take action. "Is this your first time in the central domain? Which domain did you come from?" the girl asked instead of answering. Su Chen glanced at her, raised his hand, and the aura surged in his hand, instantly forming a flame in the palm of his hand. "Ahem, what powers do you want to know about? The ones around here or the entire central domain? After all, there are tens of thousands of powers, big and small, in the central domain. It's impossible to introduce them one by one." The girl looked at the flame in Su Chen's hand and continued speaking. "How many are the strongest powers in the central domain?" Su Chen asked casually. "The strongest powers on the surface are three, namely the three great holy lands," the girl said. She then explained, "They are the heavenly martial holy land, the flying immortal holy land, and the sealed god holy land." "Just these three holy lands?" Su Chen asked. "Yes, on the surface, there are three, but the exact number, I'm not sure," the girl explained. Su Chen nodded. "What place is this? What powers are there?" "This is the northernmost part of the central domain. There are quite a few powers nearby, but the strongest are only two. One is the Fierce Spirit sect, and the other is the Danshin sect." The girl seemed quite familiar with the area. "How strong are these two sects?" Su Chen noted down the names of these two sects. The Fierce Spirit sect focuses on capturing spirits. They can capture the spirits of monsters for their own use. The strongest power in the sect is a Spirit Void Realm 5th grade expert. As for whether there are stronger ones, I'm not sure." The girl paused and continued. "The Danshin sect relies on refining pills as their main focus. The strongest power in their sect is also a Spirit Void Realm 5th grade expert. However, because they can refine pills, as long as they are given enough rewards, not to mention Spirit Void Realm 5th grade, even 9th grade experts are possible." Su Chen nodded. "Dan medicine is the best reward for the strong. As long as you can afford the Dan medicine, there will definitely be a group of strong people coming to help. Well, the powerful forces nearby are just these, but there are many other forces. In each sect, there is at least one powerful Lingxiu realm expert presiding. If you want to venture in this realm, it's best to rely on a sect," the woman said to Su Chen at this time. "After all, the realm is dangerous, and if you go alone, you won't succeed." Got it." Su Chen nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, the woman shouted again, "Are you here for the Tomb of the God Soul Realm Expert? The Tomb of the God Soul Realm Expert?" Su Chen stopped in his tracks. He was not aware of this. Did he have a stroke of luck just arriving here? Aren't you here for that tomb? Then why are you here?" The woman obviously did not expect that Su Chen was not here for the tomb. "Just passing by. Su-chen naturally wouldn't say he came from the northern realm. Why bother telling a stranger so much? Is that so? Are you interested in that tomb? The woman was a bit excited at this point. Su-chen had a clear idea of what she was up to. Since he knew, he might as well gather some information. If there's time later, he could go and take a look. Who knows, he might come across some ordinary level techniques or the like. Although there is ancient divine language, if the techniques are organized a bit, they can be used more powerfully. I can tell you, but on one condition, you have to protect me. Seeing Su-chen's interest, the woman proposed a condition. But Su-chen didn't hesitate at all and turned to leave. Hey, aren't you interested? Why are you leaving? The woman was completely taken aback when Su-chen turned and left, but Su-chen seemed not to hear her cries and walked away. It was only then that the woman hurried to catch up. I don't need you to protect me, I'll tell you, will you take me with you? I want to go and see. Tell me, and if I'm interested, we'll see. At this moment, Su-chen stopped and spoke lightly. It was impossible for him to protect her. He could find out on his own. But if he took her along, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, there might be mechanisms in the tomb, and she could explore them first. If she knew what Su-chen was thinking, the woman would probably spit blood. It's said that a tomb of a god soul realm expert was discovered nearby. Although we don't know what's inside, the tomb has a history of 30,000 years. There may be some ancient techniques and spiritual skills inside, and even some elixirs that can no longer be refined now. The woman bit her lip and told Su-chen. After hearing this, Su-chen also spoke. It's all possibilities, uncertainties? Ahem, because only rumors have come out. After all, the tomb has a barrier, and no one can enter. The woman coughed awkwardly. There's a barrier? If the tomb still had a barrier, it might not be easy to get in. Yes, there is a barrier, but the barrier's power is slowly fading. In half a month, it will completely disappear. The woman nodded and said, the barrier was set up by a god soul realm expert, and there was no way to break it. The other god soul realm experts were not interested in the tomb. Fortunately, it seemed that the barrier of the tomb had reached a critical point. As the barrier's power slowly faded, the tomb was discovered. Otherwise, it would have been hard to find. Half a month? Su-chen hesitated for a moment. Half a month was not very long, but it wasn't short either. Yes, as long as half a month is enough, we can travel together then. The woman nodded eagerly. Su-chen hesitated for a moment and agreed, okay, but if there's any danger in the tomb, I will leave you behind. Okay, no problem. The woman felt a bit uncomfortable hearing Su-chen speak so clearly. How could he just leave behind such a lovely girl when faced with danger? But she eventually agreed, wanting to bet that Su-chen wouldn't abandon her. She didn't know that Su-chen was actually serious about it. Su-chen and the woman looked at each other, both silent. Su-chen didn't want to talk, and the woman felt a bit disheartened by his words. She had never encountered a man who would leave her behind in danger. Most importantly, she could tell that this man was serious. I don't even know how to address you. I'm Yanling, what's your name? In the end, Yanling couldn't resist and spoke to Su-chen first. Su-chen. Su-chen nodded and then turned to leave. Wait, didn't you say you would take me to the ancient tomb? Can I follow you now? Yanling hesitated, as she couldn't handle the monster they had just encountered. If another one appeared, wouldn't it be dangerous? Su-chen didn't say anything and continued walking. Yanling immediately followed, saying, let's go together. Where are you planning to go? After a moment of hesitation, Yanling decided to follow Su-chen directly. Since Su-chen didn't refuse, they could go together. We'll go to a nearby city and find a place to stay. Su-chen said casually. The barrier would open in half a month, so they needed a place to rest. A city? The nearby city is Fallen Maple City. The two sects I mentioned earlier are both located there. Let's go this way, Yanling said very familiarly. She then led Su-chen to Fallen Maple City. The ancient tomb you mentioned, is it also in Fallen Maple City? Su-chen asked. He was somewhat interested in the ancient tomb, but not overly so. Yes, it's near Fallen Maple City, outside the city. Yanling replied. You seem very familiar with this place. Are you from here? Su-chen noticed that Yanling seemed very familiar with the area. I'm not from here. I heard there was an ancient tomb here, so I came prepared. Yanling shook her head. She had just come to see the ancient tomb after hearing about it. Oh, I see. Su-chen nodded and didn't say anything more. It was mostly Yanling doing the talking, with Su-chen occasionally responding but not revealing much. Soon, they arrived at Fallen Maple City and found a place to stay. I'm going to cultivate. You can do whatever you want, just don't disturb me, Su-chen said lightly before entering his room without looking back. Yanling watched Su-chen enter his room without turning back and stomped her foot in frustration. She then turned and entered her own room. The ancient tomb seems interesting, Suchen said casually. He was somewhat interested in the ancient tomb of the powerful being in the divine soul realm, as Yanling had mentioned that there might be valuable items inside. However, his interest was only mild. Suchen then sat on the bed. Not wanting to attract attention, he didn't bring the thunder crystal beast into the city. In the room, there was only Suchen. Let's see what this thing can do. Suchen flipped his hand, revealing a small blood-red bead. This blood-red bead was obtained after Suchen killed the blood-colored figure. It seemed to be something similar to a demonic pill. It seems those blood-colored figures are not ordinary humans. Humans couldn't condense demonic pills within their bodies. Even experts in the divine soul realm wouldn't have demonic pills. Such strong negative emotions. At this moment, Suchen felt that there were some strong negative energies on this blood-colored demon pill. These negative energies should be carried by the blood-colored figure. Demonic beasts wouldn't have these things. However, for Suchen, they were not difficult to deal with. Purify, Suchen whispered. Then a white light appeared in Suchen's palm, instantly enveloping the blood-colored demon pill. After a moment, strands of black energy floated above the blood-colored demon pill. Ah! Suchen vaguely heard a scream, probably from the blood-colored figure. However, no matter how powerful the blood-colored figure was in the past, the trace of negative emotions on this demon pill could not escape the purification of the ancient divine language. After purifying the negative emotions, the white light disappeared, revealing the blood-colored demon pill inside. At this point, the demon pill no longer had the black energy on its surface, making it appear even more crimson. Refined. Suchen placed the blood-colored demon pill in his palm, hands stacked together. He closed his eyes, and an ancient divine language sounded. After a while, the energy on the blood-colored demon pill slowly surged and then entered Suchen's body. The spiritual energy contained in this blood-colored demon pill was very rich. Even with Suchen actively absorbing it and relying on the ancient divine language, it still took time to refine it. Strands of spiritual energy flowed out from the demon pill, circulated in Suchen's body for a full cycle, and then poured into his elixir field. By now, these blood-colored energies had completely transformed into white spiritual power. This cultivation took half a day. Phew! After exhaling a breath, Suchen felt comfortable all over. I didn't expect this blood-colored demon pill to contain such rich spiritual power. Suchen assessed his own strength. He had just entered the spiritual void realm, but now he had the strength of the third rank in the spiritual void realm. This demon pill provided Suchen with the power of the third rank. Otherwise, without the ancient divine language, absorbing a demon pill would not have taken much time at all. Truly worthy of a demon pill in the spiritual void realm. If that blood-colored figure still had the strength of the divine soul realm, I wonder if one demon pill could help me enter the divine spirit realm. Suchen suddenly wanted more blood-colored demon pills. Without these demon pills, it would probably take him half a month to reach the third rank, but now one blood-colored demon pill had done the trick. However, the spiritual energy of this demon pill had been almost depleted. Presumably, the blood-colored figure had relied on the spiritual power within the demon pill to sustain the seal for tens of thousands of years. Nevertheless, the remaining spiritual power was enough to boost Suchen's strength to the third rank. It's already night, the timing should be just right. Suchen glanced outside. Due to cultivation, it was already midnight. He then got up and walked straight out of the room. After hesitating for a moment, he knocked on Yanling's room door. Who is it? Shortly after, Yanling's voice came from inside. Then a sleepy girl appeared at the door. Yanling rubbed her eyes. When she saw it was Suchen, she asked, Suchen? What's up at this late hour? Come out with me. Suchen said, not giving Yanling a chance to react, and directly pulled her outside. Hey, where are we going in the middle of the night? Yanling was being dragged by Suchen and quickly asked, do you know where the ancient tomb is? Suchen didn't answer, just asked back. I do, didn't we talk about it during the day? Are we going to the ancient tomb now? Have I been asleep for half a month? Yanling was stunned by Suchen's words, then quickly woke up. Suchen. Yanling seemed a bit unreliable. Should he just leave her here? At this moment, Suchen's heart was a bit tempted to break his promise. Wait, it's still night now, isn't the ancient tomb supposed to open half a month later? What are we doing going there now? Yanling woke up and also knew that she couldn't have slept for half a month. She asked, if you want to come with me, then come. If you don't want to go, I'll go by myself. Suchen didn't explain. Waste time? Wait until half a month later when all the forces arrive to compete? Suchen didn't have that time. Since the barrier hadn't completely disappeared, why not try to enter? I'll go. Although Yanling didn't know what Suchen was going to do in the ancient tomb at this moment, she still wanted to go with Su Chen. Then let's go, Su Chen said, lightly tapping the ground with his toes and instantly soaring into the air. Yanling stared blankly as Su Chen flew up. This, a spirit realm expert? It is well known that only spirit realm experts can fly without relying on treasures. Obviously, the Su Chen in front of her had already entered the spirit realm. Hey, I can't fly, and I don't have any spiritual treasures. Yanling reacted at this moment and shouted. Su Chen stopped and looked at Yanling on the ground somewhat helplessly. Why don't you just tell me the location? Despite his words, Su Chen still landed, then with one hand around her waist, lifted Yanling up. With a light tap of their toes, the two soared into the air. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so young and already a spirit realm expert. After flying into the air, Yanling also exclaimed. She didn't expect Su Chen to be a spirit realm expert. Su Chen remained silent and flew directly ahead. At this moment, Yanling felt Su Chen holding her waist and blushed, no longer speaking. Just then, Su Chen let go. Ah! Yanling was caught off guard and fell down. Su Chen, what are you doing? Yanling shouted. But at that moment, a purple light swept by and caught her. Ha! Isn't this a thunder crystal beast? Yanling curiously looked at the thing holding her, a thunder crystal beast. Many people could recognize the existence of a thunder crystal beast. At that moment, Su Chen also landed directly on the thunder crystal beast. He lightly said, "Where is the ancient tomb?" "It's to the east." Yanling looked at Su Chen standing steadily on the thunder crystal beast and remembered the scene just now, her cheeks blushing again. She then pointed to the east and said, "Little Lei, let's go." Su Chen said to the thunder crystal beast beneath his feet. Roar! The thunder crystal beast let out a low roar. Then it turned into a purple light and flew towards the east. Along the way, Su Chen and Yanling didn't speak. Initially, Yanling asked Su Chen what he was going to do in the ancient tomb. Seeing that Su Chen didn't answer, Yanling gave up. However, being clever, she could still guess that Su Chen intended to go to the ancient tomb first. But Yanling didn't hold much hope for it. After all, it was a barrier left by a spirit realm expert. Even though it had weakened considerably, it still couldn't be broken by a spirit realm expert. The two sects from fallen Maple City had sent their own spirit realm experts before, but they returned empty-handed. So even though Su Chen's strength was in the spirit realm, Yanling felt there was no way to open it. It's in the mountain below here. Shortly after, Yanling spoke. By now, they had reached their destination, the tomb of the spirit realm expert. Little Lei, go down, Su Chen said to the thunder crystal beast. The thunder crystal beast then descended towards the mountain below. The ancient tomb is in a mountain not far ahead. The whole mountain should be the ancient tomb. Previously, because the barrier was still strong, it was never discovered, just like an ordinary mountain. Yanling explained. The existence of the barrier has kept the tomb of the powerful spiritual realm expert undiscovered for over 30,000 years. However, no matter how strong a person is, the barrier they set up will eventually disappear as time passes. And now is the time for the barrier set up by the powerful spiritual realm expert to start disappearing. Well, let's go. Su Chen nodded, then walked ahead. Yanling didn't hesitate at all and followed. She wasn't afraid, just curious about the tomb. She was even more curious if Su Chen had a way to enter the tomb. If it was possible, they could be the first to enter and claim all the treasures inside. Not long after they started walking, Su Chen felt a powerful force. This force was not just spiritual power, but the power emitted by the barrier. The powerful spiritual realm expert is indeed strong. The barrier they set up still retains such strong spiritual power after 30,000 years. After sensing the powerful spiritual power, Su Chen nodded slightly. This was the strength of the powerful spiritual realm expert. Although Su Chen's strength had already reached the spiritual void realm, the gap between him and the spiritual realm was still significant. Otherwise, the barrier of this ancient tomb might have been broken by the spiritual void experts from the fallen Maple City when it was discovered. However, while others couldn't open it, Su Chen wanted to give it a try. Even the barrier of the Yunling sect was opened by Su Chen, so perhaps this barrier could be tried as well. Shortly after, Su Chen and Yanling arrived in front of the barrier. Su Chen almost didn't hesitate at all. He gathered a powerful spiritual force of the spiritual void realm into his fist and struck it against the barrier. Boom! A loud noise resounded. Ripples appeared on the barrier, but there was no sign of it shattering. Of course, Su Chen was just trying it out and didn't really expect this punch to have any effect. See, I told you it's impossible. Yanling spoke up at this moment. But Su Chen didn't respond, he just looked at the barrier, then placed his hand on it and slowly spoke. Su Chen couldn't directly break the barrier in front of him, but that didn't mean there was no way to break it. Just now, Su Chen didn't intend to test whether he could break the barrier with that punch. It was after experiencing the barrier of the Yunling sect that Su Chen discovered a phenomenon. When attacking, there would be some words appearing on the barrier. These words could be seen by others, the ancient language of the gods. Others could see it but not understand it, while Su Chen could. The ancient language of the gods was his mother tongue. Even in seal script, he could understand it. The ancient language of the gods on it was very simple. It was the method to break the barrier. Su Chen didn't know why the ancient language of the gods to break the barrier was left on the barrier. Whether it was a rule, a law, or a necessity. Su Chen didn't understand any of these. He just knew that following the ancient language of the gods on the barrier would break it. With the hand as the medium, connect the Yunling to the barrier. These were the first 2 sentences. It was teaching Su Chen how to do it. Put your hand on the barrier, use spiritual power as a medium to connect the person to the barrier. Connect the heart, gather spiritual power into the sky. The latter 2 sentences, one was about how to operate, and the other was for Su Chen to condense the ancient language of the gods into the character for sky with spiritual power. Gather, Su Chen said lightly. Then the spiritual energy surged and flowed into the barrier. After a moment, it condensed into the character sky in the ancient language of the gods. At that moment, a white light radiated from the barrier. Let's go! Su Chen pulled the stunned Yanling and directly entered the barrier. The thunder crystal beast also followed without hesitation. How did you do that? What you just said was the ancient language of the gods, right? Yanling, who was also surprised, asked Su Chen. Just now, Su Chen spoke a language that she could recognize as the ancient language of the gods. Su Chen nodded without saying much. Many people can understand the ancient language of the gods, but not many can reproduce it. And this barrier, how did you do it? Yanling looked at the barrier behind her, also curious. This barrier was something that several powerful spiritual realm experts couldn't break even when they joined forces. Yet, after just one punch, Su Chen placed her hand on the barrier and easily entered. And at that moment, it was clear that the barrier had not been broken. Su Chen had simply slipped through the barrier. However, Su Chen did not answer Yanling's question. Everyone knew about the ancient godly writings on the barrier. But if someone were to say that these ancient godly writings were actually the key to breaking the barrier, only Su Chen would probably know. After all, the ancient godly language on it was not simple. In the Ask the Sky continent, the reason why the ancient godly language was so powerful was due to cultivation techniques and spiritual skills. It was all because no one could understand it. But Su Chen could, which made her very powerful. Hey, wait for me. Seeing that Su Chen did not respond and walked straight into the cave, Yanling hesitated for a moment before following her inside. Is there any mechanism here? Yanling looked around and asked. This time, Su Chen did answer, you're right, so you go ahead. What? Yanling was completely surprised that Su Chen asked her to go ahead. Let's go. Su Chen didn't hesitate. However, it was obvious that nothing was found. Su Chen knew that even if there were mechanisms in the tomb, they wouldn't be simple ones like bows and arrows or traps. That's why she let Yanling go ahead. Roar! At that moment, the thunder crystal beast let out a low growl. Did you find something? Su Chen asked. The thunder crystal beast couldn't speak, but it growled in a certain direction. Su Chen nodded and then walked in that direction. Hey, wait for me. Yanling, who was walking ahead, did not expect Su Chen to turn a corner. After realizing it, she quickly followed. Soon, the two arrived in front of a door. Su Chen looked at Yanling beside her. I got it. I'll go first. Yanling helplessly said, then intended to move forward. But Su Chen grabbed her and said, there may be good things behind this door, so I'll go first. Su Chen said, ignoring Yanling, and went straight to the door. At the entrance, Su Chen's spiritual power spread out. After a moment, finding no issues, Su Chen pushed the door open. As Su Chen entered, Yanling and the thunder crystal beast followed into the stone door. At that moment, the stone door closed in an instant. Ha! Yanling heard the stone door close and hurried forward to stop it, but it was too late. What do we do now? Yanling looked at Su Chen. However, Su Chen did not pay attention to the closed stone door. At this moment, she was looking up at the sky, saying, the door closed because there is a fourth grade formation here. To open the door, we just need to break the formation. It's simple. A fourth grade formation? Is it simple? Yanling felt that Su Chen in front of her was a bit mysterious. Even the fourth grade formation masters she knew wouldn't say that breaking a fourth grade formation was easy. And those people were all specialized in formations. Su Chen in front of her had already reached the spiritual realm, and at such a young age, it was impossible for her to excel in both, right? Do you want the spiritual treasures above? At that moment, Su Chen spoke slowly. Yanling then looked up and saw 4 orbs floating above. There are really spiritual treasures. Ling said happily when she saw them. Su Chen glanced at her, feeling a bit strange, but didn't say anything. Subsequently, stepping on empty space, with a few flashes, he leaped into the air. His spiritual power spread out, enveloping all 4 spiritual treasures. These spiritual treasures had obviously reached the top grade, so if unprepared, there might be some resistance. However, these treasures were no match for Su Chen's Fire Shadow Spirit Spear. With a flick of his finger, the 4 clusters of light burst open, revealing the 4 spiritual treasures inside. Indeed, all top-grade spiritual treasures. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then proceeded to directly collect the 4 spiritual treasures. Buzz! At that moment, the 4 spiritual treasures emitted a buzzing sound. Soon, they began to tremble violently. Hee hee, you think you can escape with just that? Su Chen sneered. With a pointed finger, a powerful spiritual force surged out instantly, enveloping the 4 spiritual treasures. After struggling for a moment, they found themselves unable to break free from Su Chen's spiritual binding. In the end, they stopped moving and were collected by Su Chen into his spatial bag. In the blink of an eye, the 4 spiritual treasures fell into Su Chen's hands. However, Ling did not speak up. Let's go, let's see what's ahead. Su Chen glanced at Ling beside him, slightly on guard. He then said to Ling, alright, what will be ahead? Ling nodded. Then, following Su Chen, they walked towards another direction. It was a passage, dark inside with nothing visible. Thunder Crystal Beast! Su Chen shouted. Roar! The Thunder Crystal Beast roared and walked ahead. With the purple lightning on the Thunder Crystal Beast's body, the passage was illuminated. There was nothing special inside the passage, quite ordinary. It seems like there's nothing here. After walking for a while, Ling also noticed that there was nothing inside. However, Su Chen remained silent, walking straight ahead. What's this? At that moment, Su Chen smelled a fragrance. Dan fragrance. Ling also noticed it. This fragrance was the scent of medicinal herbs. It seems like there's a place ahead where medicinal herbs are stored. Su Chen was somewhat excited. He didn't know what kind of medicinal herbs were ahead, but he was sure they were not spirit-nourishing pills. Because although they were called pills, they did not emit such a strong medicinal fragrance. It should be the fragrance of 5th-grade medicinal herbs, but in the tomb of a divine soul realm expert, there shouldn't be such a strong scent of medicinal herbs, otherwise, it would be easy for someone to find it when they come in. Ling furrowed her brows lightly and analyzed. Are you saying, someone deliberately led us here? Su Chen understood Ling's words at this moment. After taking this, I don't know if there's any poison ahead. Ling took out 2 pills. Su Chen took them, looked at them, and said, 5th-grade medicinal herb, vein protecting pill? Heh, you know quite a bit, don't worry, there shouldn't be any poison. Ling said, then swallowed the pill in her hand. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then also swallowed it. A cool sensation spread in his mouth. Thunder Crystal Beast, wait here, Su Chen said to the Thunder Crystal Beast. Then, he walked forward with Ling. After a while, the dark passage came to an end. Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a small house. Waves of medicinal fragrance emanated from inside the small house. Without any hesitation, Su Chen walked straight towards it. Wow! At that moment, Ling exclaimed. Su Chen followed the sound and saw not far away a place that resembled a pastoral scene, with various spiritual herbs planted on it. 5th-grade spiritual herb, soul-chasing rare stamen? 5th-grade spiritual herb, soul-shocking rare essence? Ling looked at the spiritual herbs inside with great excitement. Su Chen, however, was not very interested in these spiritual herbs. Nearby, there was a table with various small white jade bottles placed on it. Su Chen knew that inside that small white jade bottle, there should be pills. Walking over to take a look, sure enough, waves of pill fragrance were emanating from the table. 4th-grade pills are elemental pills? 5th-grade pills are gathering pills? Su Chen casually glanced around and found quite a few 4th and 5th-grade pills. There's even a peak 5th-grade entry void pill. Seeing the entry void pill, Su Chen smiled slightly. Because the entry void pill is an essential item for void return realm experts to break through to the spirit void realm. When it reaches the level of peak 5th grade, it is said that having an entry void pill can increase the success rate of entering the spirit void realm by 30%. Although it's only 30%, for many void return realm experts, it's already very high. Unfortunately, the effects cannot be stacked. Eating 1 or 2 pills will only increase the success rate by 30%. Su Chen, look what I found. 6th grade spirit herb, soul burning true vine. Just when Su Chen was starting to get interested, Ling, not far away, also excitedly shouted. Su Chen looked over and was surprised to find a 6th grade spirit herb in this ancient tomb. And this soul burning true vine is a relatively rare spirit herb. Roar! Just then, a voice sounded. Following that, a monster with a tiger-like appearance appeared. However, the monster was semi-transparent. Be careful, Su Chen said as he rushed towards Yanling. The monster directly swiped a claw towards Yanling. Su Chen acted quickly, pulling Yanling away and then striking the monster with a palm. Boom! Between the two clashes, a loud noise erupted. Are you okay? Su Chen asked Yanling in a low voice. I'm fine, that's a monster spirit? At this moment, Yanling also saw the transparent monster and recognized it at a glance. Is this a monster spirit? Su Chen had heard of monster spirits before. After entering the divine soul realm, the monster core would disappear, and a monster spirit would be born. However, the monster spirit in front of them was obviously not in the divine soul realm. After all, after Su Chen hit it with a palm, it flew back a distance. This monster spirit should have existed for a long time, and it's heavily injured, its body destroyed, leaving only the monster spirit here, with the strength of only the first grade of the spirit void realm. Yanling spoke at this time. Yes, indeed, it only has the strength of the first grade of the spirit void realm. Su Chen nodded. He had not expected to find a monster spirit of the first grade of the spirit void realm guarding this place, truly worthy of being the tomb of a divine soul realm expert. Let me deal with it first. Su Chen looked at the monster spirit that was once again swooping towards them and said, if you can catch it, then catch it. If you let the thunder crystal beast absorb it, its strength can also increase. Yanling reminded. Okay. Su Chen nodded. He also treated the thunder crystal beast as a companion. If this monster spirit could help the thunder crystal beast increase its strength, it would be good. Roar! Just then, the monster spirit roared and swooped directly towards Su Chen. At the same time, the surrounding wind attribute spiritual energy underwent some changes. In the next moment, a powerful wind attribute attack came towards Su Chen. Iron Bone Monster Wind. A faint voice appeared in Su Chen's ear. Su Chen knew that this was the monster spirit's spiritual technique. Iron Bone Monster Wind. Su Chen shouted lowly, and the surrounding wind attribute spiritual energy condensed, directly using a spiritual technique exactly the same as the one used by the monster spirit to counter it. Wind attribute spiritual technique. Su Chen is also of the wind attribute? But how does he know the monster spirit's spiritual technique? Seeing Su Chen counter with the same move, Yanling was a bit stunned at this moment. Wind attribute spiritual energy was not surprising. What was surprising was how this guy knew the monster spirit's spiritual technique. Indeed, Su Chen was quite mysterious. The spiritual technique Su Chen used made Yanling feel incredulous. Not only did Yanling, even the demonic spirit, was stunned for a moment. Although it had become a demonic spirit at this point, possessing a demonic spirit meant that the spiritual wisdom of this demonic beast was very high. Even though it was just in a demonic spirit state now, there was still some wisdom present. Boom! The attacks of one person and one demonic spirit collided at this moment. After a loud noise, the spiritual technique of that demonic spirit was instantly destroyed by Su Chen's spiritual technique. And Su Chen's spiritual technique continued unabated. Roar! The demonic spirit growled lowly and leaped away. Bind! Su Chen shouted lowly. The leaping spiritual technique once again turned into strands of wind attribute spiritual energy, surrounding the demonic spirit. Roar! Surrounded by spiritual power, the demonic spirit also roared in anger. Then it directly charged towards the spiritual power. But as soon as it touched the spiritual power, it was instantly touched by Su Chen's spiritual power. Countless spiritual powers immediately enveloped the demonic spirit. Bang! A muffled sound. Then Su Chen saw that the huge demonic spirit, at this moment, suddenly turned into a small tiger, intending to escape. This is the true appearance of the demonic spirit. The previous form was just a transformation based on its body shape. Just as Su Chen found it interesting, Yanling beside him also reminded him. However, Su Chen was already prepared. When the demonic spirit revealed its true form, Su Chen opened his hand, facing the demonic spirit. The ancient divine language came out of his mouth, solidify. Still just one word, but at this moment, Yanling found that the demonic spirit that was about to emerge was unexpectedly fixed in midair. Although it was only for a moment, this time was enough for Su Chen's spiritual power to completely envelop the demonic spirit. He can actually control the power of space. Yanling was also quite surprised. Su Chen had just used obviously spatial attribute spiritual power. Although it was not easy to control, it could still be used. This made Yanling even more surprised. The more she got in touch, the more she couldn't see through the man in front of her. Come here. Su Chen beckoned, and the little demonic spirit enveloped in spiritual power fell into Su Chen's hands. The spatial spiritual power he had just used was indeed Su Chen's doing. When he was in the Red Rainbow sect, Su Chen naturally had the ability of spatial attributes. However, there were no cultivation methods for spatial spiritual power in the Red Rainbow sect. Moreover, the spatial spiritual power in the northern domain seemed to be very weak. Su Chen couldn't absorb it in large quantities like other attributes' spiritual powers. Later, Su Chen discovered that the spatial spiritual energy in the northern domain was all gathered in one place, which was in the formation on the spirit-infusing island. The formation on the spirit-infusing island was constructed using spatial spiritual power. Therefore, the spatial spiritual power in the northern domain was all absorbed by that huge formation, making it scarce. Su Chen's current use of spatial spiritual power was realized in the spatial channel. Got it. Do I just carry this thing like this? Su Chen also curiously asked. Yanling shook her head, then took out a small box from her spatial bag. Just put this demonic spirit into the soul-locking box, that's it. Okay. Su Chen nodded, then stuffed the demonic spirit into the soul-locking box in Yanling's hand. Here, for you, Yanling said, handing the soul-locking box to Su Chen. Su Chen took it without hesitation. Thanks. You just saved my life. A soul-locking box is nothing compared to that. Yanling smiled slightly. Yanling, who was already very exquisite, looked even more beautiful when she smiled. Well, that's true. Do you have anything else you want to give me? Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Without any hesitation, he put the soul-locking box into his spatial bag. Wow, why are you so bold? That soul-locking box is worth at least 100,000 spirit-infusing pills. Yanling did not expect that with just a polite remark, Su Chen would ask for something else. That little box costs 100,000 spirit-enhancing pills? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. He had never expected that the soul-locking box would be worth 100,000 spirit-enhancing pills. The spirit-enhancing pills he had taken from the spirit-enhancing sect were only a few tens of thousands. With just one move, Yanling had produced something worth 100,000 spirit-enhancing pills. Well, although this thing is only a medium-grade spiritual treasure, because it has a special function that can even trap demonic spirits at the divine soul realm, its value of 100,000 spirit-enhancing pills is considered good. Yanling nodded seriously. Su Chen had just realized that the soul-locking box was a medium-grade spiritual treasure, but he had not expected that this medium-grade spiritual treasure could trap demonic spirits at the divine soul realm. It seemed to have a special effect on demonic spirits. On the Wantian continent, besides defensive and offensive spiritual treasures, there were also auxiliary or special spiritual treasures that were quite valuable. Some were even more valuable than offensive spiritual treasures. For example, the alchemist's cauldron was also considered priceless. Therefore, its value was also very high. Of course, only high-quality ones would have high value. Alright, let's forget about it then. Su Chen nodded and said, what about these spirit herbs, do you want them? Although Yanling was somewhat reluctant, she still asked. She had just collected a lot of spirit herbs, including even 6th grade spirit herbs, which were also quite valuable. No, Su Chen shook his head. He preferred elixirs over these spirit herbs. Although spirit herbs could be refined into elixirs, there was a chance of failure in alchemy. Once failed, the spirit herbs would be destroyed. So Su Chen didn't like it very much. Moreover, among the elixirs he had just obtained, there were 5th grade elixirs, which were worth more than 6th grade spirit herbs. Then shall I collect them all? Yanling pointed to a nearby herb field. There were still some spirit herbs there. Su Chen nodded. He then saw Yanling quickly walking towards the herb field. She carefully collected the spirit herbs, handling them gently and not uprooting them. Leave a way out in everything? Su Chen nodded slightly. The roots of these spirit herbs were left here, and they would grow back in the future. If they were all taken away, there would be no more spirit herbs growing here in the future. Alright. After a while, Yanling collected the remaining spirit herbs and returned to Su Chen's side. Su Chen nodded without saying a word, turned around, and walked away. Yanling quickly followed. The tomb was large, and there were still many places they had not explored. The tomb of a divine soul realm expert could not only contain these few things. Soon, the two returned to the entrance they had just come in from, and at this moment, the stone door was tightly closed, and the formation had been activated. Inside the stone room in front of them, the formation was running, and gradually, the position of the door disappeared. Has the formation been activated? Yanling looked around and asked. Yes, it has been activated since we entered just now. Su Chen nodded, not surprised at all. Can you break the formation? Yanling asked Su Chen beside her. Su Chen did not answer, but closed his eyes. In an instant, his spiritual power surged out from the Mud Pill Palace. Yanling felt the powerful spiritual power and looked at Su Chen with some surprise. At this point, Yanling did not speak again, waiting for Su Chen. With his eyes closed, Su Chen condensed the surrounding scenes into his mind through his spiritual power. After a while, the scene inside the stone room was completely reflected in Su Chen's mind. In an instant, the walls of the stone room and Su Chen's mind disappeared, replaced by a series of interconnected light beams. Finally, these light beams formed a formation. So this formation is so simple? Su Chen now understood the entire structure of the formation. When he opened his eyes, a spiritual energy condensed on Su Chen's fist. Then Su Chen punched out. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge hole was blasted out of the wall by Su Chen. Let's go! Su Chen said, leading Yanling towards the wall. Do you also know formations? Yanling asked. Not bad, I studied it in my spare time. Su Chen nodded. Previously only at the 3rd rank in strength, during this time in the spatial channel, Su Chen also practiced his mental power. So now his mental power has directly entered the realm of a 4th rank formation master. Studied it in your spare time? Yanling couldn't help but feel helpless after hearing Su Chen's words. A 4th rank formation master can achieve that just by studying formations in their spare time. If those old guys knew, they would probably be furious. And those young formation masters who pride themselves on their strong talent, studying for more than 10 or 20 years just to barely reach the realm of a 5th rank or even a 4th rank formation master, upon hearing Su Chen's words, would probably be infuriated. Do you know alchemy? Yanling asked curiously. I haven't tried it, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Su Chen shook his head. The profession of alchemist on the Wenti continent can be compared to that of a formation master. However, because Su Chen did not find any books or methods on alchemy in the Qihong sect, he has never come into contact with the profession of alchemist. I see. Yanling nodded. Then she followed Su Chen in another direction. This is the tomb of a powerful spiritual realm expert, so there is naturally more than just these few places inside. Do you know what's in this tomb? At this moment, Su Chen slowly spoke. When Yanling heard Su Chen's words, she was stunned. Ha! You don't have any interest in the spiritual treasures and elixirs inside this ancient tomb? Is there something specific you're looking for? Su Chen asked. Since entering the ancient tomb, Su Chen has found that Yanling is not interested in anything inside the tomb. Whether it's spiritual treasures or elixirs, Su Chen has taken them all. Yanling seems to only sigh at these things, except for those few spiritual herbs. Well, because those are too low level. Yanling said softly. Too low level? Su Chen didn't expect Yanling to think that these things were of low rank. Superior spiritual treasures. 5th rank elixirs. In Yanling's mouth, these are considered low-level items? But thinking about it, the detoxifying elixir and pulse-protecting elixir that Yanling took out earlier were also 5th rank elixirs. It seems that Yanling's identity is definitely not simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't casually take out 5th rank elixirs and disdain superior spiritual treasures. Of course, this is not a problem for Su Chen. Because Yanling doesn't want them, Su Chen can't be bothered to argue with her. So, your purpose in coming to this ancient tomb, is it just to take a look? Su Chen asked again. Unexpectedly, Yanling nodded. Yes, I just came in to have some fun. I heard that ancient tombs are very interesting, so I came to take a look. But I also heard that in the tomb of a powerful spiritual realm expert, spiritual souls can often be born. I am interested in that. Yanling explained again. Spiritual souls? Su Chen had never heard of such a thing. In simple terms, it is something formed by the strength of a powerful spiritual realm expert. After refining it, it can enhance one's strength, probably by a lot. Yanling explained briefly to Su Chen. I see. Su Chen nodded. This kind of thing is not tempting to him at all because Su Chen himself can rely on the ancient divine language to cultivate. This super simple language makes cultivation very fast for him. So Su Chen really didn't need to rely on anything else to enhance his strength. You seem uninterested? Yanling looked at Su Chen and couldn't help but ask curiously. I don't need these to enhance my strength. Su Chen nodded. This was the confidence of a strong person, confidence in his own talent and understanding. You are currently at the 3rd level of the spiritual void realm. With that spirit soul, you can at least reach the 5th level of the spiritual void realm, and as you slowly refine it, you will continue to improve. Within 3 years, you will reach at least the 8th level. Yanling said to Su Chen at this time. According to Su Chen's current level, as long as he had that spirit soul, he could at least reach the 8th level of the spiritual void realm within 3 years. 3 years? Not interested. Su Chen shook his head. If he wanted to reach the 8th level of the spiritual void realm without relying on external forces, he could do it within half a year at most. So this so-called spirit soul was completely useless to Su Chen. Yanling saw that Su Chen was completely uninterested and hesitated for a moment before saying nothing more. The two of them walked in the ancient tomb for a while. Before long, a huge door appeared in front of them. And at the entrance, there were two spiritual void realm third-level monster spirits guarding. Two monster spirits, both at the third level of the spiritual void realm. What should we do? When Yanling saw the two guarding monster spirits, she also looked at Su Chen. When it came to fighting, Yanling seemed very inexperienced. I can only throw you out to attract them away. Su Chen smiled and looked at Yanling beside him, saying lightly. Yanling heard Su Chen's words and took a step back in fear. Could it be that the man in front of her brought her here just to use her as bait? Will you go on your own or should I do it? Su Chen looked indifferently at Yanling beside him and asked. You won't do it, will you? Yanling looked at Su Chen in fear. But Su Chen did not answer her. He directly grabbed Yanling's hand, pulled her, and threw her towards the monster spirits. Ah! A scream echoed in the ancient tomb. Roar! The two monster spirits also saw Yanling at this time. They roared and then transformed into two phantom images, both resembling bears. However, Su Chen did not recognize what kind of monster beasts they were. They might be rare or only existed in ancient times. After all, this tomb of the strong in the divine soul realm had a history of 30,000 years. As soon as the two phantom images of the monster spirits formed, they attacked Yanling from left and right. Yanling's speed was not slow. She dodged the attack of the monster spirit on the left. Then she waved her hand, and a long whip appeared in her hand. A profound grade spiritual treasure? Su Chen saw the spiritual power emanating from the whip and was slightly surprised. This kind of spiritual power was higher than his fire shadow spirit spear. No wonder she doesn't care about those high-grade spiritual treasures. Su Chen nodded slightly, understanding why Yanling didn't care about the high-grade spiritual treasures in the tomb. As soon as she made a move, it was a profound grade spiritual treasure. Yanling was quite wealthy. Hey! With a low drink, Yanling's spiritual power also burst out. It was not very high, only at the 8th level of the spiritual void realm. But in the northern domain, she would still be in the top 3. Currently, in the northern domain, there was only the Elder Supreme of the Chimu sect who was slightly stronger than her. Qinghan's sacred dance! Yanling shouted lowly. Then a faint blue light appeared on the whip. Yanling directly swung it towards the monster spirits. Bang! The two collided with a loud noise. The monster spirit at the 3rd level of the spiritual void realm was actually whipped back by Yanling. This spiritual technique is at least of the spiritual grade. Su Chen was curious at this moment. Yanling had quite a few secrets. Not only did she have a profound grade spiritual treasure, but now she also had a genuine spiritual grade spiritual technique. This was not like the deceiving ones in the northern domain, but a genuine spiritual grade technique. Roar! After the demon spirit was driven back by a whip, it roared in anger. Another demon beast took the opportunity to attack. Boom! At this moment, an invisible wave erupted in the ancient tomb. It then blocked the attack of the other demon beast. Such strong spiritual power. Su Chen was familiar with this invisible wave, which was powerful spiritual power. Su Chen had never expected that Yanling's spiritual power had reached such a level. Star-dominating palm. At this moment, Su Chen heard the two demon spirits utter an ancient divine language, indicating they were using skills. Instantly, a faint blue light shimmered in the palms of the two demon spirits. They then enveloped their huge bear paws and slapped towards Yanling. Feeling the strength of these two attacks, Yanling's expression turned serious. Powerful spiritual power erupted directly from the Mud Pill Palace. After a moment, a spiritual power giant wall condensed in front of her. Boom! The huge bear paws of the two demon spirits directly slapped against the spiritual power wall. The powerful spiritual power wall managed to resist the spiritual skill attacks of the two Ling Void Realm 3rd grade demon spirits. However, the aftermath still pushed Yanling back. As Yanling was sent flying backward, Su Chen appeared behind her and helped her dissipate the force. You are indeed hiding many things. Su Chen's voice drifted into Yanling's ears. Then Yanling saw Su Chen appear in front of the two demon spirits and lightly slapped his palm. Star-dominating palm. A mysterious language was spoken, and two attacks similar to the spiritual skills previously used by the demon spirits condensed from Su Chen's hands. Boom! They directly struck the two demon spirits. Instantly, the illusions of the two Ling Void Realm 3rd grade demon spirits were shattered by Su Chen. Then Su Chen's hands reached out, and two strands of spiritual power entwined, directly enveloping the two demon spirits. Done! Withdrawing his palms, Su Chen had captured the two demon spirits. He then took out the soul-locking box given by Yanling, threw the two demon spirits into it, and stored it in his spatial bag. It seems you are also hiding a lot. You can use the spiritual skills of these demon beasts? Yanling looked at Su Chen and spoke. When dealing with the previous demon spirit, Su Chen had used the spiritual skills of that demon beast. Yan Ling had thought it was a coincidence. But now, seeing Su Chen use the spiritual skills of these two demon beasts, it was definitely not a coincidence. Let's go. Su Chen did not answer Yan Ling's question, just walked towards the gate. He did not inquire about the spiritual power Yan Ling had used before. If Su Chen was not mistaken, Yan Ling should be cultivating spiritual power, so her spiritual power was not very strong. However, her spiritual power was terrifyingly powerful. But it seems she has only learned defensive spiritual power. She has not learned attacking spiritual power. Otherwise, those two demon spirits just now wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Su Chen analyzed in his mind. He had witnessed the scene just now but did not say anything. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and Su Chen had just wanted to test Yan Ling's strength. Yan Ling was, after all, a girl. She was a bit angry at being directly thrown into the attack range of the two demon spirits by Su Chen. With a cold snort, she still quickly followed. Behind this stone door, the scenery was somewhat magnificent. Wow! Seeing the unique decorations inside the tomb, Yan Ling couldn't help but exclaim. Su Chen was also curious about what kind of tomb owner would decorate their tomb so splendidly. Are those spirit-infused pills floating above? Su Chen also saw at this moment that above his head, the suspended spirit-enriching pill numbered close to 1,000,000. All of them were suspended on the ceiling of this tomb. Welcome to my tomb. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Su Chen and Yan Ling frowned slightly. There were actually other people in this ancient tomb. No, my tomb? Could it be the owner of this ancient tomb, the powerful expert in the divine soul realm? How is that possible? 30,000 years have passed, how could they still be alive? A voice made the atmosphere in this ancient tomb become somewhat strange. Who? Su Chen said in a low voice, but his eyes were fixed on the darkness not far away. You've intruded into my tomb, yet you haven't figured out who I am? At this moment, a figure slowly appeared in front of Su Chen and Yan Ling. It was a woman who looked elegant and noble, probably in her 30s. However, Su Chen was clear that this woman was definitely older than 30. The owner of this tomb has long since fallen. Su Chen looked at the woman in front of him and spoke slowly. If it was indeed the owner of the tomb, how many years had she lived? Yes, it has indeed been many years since I fell, but you don't know. Can a trace of divine soul be preserved when a powerful expert in the divine soul realm falls? The woman smiled and said to Su Chen. Su Chen looked solemnly at the woman in front of him. He was clear about this point, just like the master of the spirit-enriching sect, Shi Yun. When one's strength reaches a certain level, they can also retain a trace of divine soul in this world. However, it can only exist depending on specific conditions. Once it leaves these specific conditions, it will dissipate. The master of the spirit-enriching sect was able to keep his divine soul from perishing because of the sect's formation that condensed spiritual power. If this woman in front of him was also a divine soul, then she should. At this moment, Su Chen looked at the 1,000,000 spirit-enriching pills above. She should be relying on the spiritual power within the spirit-enriching pills to exist, right? Quite clever. Seeing Su Chen's gaze, the woman also smiled slightly. This also confirmed Su Chen's speculation. This woman relied on the spirit-enriching pills to preserve a trace of divine soul in this ancient tomb. I apologize for disturbing you, senior. Su Chen also arched his hand towards the woman at this moment. Although the remaining trace of divine soul posed no threat to Su Chen, she was once a powerful figure in this world, now fallen. Therefore, Su Chen also showed the proper respect. Yan Ling beside him also paid her respects to the divine soul woman. You understand etiquette. The barrier of this tomb has not disappeared yet, and you were able to enter, which means you must have some skills, the woman said at this moment. This was her own tomb, so no one understood it better than her. The barrier was set up by her. Even if it hadn't disappeared, even a peak expert in the spiritual void realm couldn't break through. But these two people, one at the spiritual void realm rank 3, and the other at the returning void realm, managed to enter. They must have some methods. The barrier is strong, but it is not flawless. Su Chen smiled slightly and said calmly. He entered using the ancient divine language. So, in Su Chen's eyes, this was a loophole. The ancient divine language, I didn't expect that at your young age, you have quite an understanding of it. The woman clearly saw it in the ancient tomb. She saw Su Chen using the ancient divine language to enter but did not intervene. Is it really the ancient divine language? Yan Ling beside Su Chen said in her heart at this moment. Looking at Su Chen's eyes, it seemed like she was thinking about something. Since you have come here, there must be some fate. Back then, I had quite a bit of research on barrier formations. Today, seeing your understanding, I will impart it to you. As for the little girl, I don't think you would be interested in these things, right? the woman said, looking at Yan Ling. There seemed to be some curiosity in her eyes. Senior, please impart it to Su Chen. Yan Ling also nodded at this time. She had no interest in practicing formations. He, the woman chuckled. Then with a wave of her hand, the spirit-gathering pill in the air fell down. Each pill fell into place according to a fixed position, forming a formation in an instant. This formation enveloped both the woman and Su Chen. The power of formations lies in their ability to change what people see and feel. If formations can integrate with people, the surroundings, the heavens and earth, and nature. The woman slowly spoke. As she spoke, countless formations appeared before Su Chen. The woman's voice echoed in Su Chen's ears. An ancient divine language appeared in the formations. Su Chen watched as the formations quickly formed and dissipated. From nothing to existence, and back to nothing. There were formations of different grades, from 1 to 7. As one formation completed, another began to form. Spiritual energy danced in the air, and Su Chen's mind also sketched out various formation diagrams. These formations were imprinted in his mind. So formations can be used like this. Su Chen was completely immersed in the formations. Each formation condensed into an ancient divine language phrase in his mind. He lost track of time as the formations continued to appear and disappear. When he opened his eyes again, the woman had vanished, leaving only her voice lingering. Your comprehension is admirable. After waiting for thousands of years, I have finally found a suitable person. Remember my name. Formation Master Ning Yue. The voice slowly faded, indicating that Formation Master Ning Yue's spirit had also disappeared. Thank you, Senior Formation Master Ning Yue. Su Chen bowed to the air. Formation Master Ning Yue had imparted many formations to him, ranging from low to high grades. If Su Chen had to search for them himself, it would have taken a long time. Formation Master Ning Yue had passed on everything to Su Chen. Formation Master Ning Yue, that name sounds familiar. Yan Ling murmured softly. She recalled, Formation Master Ning Yue was a powerful formation master on the Wentian continent. With her strength at the peak of the Divine Soul Realm, she set up a 7-grade formation and successfully killed 2 experts at the Divine Soul Realm. So powerful? Su Chen was surprised by Formation Master Ning Yue's abilities. The 7-grade formation she taught him was likely the one she used. I didn't expect this tomb to belong to Formation Master Ning Yue. She mentioned teaching you formations, including the powerful 7-grade formation, right? Yan Ling looked at Su Chen curiously. Yes, there is a 7-grade formation, but I'm not sure if it's meant for me, Su Chen replied honestly. The 7-grade formation was a killing formation, most likely the one formation Master Ning Yue used. In the main tomb chamber, Su Chen looked at the depleted million spirit-gathering pills with some helplessness. There shouldn't be anything left in this tomb, Yan Ling observed. Let's leave, Su Chen agreed. There was nothing valuable left in the tomb of a Divine Soul Realm expert. Yes. Yan Ling also nodded. Then the two of them directly left the ancient tomb. By now, it was already getting light outside. Where are you planning to go? Su Chen asked Yan Ling. After all, he was the one who brought her out. And this time, she didn't gain any benefits. I plan to go home. Yan Ling hesitated for a moment before speaking. Home? Su Chen nodded. He could be said to have no home in this world. Well, how about you? Yan Ling asked in return. I plan to go around and see after refining the demon spirits with the Thunder Crystal Beast, Su Chen said. Capturing 3 demon spirits in the ancient tomb and refining them for the Thunder Crystal Beast should enhance its strength. Alright, then maybe we'll meet again by fate. Yan Ling nodded. Su Chen didn't say much, just a simple goodbye. Then the two of them went their separate ways. Su Chen took the Thunder Crystal Beast directly into the forest. Little Lei, these 3 are all great supplements, so I'll be generous to you. Su Chen patted the Thunder Crystal Beast's head and said. The Thunder Crystal Beast seemed to understand and roared towards Su Chen. Roar. Let's try this lower level one first. Su Chen then took out the demon spirit from the soul locking box and threw it directly to the Thunder Crystal Beast. Roar. Without any hesitation, the Thunder Crystal Beast opened its mouth and swallowed the demon spirit. At that moment, a purple light emanated from the Thunder Crystal Beast's body, with lightning continuously flashing on its body. The Thunder Crystal Beast closed its eyes and lay down beside Su Chen. Su Chen knew it was refining the demon spirit. He didn't say much about it and closed his eyes, saying, absorb the spirit into the body, nurture the spirit in the elixir field. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in without any hindrance, all pouring into Su Chen's elixir field. The cultivation continued for an unknown period. Just then, Su Chen heard footsteps. Opening his eyes, he furrowed his brows slightly. Someone's coming here? Su Chen hadn't expected anyone to come here. Soon, he saw several people walking towards him. The two leading individuals, a man and a woman, seemed to be from wealthy families. Behind them were 5 people, all at the spirit void realm level, likely their protectors. Su Chen glanced at them and then looked away. This wasn't his place, so it was normal for someone to come. But Su Chen didn't want to pay attention, while the others seemed a bit arrogant. Brother Changling, look at that thunder crystal beast, it's so beautiful. At that moment, a female voice reached Su Chen's ears. She was probably referring to his thunder crystal beast. If you like it, Tang Qing, I'll buy it for you. Another male voice also reached Su Chen's ears. He sneered inwardly. Hey, kid, are you selling this thunder crystal beast? At that moment, the man called Cheng Ling walked up to Su Chen and arrogantly asked. Not for sale. Su Chen didn't even open his eyes and directly refused. Here's 1,000 spirit nurturing pills for you. With that, he threw a low-level spatial bag to Su Chen. Then he said to the people beside him, take away the thunder crystal beast. Yes. The two answered and walked over to Su Chen, ready to take the thunder crystal beast away. But at that moment, Su Chen opened his eyes, looked at the low-level spatial bag, and without hesitation, accepted it. Then he looked at the thunder crystal beast and said, Little Lei, I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Humph. Chang Ling nearby snorted coldly. Obviously, he was quite arrogant, thinking that as long as he gave some money, he could get what he wanted from these poor people. Indeed, Brother Chang Ling is domineering, unlike these lowly dogs who lick your boots for money. Tang Cheng also looked disdainfully at Su Chen. Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly and looked at Tang Cheng. What? Not satisfied? Tai Ching was also startled by Su Chen's gaze. Then she shouted in anger, Hee, consider this spirit-nourishing pill as a gift for Grandpa, now get lost. Su Chen sneered, what? Chang Ling was also taken aback by Su Chen's words. Then he reacted, who are you calling a grandson? Brother Chang Ling, he has a foul mouth, let's kill him. Tai Ching instigated at this moment. Su Chen glanced over and then disappeared instantly. Smack! A loud sound, Su Chen returned to his original position. At this moment, there was a red palm print on Tai Ching's face. Ah! Tai Ching realized, feeling a burning sensation on her face, she screamed. Su Chen calmly said, if you can't control your mouth, it won't just be a slap next time. You! Although she wanted to curse again, Tai Ching dared not. Su Chen's speed just now was too fast. Humph! I am the young master of the Shangling sect, dare you be so insolent? Chang Ling was a bit nervous at this moment, but he thought, he was the young master of the Shangling sect. If he lost face in front of Tai Ching now, it would be very embarrassing. Oh, you think I won't dare to kill you like this? Su Chen said calmly. Kill me? Ha, sure, come and try. Chang Ling laughed heartily. Then his peak returned to virtual realm strength erupted. He also summoned a transparent phantom. Monster spirit soul? Su Chen coldly smiled when he saw the phantom. It was somewhat similar to a monster spirit, but not as real. It could enhance one's strength. This phantom of Changling should be a second-grade spirit virtual realm existence. Let's attack together. After summoning the monster spirit, Changling still wasn't at ease and said to the 5 people beside him, Yes, young master. The 5 people nodded quickly. Su Chen's speed just now had surprised them. They didn't dare to underestimate him now. All 5 of them had the strength of the first-grade spirit virtual realm. With the surging spiritual energy, they also summoned monster spirits. Each monster spirit had the strength of the first-grade spirit virtual realm. With these people, Su Chen was facing 11 first-grade spirit virtual realm strengths and 2 peak return to virtual realm strengths. And boom! A powerful aura erupted, instantly causing several people on the opposite side to be shocked. They exclaimed in surprise, 4th-grade spirit virtual realm. Feeling the aura Su Chen emitted, Chang Ling and the others were stunned. They never expected that this young man in front of them had reached the strength of the 4th-grade spirit virtual realm. Even their sect master of the Shangling sect was only at the 5th-grade spirit virtual realm. He's just one person, so young, he must have relied on elixirs to enhance his strength. Let's attack together. Chang Ling gritted his teeth and shouted to the people beside him. Yes. The several spirit virtual realm experts nodded. Being so young and having surpassed them in strength, they couldn't accept it. So they thought that he must have relied on elixirs to enhance his strength. Come at me together, or you won't have a chance. Su Chen chuckled. Courting death. Chang Ling growled. Then he waved his hand, and the monster spirits headed straight towards Su Chen. The other 5 people also made their moves. Instantly, 6 first-grade spirit virtual realm monster spirits rushed towards Su Chen. Break! Su Chen pointed his finger. 6 strands of spiritual power condensed and then flew towards the monster spirits. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the 6 monster spirits were shattered by Su Chen. What? Seeing their monster spirits being shattered by Su Chen in an instant, Changling and the others were astonished. They never expected that in just one encounter, Su Chen would destroy them. Too bad, soulless monster spirits. Su Chen had another plan just now. Originally, I wanted to capture these 6 demon spirits to be devoured and refined by the Thunder Crystal Beast. Unfortunately, just now I sensed that they cannot be devoured. They are already under control, completely useless demon spirits. They are also useless to Su Chen. Next, it's your turn. Su Chen looked at the panicked Changling and others. Dare you make a move? I am. Changling wanted to say that he is the young master of the Xiongling sect, but before he could finish his words, Su Chen had already made a move. A huge bear paw condensed and directly slapped towards Changling. Young master, be careful. At this moment, a man also condensed his spiritual power and directly blocked in front of Changling. Boom! With a loud noise, the man was then sent flying. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs spurted out. The man's breath instantly weakened. Under Su Chen's palm, he had already died. Young master, quickly return to the sect. At this time, 4 other strongmen in the spiritual void realm saw their companion being slapped to death by Su Chen and shouted in panic. Ah! Changling also shouted and then turned and ran. At this moment, Tai Ching also reacted and hurriedly followed Changling. Trying to escape? Su Chen looked at Changling and Tai Ching who had already run away, but did not rush to chase them. Instead, he looked at the 4 strongmen in the spiritual void realm in front of him. When they met Su Chen's gaze, the hearts of the 4 strongmen in the spiritual void realm were also filled with panic. Then a surge of spiritual energy erupted. 4 attacks also blasted towards Su Chen. Shatter! Su Chen shouted in a low voice. Spiritual power surged and directly condensed into 4 bear paws, slapping towards the spiritual techniques formed by the 4 men. Upon contact, the 4 spiritual techniques disintegrated. Su Chen's spiritual technique continued unabated and landed on the heads of the 4 men. Puff! The sound of 4 people spitting blood rang out. In an instant, the 4 men fell to the ground. With just one move, Su Chen killed the 4 spiritual void realm experts. After killing the 4 spiritual void realm experts, Su Chen directly stepped on the void and instantly caught up with Changling, Tai Ching, and the others who had already run far away. You wanted my Thunder Crystal Beast, didn't you? At this moment, Su Chen appeared in front of the 2. Ah! When Tai Ching saw Su Chen, she also screamed. How? At this moment, Changling also reacted. He realized that his 4 experts probably all died at the hands of this person. No! It's not me who wanted it, it's her who wanted it, nothing to do with me. At this moment, Changling immediately shifted the blame and pointed directly at Tai Ching beside him. No! I just said the Thunder Crystal Beast is beautiful, I didn't say I wanted to buy it. At this moment, Tai Ching quickly explained. She definitely couldn't admit it. Otherwise, this young man in front of her who easily dealt with the 5 spiritual void realm experts might not spare her with just one move. I just said, don't make me take action. Su Chen chuckled. At this moment, he had no intention of holding back. Changling must have done this kind of thing many times before, so he wouldn't be a good person. No, if you dare to kill me, my father won't let you go, and our Xiongling sect won't let you go either. At this moment, Changling saw that Su Chen was about to make a move and hurriedly shouted. Changling was extremely afraid at this moment. He never expected that this seemingly easy-to-bully young man would be so terrifying. Is that so? Then I will have to destroy the Xiongling sect. Su Chen said lightly. If the Xiongling sect dared to make a move, Su Chen wouldn't mind destroying the entire sect. He had done quite a few things like this in the northern domain. In the Xiongling sect, not only is my father a spiritual void realm expert of the 5th rank, but his demon spirits also include 3 of the 5th rank in the spiritual void realm. At this moment, Changling could only threaten Su Chen. Then he spoke again, as long as you spare me, I promise that the evil spirit sect will not be your enemy, and will even treat you as an honored guest. Whatever you want, the evil spirit sect can provide it for you. I want your life. Su Chen sneered. In this world of Wan Tian continent, if one is truly soft-hearted, the one who ends up dead will be oneself. I'll kill you. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Changling also went crazy. Then he rushed directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Changling charging towards him, and then the spiritual power surged in his hand. Roaring wind blades. Su Chen shouted lowly. Then a series of wind blades flew towards Changling. Ah! Countless wind blades directly cut towards Changling. In an instant, Changling was left with numerous wounds. My father will not let you go, Changling said, then fell to the ground. Staring ahead, it was obvious that he died with grievances. Ah! At this moment, Tai Ching also screamed. Su Chen looked at Tai Chung. You killed the junior sect master of the evil spirit sect, Tai Ching murmured. Yes, so what? Su Chen acted as if nothing had happened. In this world where strength is respected and the weak are prey, what's so strange about it? Don't kill me, as long as you spare me, I'll do anything you want. Tai Ching, looking at Su Chen's face, felt as if she was facing a wild beast. Oh, is that so? Su Chen said lightly after hearing Tai Ching's words. Step by step, he approached Tai Ching. Seeing Su Chen approaching slowly, Tai Ching felt anxious but dared not run, because she knew that if she ran directly, she would end up like Chen Ling. Su Chen looked at Tai Ching in front of him, who was quite attractive. Then he slowly approached, leaned in close to Tai Ching's ear, and whispered softly, Go back and tell the sect master of the evil spirit sect that his son was killed by me. Su Chen said indifferently. After saying that, he left directly, leaving Tai Ching with a bewildered look on her face. However, after a moment, Tai Ching reacted. She quickly turned and ran, but stumbled after running a distance. This was impossible for a strong person in the Return to Void realm. But the fact was that it happened. This was enough to show how panicked Tai Ching was. Su Chen looked at Chun Ling's body beside him. He searched for a moment and took out a spatial bag. He scanned the spatial bag with his divine sense and felt somewhat satisfied. This person is really wealthy. There are actually 20,000 spirit-nourishing pills. Su Chen looked at it and felt it was good, so he directly put it into his own spatial bag. Then he searched through it and took all the useful items. Just then, Su Chen saw a black fragment inside the spatial bag. This black fragment looked like a broken piece of tile, but the surface was smooth and shiny. What is this? Su Chen curiously studied it. When his divine sense scanned this thing before, there was a slight fluctuation, so Su Chen was also clear that this thing was not simple. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen directly used his mental power to scan it, and gained something. Divine Spirit Scripture? Su Chen saw that inside this black fragment was actually a mental power cultivation technique. Although he had combined a few low-level mental power cultivation techniques in the evil spirit sect before and had grasped some mantras for cultivating mental power, this was the first time he had come into contact with a relatively strong mental power cultivation technique. Spiritual level 3rd grade mental power technique. Su Chen looked at it now. There were also some records inside. This was a spiritual level 3rd grade mental power technique. Compared to what he had previously explored, it should be stronger. However, what was recorded inside was still the foreign language of this continent. If it were in the language of the ancient gods, it should be able to reach the spiritual level 5th grade, right? Su Chen also considered this at the moment. Then he directly collected this spiritual power technique. It was obviously an incomplete technique. However, for Su Chen, who had no spiritual power cultivation technique at all, this was already very good. After looking into Chang Ling's spatial bag and finding that there was nothing good inside, Su Chen directly threw it away. He then found the bodies of the 5 strong individuals from before and absorbed all of their spirit-nourishing pills. However, the total amount of spirit-nourishing pills was less than 20,000, not even as wealthy as Chun Ling alone. But these are all income, not bad. At this moment, Su Chen directly collected nearly 50,000 spirit-nourishing pills. The ones he took out from the spirit-nourishing sect were only a few tens of thousands of spirit-nourishing pills. With these 50,000, it was already enough for 140,000 spirit-nourishing pills. But compared to Yan Ling, that little rich woman, it's still far off. Su Chen suddenly remembered Yan Ling, the woman who handed him a soul-locking box worth 100,000 spirit-nourishing pills as soon as she made a move. Roar! Just then, the Thunder Crystal Beast also woke up from its refining state. It roared towards Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. Let's go, find a quieter place to let you refine another monster spirit. Otherwise, it's not good to be disturbed all the time. Su Chen patted the Thunder Crystal Beast's head. By now, the Thunder Crystal Beast had grown quite a bit. Without any hesitation, Su Chen sat on the Thunder Crystal Beast. He no longer liked standing. The Thunder Crystal Beast obediently flapped its wings and flew directly into the depths of the mountains. Su Chen found a cave, looked around, and thought that there shouldn't be anyone to disturb them, so he let the Thunder Crystal Beast devour another monster spirit and refine it. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the side, guarding the Thunder Crystal Beast. In his cultivation state, Su Chen crazily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. About an hour after Su Chen left, a pair of figures, led by Tai Ching, also arrived in the forest. The leader was a middle-aged man, who had a terrifyingly dark expression on his face. This middle-aged man was the master of the Xiongling sect. Master, we found the body of the young master. At that moment, a man stepped forward. Behind him were 4 people carrying a body. The master of the Xiongling sect approached with a dark expression on his face. After taking a glance, a strong aura burst out, instantly sending those who were close flying. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of Tai Ching and grabbed her by the neck. Let me go. Tai Ching, caught by the master of the Xiongling sect, was also panicking and begging for mercy. I know what that person looks like. A simple plea for mercy squeezed out of Tai Ching's mouth. Humph. Upon hearing Tai Ching's words, the master of the Xiongling sect snorted coldly. He then threw Tai Ching aside. Boom! Tai Ching hit a tree, breaking it in half. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Tai Ching coughed hard, almost unable to catch her breath. Draw a portrait of that person for me. The master of the Xiongling sect, with a dark expression, stared at Tai Ching and ordered. Yes. Tai Ching dared not delay and quickly responded. Linger, rest assured, father will definitely help you seek revenge. Looking at the unyielding Changling, the master of the Xiongling sect gritted his teeth and said. Then he closed Changling's eyes. My son has always bullied others, my Xiongling sect has always killed people. You dared to kill my son, Chengding. No matter where you hide, I will definitely find you and skin you alive. Chengding said fiercely. However, at this moment, the person in question, Su Chen, was cultivating in the forest as if nothing had happened. Su Chen did not escape, but chose a deep cave in the forest to avoid being disturbed while the Thunder Crystal Beast was refining the demon spirit. He was simply practicing out of boredom. During this practice, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into Su Chen's body like a torrent, enhancing his strength significantly. After 5 days of continuous practice, Su Chen was interrupted. Inside the cave, lightning lingered, creating a dreamlike scene. Su Chen sensed the chaotic thunder attribute spiritual energy and withdrew from the practice. Looking back at the cave, he noticed that the Thunder Crystal Beast was emitting bursts of lightning, but this time it was red instead of purple. Su Chen realized that the Thunder Crystal Beast had undergone some mutation after devouring other demon spirits. This mutation changed the color of its lightning from purple to red. The Thunder Crystal Beast roared lowly and controlled the red lightning, absorbing it back into its body. Su Chen was satisfied to see that the Thunder Crystal Beast had reached the peak of the Return to Void realm. He understood that the Thunder Crystal Beast had mutated and its strength had increased. Su Chen decided to let the Thunder Crystal Beast break through to the spiritual void realm on its own before using the last demon spirit to further enhance its power. The Thunder Crystal Beast emerged from the cave, its size reduced to that of a small cat, demonstrating its ability to control its body size after reaching the Return to Void realm. Su Chen picked up the Thunder Crystal Beast and decided to head to the fallen Maple City to confront the evil Ling sect, as they had not come looking for him. Su Chen was determined not to let the mischievous sect get away with their actions. His strength had improved in the past few days, thanks to the absorption of many spirit-enriching pills. Using the spirit-enriching pill for cultivation, the speed is indeed incomparable to absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Su Chen took a step and instantly appeared tens of meters away. Then he lightly tapped the ground with his toe and soared into the air. Before long, he arrived outside the fallen Maple City. The area outside the city was heavily guarded, as if someone had taken control of it. It seems that the ferocious spirit sect is waiting for me, Su Chen sneered. Then he walked directly towards the fallen Maple City. From a distance, he saw a portrait, which turned out to be none other than himself. Not a bad painting. Su Chen saw it and nodded in satisfaction. Then he walked straight towards the obstacles set by the ferocious spirit sect. Stop! Just as Su Chen was walking past, a man directly blocked his way. No need to search, I am the one you are looking for. Su Chen chuckled. Then he lightly patted the man. Puff! The man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Seeing this, the others surrounded Su Chen. You are not my match, step aside if you don't want to die. Su Chen didn't directly attack. These people were only at the essence refinement realm, and Su Chen couldn't be bothered to fight them. He had only acted earlier to avoid trouble. After Su Chen slapped the group of people, leaving their comrades lying on the ground, they felt a sense of panic. They glanced at each other and then all backed off. Ha! Su Chen chuckled and then walked straight into the fallen Maple City. This was Su Chen's second visit to this city. He hadn't explored it properly before, so now he took the opportunity to look around. He didn't go directly to find the ferocious spirit sect, knowing that the sect master would come looking for him since he was in the fallen Maple City. Su Chen walked on the street. The hustle and bustle here was different from the Red Rainbow sect. It was also quite different from the northern region. In the northern region, there were only sects, no cities like this, so Su Chen had never seen streets like this before. Hall of Seeking Dan? Just then, Su Chen was attracted by a scent of elixirs. Looking up, he saw an ancient building with a plaque hanging above it, bearing the words Hall of Seeking Dan. Without hesitation, Su Chen walked in. As soon as he entered the ancient building, he saw many places resembling counters, displaying various spirit herbs. Do you want the wind poisonous strange mushroom? Just 10 spirit stones. At that moment, a man approached Su Chen and asked. Su Chen shook his head. The wind poisonous strange mushroom was a first-grade spirit herb and quite common. Unless needed, not many people would buy it. Su Chen looked around and saw spirit herbs below 3rd grade and some elixirs. None of these were useful to him. There was also a second floor. Su Chen looked and went straight to the staircase. Wait, you need to pay 10 spirit stones to go to the second floor. At that moment, someone stopped Su Chen and said. Su Chen found it strange that he had to pay spirit stones to go upstairs, but it was only 10 spirit stones, which Su Chen could afford. He then went straight to the second floor. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, a scent of elixirs hit him. Someone is refining elixirs? On the second floor, Su Chen smelled the scent of elixirs as soon as he went up. Someone is actually refining elixirs on the second floor? Su Chen saw someone observing not far away. In the middle, there was a person refining elixirs. The scent of elixirs emanated from the alchemy cauldron in the middle. The person refining elixirs was an old man with white hair. He had his eyes closed, controlling the alchemy cauldron. Strands of spiritual power fluctuations spread around him. Such strong spiritual power. Su Chen could feel that the old man's spiritual power was very strong. Curiously, Su Chen watched from the side. This alchemy scene was the first time Su Chen had seen it. Thinking about it, Su Chen's mental power expanded. He then observed the old man alchemy up close. Inside the alchemy tripod, there was already a round pill suspended. It must have been refined for some time. At this point, the pill had already taken shape, just waiting for the final nurturing. This fire seems to be not a spiritual fire, but a kind of beast fire. Su Chen felt for a moment, only to discover that the fire was also extraordinary. It was not a flame condensed from mental power. If such flames were all refined by the fire of the mind, it would be very consuming of mental power. Even an 8th grade alchemist probably couldn't handle it. A pill might be the life of an alchemist. So when Su Chen saw this beast fire, although he was curious, he was not surprised. Just curious about how the alchemist controlled the beast fire. If possible, Su Chen would like to try it. Just for fun. Boom! At that moment, the old man directly patted the alchemy tripod, and then the lid flew up. His mental power controlled the pill inside to fly out. The old man then put it in a small white jade bottle. After the pill was put into the small white jade bottle, the old man handed it to a woman beside him. The woman looked a bit older, around 40, but her figure and face were not bad. It seemed like she took good care of herself. Thank you, Mr. Tai, for your hard work. The woman smiled slightly, taking the small white jade bottle from Mr. Tai's hand. The old man waved his hand and then sat down on a chair to rest. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. The pill in my hand is called the Fixed Spirit Pill, a 5th grade pill. I don't need to explain its effects, and it was refined by the 5th grade alchemist Tai Yen. At this point, the woman spoke directly. Her voice was not loud, but it still spread throughout the second floor. Fixed Spirit Pill? Su Chen was familiar with this pill. The effect of the Fixed Spirit Pill was that when taken as one entered the spiritual void realm, it could quickly stabilize spiritual power when absorbing spiritual energy. This way, one wouldn't have to worry about the instability of spiritual energy leading to a failed breakthrough. Of course, even with the Fixed Spirit Pill, success was not guaranteed. Besides unstable spiritual power, there were various other factors in breaking through the spiritual void realm. The Fixed Spirit Pill could only help avoid one of these factors. However, even so, the price of the Fixed Spirit Pill was not low. Although the Fixed Spirit Pill could only barely enter the 5th grade category, the auction starts at 1,000 yuan ling pills. At this point, the woman also announced the price. 1,000 yuan ling pills is acceptable, but I'm sure the final price will exceed that. Su Chen did not bid. He was already at the level of the spiritual void realm and naturally didn't need it. 1,100 yuan ling pills. 1,200 yuan ling pills. 1,300 yuan ling pills. Just as the woman had quoted the price, someone had already started bidding, and Su Chen was watching from the side. 1,800 yuan ling pills. Soon, the price was raised to 1,800 yuan ling pills. This alchemist is making money quickly. Su Chen saw an alchemist making money for the first time. The price had almost doubled in an instant. However, this price clearly had not reached saturation. 2,500 yuan ling pills. At this moment, someone directly offered a high price. Buying a fixed spirit pill for 2,500 yuan ling pills was a bit high. Su Chen looked over. It was a middle-aged man. And the man's aura clearly indicated that he had already reached the peak of the spiritual void realm. No wonder he's buying the fixed spirit pill. It turns out he's trying to break through to the spiritual void realm. Su Chen knew that the middle-aged man in front of him had obviously been suppressed for a long time. Presumably not confident enough, he didn't dare to impact the spiritual void realm at all. Impacting the spiritual void realm carries a certain level of danger. There is a high probability of failure in the impact, but failure is not the most terrifying outcome. What's frightening is that after a failed impact, there is a high chance of regression in strength. And the most terrifying part is that after failing to impact the spiritual void realm, sometimes one may directly fall into madness, or even perish directly. Because this realm is not easy to break through, many people make sufficient preparations before attempting to impact the spiritual void realm. Unless they are truly unable to suppress it, they will seek elixirs that can increase the success rate. Obviously, the middle-aged man in front of them is one such person. 2,500 spirit-infused pills. Does anyone offer a higher price? At this moment, the woman also inquired. I wonder if pets can take this fixed spirit pill. Su Chen spoke lightly at this moment. Whoosh! Instantly, everyone looked at Su Chen. Giving fixed spirit pills to pets? Is he crazy? Even the old man who refined the fixed spirit pill opened his eyes and glanced at Su Chen. Then he furrowed his brows slightly, finding it difficult to see through Su Chen's strength. Well, if a pet at the peak of the return to void realm takes the fixed spirit pill, it can also condense spiritual power, which has a certain effect on impacting the spiritual void realm. Although it felt like Su Chen was causing trouble, the woman in charge of the auction still explained to Su Chen. Oh, pets can also use it? Then I'll offer 2,600 spirit-infused pills. Su Chen nodded and spoke. With this statement, everyone was stunned. Is there really someone so crazy to spend 2,600 spirit-infused pills to buy a fixed spirit pill for their pet to eat? The middle-aged man who had just bid 2,500 spirit-infused pills also looked dark and said to Su Chen, 2,700 spirit-infused pills. Hee, 3,000 spirit-infused pills. Su Chen raised the bid again, adding 300 spirit-infused pills directly. In fact, he didn't intend to buy it at first, but when he saw the pattern on the middle-aged man's robe, he recognized it. The pattern was of a demonic spirit with an indiscernible face, bound by a chain. Su Chen had seen this pattern before. It was the symbol of the grim spirit sect that Su Chen came to find this time. Upon discovering that the middle-aged man was from the grim spirit sect, Su Chen sneered inwardly. Since he was an enemy, making the enemy uncomfortable would make Su Chen comfortable. 3,000 spirit-infused pills. At this moment, the woman also spoke. She had not expected that a fixed spirit pill could be sold for 3,000 spirit-infused pills. Although this fixed spirit pill was indeed a 5th-grade elixir, it had just barely made it into the ranks of 5th-grade elixirs. Moreover, its effects were not particularly strong. Someone actually spent 3,000 spirit-infused pills to buy it? Not only her, even the 5th-grade alchemist who refined the fixed spirit pill showed a hint of surprise on his face. As an alchemist, he knew best about the effects of the fixed spirit pill. Humph, kid, do you have 3,000 spirit-infused pills? Recklessly bidding here can have serious consequences. At this moment, the middle-aged man also spoke fiercely to Su Chen. Su Chen just smiled and ignored him. 3,000 spirit-infused pills, does anyone offer a higher price? At this moment, the woman also shouted. In fact, she was also somewhat worried in her heart. Can this person produce 3,000 spirit-infused pills? He is so young, and doesn't seem to be from the Grim Spirit sect or the Alchemy Heart sect. Because the middle-aged man who bought the fixed spirit pill was from the Grim Spirit sect, they naturally would not argue. And within the Alchemy Heart sect, each one was an alchemist. How could they come out to buy elixirs? Could it be people from other small sects? That's not possible either. The small forces in Fallen Maple City would not quarrel with the Grim Spirit sect. Besides, they don't have so many spirit-infused pills to buy fixed spirit pills. Just talking about feeding pets. Just talking, right? If no one else bids higher, then this spirit pill will be successfully purchased by this gentleman, the woman said at this moment. Because the middle-aged man from the ferocious spirit sect did not make an offer, others were even more out of money. So in the end, the price of this spirit pill was bought by Su Chen with 3,000 spirit pills. Congratulations to this gentleman, the woman also said to Su Chen at this moment. Others also looked at Su Chen, because they all thought that Su Chen, being so young, could not possibly come up with 3,000 spirit pills. But when Su Chen handed over the 3,000 spirit pills to the woman and finally exchanged for the spirit pill, everyone still had some disbelief. After taking out the 3,000 spirit pills, Su Chen didn't even blink. The woman who was bidding also carefully examined Su Chen at this moment. Su Chen took the small white jade bottle and opened it directly. Immediately, the fragrance of the 5th grade pill wafted out. Good quality. Su Chen sniffed, and the quality of this spirit pill was acceptable. Then everyone saw Su Chen directly pour out the spirit pill. He brought it to the mouth of the little cat in his arms. This is for you. Su Chen didn't feel heartache. The value of the Thunder Crystal Beast was much higher than 3,000 spirit pills. It was already Su Chen's little companion. Since this spirit pill was effective for demonic beasts, Su Chen naturally didn't mind feeding it to the Thunder Crystal Beast. The Thunder Crystal Beast sniffed the spirit pill in Su Chen's hand. Then a hint of excitement flashed in its eyes. It rolled its tongue and directly swallowed the spirit pill. The people around were stunned to see this scene. He really fed it to his pet. The spirit pill worth 3,000 spirit pills was actually fed to a pet. Oh my, what a waste. 3,000 spirit pills, I've never seen such extravagance. After a moment, many people exclaimed. They hadn't been able to take the spirit pill themselves, but now a pet had eaten it. What's the use of feeding this to a pet? Even the woman in charge of the auction was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently. Sir, you are indeed generous, feeding the spirit pill to a pet. Hui Tian has never seen this before. Hui Tian is the name of this woman. The alchemist who refined the spirit pill was now staring at the pet in Su Chen's hand, and then noticed something unusual, feeling somewhat shocked. Where did this person come from? The pet in his hand actually had the strength of the peak of the return to Void Realm. And this young man himself, he couldn't see through. After all, when animals break through the spiritual Void Realm, it's best to be careful. Su Chen chuckled. It was unclear whether he was answering Hui Tian or mocking the middle-aged man from the ferocious spirit sect. But as soon as these words fell, the middle-aged man exploded. What did you say, kid? Who do you think you are? The middle-aged man was furious at this moment. A strong aura erupted, pushing back several people near him. Peak of the return to Void Realm. Some people looked at the middle-aged man from the ferocious spirit sect in amazement. They hadn't expected that this person was at the peak of the return to Void Realm. But it made sense. Who else but someone at the peak of the return to Void Realm would buy the spirit pill? Wait, the person in front of them also seemed to have bought the spirit pill, and for feeding a pet? Many people were no longer calm and couldn't accept this fact. Who am I? Your sect leader should be coming to find me soon, right? Su Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man from the ferocious spirit sect was stunned. Then he burst into laughter. You? The sect leader will come find you? Su Chen, you little animal, get out here. Just then, an angry voice came from outside, accompanied by a powerful spiritual power fluctuation. 5th grade of the spiritual void realm? Many people felt it at this moment, and their faces turned pale instantly. The strength of the 5th rank of the spiritual void realm in this fallen Maple City is only 2 people. One is the patriarch of the ferocious spirit sect, and the other is the grand elder of the Danshin sect. Are you Su Chen? Hearing this voice, the middle-aged man of the ferocious spirit sect also reacted. He never expected that the target they had been pursuing for so many days was right in front of him, and he didn't even recognize him. If the patriarch knew about this, he would definitely skin him alive. The people around were also surprised to see Su Chen at this moment. The name Su Chen has been resounding in their ears these past 2 days, because Su Chen killed 5 elders of the ferocious spirit sect. Most importantly, he also killed the junior patriarch of the ferocious spirit sect, Chengling. After the news spread, the ferocious spirit sect was furious and began to send people to search everywhere. But in the end, Su Chen was not found. Who would have thought that Su Chen, who had been hiding all this time, would appear in fallen Maple City now? And he was so leisurely buying elixirs and feeding them to his pet? How audacious can this person be? I wonder if there is a 5th rank spiritual void realm expert in the ferocious spirit sect. Su Chen, come and die. Just as everyone was stunned, the middle-aged man of the ferocious spirit sect took a step forward and attacked Su Chen. 2nd floor of the Seeking Elixir Hall. After learning about Su Chen's identity, the middle-aged man of the ferocious spirit sect immediately took action. Boom! The powerful spiritual energy erupted at this moment, reaching the peak of the return to Void Realm. The 5 elders of your sect in the spiritual Void Realm, as well as the 6 spiritual Void Realm monsters, were all directly killed by me. Do you think you stand a chance? Seeing the middle-aged man's attack, Su Chen sneered. Then he slapped his hand, and a flame condensed directly from Su Chen's hand, landing on the middle-aged man of the ferocious spirit sect. This was the monster spirit technique of the Azure Flame Red Cloud Beast Red Flame. The moment it touched him, the man screamed in pain. He then turned into ashes. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard. A peak expert of the return to Void Realm turned into ashes under this man's palm. What a powerful strength. And the man in front of him looked like he was only in his teens. Sorry for the trouble. Please clean up this pile of ashes, Su Chen said to Hui Xian. Hui Xian looked at Su Chen blankly, then nodded. At this moment, Su Chen also walked out of the Seeking Elixir Hall. You are the old dog of the Ferocious Spirit sect? After appearing at the entrance of the Seeking Elixir Hall, Su Chen saw the man from the Ferocious Spirit sect in the sky. In front of him was a tall, thin middle-aged man, the patriarch of the Ferocious Spirit sect, Cheng Ding. You are Su Chen who killed my son? Cheng Ding said coldly. Su Chen nodded, yes. Although he was not sure how Cheng Ding knew his name, the Ferocious Spirit sect had some means. It might have been inquired about where he had lived before. Although accommodation did not require a name, when Su Chen spoke to Yan Ling, it might have been overheard. You killed my son and still dare to come to Fallen Maple City? Cheng Ding gritted his teeth. Why can't I come? Su Chen chuckled. This person's strength may not be bad, but in his eyes, he was not unbeatable. He might even be able to crush him. So why couldn't he come? You will know why you can't come. Cheng Ding snorted coldly. Then a powerful aura erupted. He really is of the 5th rank of the spiritual void realm. His strength is really strong. Otherwise, how could he be one of the 2 top experts in Fallen Maple City? That's right, with this strength, that young man is finished. At this moment, many people had gathered around. After all, one of the strongest 2 people in Fallen Maple City, Cheng Ding, the patriarch of the Ferocious Spirit sect, had made a move. The strength of the 5th rank of the spiritual void realm? Su Chen felt it and gave a cold smile. The strength of the 5th rank of the spiritual void realm is indeed impressive in the Fallen Maple City. What a pity! Su Chen shook his head. Then a powerful force erupted. Boom! Su Chen's robe fluttered without wind. The powerful aura shocked everyone around. Spiritual void realm. 6th rank. Heavens, how is this possible? How could it be? So, that young man has the strength of the 6th rank of the spiritual void realm, 1 rank higher than Cheng Ding? Not only the people around, but also those inside the Seeking Dan Hall were stunned. He is of the 6th rank of the spiritual void realm? Hui Tian looked at Su Chen incredulously. Even though Su Chen had just killed the peak expert of the returning void realm, she only thought of Su Chen as a strong expert of the spiritual void realm. But she never expected that Su Chen's strength would actually be of the 6th rank of the spiritual void realm. This is stronger than the 2 in Fallen Maple City. Well, it is the 6th rank of the spiritual void realm. I wonder where Su Chen came from. Perhaps we can make friends. The old alchemist nodded with a serious expression. He only thought that Su Chen's strength was extraordinary, but he did not expect that this extraordinary strength was actually of the 6th rank of the spiritual void realm. It seems that he had misjudged. In another place, known as the Danshin sect, another sect comparable to the Xiangling sect in Fallen Maple City, Elder, the sect master of the Danshin sect felt Su Chen's powerful aura and was also very shocked. His own strength was only of the 1st rank of the spiritual void realm. His strength was not comparable to the sect master of the Xiangling sect. However, his alchemy skills were extraordinary, and many strong individuals were willing to fight for him. The 6th rank of the spiritual void realm. When did such a person appear in Fallen Maple City? The elder was not young, but his strength was of the 5th rank of the spiritual void realm, even stronger than the sect master of the Xiangling sect. Of course, the strength of the sect master of the Xiangling sect was not just his own. It is said that Cheng Ding's son was killed, and now, the murderer has appeared in Fallen Maple City. At this moment, someone who knew the situation mentioned it. Cheng Ling seems to like causing trouble, and he has offended such a strong senior. The sect master of the Danshin sect laughed. He was quite happy. No. He offended a teenager under 20 years old. The informant hesitated for a moment before speaking. Oh, does he have a background? The sect master of the Danshin sect was curious. If the young man had a background, they would have to be cautious. No, according to our reports, that teenager entered Fallen Maple City alone and swaggered in. The informant replied quickly. Are you saying that the teenager under 20 years old is a strong expert of the 6th rank of the spiritual void realm? The sect master of the Danshin sect was completely shocked. A young person under 20 years old was already of the 6th rank of the spiritual void realm? The elder was also stunned. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Did anyone from the Danshin sect offend him? Elder, no. The informant quickly replied. At this point, the elder nodded slowly. That's good. Such a powerful young man was not someone their Danshin sect could afford to offend. You. The 6th rank of the spiritual void realm, how is that possible? Impossible. At this moment, Changding also followed in the footsteps of his son Chunling. Seeing Su Chen's age and feeling his powerful aura, it was completely disproportionate. He had cultivated for 50 or 60 years to achieve his current strength. How old was this young man in front of him? And he had already reached the 6th rank of the spiritual void realm. This is absolutely impossible. You must have taken some elixirs, some unorthodox methods, show me your moves. Changding's thoughts were the same as his son Changling's. Like father, like son. At this moment, the spiritual power on Changding's body was surging madly. It seemed like he wanted to unleash some powerful spiritual technique. Su Chen did not make a move, just watched. Then the spiritual energy condensed. Behind him, a towering flame condensed. Is this a 5th grade spiritual technique? Su Chen glanced at it. The spiritual technique was quite good. And at that moment, Changding also shouted lowly, "Flame Demon's Claw." Then the towering flame condensed into a palm and directly slapped towards Su Chen. The power of that spiritual technique was extremely strong. The people around also had a change in their expressions when they saw it. Is this the 5th grade spiritual technique Flame Demon's Claw? Yes, Changding is indeed powerful. Yes, he is so powerful with this spiritual technique, the young man is in danger. That young man, I wonder if he has any spiritual techniques. He's so young, reaching the strength of the 6th grade of the spiritual void realm at such a young age. He doesn't even have time to practice spiritual techniques. That's true. At this moment, everyone looked in Su Chen's direction, because they all knew that Su Chen's cultivation was very strong. But having a strong cultivation did not mean having strong power. In a fight between someone with a spiritual technique and someone without, the one with the spiritual technique would definitely win. Unless there was a huge difference in strength. Hee. Su Chen looked at the huge flame demon's claw flying towards him and sneered. Then he raised his hand, condensed spiritual power in his hand, and punched. Without using any spiritual technique or fancy moves. Boom! A loud noise. Then everyone saw Changding's flame demon's claw disintegrate instantly. Hiss! There were gasps around. They never expected that Su Chen would break the flame demon's claw with just one punch without using any spiritual technique. How is this possible? This is a 5th grade spiritual technique. At this moment, Changding in the sky was also shocked. He knew best how powerful his flame demon's claw was. How could Su Chen break it with just one punch? It was simply impossible. Su Chen sneered at Changding. In fact, he had condensed a bit of Tianluo armor on his hand just now. He obtained it when he was training the disciples of the Qihong sect. And the Tianluo armor at this moment had become stronger as Su Chen's strength grew. So with this punch, he shattered the 5th grade spiritual technique. Hee, if you don't release your 3 demon spirits, I won't be polite. Su Chen remembered that before Chang Ling died, he told him that Changding had 3 demon spirits of the 5th grade of the spiritual void realm. Although they could not be considered true demon spirits anymore. You know? Hee, you will regret it. Changding was no longer arrogant. Su Chen shattered his flame demon's claw with just one punch. His strength must be very strong. Come out. At this moment, Changding also shouted lowly. Then, with strange seals on his hands, 3 demon spirits appeared behind him. 3 demon spirits. Are these 3 demon spirits all of the 5th grade of the spiritual void realm? Such powerful demon spirits. No wonder he's the head of the Xiangling sect. The people around felt the pressure when they saw the 3 demon spirits behind Changding. They had heard about this before, but seeing it now was still surprising. In the Danxin sect, Changding actually has 3 demon spirits of the 5th grade of the spiritual void realm? The head of the Danxin sect was also surprised. He had heard about this before, but he didn't expect it to be true. Well, I really didn't expect that. I hope that young man can defeat Changding. The elder nodded. This was also something he hadn't anticipated. I don't think it's very likely. The head of the Danxin sect frowned slightly. Although Su Chen is very strong, it's not certain that he can defeat 4 experts at the spirit virtual realm 5th grade. We'll see, the elder said. In the midst of the battle, Su Chen, seeing Changding summon 3 powerful demon spirits at the spirit virtual realm 5th grade, was also curious. What kind of technique did the ferocious spirit sect use to control these demon spirits? Although the demon spirits had no physical bodies, they were still very powerful. It's not easy to recruit them as minions. Hee, Su Chen, I didn't expect your strength to be so powerful. It's normal for Linger to die at your hands, but you've reached the end now, prepare to die. After saying this, Changding immediately attacked Su Chen. Changding himself was at the spirit virtual realm 5th grade. With the 3 demon spirits at the same level, it was like 4 experts at the spirit virtual realm 5th grade attacking Su Chen. If it were an ordinary spirit virtual realm 6th grade, they might have to retreat for now. But Su Chen was not an ordinary spirit virtual realm 6th grade. Flame Demon's Hand. At that moment, Su Chen condensed fire attribute spiritual energy. A flame palm appeared behind him, surprising everyone. Isn't that Chang Ding's Flame Demon's Hand? How could Su Chen do that? Yeah, how could he use the ferocious spirit sex Flame Demon's Hand? Could it be he just learned it? At this moment, someone realized. Did Su Chen learn Chang Ding's Flame Demon's Hand just by watching it? If that's the case, Su Chen's comprehension must be incredibly strong. How is that possible? Even Chang Ding was not calm at this moment. Su Chen's strength was indeed very strong, but how could he be so powerful? Even Chang Ding, who had practiced for decades, had only achieved a little. After all, this was a spirit grade 5th grade spiritual technique. How could Su Chen learn it just by watching it once? But what was in front of them was clearly the Flame Demon's Hand that he was using. Break for me. Although he was shocked, Chang Ding was not an ordinary person. With a certain status in the fallen Maple City, his strength was naturally not weak. He immediately attacked Su Chen. But at that moment, Chang Ding felt something was wrong. This isn't right. Chang Ding almost didn't hesitate and retreated. He felt that there was something wrong with Su Chen's Flame Demon's Hand. Indeed, as Chang Ding kept retreating, the Flame Demon's Hand in front of him split in 2. Then 2 became 4. In an instant, 4 Flame Demon's Hands were condensed. This was equivalent to using the spirit grade 5th grade spiritual technique 4 times at once. 1 Flame Demon's Hand split into 4. This was beyond Chang Ding's understanding. Even though he had practiced the Flame Demon's Hand for decades, he could never condense 4 Flame Demon's Hands in an instant. Not to mention 4, even 2 Flame Demon's Hands were impossible for Chang Ding to condense. But Su Chen was different. The first time he used it, he condensed 4 Flame Demon's Hands. How is this possible? Chang Ding looked at the 4 Flame Demon's Hands in front of him, also shocked and retreated. He. Su Chen looked at the retreating Chang Ding and chuckled. In fact, what he just used was the ancient god's language. Very simple. What Su Chen said was, 4 Flame Demon's Hands. So it split into 4. Of course, this was also the limit of Su Chen's current realm. Otherwise, Su Chen would have said, 10,000 Flame Demon's Hands. That would have been overwhelming, enough to scare Chang Ding to death. However, these 4 Flame Demon Yao Hands had already frightened Chang Ding. Break for me. Chang Ding felt there was no turning back at this moment. The speed of these Flame Demon Yao Hands was extremely fast. So Chang Ding gritted his teeth and directly condensed his spiritual energy to resist. Chang Ding felt that Su Chen's 4 Flame Demon Yao Hands required a significant amount of spiritual power to condense on each one. The amount of spiritual power needed for these 4 Flame Demon Yao Hands was exceptionally huge, definitely not something that could be easily condensed. So at this moment, Chang Ding wanted to take a risk. He gambled that these 4 Flame Demon Yao Hands were just superficial. Boom! At this moment, the Flame Demon Yao Hand made contact with him. The other 3 Flame Demon Yao Hands also collided with Chang Ding's 3 Yao spirits. Countless flames appeared in the sky. In the next moment, Chang Ding's 3 Yao spirits at the Spirit Void realm of the 5th rank were instantly shattered by Su Chen's Flame Demon Yao Hands. Chang Ding hadn't even had time to be surprised. The Flame Demon Yao Hand in front of him collided with his fist. It was only now that Chang Ding realized how powerful these Flame Demon Yao Hands truly were. These Flame Demon Yao Hands were far more powerful than he had imagined. On the contrary, these Flame Demon Yao Hands were many times stronger than the ones he used. At this moment, Chang Ding regretted a bit. Why did he provoke this young man at the Spirit Void realm of the 6th rank? Even if he killed his own son, so what? Wouldn't it be better if he, the father, stayed alive? But it was too late for regrets now. After coming into contact with Su Chen's Flame Demon Yao Hands, Chang Ding realized that he was going to perish here today. Moments later, the Flame Demon Yao Hand completely made contact with Chang Ding's fist. In an instant, Chang Ding's fist was blasted away by the Flame Demon Yao Hand. The Flame Demon Yao Hand then directly fell on Chang Ding. Boom! Another loud noise. A huge flame erupted in the sky. It all happened in an instant. Chang Ding and the 3 Yao spirits almost simultaneously made contact with Su Chen's Flame Demon Yao Hands. At the same time, the 4 Flame Demon Yao Hands exploded in the sky. Flames swept across the sky in an instant. Some powerful individuals standing high up also scattered and fled. The aftermath of the 4 Flame Demon Yao Hands was unbearable for them. At this moment, they were unsure of Chang Ding's situation in the middle. After stabilizing their bodies, they looked back at the flames in the sky. The flames slowly began to dissipate at this moment. Where is Changding? What happened to him? I don't know. He must be seriously injured this time. That young man is too strong. Being seriously injured is lucky. At this moment, many people whispered to each other. They had never expected this young man to be so powerful. They had thought that even though Su Chen's strength was at the spirit void realm of the 6th rank, one rank higher than Changding, and even if Changding summoned 3 Yao beasts at the spirit void realm of the 5th rank, they wouldn't necessarily win, but they wouldn't lose either. But now, they hadn't expected that not only did they lose, but they lost so badly. The flames in the sky finally dissipated at this moment. Many people gasped at the scene in the sky, and then there were sounds of swallowing saliva. At this moment, they could hardly recognize Changding in the sky. Although Changding was still there, his whole body was charred. He was missing an arm. Not a single one of his 3 Yao spirits at the spirit void realm of the 5th rank was left, and no one knew where they had gone. Cough! Changding coughed. Puff! Then a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Unable to bear it, Changding fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, Changding directly smashed a huge pit into the city's road. Master! Master! A group of people from the evil spirit sect saw Changding fall and immediately shouted, but no one dared to approach. They looked at Su Chen as if he were a fierce beast. With just one move, this young man defeated their sect master, leaving him uncertain of life or death. They knew they had no way to deal with him, so no one dared to approach. Do you want revenge? Su Chen asked the group of people in front of him. If they wanted revenge, Su Chen didn't mind settling it together. The group hesitated, then remembered the tragic fate of their sect master Changding. Run! Someone shouted, and all the people from the evil spirit sect ran away. TSK, don't even want the body? Su Chen looked at the large pit. He could no longer sense Changding's presence, that one blow had killed him. Su Chen waved his hand, and Changding's spatial bag fell into his hands. With a sweep of his divine sense, Su Chen was delighted. There are actually 29,000 spirit nourishing pills? The evil spirit sect was indeed very wealthy. Changding had 29,000 spirit nourishing pills on him. Su Chen didn't bother looking at anything else. After taking the spatial bag, he turned and entered the hall of seeking pills. When everyone saw Su Chen turn around, they instinctively made way for him, looking at him with awe. This young man had just killed Changding, the master of one of the top forces in fallen Maple City, a strong 5th grade spiritual void realm expert. In the hands of an unknown young man, he fell. At this moment, everyone in fallen Maple City felt like they were dreaming. Su Chen didn't directly trouble the evil spirit sect but went straight into the hall of seeking pills. Do you buy pills here? Su Chen curiously asked Hui Tian. He had a batch of pills that were of no use to him and intended to sell them directly. If they didn't buy them, Su Chen would have to go to an auction. Yes, Hui Tian answered without hesitation. Seeing Su Chen's strength, Hui Tian had plans to make friends. Not to mention that the Hall of Seeking Pills itself bought pills. Even if they didn't, they would buy them. That's good. I want to sell some pills here, Su Chen said, and took out the pills, all of which were 3rd and 4th grade pills. Of course, there was also a peak 5th grade pill, the virtual entry pill. What? The virtual entry pill? At this moment, the alchemist, who had come over out of curiosity, carefully examined it. Indeed, it is the virtual entry pill, and the quality is very good. I want to buy this pill. Unexpectedly, an alchemist wanted to buy the pill. Master Tai Yan is interested in the virtual entry pill? Hui Tian asked. Master Tai Yan nodded slightly. Yes, this is a peak 5th grade pill. I want to buy it and see if it can help with my alchemy skills. Okay, since Master Tai Yan likes it, Hui Tian will buy it and give it to Master Tai Yan. Hui Tian nodded and then looked at Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, do you have a price in mind for the virtual entry pill? As you wish, the Hall of Seeking Pills is in this business, Su Chen said. He didn't care about the price. In general, at an auction, the starting price for a virtual entry pill is 50,000 spirit nourishing pills, and the final price usually ends up around 80,000 spirit nourishing pills. Hui Tian wants to buy it for 80,000 spirit nourishing pills. Is that acceptable? Hui Tian asked Su Chen. Su Chen hadn't expected the price of the virtual entry pill to be so high. After all, the Lingdan purchased before was only 3,000 Lingdan. However, one is a pill that is barely entering the 5th grade. One is a peak 5th grade pill. Okay. However, for Su Chen, it's just selling pills, not auctioning. So, whether the price is high or low doesn't matter. Okay, we will appraise the other pills and definitely give you the highest price. Hui Tian also spoke up at this time. Okay. Thank you. Su Chen nodded. Then Hui Tian went straight to deal with these matters. Master Tai Yan started alchemy at this time. There were quite a few people around. Especially a few alchemists with not very strong abilities, only second-grade alchemists. They were watching with fascination. After all, it was very useful for them to watch a fifth-grade alchemist refine pills. Su Chen was also watching on the side. He saw Master Taiyan directly condense a ball of flames. The flames were beast flames, which Su Chen could see. Then, using mental power, he controlled the medicinal materials to fly directly into the alchemy cauldron. The beast flames surged up and directly enveloped these medicinal materials. Little by little, they began to refine continuously. It's somewhat similar to my refining process. Su Chen watched as the medicinal materials slowly withered in the alchemy cauldron, leaving only a pile of powder. Master Taiyan took it out and put it in a small white jade bottle. Then, he threw another medicinal material in, and this time, after refining, only a drop of pale red liquid remained. It was also put into another small white jade bottle by Master Taiyan. So alchemy involves refining one by one. Su Chen understood a bit at this moment. But controlling the flames seems a bit difficult. Su Chen watched as the beast flames maintained a very stable state. And when refining two different materials, the flames maintained different degrees. It seems that refining is not arbitrary, one must also pay attention to the heat. Su Chen watched and had his own insights. However, this so-called heat should be related to the alchemist's pill recipe. So Su Chen was not clear about what kind of heat to grasp in alchemy. Alchemy seems to be quite particular. Su Chen murmured at this moment. He was very interested in alchemy. I'll see where I can buy pill recipes later. It seems I need flames and an alchemy cauldron? Su Chen also wanted to try alchemy himself at this moment. After all, having one more skill could also be a way to show off in the future. Alchemy took a very long time. However, the grade of the pills should not be particularly high. At least not higher than the Lingdan. The preparation of medicinal materials was not particularly extensive. Su Chen recognized many of the medicinal materials, but there were some he had never seen before. Indeed, there are many things to prepare for alchemy. Su Chen pondered. At this moment, Hui Tian also walked over. Mr. Su Chen, I have counted all the pills you handed over to me. Here are the Lingdan for you. Hui Tian handed a low-level spatial bag to Su Chen. Inside were the Lingdan obtained from the pills he sold. There are a total of 160,000 Lingdan. Hui Tian also directly quoted a price to Su Chen. This price was still satisfactory for Su Chen. Thank you. I want to ask, does the alchemy hall sell alchemy cauldrons and pill recipes? Su Chen asked Hui Tian. Then he added, any quality will do. Alchemy cauldrons and pill recipes? The alchemy hall doesn't sell these because it is only responsible for selling pills and alchemy materials. Hui Tian shook her head. These two items were not sold here. Do you know where I can buy these two items? Su Chen directly called Hui Tian, which surprised her and even made her a bit excited. Hui Tian is clear about what kind of existence such as Su Chen is. A strong expert at the 6th level of the spiritual void realm. A strong expert who killed the master of the Shangling sect, one of the two major sects in Luofeng City. If you want to buy these two kinds, you can go to the Danxin sect, Hu Tian said a little excitedly. Danxin sect? Su Chen knew that the Danxin sect was another powerful sect in Luofeng City. Yes, the Danxin sect is full of alchemists, with varying strengths. In addition to selling elixirs, they also have some alchemy furnaces and low-level elixir recipes, Hu Tian explained. Su Chen nodded. Thank you for the information, Hu Tian. The main business of the Danxin sect is selling elixirs. It must not be easy for you to compete with them in Luofeng City. With that, Su Chen left the alchemy hall directly. Watching Su Chen leave, Hu Tian smiled. Then she got busy. Su Chen was right. In Luofeng City, the two strongest forces are the Shangling sect and the Danxin sect. The Danxin sect makes money by selling elixirs. Therefore, unless there is a force in Luofeng City as powerful as the Danxin sect, it is impossible for others to sell elixirs here. However, the alchemy hall can survive here without being suppressed by the Danxin sect, indicating that it has a background or staying here benefits the Danxin sect more than harms it. This is why the alchemy hall is allowed to exist. After leaving the alchemy hall, Su Chen headed directly towards the Shangling sect. Since both the sect master and the deputy sect master had fallen, there was no need for the Shangling sect to exist. The Shangling sect is a top force in Luofeng City, so Su Chen just inquired about the whereabouts of the Shangling sect. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the location of the Shangling sect's sect gate. They haven't fled? Su Chen looked at the Shangling sect in front of him. They did not scatter like birds and beasts because of the fall of the sect master. Elders, elders. At this moment, a shout came from within the Shangling sect. What's the matter? Another voice sounded. Su Chen is here. At this time, the previous voice sounded again. What? Prepare to open the sect gate to welcome him. The elder was obviously shocked, but shortly after, what he said was somewhat strange to Su Chen. What's going on? He killed the sect master and the deputy sect master of the Shangling sect, and now they want to open the sect gate to welcome him? Sure enough, not long after, the sect gate opened. Several old men walked out, obviously the elders of the Shangling sect. At this moment, the faces of these elders were very fearful, but they still greeted Su Chen respectfully. This is Su Chen, right? The leading elder greeted Su Chen. Hee, that's right. Su Chen didn't know what the old guy was up to, but since he greeted him kindly, Su Chen responded. Su Chen was not afraid that these people would do anything harmful to him. Su Chen, forgive us for not welcoming you from afar, the elder said again. This made Su Chen feel a bit amused. I am the enemy who killed your sect master and deputy sect master. If you come to welcome me, it's a bit strange. Su Chen looked at the elder. Although Su Chen killed Chengding and Changling, he is not an enemy of the Shangling sect. After hesitating for a moment, the elder spoke again. Su Chen was curious. Su Chen, please come inside the sect to explain. After the elder finished speaking, he stepped aside and let Su Chen enter. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but nodded. Although there might be traps inside, Su Chen was not worried at all. After all, Su Chen was quite confident in his own strength. Su Chen then followed the elders into the Shangling sect. The Shangling sect doesn't look as luxurious as Su Chen imagined. Although the sect is much larger than the Qihong sect, it seems to be somewhat lacking in talent. What surprised Su Chen the most was that there were no traps in this sect. He was directly led into the reception hall. Su Chen, please have some tea, the elder said to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, but did not drink. Instead, he asked, Elder, why are you doing this? Actually, Su Chen, you must have noticed that the situation in the Shangling sect is not particularly optimistic, the elder sighed and continued. In recent years, Chengding's strength has been stagnant, spending a lot of resources on purchasing elixirs and preparing many powerful demon spirits for his son, Chengling. Chengling cannot control these demon spirits at all, but Chengding is unwilling to let his powerful disciples try them out. What is most infuriating is that Chengling's strength is not great, yet he likes to cause trouble outside, offending many powerful forces. In the end, he can only compensate with the Shangling sect's spiritual elixirs, the elder explained to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. Chengding, as the sect leader, only cared about himself and his son Chengling. Therefore, in the Shangling sect, they had long been resentful but dared not speak out. So, by killing Chengding, am I eliminating a threat to the Shangling sect? Su Chen now understood the elder's intentions. You could say that. Under the previous sect leader, the Shangling sect was indeed powerful and became one of the top forces in Luofeng City. However, under Chengding's leadership, it has almost been depleted, the elder chuckled and answered Su Chen's question. Su Chen nodded and then asked, so you don't plan to avenge Chengding? If it were someone else, even if we felt comfortable in our hearts, we would naturally seek revenge openly. But, Su Chen, your strength is remarkable. If we were to seek revenge, I'm afraid it wouldn't end well for us, right? The elder made a valid point. After all, they had witnessed Su Chen's strength. If they were to confront him, they would have no chance, so they had to take this approach. I see. Su Chen nodded. This was somewhat reminiscent of the style of a major sect. When a sect leader falls, others in the sect may not have any emotional attachment to the leader. There was no need to drag the entire sect down with them. So, Su Chen, please spare the Shangling sect. The elder stood up and bowed to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. I wonder what level the demon spirits Chengding bought for Changling are. Without directly answering the elder's question, Su Chen asked. They are 2 9th-grade demon spirits in the spiritual void realm. The elder understood Su Chen's meaning and quickly replied. Oh, are they intact? If they were the same as the ones Chengding used, it would be meaningless. But if they were different, they might still be useful. Yes, they are intact. The elder nodded. Then, he made up his mind and said to another elder beside him, Go, bring the demon spirits left by the sect leader for Su Chen to see. This. The other elder hesitated for a moment, but after looking at Su Chen, he nodded, okay, and left. Su Chen also nodded slightly, waiting for the person to bring the demon spirits over. In the reception hall of the Shangling sect, Su Chen sat on the side holding the thunder crystal beast transformed into a small cat. The elders of the Shangling sect also looked at Su Chen with solemn expressions. After a while, the second elder who went to get the demon spirits returned. Big brother. The 2 elders handed the demon spirits to the grand elder. The grand elder nodded, then picked up the soul-locking box containing the demon spirits and walked over to Su Chen. Su Chen, these are the 2 demon spirits purchased by Chengding. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder handed the soul-locking box to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, took the box, and opened it. Inside the box were 2 white orbs, clearly sealed demon spirits. At that moment, Su Chen's spiritual power directly entered the soul-locking box, covering the demon spirits. Indeed, demon spirits of the 9th rank in the spiritual void realm. Su Chen recognized the demon spirits inside the box. They were indeed demon spirits with strength reaching the 9th rank in the spiritual void realm. If his guess was correct, the original forms of these 2 demon spirits should have reached around the 5th rank in the divine soul realm. Such powerful beings had been captured and only their demon spirits remained, being sold as goods. Su Chen nodded, then coldly smiled and returned the soul-locking box to the Grand Elder. Thank you for showing Su Chen such powerful demon spirits. If Su Chen doesn't mind, these 2 demon spirits are a gift to you, the Grand Elder said without hesitation, pushing the box towards Su Chen. Seeing the slightly pained expression on the Grand Elder's face, Su Chen also smiled and said, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Su Chen helped resolve the internal troubles of the malevolent spirit sect, so why not? The Grand Elder could only pretend to be generous. After all, he could see that Su Chen did indeed want these demon spirits. In order not to offend Su Chen, he had to endure the pain. Although several elders also coveted these 2 demon spirits. In that case, Su Chen won't be polite. Su Chen nodded, no longer pretending, and directly stored the soul-locking box in his spatial bag. He. The Grand Elder watched as Su Chen stored the box in his spatial bag, feeling a pang of regret for bringing up the matter. However, there was no turning back now, so he could only smile. Since Cheng Ding's actions have nothing to do with the malevolent spirit sect, I won't make things difficult for them, Su Chen said slowly. Since he had accepted the demon spirits and the malevolent spirit sect was already so lowly, Su Chen didn't want to cause trouble. Besides, both Cheng Ding and Chang Ling had been killed by Su Chen. Among the elders present, the strongest was only at the 3rd rank in the spiritual void realm. They were not a threat to Su Chen. Thank you, Su Chen, Chang Ding deserves his punishment. The Grand Elder also breathed a sigh of relief. He had grown up in the malevolent spirit sect, as had the other elders around him, so they had feelings for the sect. Being able to exchange 2 demon spirits for the safety of the malevolent spirit sect was worth it. Well, if there are still many deserving individuals in the malevolent spirit sect in the future, don't blame me, Su Chen, for not being polite. Su Chen said lightly. This was a threat. If the malevolent spirit sect behaved well, there would be no issues. If not, Su Chen would not spare them. Yes, of course, the malevolent spirit sect will definitely not tolerate another Cheng Ding-like existence in the future. If there is, the sect will not be lenient. The Grand Elder quickly agreed. Su Chen was satisfied and stood up. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. By now, Su Chen had gained many benefits. Not to mention the large number of spirit-nourishing pills obtained from Cheng Ding, these 2 demon spirits with 9th rank spiritual void realm strength were worth at least 2 million spirit-nourishing pills each. So this time, Su Chen had essentially emptied the malevolent spirit sect. We will see Su Chen off. The Grand Elder quickly offered. Elders, please stay, Su Chen said, and then directly left the evil spirit sect. Phew! Seeing Su Chen leave, the elder also breathed a sigh of relief. The second elder beside him also approached at this time. Brother, those 2 evil spirits, did you just give them to Su Chen? Yes, brother, those 2 evil spirits, but when we bought them, we spent 2 million spirit-enriched pills. Even if we can't refine them, selling them can solve the urgent need of the evil spirit sect, another elder said. Urgent need? The most urgent thing for the evil spirit sect now is Su Chen. As long as Su Chen is appeased, there will be no problems. 2 million spirit-enriched pills did indeed empty the evil spirit sect, but it's better than the sect being destroyed, right? The elder said coldly. Then he spoke again. Su Chen's strength, even that guy Cheng Ding can't beat. Are you going to fight him? If you can beat him, go and snatch back the demonic spirits. Hearing this, several elders looked at each other. Fight Su Chen? What a joke. If they could beat him, would they have to wait until now? Now that Su Chen has settled things here, the sect is also saved. Spread the word, close the sect for half a year, recuperate, and after half a year, choose a new sect master. The elder ordered. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. Although Su Chen took away almost everything from the evil spirit sect this time, the sect still exists, so it will slowly develop in the future. At this time, Su Chen was very satisfied as he walked towards the Danshin sect. The harvest this time was not bad. Originally, he just wanted to make some profit from the evil spirit sect, probably only tens of thousands of spirit-enriched pills, but these 2 demonic spirits were worth far more than that. It was considered a fairly satisfactory harvest. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the Danshin sect. There were always people watching the Danshin sect, and when they saw Suchin coming, they hurriedly went in to report. Master! Master, Suchin has come towards the Danshin sect from the evil spirit sect, the person said in a fluster. The Danshin sect master frowned slightly. Did Suchin destroy the evil spirit sect? No, he didn't, the person replied. He's coming towards the Danshin sect? The Danshin sect master asked again. Yes. Should we do something in response? The person asked weakly. Suchin's strength was very terrifying, and he was somewhat worried that Suchin might make a move against the Danshin sect. What's the panic? Did you offend Suchin? The Danshin sect master frowned slightly, looking at the person. No, how could this disciple dare? The person quickly replied. The Danshin sect master nodded. Then he ordered, prepare to welcome Suchin. When Suchin arrived at the Danshin sect, he could already smell the fragrance of medicinal herbs from afar. Truly worthy of a sect specializing in alchemy, the fragrance of these pills has spread so far. Suchin smiled. He didn't know what grade of pill formula the Danshin sect sold, but he didn't care. Since he had just started learning, he should at least start with a first-grade pill formula. Before long, Suchin arrived at the entrance of the Danshin sect. The Danshin sect was already wide open, with several disciples around. Suchin, welcome from afar. A middle-aged man smiled at Suchin. Suchin was also stunned. What's going on? These two powerful forces in Luofeng City, what are they up to? Who are you? Suchin hesitated for a moment and asked. I am Dan Yunfeng, the sect master of the Danshin sect. Dan Yunfeng answered with a smile. After all, this was Suchin's first time in Luofeng City, so it was normal not to recognize him. So you are the sect master Dan Yunfeng. Suchin understood, but he was also a bit puzzled. Why was Dan Yunfeng receiving guests here? Are the items sold here very expensive, so the sect master personally welcomes guests? Young friend Suchin may not know me, but when you killed Cheng Ding, it was witnessed by everyone in Luofeng City. I have also heard of you. Dan Yunfeng seemed to see Suchin's confusion and quickly explained. Suchin nodded. I see. Young friend Suchin has come from afar. Please come into the sect to talk. Dan Yunfeng said to Suchin. Suchin did not hesitate much, as Dan Yunfeng's strength was not higher than Cheng Ding's. Moreover, at that time, Cheng Ding had a 5th-grade demon spirit in the triple illusory realm, but Suchin was not afraid. Although it had been heard before that there was a strong 5th-grade illusory realm expert in Danshin sect, Suchin was not worried at all. Suchin followed Dan Yunfeng into the Danshin sect. It was different from the ferocious spirit sect they had visited before. The prosperity of the Danshin sect far surpassed that of the ferocious spirit sect. The Danshin sect is indeed prosperous. Suchin sighed. Young friend Suchin, you flatter us. The Danshin sect can barely make ends meet by selling elixirs. Dan Yunfeng explained. Of course, everyone knew that elixirs were extremely profitable. However, Dan Yunfeng was also cautious. In case Suchin saw the wealth of the Danshin sect and tried to seize it by force, he would not be able to handle it. I wonder, young friend Suchin, is there anyone in the Danshin sect who is your enemy? Dan Yunfeng suddenly asked inexplicably. Suchin was taken aback. After a moment, he realized that Dan Yunfeng thought he had come for revenge. Sect Master Dan, please rest assured, no one in the Danshin sect is an enemy of Suchin. Suchin chuckled. He was only here to purchase alchemy furnaces and formulas. I see. Dan Yunfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. The elder of the Danshin sect who was hiding in the shadows also breathed a sigh of relief. If Suchin had come for revenge, they would really be no match for him. No one knew that one of the two major forces in Luofeng City, the Danshin sect, was actually worried that this young man Suchin would seek revenge. And the extent of this worry was a bit excessive. But only they knew that Suchin alone could stand up to the entire Danshin sect. Young friend Suchin, did you come to the Danshin sect for a reason? If I can help, the Danshin sect will do its utmost. Dan Yunfeng knew that Suchin was not here for revenge and also breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to clarify Suchin's purpose for coming here. I came to the Danshin sect because Sister Huitian said that the Danshin sect sells alchemy furnaces and formulas. Suchin stated his purpose for this trip. He was simply here to buy things. He wanted to see how nervous these people would become. Young friend Suchin is also an alchemist? Upon hearing this, Dan Yunfeng was a little excited. Could it be that Suchin was an alchemist? Not really, I just want to learn. Suchin smiled and shook his head. He had not even touched alchemy yet, so he couldn't say for sure if he would learn it after trying it once. Young friend Suchin wants to learn alchemy? Dan Yunfeng asked again. Suchin nodded. Exactly. An alchemist needs to possess two types of spiritual energy. One is fire attribute spiritual energy, and the other is what attributes spiritual energy. Only when the two types of spiritual energy complement each other can one become an alchemist. Dan Yunfeng explained to Su Chen. This was the basic requirement for becoming an alchemist, and also the most important one. Wood generates fire. Only with wood attribute spiritual energy can the consumption of fire attribute spiritual energy be sustained. Su Chen smiled slightly, said nothing, and just opened his hands. A red fire attribute spiritual energy condensed in his left hand, and a green wood attribute spiritual energy condensed in his right hand. Fire attribute spiritual energy. Wood attribute spiritual energy, and the richness of the two spiritual energies is comparable? Seeing the two types of spiritual energy in Su Chen's hands, Dan Yunfeng was also surprised. He had never expected that Su Chen possessed both fire and wood attribute spiritual energies, and they were very rich. Generally speaking, either fire attribute spiritual energy dominates, or wood attribute spiritual energy dominates. People like Su Chen, who have such strong spiritual energies of both attributes, should not waste their talent by not becoming alchemists. However, to become an alchemist, one must not only possess spiritual energies of two attributes. After Dan Yunfeng recovered, he continued, to become an alchemist, one also needs a strong spiritual power. Before Dan Yunfeng could finish his sentence, a powerful spiritual force swept over. Feeling this strong spiritual power, Dan Yunfeng fell into a daze. He was a 5th grade alchemist, and his spiritual power was very strong. But it took decades of cultivation to achieve that. Su Chen, on the other hand, barely 20 years old, had spiritual power that was not inferior to his own. At this moment, Dan Yunfeng, the top alchemist in Luofeng City and a 5th grade peak alchemist, felt challenged. Dan Master, what's wrong? Su Chen withdrew his spiritual power and asked, looking at Dan Yunfeng lost in thought. Ahem, nothing. Su Chen, you truly have extraordinary talent. What level of alchemy cauldron and alchemical formula do you need? Dan Yunfeng finally reacted. He asked Su Chen. I'm not sure about that. After all, I'm still a beginner. Please help me choose, Dan Master. Su Chen had not considered this question, but as a 5th grade alchemist, Dan Yunfeng should be able to help. After hearing Su Chen's words, Dan Yunfeng still felt uncomfortable. This was a huge blow. As a novice without even entering the field, Su Chen's spiritual power was comparable to his own as a 5th grade peak alchemist. This was a significant blow. After a moment of hesitation, Dan Yunfeng gave some instructions. A disciple was sent to prepare. I have already sent a disciple to prepare. Su Chen, please wait a moment. Dan Yunfeng turned to Su Chen and said. Su Chen nodded. Soon, 2 disciples came carrying an alchemy cauldron. Here it is. Dan Yunfeng said. Su Chen looked over and saw that the alchemy cauldron was entirely black, with an unknown beast carved on top. Not bad. Su Chen thought it looked good. He approached, touched the alchemy cauldron, and found it very smooth to the touch, with a hint of mysterious pressure. Is this pressure coming from the beast on top? Su Chen felt it. The pressure from the alchemy cauldron came from the beast carved on top, an unknown creature to Su Chen. Su Chen, you have a good eye. Dan Yunfeng smiled and explained. The beast on top is called the traceless holy flame beast. This kind of beast is very rare, naturally carrying both wood and fire attribute spiritual energies, elusive and challenging to capture. This kind of beast has a certain effect on alchemy, improving the success rate. So when crafting this alchemy cauldron, a seal of the traceless holy flame beast spirit was placed inside, which is very useful for alchemy. This alchemy cauldron is named the Holy Flame Cauldron because of the traceless holy flame beast, and it is a 5th grade alchemy cauldron. Dan Yunfeng explained in detail to Su Chen. Su Chen was very interested in the Holy Flame Cauldron. The spirit of a traceless holy flame beast is sealed inside. Su Chen hadn't expected that. He had been curious before about the pressure from the carving. It turned out that a traceless holy flame beast spirit was truly sealed inside. Yes, so this alchemy cauldron is very suitable for Su Chen, as he can withstand the powerful spiritual power. Dan Yunfeng nodded. Many alchemists have strong spiritual power, but their alchemy cauldrons are ordinary. Sometimes, the cauldron may shatter because it cannot withstand the alchemist's spiritual power. Su Chen's spiritual power was terrifying. That's why Dan Yunfeng chose this alchemy cauldron for him. Exactly. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction with the Saint Flame Cauldron. Also, here are several prescriptions. Because of Su Chen's strong mental power and exceptionally powerful spiritual energy, I have prepared 1 copy each of prescriptions ranging from 1st grade to 5th grade. Dan Yunfeng handed over the 5 scrolls to Su Chen. Su Chen took a look at them. The 1st grade pill was the Spirit Replenishing Pill, the 2nd grade pill was the Purple Spirit Pill, the 3rd grade pill was the Heavenly Spirit Detoxifying Pill, the 4th grade pill was the harmonizing pill, and the 5th grade pill was the transformation pill. Both the spirit replenishing pill and the purple spirit pill are used to replenish spiritual energy. Sometimes in battle, one may not be able to unleash powerful spiritual techniques due to insufficient spiritual power. By using these 2 pills, one can instantly replenish spiritual power, recover some spiritual power, and without any side effects. They are considered popular among the 1st and 2nd grade pills. As for the heavenly spirit detoxifying pill, as the name suggests, it is a detoxifying pill similar to the pulse protecting pill Yinling gave last time. However, the pulse protecting pill is a 5th grade pill, while the heavenly spirit detoxifying pill is only 3rd grade. The harmonizing pill is a pill that enhances one's control over 2 types of spiritual energy, making it easier to handle. This is very useful for individuals with 2 types of attribute spiritual energy. For alchemists with wood attribute spiritual energy and fire attribute spiritual energy, using this pill can enhance the affinity between the 2 types of spiritual energy and allow the alchemist to better control both types of attribute spiritual energy. The last type, the transformation pill, is not for humans but for demonic beasts. Generally, when a demonic beast reaches the divine soul realm, it can condense its demonic spirit. Upon entering the divine spirit realm, it can use the transformation pill to help the demonic beast transform. At that time, the demonic beast can also take on a human form. Among the 5th grade pills, these are considered top-ranking pills. In conclusion, these 5 prescriptions are very useful for Su Chen. Dan Zhongju prepared them very thoughtfully, and they are extremely useful for Su Chen. When Su Chen came, he didn't know what he wanted to buy. He just wanted to casually try some prescriptions. As a result, Dan Yunfeng had prepared so thoroughly. Su Chen was very satisfied. It's good that Su Chen is satisfied. Dan Yunfeng nodded and smiled. Su Chen spoke again. In that case, Dan Zhongju, please calculate how many spirit-nourishing pills I will need in total. Su Chen had quite a few spirit-nourishing pills on him. Although the cauldron and prescriptions were expensive, Su Chen could still afford them. If Su Chen doesn't mind, I will give all of these to Su Chen. At that moment, Dan Yunfeng chuckled and said, give them to me? Su Chen didn't expect Dan Yunfeng to be so generous. He wanted to give him all these things? Yes, give them to Su Chen. Dan Yunfeng affirmed once again. This is not very good. I don't like owing favors to others. These things are valuable, and Su Chen cannot accept them. Su Chen shook his head. If he owed a favor to the Danshin sect because of these things, it wouldn't be worth it. Except for the Saint Flame Cauldron, which requires some spirit-nourishing pills, the other prescriptions can be rewritten and duplicated, so it doesn't count as a favor. Dan Yunfeng shook his head. He then continued, as long as Su Chen doesn't feel the gift is too light, consider it a gift to make friends with Su Chen. Su Chen hesitated. He wanted these things, but if someone didn't take money, it would be troublesome. It was like meeting an acquaintance while shopping and insisting on not taking money. Su Chen, don't hesitate. You eliminated Cheng Ding from the Shangling sect. Perhaps it was due to personal grievances, but in reality, you have also eliminated the only competitor for the Danshin sect. Seeing Su Chen still hesitating, Dan Yunfeng spoke again. Originally, in the fallen Maple City, there were 2 major sects, the Danshin sect and the Shangling sect. But now that the Shangling sect no longer has Cheng Ding, it is no match for the Danshin sect. In the future, the Danshin sect will dominate alone, and the benefits will be much greater than this. Well, that being said, how about this? I'll take a look at the alchemy method first. Try alchemy. If it doesn't work out, it means I don't have the talent, then I'll just forget about it. If it works, then I won't be polite with the alchemy master of Dan sect. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. Why bother like this, Su Chen? Hearing Su Chen's words, Dan Yunfeng shook his head helplessly. In Dan Yunfeng's view, Su Chen was just trying to make excuses and find a way out. But Dan Yunfeng really couldn't refute this excuse. Could it be that Su Chen didn't want to make friends with Dan Xian sect? Su Chen was not acting on a whim. He just felt that if he really had no talent for alchemy, it would be a waste to use other people's alchemy cauldron and alchemy method. But Dan Yunfeng didn't think so. As an alchemist, he naturally knew that a person could not successfully refine a pill the first time they tried alchemy. So there was only one possibility, that Su Chen didn't want these things. But Dan Yunfeng had no choice but to reluctantly agree. He instructed a few disciples to prepare all the materials for the Lingqi pill. Then Su Chen, without any hesitation, looked at the alchemy method for the Lingqi pill. He picked it up and took a look. The densely packed words on it were all in a foreign language. But in Su Chen's eyes, they were all in seal script. He immediately understood everything recorded on it. Whether it was the heat or the amount of medicinal materials, everything was written clearly and plainly. At this moment, Su Chen also opened his eyes. Dan Yunfeng beside him also noticed that Su Chen seemed to have undergone some changes. This made Dan Yunfeng very curious. Su Chen looked at the alchemy method for the Lingqi pill, and there seemed to be some changes. Was this an illusion? I saw the alchemist in the alchemy hall refining pills with a beast fire before. Is that necessary for alchemy? It was only now that Su Chen remembered he didn't have a flame. If a flame was needed, then he really had no way out. That is the beast fire tamed by the alchemist. Ordinary apprentices who have just started alchemy actually only use the fire of the spirit. Dan Yunfeng explained to Su Chen. Su Chen frowned slightly. The fire of the spirit? Doesn't that require a lot of mental power? Are alchemy apprentices all that strong? Alchemy with the fire of the spirit? Although the fire of the spirit consumes a lot of mental power, if you use the alchemy cauldron to stimulate the wood attribute aura and fire attribute aura, you can easily condense the flame for alchemy. Dan Yunfeng explained again, seeming to understand Su Chen's doubts. Su Chen nodded. Now he understood. Not only the fire of the spirit, but also the aura of fire. Using the aura of fire, as long as the aura continuously provided, the flame would not disappear. Naturally, it could be used for alchemy. So that's Su Chen. What does he want to do? I heard he wants to try alchemy. Is he going to join the Dan Xin sect? No, the situation is like this. Some gossiping disciples were watching Su Chen alchemy at this time. And the disciples who knew the truth told everyone what had just happened inside. So that's how it is. Isn't this just refusing? Yeah, who can refine pills the first time they get the alchemy method? Exactly, he might not even be able to condense the flame. Just then, Su Chen's hand touched the holy flame cauldron, and then his mental power was infused. At the same time, the spiritual energy also surged in. Su Chen only used the wood attribute aura and fire attribute aura. Puff! Just as Su Chen's spiritual energy was infused, a voice came from inside the alchemy cauldron. Then a flame rose up. The disciples who had just said that Su Chen couldn't condense the flame were also stunned. After all, each of them had tried dozens of times before succeeding. Even the senior sister, with extraordinary talent, took more than 10 attempts to succeed. But Su Chen actually succeeded in one try? Wow, that's amazing. Yes, one try, even the senior sister can't compare to him. It's just condensing flames. Su Chen's strength is powerful, his control over spiritual energy must be strong to achieve this. Yes, when we condense flames, who didn't just reach the essence refinement stage? That's true. At this moment, some disciples were convinced, while others were still skeptical. Su Chen is truly gifted, succeeding in condensing spiritual fire in one try. Even Dan Yunpeak was amazed by Su Chen's skill. He hadn't expected Su Chen to succeed in condensing spiritual fire in one try. Is this difficult? Su Chen raised his head in confusion. He found it very simple, just guiding two types of spiritual energy to condense into flames using mental power. Dan Yunpeak didn't know how to answer Su Chen's question and could only remain silent. Su Chen then followed the recipe for the Ling revival pill and threw in a branch. This branch was a top-grade medicinal material called frost ice bamboo, a key ingredient for refining the Ling revival pill. After the frost ice bamboo entered the holy flame cauldron, the flames condensed by spiritual energy surged up. Pay attention to the balance of the spiritual fire. Seeing the frost ice bamboo enveloped by flames, Dan Yunpeak reminded him. Balance. Su Chen calmly spoke, using two ancient divine languages to directly stabilize the somewhat restless flames. Witnessing this scene, Dan Yunpeak swallowed the words he was about to say. Su Chen's performance completely exceeded Dan Yunpeak's expectations. At this moment, Su Chen didn't pay attention to the people around him but focused his mental power on the frost ice bamboo, controlling the flames inside the alchemy cauldron. After a moment, the frost ice bamboo began to wither slowly under the burning of the spiritual fire, eventually condensing a drop of pale yellow liquid. Su Chen didn't distract himself but instead focused on the flames inside the holy flame cauldron, gently nurturing the liquid. Then Su Chen took out another medicinal material, the shadow dragon grass, and threw it in. This was also a top-grade spiritual herb, with a black color resembling a dragon, hence the name. Two types of medicinal materials? Seeing that Su Chen didn't take out the drop of liquid but directly threw in the shadow dragon grass, Dan Yunpeak was surprised. Isn't Su Chen going to take out the liquid? Isn't that too arrogant? Yes, the temperatures of the two medicinal materials are different and could have an impact. But it seems there's no impact. The group of disciples also noticed this. At this moment, Dan Yunpeak, who was nearby, also discovered this. After carefully probing with his mental power, Dan Yunpeak showed a look of astonishment. Using mental power to envelop the liquid is like storing the liquid in a white jade bottle. Su Chen's control over mental power is beyond expectations. Regardless of whether Su Chen could successfully refine the pill in the end, this skill already left Dan Yunpeak amazed. After refining the second medicinal material, Su Chen continued with the third, the fourth. Each refinement flowed smoothly. At this point, no one spoke, all stunned by Su Chen's actions. The only question in everyone's mind was, does Su Chen really not understand alchemy? If a person like him claims not to understand alchemy, then at least half of the disciples in the Danshin sect wouldn't know alchemy. But they thought they did. Su Chen was unaware of their thoughts. By now, all the medicinal materials for the Ling Revival pill had been refined, and the most difficult part was next. Inside the holy flame cauldron, the spiritual fire burned. There were more than 10 refined materials wrapped in mental power inside, some in liquid form, some in powder form. These materials had to be fused together to eventually form the pill. At this crucial moment, Su Chen was also carrying out this most critical step, fusion. In this step, if there is any mistake, all those medicinal materials will be wasted. Integration. Su Chen slowly spoke. A mysterious fluctuation appeared as Su Chen spoke, finally condensed on the medicinal materials in the holy flame cauldron. And with the condensation of this mysterious fluctuation, those medicinal materials also slowly gathered at this moment. The spiritual power enveloping the medicinal materials was also withdrawn by Su Chen, patiently controlling the temperature. Although these medicinal materials are either liquid or powder, when condensed together, there is some repulsion between them, which requires the alchemist to slowly integrate them. But Su Chen's strength is extraordinary. Relying on the power of the ancient god language, the medicinal materials at this moment already showed signs of integration. The medicinal materials are starting to integrate. How is this possible? How can they start integrating so easily? This is too powerful, isn't it? At this moment, the disciples of the Danshin sect watching from the outside also had a look of shock. Integrating medicinal liquid and powder is the most difficult thing, usually requiring a slow process. But in Su Chen's eyes, it seemed very simple. This made them all somewhat doubtful. Is Su Chen really a newcomer who has just started to learn alchemy? Even the sect master of the Danshin sect, Dan Yunfeng, was very surprised. If Su Chen hadn't just learned how to condense the flames for alchemy, Dan Yunfeng would probably suspect that Su Chen had already learned alchemy. Slowly, Su Chen also saw that the pill inside the holy flame cauldron was taking shape. At this point, as long as it continues to be nurtured, there should be no problem. The surface of the pill still had some unevenness, so it just needed to be slowly nurtured with the spiritual fire. Su Chen is truly gifted. At this moment, Dan Yunfeng was also very excited. Su Chen's first attempt at alchemy actually produced a top-grade pill. Such talent is truly extraordinary. Recalling when he first tried alchemy, he only managed to produce powdered medicine. He never succeeded in making a complete pill. And now Su Chen, on his first attempt at alchemy, has already surpassed him by far. Dan Yunfeng's realm is already that of a peak 5th grade alchemist. If Su Chen reaches his age in the future, it is possible for him to become a 6th or even 7th grade alchemist. Hee, just lucky. Su Chen chuckled. Alchemy doesn't seem difficult. So at this moment, Su Chen could also chat without distraction. After a while, wisps of pill fragrance began to waft out. The pill was about to succeed. Although the fragrance of the pill is not as strong as other pills, after all, it is only a top-grade pill. But being made by someone who has just started learning alchemy, its significance is different. Although alchemy sometimes requires some luck, talent is not a matter of luck. Dan Yunfeng also spoke at this time. He truly admired Su Chen's talent. Bang! At this moment, Su Chen directly patted the holy flame cauldron. The lid of the cauldron flew off, and the pill flew out directly. Su Chen took out a small white jade bottle and stored the pill in it. Phew, it seems to be successful. Su Chen at this moment was also very satisfied. Succeeding in his first attempt at alchemy was undoubtedly an encouragement for Su Chen. Su Chen, may I take a look? At this point, Dan Yunfeng also asked Su Chen. Then please, Sect Master Dan. Su Chen also politely replied. He knew that Dan Yunfeng wanted to help him see how effective the pill he had made was. Dan Yunfeng took the small white jade bottle handed to him by Su Chen, then slowly poured out the pill. Seeing the pill rolling into his palm, Dan Yunfeng carefully examined it. The pill is round and shiny, with a strong fragrance. This is a top-grade pill. Hearing Dan Yunfeng's evaluation, the surrounding disciples of the Danshin sect were all somewhat surprised. They had never expected that Su Chen's first attempt at refining pills would actually produce a top-grade pill. Top grade? Su Chen was puzzled. He didn't know what a top-grade pill was. This so-called top grade refers to this pill, regardless of its appearance, color, or fragrance, it belongs to the top grade category. Such pills, when consumed, can also achieve the strongest effects, Dan Yunfeng explained to Su Chen. Although this was a first-grade pill to nourish the soul, no matter how good the effect was, it was just that. But if other high-grade pills were refined, especially those related to leveling up or increasing the chances of leveling up, the effects would be different. I see. Su Chen finally understood. So alchemy had such effects. Su Chen, you have extraordinary talent and strong alchemy skills. Your first attempt at alchemy produced a top-grade pill. It seems that the Holy Flame Cauldron and these 5 pill recipes are meant for you, Dan Yunfeng said as he handed the 5 scrolls to Su Chen. Su Chen did not hesitate this time. He directly took them and put them into his spatial bag. In that case, thank you, Master of the Pill Sect. Su Chen thanked him. You're welcome. Dan Yunfeng shook his head. Being able to use these things and befriend Su Chen was very worthwhile for Dan Yunfeng. After all, he had seen Su Chen's strength. And now, Su Chen's alchemy skills were also extraordinary, even to the point of having extremely strong talent. Such a person, even if Dan Yunfeng wanted to flatter him, it wouldn't be excessive. A young man with exceptional cultivation talent was only worth befriending for Dan Yunfeng. But this young man with exceptional cultivation talent was also a formidable figure who could potentially become a 6th-grade alchemist. For Dan Yunfeng, it was worth flattering him. I wonder what Su Chen's plans are for the future. Do you want to stay in the pill sect to cultivate pill refining techniques? Dan Yunfeng also extended an invitation. Su Chen had not refused yet, so Dan Yunfeng continued, of course, if Su Chen comes to the pill sect, he will definitely not be a disciple, but an elder. Su Chen was slightly surprised by Dan Yunfeng's words. An elder again? Just agreeing would make him an elder? Wasn't this the same as the Red Rainbow sect? But this time, Su Chen shook his head. I am new to the central domain and I want to explore and experience more, so I don't want to stay longer. This time, even if it was for the position of an elder, Su Chen refused. In the pill sect, Su Chen shook his head and declined Dan Yunfeng's invitation. He actually refused. He even refused the position of an elder? That's the elder of the pill sect, how could he refuse? His strength is strong. Seeing Su Chen's direct refusal, those disciples all thought Su Chen was crazy. That was the position of an elder in the pill sect. In the fallen Maple City, countless people wanted to become elders of the pill sect, but they didn't have the ability. Yet Su Chen refused. Only Su Chen knew that if he agreed, he would be tied to the pill sect. Just like the Red Rainbow sect, there were many times when he couldn't leave. So this time, Su Chen chose to refuse. Dan Yunfeng, at this moment, could only nod helplessly. Su Chen has great ambitions and is not limited to being in the fallen Maple City, which is understandable. Su Chen just wants to explore and experience everywhere. Su Chen smiled and said. This was the truth. Besides wanting to travel and see more in the central domain, Su Chen also wanted to gain more experience. Then Dan will not keep Su Chen. Dan Yunfeng knew that Su Chen's aspirations were not limited to the fallen Maple City. This time, he was probably just passing through, and it was unlikely that Su Chen would stay. After chatting for a few more moments, Su Chen accepted the Holy Flame Cauldron. This time, he also saved a lot of spirit-nourishing pills. Then Su Chen bid farewell to Dan Yunfeng. After leaving the Danshin sect, Su Chen went to the Dan-seeking hall. He found some alchemy materials there, mainly for refining the Ling replenishing pill. Originally planned to purchase directly from the Danshin sect, but worried that Dan Yunfeng wouldn't accept money, Su Chen had to go out to buy them. As a result, Hui Tian also refused Su Chen's money. Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. This time, in Luofeng City, besides the hundreds of thousands of spirit-nourishing pills obtained from the sect master of the Ferocious Spirit sect, there were also 2 9th-grade demon spirits given by the Ferocious Spirit sect, along with the 5th-grade alchemy cauldron and the 1st to 5th-grade alchemy formulas given by the Danshin sect. It could be said that the harvest was full. Roar! After leaving Luofeng City, the little cat in Su Chen's arms landed and transformed into a thunder crystal beast. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly mounted the thunder crystal beast, turning into a red lightning bolt and heading towards the distance. Su Chen had no specific destination this time. After all, he had just arrived in this realm, with no relatives or friends. I asked the sect master before. The nearest intermediate city is Tianhu City. Let's go there and take a look. Su Chen had an idea now. Luofeng City before only had 2 major forces and could only be considered a low-level city. Tianhu City nearby, on the other hand, was an intermediate city. According to Dan Yunfeng, this intermediate city had at least 3 powerful forces, each with at least 1 peak expert in the Ling virtual realm. Tianhu City had 5 major forces, each with a peak expert in the Ling virtual realm. In this intermediate city, there are peak experts in the Ling virtual realm. In high-level cities, there should be experts in the Divine Soul realm, and super cities probably have experts in the divine spirit realm. Su Chen was very curious at this moment. However, the road to Tianhu City was not close. Even with the speed of the Thunder Crystal Beast, it would take at least a day to arrive. I didn't ask for a map before, but I miscalculated. Su Chen looked at the forest in front of him, feeling somewhat helpless. He had entered this forest during the day and had not yet found his way out. By now, it was already late, and Su Chen was somewhat helpless. Unable to find the way, Su Chen could only spend the night in the forest. Roar! The Thunder Crystal Beast roared and quickly ran ahead. But still, there was no sign of an exit. Su Chen was not nervous, as no matter how big the forest was, it couldn't cover the entire realm, right? Just keep walking, and he would eventually find a way out. Alright, it's getting late. Let's rest here for the night. Su Chen patted the Thunder Crystal Beast. The beast obediently stopped. Unable to find a way out of the forest, Su Chen was not in a hurry and decided to cultivate in place. Closing his eyes, the surrounding spiritual energy crazily poured into Su Chen's body. Phew, so tired. How much longer until we get out of this place? Just as Su Chen had closed his eyes to cultivate for a while, a voice came through. This made Su Chen furrow his brows slightly. After all, he had just started cultivating and was already being disturbed by someone, which made him very unhappy. It should be soon, miss. Let's walk a bit more. After the voice fell, another voice sounded. Judging by the voice, it was a middle-aged man. At that moment, several footsteps approached Su Chen's direction. Roar! At that moment, the Thunder Crystal Beast beside Su Chen seemed to be disturbed as well. It roared towards the group of people approaching. A demon beast. Upon hearing the roar, the group quickly went on alert. They then noticed the Thunder Crystal Beast and Su Chen beside it. Someone! One of them shouted. Soon after, 7 people walked directly towards Su Chen. The leader is a middle-aged man, burly in stature and seemingly strong. Su Chen sensed that he had already reached the strength of the spiritual void realm. Next to the middle-aged man was a young woman, the only female among the group, with long flowing hair and delicate features that still shone through the darkness of the night. However, the young woman had a bandage wrapped around her arm with bloodstains, indicating she was injured. Su Chen noticed that the others also had some injuries to varying degrees. The middle-aged man in charge glanced at Su Chen and then at the Thunder Crystal Beast beside him, his expression turning serious. Being able to control such a powerful Thunder Crystal Beast, this young man was not simple. We were just passing by, not knowing that the young brother was cultivating here. Apologies for the disturbance. After a moment, the middle-aged man also arched his hand towards Su Chen. Su Chen looked at him and shook his head slightly. Uncle Lu, let's hurry, that guy is catching up. At this moment, the middle-aged man known as Uncle Lu and the young woman beside him urged. Alright, Uncle Lu nodded. Then he spoke to Su Chen again. Young brother, we were just chased by a Xian Cloud Goo Water Beast. The strength of that monster is at the spiritual void realm 3rd grade. It's likely to be tracking us now, so you should leave quickly too. Su Chen then looked over and hadn't expected that this middle-aged man, while fleeing, would still remember to warn him. In this forest, being chased by monsters, encountering passers-by, most people would think of using the passers-by as bait to lure away the monster and escape themselves. But Su Chen hadn't expected that the middle-aged man in front of him would actually remind him to run. Thank you for letting me know. Su Chen nodded. Since the other party didn't intend to use him as bait, Su Chen felt a bit favorable towards them. If the young brother doesn't mind, you can walk with us. Uncle Lu spoke again at this moment. Uncle Lu, let's go quickly, that guy is about to catch up. Just as Su Chen was about to reply, the young woman next to Uncle Lu urged again. Then she looked at Su Chen. Come with us, we don't want to involve you, but you shouldn't be left alone. We can't beat that guy. Hee, thanks, you go ahead. Su Chen smiled slightly at this moment. Although the words spoken by the young woman were not pleasant, it could be heard that she had a good nature. The young woman hadn't expected that Su Chen would directly refuse. She was somewhat angry and wanted to retort, but at that moment, a beast's roar was heard. Roar! Everyone was a bit panicked. Among them, the strongest was Uncle Lu, with the strength of the spiritual void realm 1st grade. The strength of the others was only at the return to void realm 8th grade. The young woman's strength had reached the peak of the return to void realm. Run! Upon hearing the monster's roar, someone shouted in a hurry. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of leaving, Uncle Lu quickly said, Young brother, run. Without further hesitation, he led the others in another direction. Roar! Just as they were about to run away, a voice came from in front of them. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge figure landed in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. How? Is there another Xian Cloud Goo Water Beast? Someone exclaimed at this moment. because the Xian Cloud Goo water beast from earlier was still behind them and had not caught up. But now it appeared in front of them, and the sound from behind had not stopped, indicating that this Xian Cloud Goo water beast was not alone. What do we do? Some people were starting to panic. They had never expected that this Xian Cloud Goo water beast was not alone. Even if it was just one, they couldn't handle it. Now with two Xian Cloud Goo water beasts, isn't this a death sentence? Uncle Lu, the young woman shouted to the middle-aged man beside her. She continued, we'll stop it. You find an opportunity to break through the siege of the Xian Cloud Goo water beast and run directly. No, miss, if anyone is to run, it should be you. Uncle Lu shook his head. How could he leave others behind and run away? Uncle Lu, you are the strongest here. We'll hold off these two Xian Cloud Goo water beasts. You quickly deliver the medicine to father, he needs it. The young woman shouted, her voice choked up as she continued, tell father that his daughter is unfilial and can't stay by his side anymore. Miss, Uncle Lu shouted back. He wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the young woman. Enough, this is an order. Yes. Uncle Lu hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll take care of the medicine for father. The young woman said, a powerful aura bursting out of her. This aura had already reached the peak of the return to Void Realm. However, it was still slightly lacking to deal with these two Ling Void Realm 3rd grade Xian Cloud Goo water beasts. At this moment, everyone else also unleashed their own strengths and charged towards one of the Xian Cloud Goo water beasts in front of them. Boom! Instantly, the battle began. Uncle Lu gritted his teeth, found an opportunity, and dashed towards another direction. Roar! But at that moment, the other Xian Cloud Goo water beast also swooped in and blocked Uncle Lu's path. Damn it! Uncle Lu cursed and unleashed the strength of his Ling Void Realm 1st grade. He then engaged in battle with the second Xian Cloud Goo water beast. Su Chen watched from the side as the two Xian Cloud Goo water beasts did not attack him. It seemed that this group of people had something that these two Xian Cloud Goo water beasts wanted, which was why they were being pursued. From the bits and pieces of conversation earlier, Su Chen could also guess that it was because the young woman's father needed medicinal herbs. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy fell on the two Xian Cloud Goo water beasts, but they remained unscathed. Bang! At that moment, a man was accidentally hit by one of the Xian Cloud Goo water beasts and was sent flying, crashing into a tree. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle Ping! The young woman shouted. However, her attack did not weaken at all as she continued to fiercely confront the Xian Cloud Goo water beast. Bang! At the same time, another team member was also sent flying by the Xian Cloud Goo water beast. In a blink of an eye, two members were left in a precarious state after being struck by the Xian Cloud Goo water beasts. The young woman's face grew increasingly solemn. Originally, it was already a struggle for the 6 of them to deal with the Xian Cloud Goo water beasts, and now with only 4 remaining, it became even more difficult. Uncle Lu, who was separately dealing with one of the Xian Cloud Goo water beasts, was also struggling. The strength of the Ling Void Realm 1st grade against the Ling Void Realm 3rd grade had no chance of winning. The young woman, knowing this, felt anxious. Roar! Miss, be careful! Just as the young woman was distracted, a roar and a shout sounded almost simultaneously. Then the Xian Cloud Goo water beast's monster spirit technique landed on the young woman. Boom! A loud noise. Miss! Miss! Everyone shouted in anguish. The Xian Cloud Goo water beast was of the strength of the Ling Void Realm 3rd grade. If hit by the monster spirit technique, the young woman's life would be in danger. Just when everyone thought the young woman was about to be seriously injured, the attack of the monster spirit technique dissipated. The expected scene of the young woman being killed or seriously injured did not occur. The young woman stared blankly ahead. In front of her stood a young man, his right palm open. Obviously, he had just taken the attack of the Xian Cloud Goo water beast's monster spirit technique. No one reacted. The young woman also stared blankly at the man in front of her who was about the same age as her. Just when she thought the fatal attack had been blocked by him. Do you know how to get to Tianhu City? In the midst of everyone's confusion, Su Chen slowly spoke up. Yes, we know, we came from Tianhu City. The young woman was stunned, and subconsciously nodded. Oh, that's good. Su Chen also nodded. Then he looked at the Xian Cloud Goo water beast about to attack in front of him, and the aura of a 6th grade Lingshu realm burst out directly. Boom! Feeling Su Chen's powerful aura, everyone was shocked. Each and every one present was amazed. Such a strong aura. The young woman behind him was also shocked as she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen's aura made her feel palpitations. This 6th grade Lingshu realm? Not far away, Lu Shu, who was fighting with another Xian Cloud Goo water beast, also felt Su Chen's aura and looked over. The strength of the 6th grade Lingshu realm was much stronger than that of the two Xian Cloud Goo water beasts. I will help you deal with him, and you will take me to Tianhu City, how about that? Su Chen said lightly. Okay. The young woman didn't hesitate at all. She agreed directly. The strength of these two Xian Cloud Gu water beasts was very strong. But the young man in front of them was really powerful, much stronger than the two Xian Cloud Gu water beasts. If this young man was willing to take action, they would definitely be saved. And all he asked for was to be taken to Tianhu City. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise rang out. Then everyone saw the Xian Cloud Gu water beast that they couldn't defeat no matter what. At this moment, it was directly punched by the young man's head buried in the ground. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. They thought Su Chen's strength was very strong, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. With just one punch, he defeated the Xian Cloud Gu water beast. Roar! At this moment, the Xian Cloud Gu water beast that was fighting with Lu Shu also let out a low roar. Seeing its companion being beaten, it would definitely come to help. It ran directly towards Su Chen. Seeing the Xian Cloud Gu water beast running towards him, Su Chen didn't hesitate. He gathered a flame in his hand. Red flame, he said in a low voice. Immediately, a flame enveloped the Xian Cloud Gu water beast. Roar! The Xian Cloud Gu water beast let out a low roar. Then it was directly roasted by Su Chen's flame. Roaring wind blade, he said again. Su Chen then cut the Xian Cloud Gu water beast buried in the ground into pieces. Although Su Chen had many more techniques, these two were the most convenient in his eyes. So Su Chen had always been using these two spiritual skills. So strong. The people around, looking at Su Chen, were also shocked. These two Xian Cloud Gu water beasts that had been chasing them for so long were actually unable to release their spiritual skills in the hands of this young man. Roar! At this moment, the Thunder Crystal Beast beside Su Chen also let out a low roar. It ran to the side of the two Xian Cloud Gu water beasts, directly bit the head of one of them, and bit out two demon cores from inside. Swallowed them. These two Xian Cloud Gu water beasts had not yet cultivated demon spirits, so they only had demon cores. But even if they were demon cores, the demon cores of the third-grade Lingshu realm were also very beneficial to the Thunder Crystal Beast. Thank you, little brother, for helping out. At this moment, Lu Shu also ran over and thanked Su Chen directly. Su Chen nodded. You promised to take me to Tianhu City. Of course, I am Lu Wu. May I ask for the name of the little brother? Lu Wu smiled and introduced himself. My name is Yi Yusen. Thank you very much. The young woman also expressed her gratitude at this moment. Others also introduced themselves one after another. Su Chen's strength was evident to all, and they all came over to thank him and make some connections. Su Chen. Su Chen did not hide his identity. Young friend Su Chen's strength is truly amazing. Those two Xian Cloud Gu water beasts are at the level of Spirit Void Realm 3rd grade, but you directly killed them. Lu Wu sighed. Su Chen's age should be similar to the young ladies. Originally, they all thought Yi Yusen was a genius. At such a young age, she had already reached the peak of the Return Void Realm, making her one of the strongest among the younger generation in Tianhu City. But in front of Su Chen, she seemed ordinary. The group of young people in Tianhu City simply couldn't compare to Su Chen. No, even among the older generation, how many have the strength to reach Spirit Void Realm 6th grade? Not bad, just slightly stronger than them. Su Chen modestly replied. Then a few people started chatting. Su Chen, how come you are alone in this forest? Are you here for training? By now, they were somewhat familiar with Su Chen, and Yi Yusen spoke very politely. Yes, I am. I was planning to go to Tianhu City, but I found myself unable to leave this forest. Su Chen nodded and continued. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yi Yusen also nodded. This forest is called the Misty Forest. It's very easy to get lost in here, but we have a map, so don't worry. Su Chen nodded. After some thought, he asked, are you all here in the Misty Forest to search for medicinal herbs? Yi Yusen had mentioned before that they were in the forest to find medicinal herbs for her father, which is why they had provoked those two monsters. Yes, we are looking for a plant called Evil Moon Shin Ginseng. My father fought with a monster many years ago and got injured. Although he was healed later, the problem has resurfaced, and when we met an alchemist, he said he could treat it, but the medicine he needs is missing this ingredient. Yi Yusen paused and continued, so Uncle Lu and I entered the Misty Forest to search for it. We didn't expect that besides the Evil Moon Shin Ginseng, there were also two monsters guarding it. We managed to get the herb secretly, but unexpectedly, the monsters found out. After finishing her story, Yi Yusen glanced at Su Chen. The implication was clear. Su Chen also knew what happened next. They were chased by the two monsters, met him, and now they were safe. Alright, rest well tonight. I will ensure your safety. Su Chen nodded. Since they knew the way, Su Chen could guarantee their safety tonight. Thank you so much. Yusin nodded. Now that they knew Su Chen's strength, they did not refuse. A few people not far away were chatting and drinking together. At this moment, a middle-aged man said to Lu Wu beside him, "Brother Lu, look." Lu Wu looked over and saw Su Chen and Yusin chatting happily. "Brother Lu, the young lady seems to be not young anymore," the man reminded. Lu Wu naturally understood his meaning and nodded. Su Chen is about the same age as the young lady, and his strength is outstanding. He was able to save us, so he seems like a good choice. The group of people started chatting. The more they looked at Su Chen, the more pleasing he appeared.